How would they react? Watch coldly, or give them a taste of their own medicine? Or maybe join in? The spiritual guy relies on his magistrate father to do evil. Our protagonist Luo Hong, embodying justice, has always despised these things. He punched the spiritual guy in the face, knocking out several teeth with the blow. But is Luo Hong truly acting righteously? Actually, quite the opposite. His reason for punching the spiritual guy was not because he was harassing the girl, but because he actually stole his own chance to do evil. Luo Hong was very depressed at this moment. He just couldn't understand. In this world, even harassing a young girl can be cut in line for. If this continues, how can he accumulate sin? How can he become a supervillain? Luo Hong wants to become a great villain for a reason. The world he is in now is Anping County in Jiangling Prefecture of the Great Xia Dynasty. A month ago, outside Anping County, the ground was covered in corpses emitting a thick smell of blood. This attracted large packs of wolves to gnaw on the bodies. And at this moment, a hand stretched out from the pile of corpses. It was our protagonist, Luo Hong. He was actually still alive. Apart from being covered in filth, he didn't even have an external injury. He remained silently stunned for a long while, then suddenly burst into wild laughter. What do you know? Didn't I escape after all? But at this time, the wolf pack was attracted by his laughter. They stared at him menacingly. Luo Hong looked at the wolves before him, inevitably feeling bitter inside. The start in this world I've transmigrated into is truly harsh. Whose body have I transmigrated into this time? Suddenly, a flood of memories not belonging to him surged into his mind, accompanied by intense pain. He was being hunted. His escorts were sacrificing their lives to clear a path for him, and the original owner of this body was also named Luo Hong. But what he couldn't figure out was, why every time he transmigrated, it was into someone with the exact same name. As he thought, a strange figure appeared in his mind. Luo Hong looked at the shocking scene in his mind. All the corpses here were that guy's handiwork. Is he human or a monster? And why did he come to kill me? Unexpectedly, the original owner had such a dangerous enemy. If he knew I was still alive, it would surely be another game of cat and mouse. At this time, the Wolf King stared with blood-red eyes, letting out low growls. It seemed ready to pounce and tear Luo Hong apart at any moment. Luo Hong looked at the wolves before him, his scalp tingling. Misfortunes truly don't come singly. The Wolf King approached step by step. Luo Hong retreated step by step, his legs trembling. Just as he was thinking about how to resolve the current predicament, the Wolf King lunged forward. It had given Luo Hong enough time. Unfortunately, this foolish human before it didn't know how to cherish it. Luo Hong staggered back a few steps, but suddenly tripped over a stone. In that falling moment, from his bosom, a booklet, tattered beyond recognition, fell out. As he hit the ground heavily, the Wolf King also braked suddenly. Just as Luo Hong was complaining about his bad luck, the Wolf King's growls pulled him back to reality. He saw two Wolf Kings, staring at him from 3 steps away. But between them lay a booklet, separating them into 2 worlds. Luo Hong was a bit dazed. He couldn't quite understand the situation before him. The Wolf King stared intently at the booklet, yet dared not approach even half a step. Luo Hong seemed to notice this too. He picked up the booklet. This seems to have fallen from my body, but the original owner's memories don't contain this thing. Just then, a bone-chilling killing intent swept over. Wolves covering the mountains and plains were closing in on him. Luo Hong looked at the scene before him and subconsciously swallowed. I should leave here first. He grabbed the booklet and started running. The wolf pack behind him didn't pursue, but watched this unknown dangerous element leave. Luo Hong fled for a whole night. According to the original owner's memory, his home was in this Anping County. It was now autumn season, the weather slowly turning cold. Coupled with the lack of food, Luo Hong, having walked all night, seemed to be reaching his limit. The body's fatigue began to magnify infinitely. If this continued, before he even reached home, he would die on this street. As a transmigrator, if he starved to death, wouldn't that be too embarrassing for the motherland? At this moment, a clear voice came, tofu pudding, 2 coins a bowl. Luo Hong looked towards the direction of the voice. Not far from him, a tofu pudding stall surprisingly appeared. He struggled to crawl over, but the lady boss didn't seem to notice him until he laboriously climbed onto the table. The lady boss was startled by the person before her. Why is this person covered in blood? So scary, he couldn't be a bad person, right? Luo Hong struggled to open his mouth, trembling. Lady Boss, a bowl of tofu pudding. After speaking, with a thud, he collapsed weakly onto the table. The Lady Boss was truly stunned. She stood there blankly, somewhat at a loss. Could this person be dead? Luo Hong felt truly bitter inside at this moment. Why did things turn out like this? His consciousness began to gradually fade. Luo Hong didn't know since when he had been forced into world after world, endlessly, ceaselessly transmigrating. Yet even now, he still hadn't figured out what lay behind his transmigrations, exactly what kind of power controlled him. As for a way to break the cycle, there was even less of a clue, so much so that a concept formed in his mind. This might just be completely unsolvable. Because maybe, he had actually died a long time ago. Everything after that was just an illusion after death. Just as he was about to despair, a bowl of steaming hot tofu pudding was placed before him. The Lady Boss's voice was gentle. Your tofu pudding is ready. Luo Hong looked at the tofu pudding before him. Just its steaming heat made one feel warm. Is this warmth also my illusion? But why do I feel like I've never been as alive as I am at this moment? The Lady Boss saw he had revived and felt relieved. It's cold, please eat it while it's hot. Luo Hong nodded obediently, took a spoonful, brought it to his lips, blew on it lightly, and only then ate it. But suddenly, he found this tofu pudding had a familiar taste. That familiar, intimate feeling made him tremble uncontrollably. This actually tastes exactly the same as the tofu pudding he ate in his original world. The Lady Boss looked at his reaction, puzzled. Does it not taste good? Luo Hong heard her, quickly composed himself. No, this tofu pudding is too delicious. It's been a long, long time since I've eaten such delicious tofu pudding. The seemingly plain conversation between the two, yet seemed separated by two worlds. Luo Hong, fully revived, expressed his thanks to the Lady Boss. The Lady Boss saw he was very satisfied with her tofu pudding, and felt happy too. She said playfully, tofu pudding, 2 coins. Luo Hong reached into his bosom, fumbling. Got it. This young master isn't short of money. But he fumbled in his bosom for a long time. It was completely empty. Isn't this awkward? Right, I was thrown into the wilderness. How could I still have money on me? Luo Hong said awkwardly, can I pay later? The Lady Boss was puzzled. But young master, tofu pudding is only 2 coins. You want to pay later for this? Luo Hong at this moment was so embarrassed he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground. Shame rushed straight to his head. However, he still struck a pose he thought was handsome. Lady Boss, rest assured, this young master is the son of a landlord. I will definitely. Anyway, I'll leave first. After saying that, he bolted. Only after running 2 streets did he stop to rest for a moment. Never thought I, Luo Hong, would fall to the point of dining and dashing for tofu pudding. At this moment, a strange voice sounded. Completed the first villain action, shamelessly dining and dashing. Luo Hong heard this and looked around warily. What's going on? Surely not? Just for dining and dashing, am I going to be dragged out and flogged? But at this moment, a warmth came from his bosom. Luo Hong doubtfully took out the booklet. It was actually glowing. And the voice just now couldn't have been it, right? Speaking of which, I noticed earlier that the texture of this booklet seems very peculiar. The surface is as smooth as a maiden's skin. Could it be a booklet made of maiden's human skin? Luo Hong quickly released his hands. I actually picked up such a ghostly thing from the mass grave, but the next moment, the booklet actually floated in midair. Luo Hong's scalp tingled a bit. Is this seeing a ghost in broad daylight, or has this human skin booklet gained sentience? At this time, a human face appeared on the booklet. The atmosphere also became incredibly strange at this moment. Suddenly, it lunged towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong subconsciously tried to dodge, but that ghostly thing was simply too fast. Before Luo Hong could react, it drilled straight into his mouth. Luo Hong felt like dying at this moment. It's just the beginning. Am I going to be possessed? This account's luck is too bad. Worst comes to worst, I'll just go out and carve some points. At this moment, Luo Hong seemed to be brought into a strange space. That booklet had also become larger than a person. But on the booklet were actually written several bloody words. Fan Pai Shao's activation successful. Luo Hong was a bit stunned. I wasn't possessed? That's good. But what the heck is this Fan Pai Shao's? Could it be the golden finger brought by transmigration? Wonder if I can open it. Luo Hong, with a try-it-out attitude, fought open in his mind, then waved his hand. With a huala sound, the booklet actually opened. It can be controlled by thought. This is getting interesting. The inscription on the booklet read, "From today onwards, please be a good and outstanding villain." Luo Hong started tearing up. Villain? Is it asking me to become a villain? What exactly is this booklet for? What's the content further in? Driven by curiosity, he turned another page. It contained Luo Hong's information. Luo Hong was even more puzzled. How does this booklet have my information? Is it really a system brought by transmigration? Luo Hong noticed the cultivation technique column read, "None. Yet to cultivate." Luo Hong pursed his lips. Yet to cultivate? According to the original owner's memory, this world isn't like the feudal ancient times of my previous life. Extraordinary powers exist here. And I am indeed a mortal with nothing but money. And there's this villain diary thing. Is it asking me to write it myself? Thinking of this, Luo Hong suddenly felt bored. He flipped through it listlessly, trying to find something interesting. But suddenly, one night attracted him. These rewards in the reward pool. Just hearing the names sounds awesome. Tianma Bumi Ti, Bushio Seiyuanshan, Tianjie Gongfa. If these rewards are real, then won't I, Luo Hong, ascend to the heavens? At this time, a prompt appeared. Reward pool distribution. Based on the sin value influenced by the villainous acts recorded in the villain diary determines the reward. If it has been obtained, it will refresh after 5 days. During the refresh period, the reward pool cannot be used. Luo Hong looked at the prompt and understood. But the key is, what counts as villainous behavior? Suddenly, a gust of wind rose. Luo Hong was also expelled from the booklet space. He looked at the booklet before him, slowly lost in thought. Although this booklet is a great opportunity, it's clearly not a good thing either. It might even backfire. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Luo Hong. His tone laced with disbelief. Is it young Master Luo Hong? You're still alive? The source was the Luo residence's guard captain, Zhao Donghan. The next moment, he knelt down with a thud. This subordinate deserves death. Although Luo Hong started in hell mode, after a night of struggle, he had finally found his organization. Luo Hong was led back to the Luo residence by Zhao Donghan. Only, sounds of coy refusal came from inside from time to time. I can wash myself. A maidservant pouted charmingly. Young master, what are you saying? Since childhood, haven't we maids always served you in your bath? Luo Hong heard this and was somewhat speechless. The life of the rich. But it's really a bit hard to get used to. At this time, the maidservant started sobbing. Young master, how could you disappear for several days? We maids were worried sick. Luo Hong's eyes flashed. Too bad. The young master you were all thinking about has already been slaughtered by some monster. And he didn't die unjustly. He learned from Zhao Donghan that there were recent rumors in Anping County. Around the county, some unknown things always appeared. Their intentions were unknown. The original owner was killed by those things. Hearing this rumor, it seems there's more than one monster. Looks like being this young master isn't easy. What Zhao Donghan said should be true. But what are they? The original owner's murder might not have been a coincidence at all, but perhaps he was their target. There's really no choice now but to rely on the power of that villain booklet. I urgently need power now. The world I transmigrated into this time has extraordinary powers. Only by reaching the pinnacle can I survive here. Villain it is then. So, the next step is to be a bad guy, right? At this time, Zhao Donghan walked in with a group of men. He is the guard captain of the Luo residence. Looks like I have the capital to do evil without getting beaten to death. Next, let's complete a villain task first. Luo Hong told Zhao Donghan everything he wanted to do. Only, Zhao Donghan was a bit incredulous. Young master, you want to go harass the lady boss of the tofu pudding stall? Luo Hong said angrily. Why are you all looking at me like that? Don't I look like a bad guy? Never mind. Remember, when we get to that tofu pudding stall, you must act very fierce. The more ferocious, the better. Also, remember to kick over the tables and chairs. But just tip them over. Don't break them. Then, you two surround that lady boss from front and back. It would be even better if you add a debauched smile to your faces. Now you should understand, right? The group looked at each other. Zhao Donghan asked, So, you are going to harass the lady boss of the tofu pudding stall? Luo Hong was getting annoyed. Yes. Stop asking. At this moment, a guard was shocked. Rumor has it young Master Luo Hong is elegant and easygoing, gentle and refined, also charitable and benevolent, not fond of women, almost the embodiment of justice. Zhao Donghan felt a wave of disappointment. So it was all fake. He's actually a charlatan deceiving the world. Shameless hypocrite. A guard whispered, Captain Zhao, what should we do? We can't really go harass an innocent girl with him, right? Zhao Donghan gritted his teeth. We are guards of the Luo residence. How can we be such lowlifes? Let's follow him first and see. If he insists on doing it, then don't blame us for being ruthless. At this time, Luo Hong said, all right, since the steps have been explained, let's get going. The guards all looked at him with gloomy expressions. A thought arose in their hearts. Is our young master really that kind of sanctimonious person? Luo Hong seemed to sense their thoughts, but he didn't care, because only power is the most important thing. And the cold stares of this world, even if numerous, what do they have to do with me? Pick on the weak. This young master's villain action starts with harassing an innocent girl. He led a group of men, marching grandly towards the marketplace. Along the way, Zhao Donghan wanted to speak out and stop him, but his status wasn't sufficient. What was even stranger was, why did Luo Hong seem like a completely different person after returning from outside the county this time? It's outrageous enough to blatantly lead us to harass an innocent girl. Although Butler Chen always asked me to protect him, if he really does evil, I, Zhao Donghan, will definitely not aid a tiger. At this time, Luo Hong stopped in place. Zhao Donghan asked doubtfully, what's wrong, young master? Luo Hong at this moment was so angry his teeth were grinding audibly. Ahead, a person was harassing an innocent girl, and his target was precisely the one Luo Hong wanted to harass. The spiritual guy laughed wildly. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. Because the county magistrate is my dad. Zhao Donghan asked doubtfully, young master, this dirty girl is the target you want to harass? Luo Hong was already fuming, not hearing what Zhao Donghan said at all. What the hell is going on? How can someone beat me to harassing a girl? Besides, that lady boss is so dirty. The spiritual guy became even more rampant. Little beauty, just give in to me. Luo Hong was furious, almost shattering his teeth. He rushed forward in one step. Bastard! You even dare to steal my chance to do evil. I think you're tired of living. The guard panicked. Boss, what do we do now? Luo Hong, he won't join forces with that scum, right? Zhao Donghan said sternly. Dream on. Let's go. Then, the group of men followed Luo Hong's steps. The more Luo Hong thought, the angrier he got. This tofu pudding lady boss clearly doesn't even wash her face when she goes out. You even want to compete with me to provoke such a sloppy person? How could you bring yourself to do it this time? Zhao Donghan watched Luo Hong approaching step by step, feeling anxious inside. The spiritual guy didn't notice the crowd approaching him, his actions becoming even more unrestrained. Seeing this, Luo Hong's anger intensified. A punch filled with rage smashed into the spiritual guy's face. Several teeth were knocked out, and his body flew backward. A trail of sparks and lightning flashed as he was sent flying. The guards behind him stood dumbfounded. Young master wasn't going to join forces? Did I misunderstand something? Young master Luo Hong actually hasn't changed. He is still that young master Luo Hong who hates evil like an enemy. Luo Hong roared, beat him to death. The guards swarmed forward, giving the spiritual guy a severe beating. The surrounding commoners saw this, and cheered from the side. Young master Luo Hong is righteous. At this time, Zhao Donghan said, it was this subordinate who was blind. Just now, I actually misunderstood your righteous act. But Luo Hong had a dark expression. Sternly, he said, shut up. Zhao Donghan was somewhat confused. Young master, what's wrong? But Luo Hong just looked like he had eaten crap and wasn't allowed to talk about it. Never thought he clearly came to do evil, but ended up being praised inexplicably. What young master Luo Hong is righteous? I was at least deliberately trying to be a bad guy. As the surrounding commoners shouted young master is righteous, Luo Hong's sin value kept decreasing. If this continues, that villain action will fail. Must think of a way to salvage it. He looked around, searching for an opportunity to do evil. At this time, a guard said, but speaking of which, it's really strange. Lady boss, you dress so dirtily. yet he always comes to trouble you. The lady boss was a bit flustered. Who knows what he's thinking? That bad guy must be blind. Luo Hong looked at the lady boss, pondered for a moment, and an idea immediately came to mind. Just as the two were chatting happily, Luo Hong appeared behind the lady boss with a blank expression. The lady boss felt a chill down her spine. When she turned around, she saw Luo Hong glaring at her fiercely. Luo Hong threw out 2 silver ingots. From this moment on, this young master has bought you. You're coming back to the residence with me. The lady boss was somewhat astonished. You mean? Luo Hong didn't turn back, but said indifferently, from today, you are my person. The lady boss turned pale with fright. What exactly does he want to do to me? If I refuse, looking at his power, I can't afford to provoke him. The more she thought, the more scared she became, her body trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Donghan looked at the departing Luo Hong, muttering, old habits die hard? At this moment, Luo Hong was overjoyed. What's harassing in the street? This is human trafficking. This is a heinous crime. This way, my sin value should be saved. The surrounding commoners also started discussing among themselves. At this time, a figure crawled out from the ruins. He said viciously, Luo Hong, not only did you snatch the person I fancied, you even dared to hit me. You know my father is the county magistrate. You've gone too far this time. I'll make you wish you were dead. Zhao Donghan heard this, his expression grave. This is big trouble. But Luo Hong completely ignored him, treating the clown as invisible. The spiritual guy gritted his teeth. You dare ignore me? Just you wait. At this time, the more Zhao Donghan thought, the more something felt wrong. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck his forehead. He exclaimed, I understand. I understand why Luo Hong did this. Luo Hong and the spiritual guy turned back, looking at him confusedly. What are you trying to pull? Zhao Donghan said excitedly, Young master, he's not blind. How could he possibly fancy you? He's afraid that Scholar will use his connections with the magistrate's office to retaliate against you. Luo Hong was startled upon hearing this. What? I had that layer of meaning? How come I didn't know? The lady boss also realized. So, young master, he's saving me? The guards beside them also exclaimed, right. Young master, he's actually saving you. He's protecting you. Luo Hong was completely stunned. I say, don't let your imaginations run so wild, okay? What you're saying has even moved me. The surrounding commoners also heard what they said, all showing expressions of understanding. Then they started shouting again, Young Master Luo Hong sheltering the weak and young is the pinnacle of human righteousness. Young Master Luo Hong is righteous. Shouting and shouting, they all reached a consensus. Luo Hong's sin value decreased amidst this wave of sound. He gritted his teeth, back to the residence. Then he walked away without looking back. The guards and the lady boss looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, apart from Luo Hong, only that spiritual guy was fuming. At this time, Luo Hong walked back, saying sternly, that scholar. The spiritual guy tensed up. Luo Hong, what do you want? Luo Hong gritted his teeth. This young master will be waiting for you at the Luo residence. Soon, he returned to the Luo residence. Luo Hong didn't wait for anyone to open the door, just kicked it open. But the anger in his heart increased instead of decreasing. He pointed at Zhao Donghan, old Zhao. Find some maids to help her clean up. If bad luck had realms, then Luo Hong would definitely be top tier. Intending to do evil by harassing an innocent girl failed, instead getting praised. Even worse, he had a troublesome system. Good sin value could actually turn negative. Luo Hong returned with a belly full of resentment to the Luo residence. At this time, a voice called out to Luo Hong. He looked towards the sound and found the person somewhat familiar, but just couldn't recall. Fortunately, the group of guards helped out. Subordinates greet Butler Chen. Chen Xiantian smiled. Chen heard that young master encountered trouble in Jishan village and made a special trip there. Unexpectedly, young master has already returned. Luo Hong looked at him expressionlessly. This Chen Xiantian, in the original owner's memory, seemed to respect him greatly. At this time, Chen Xiantian set up the tea set. Young master, Chen just brewed the Jiangling Prefecture specialty, Lungshi tea. Would you like a cup to taste? Luo Hong quickly waved his hand in refusal. Thank you for Uncle Chen's kindness. I'm just a bit tired from being out. I plan to return to my room to rest now. I'll taste tea with you next time. Chen Xiantian heard this, smiled and nodded. Then young master, please go ahead. Zhao Donghan cupped his hands towards him. Subordinate takes his leave. After they left, the smile on Chen Xuantian's face instantly vanished, because he noticed Luo Hong's abnormality. A deathly aura lingers around Luo Hong. Could he be entangled by something sinister? But his forehead is bright, his vital energy full. It doesn't look like he's suffered from anything sinister. What exactly did he experience during this half-day? Luo Hong reached his room door. All of you withdraw. This young master needs to rest. Without my order, no one is to disturb me. Then, with a bang, he shut the door, leaving the two standing awkwardly in the wind, looking at each other. Soon, Chen Xiantian summoned Zhao Donghan. Butler Chen, you called this subordinate over. What is the matter? Chen Xiantian smiled. Chen is just a little curious. What happened after you followed young master out of the residence? Tell me. Don't omit any details. Zhao Donghan then recounted everything, the entire process, word for word. When Chen Xiantian heard Luo Hong led the team to harass the innocent girl, he angrily smashed the teacup in his hand onto the stone table. He scolded with disappointed anger. Truly absurd. Zhao Donghan quickly explained, originally, we all thought young master was a hypocrite. But unexpectedly, young master used the pretense of harassment to punish evil and promote good. The so-called harassment was just an excuse to stop that scholar from committing crimes. Chen Xiantian asked, then why did young master look so upset when he returned? Zhao Donghan replied, Luo Hong. Young master, to prevent the tofu pudding lady boss from being retaliated against by that scholar, directly spent money to buy her into the Luo residence to shelter her. That scholar is related to the Anping County magistrate. Young master is probably worried about the other party retaliating against the Luo residents. That's why he was downcast and frowning. Chen Xiantian sighed in relief upon hearing this. The tightly gripped teacup in his hand slowly relaxed. He took a gentle sip of tea. Only then did he smile. Is that all? Zhao Donghan nodded. Pretty much just this. In the room, Luo Hong was extremely depressed. What young master is righteous? There must be something wrong with this world. He fumbled in his bosom for a while. Wonder how much sin value I can get from being cursed by them like this. Luo Hong stared blankly at the booklet. He always had a bad feeling. A moment later, a flash of green light came from Luo Hong's room. He once again entered the booklet space. When he saw the sin value -18 in the information column, his whole being felt unwell. The sin value not only didn't increase, it actually became negative? This is ridiculously ridiculous, opening the door for ridiculousness, ridiculously home. Shouldn't the minimum be 0? Could it be that doing bad deeds increases sin value, and conversely, doing good deeds decreases sin value? But I didn't do any good deeds today. Today, I clearly went out with the determination to harass an innocent girl. Who knew how I ended up becoming a righteous hero sheltering the weak and young? This can't be blamed on me. He flipped through the booklet annoyed, stopping at the villain diary. Although this doesn't feel like anything proper, since it's called the villain diary, if this young master vividly describes my original intention of doing evil on it, maybe it can salvage some sin points? Maybe I really have a chance to be rescued. With a try-it-out attitude, he wrote down his experience of doing evil. Great Xia calendar, June 13th, weather, clear. On this calm day, I did a big bad thing. Starving, rotten to the core. I harassed an innocent woman. This is the first time. Such a pure and unpretentious villainous act. Regardless of the process, regardless of the result, my original intention of becoming a villain has never wavered. I harassed the lady boss of the tofu pudding stall. I even spent money to buy her and abduct her into the Luo residence. I am sinful. Setting aside my heart, it's all evil. Young master, I am not righteous at all. Hearing the lady boss's screams, her unyielding struggle, I smiled contentedly. So, the days of being a villain are just this boring and dull. Luo Hong looked at the diary he wrote, savoring the aftertaste. He even felt he was an irredeemable great villain. Wonder if after the booklet reads it, it will replenish my sin value to positive. The next moment, the words on the booklet began to writhe. Luo Hong froze in place, somewhat confused. He wanted to stop it but couldn't. He could only watch the diary squirm for a moment, then finally stop. Seeing this, Luo Hong held his breath, his eyes widening gradually. A bloody new villain diary entry is recorded as follows. Have you ever seen a super upright villain system? Luo Hong has one. Full of expectation, he wrote his evil intentions onto the booklet, praying to recover some sin value. Little did he know this troublesome villain system was frighteningly righteous. It directly modified Luo Hong's diary. After finishing, it even gave a 5-star review. Modified content as follows. Great Xia Calendar, June 13th. Weather, overcast turning cloudy. I brought my beloved little guards to the tofu pudding stall. Saw the scholar Jia Sadeo bullying and harassing little tofu pudding Yao Jing. Filled with righteous indignation, ordered guard Jia to beat Jia Sadeo severely, punishing evil and promoting good. Also threw down 2 silver ingots. Bought little tofu pudding into Luo residence for protection, preventing her from being retaliated against by Jia Sadeo. Promoting positive energy. Everyone praised, the sound of applause endless. Domineeringly horizontal. This diary event. Sin reduced by 18. After reading, Luo Hong was so angry he spat out a mouthful of blood. This system is freaking playing me. I want to report you. Clearly a villain system, but why is its moral compass ridiculously upright? Luo Hong was extremely angry, truly feeling like dying, let alone talking about rewards or anything. But suddenly, the reward pool updated. At the very end, a consolation prize was added, randomly draw an incomplete evil cultivation technique, or gain sin value +1 or -1, infinite wealth. At this moment, black matter continuously surged out from the consolation prize. As time passed, it accumulated more and more until a pair of ferocious eyes opened from within. A skull emerged from the booklet. Luo Hong watched the scene, his heart skipped a beat. The skull struggled to emerge until it reached Luo Hong. Luo Hong looked at the skull before him, his body trembling slightly. This is the consolation prize? But the response was the skull's mouth slowly opening. Then, a skeletal arm extended from its mouth, holding a technique manual. Luo Hong subconsciously reached out to take it. The next moment, the skull disappeared with a pang sound. Luo Hong looked at the technique manual in his hand, still not having recovered his senses. Wangling Shuiying Remnant Chapter. Luo Hong stared blankly for a long while, seeming somewhat lost in the mist. Is it because my sin value dropped below -1 that I got this consolation prize? To put it bluntly, it saw I was pitiful and gave me a technique for free? This feeling is so unpleasant. And this technique is even a remnant. Is it really okay to fool people like this? As he thought, he sighed. Better than nothing. Luo Hong opened the technique manual with curiosity, only to see endless undead pouring out from the technique. Technique Wangling Shuiying Remnant Chapter. Activation successful. Lonely wanderer in the darkness. Slaughter excites you. Death delights you. Summon the spirits of the departed. Become the king in the darkness. Pile up mountains of bones. Meditate on the world of death. Outline the abyss of sin. This method is Wangling Shuiying. Luo Hong felt a wave of emotion at this moment. This arrogant aura is barely acceptable. I kind of like you. But before he could finish feeling emotional, the Wangling Shuiying technique rushed towards his forehead. Accompanied by a tearing pain, this cultivation technique directly appeared in his mind. It also made him understand why it was a remnant chapter. Turns out this technique is divided into 2 parts, Wangling, undead, and Shuiying, evil shadow. This remnant only recorded the latter part, Shuiying, which is the Shuiying movement technique. Although incomplete, the evil aura of this technique gave Luo Hong a strange sense of familiarity. Luo Hong chose to cultivate without hesitation. Over at the Anping County Magistrate's office, that scholar knelt before the magistrate, crying, "Dad, you must help me. That Luo Hong is too bullying." Anping County Magistrate Jialong asked doubtfully, "Is it the Luo family's young master Luo Hong?" Jia Sadeo immediately burst into tears upon hearing this. "It's him. This time, he actually committed violence in broad daylight on the street. Look how he beat your son. This face is ruined," Jialong said lightly. "His reputation in Anping County is famously good. Why did you provoke him?" Jia Sadeo wouldn't stand for it. "Dad. Son. Can't take this beating for nothing." Jialong sighed upon hearing this. The Luo residence possesses huge wealth in Anping County. They control 5 official markets. Moreover, they are known as a benevolent family. All in all, not easy to deal with. Jia Sadeo heard this, gritting his teeth. But he quickly had an idea. He whispered in Jialong's ear, "But Dad, Luo Hong that. He actually said on the street that I would fear the magistrate. That's what I can't stand. He looks down on me, Jia Sadeo, fine. But why does he dare to disregard even you? You know, you are the magistrate. The honorable magistrate of Anping County. How can he, Luo Hong, a merchant's son, bully you like this? Jialong heard this, his expression darkened. He slammed the book in his hand heavily onto the desk. This time, father will find a way to solve it for you. The Luo residence's power, with just me as magistrate, is indeed not easy to topple. Normally, that's the case. But I heard that Luo Hong just returned from outside the county, right? Strangely, it's unknown what exactly he encountered. The guards who went out of the county with him this time have all disappeared. Not one could return with him. Now, evil spirits run rampant outside the city, causing many village massacre cases. And the envoy sent by the Dali Si is currently in the county office thoroughly investigating. Jia Sadeo's face lit up upon hearing this. Dinging's meaning is to link Luo Hong with the evil spirits. Jialong nodded, correct. If we report this news to the Dali Si, then forget about just one Luo Hong. The entire Luo residence will die without a burial place for me. Because the Dali Si's principle in handling cases is, rather kill wrongly than let go. After many twists and turns, Luo Hong finally stepped into the world of cultivation. Only he didn't know. A conspiracy targeting him had already quietly unfolded. He was still cultivating in the booklet space. According to the description of the Wangling Shuiying technique, within the human body, there exists positive yang energy and evil shot energy. These two energies are originally balanced like yin and yang, but this technique gathers the evil shot energy in the dantian for brewing. The higher its refined purity becomes, the more compressed and smaller it gets, so small it's almost completely hidden within the dantian. The cultivation of this technique is considered to have completed the first step. Zhu Sha and Rin Sha are both formed. The evil shot energy has already undergone a qualitative change. More importantly, one can already initially use the Shuiying movement technique. Luo Hong felt the divinity brought by the technique, feeling excited inside. Because he hadn't felt this sense of security brought by power for a long time. Even if he wasn't very strong yet, he finally wouldn't be a mortal anyone could slaughter anymore. He opened the booklet again. The information panel had already changed. A realm column was added. The cultivation technique was also updated to Wangling Shuiying. But what exactly does the 9th rank Zhu Sha realm mean? Looks like I need to gain a deeper understanding of this world's cultivation system and its rank divisions. He continuously began searching the original owner's memories. Luo Hong went deeper and deeper into the memories. Here were all things the original owner cared about deeply. But he didn't find what Luo Hong wanted. He went deeper and deeper, suddenly pang, hitting something unknown head-on. This collision directly made him dizzy. The situation before him stunned him slightly. Luo Hong stomped his foot in anger. Why the heck is there an invisible wall here? But this very wall blocked his path. He had no way around it. He couldn't see the memories ahead. At this time, a voice came, "These are not your memories. Leave." Luo Hong looked around warily. "Who are you? Stop playing tricks on me." The voice in the void spoke again, "Who am I? Appearing in this place, who else could it be?" Luo Hong froze upon hearing this. Could it be? Suddenly, the invisible wall slowly rippled. A human figure also became clear. That person said, "Of course it's me, young Master Luo Hong." Luo Hong was stunned. What's this situation? This is young Master Luo Hong? Could you be the soul of that unlucky original owner? Luo Hong smiled calmly, nodding. Something like that. After all, this is my memory world. So, the current me, rather than a soul, it's better to see me as a piece of memory. Luo Hong said sternly, "I don't care what you are. But since you're already a dead person, stop troubling the living, understand? Even if these memories are yours, I still must see them. So please step aside." Luo Hong was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. The fan in his hand closed with a paw. "Look at you. Freeloading off my body. And being so righteous about borrowing a corpse to resurrect. Also, not letting you see is for your own good. After all, you're occupying my body now. Would I let you suffer?" Luo Hong said disdainfully, "You can't even protect your own life. You still have the capacity to worry about others?" Luo Hong said, "Cut the crap. Don't you just want to deeply understand the information about the cultivation system? As for the knowledge related to cultivation you want to understand, I can tell you now. With that, he waved his hand. Countless memories surged out. These were all memories related to cultivation. Luo Hong said, "Now these memories are unsealed for you. Just get out and look at them slowly." After speaking, he struck Luo Hong's forehead with his palm. Luo Hong also returned to his room at this moment. He rubbed his aching head. A little annoyed. This bastard actually pushed me out directly. But the next moment, many memories appeared in his mind. The world's cultivation systems are numerous. Among them, the four most representative systems are Fo Xiu, Buddhist cultivation, Dao Xiu, Taoist cultivation, Ru Xiu, Confucian cultivation, and Wu Xiu, martial cultivation. Among these, Wu Xiu is the most widespread. And from it, an independent, new system not weaker than the four major systems emerged: Jian Xiu, sword cultivation. Finally, there is a rather special existence, Xia Xiu, evil cultivation. As for the current cultivation ranks, they were established 10,000 years ago by the powerhouses of the Fo, Dao, and Ru systems together. They arranged the cultivation ranks from high to low, specifically dividing them from rank 1 to 9. Afterwards, other systems also referred to this method for division. Luo Hong instantly understood. So the 9th rank on the booklet panel means this. Zhu Sha is the 9th rank title among evil cultivators. And above me, there are still 8 full ranks to cross. When I reach the 1st rank, this world should be mine to roam freely, right? Actually, Luo Hong's voice echoed in his mind. Although I don't want to interrupt you, for your own good, I still have to tell you, you're thinking too much. Luo Hong gritted his teeth. You guy. Why are you still haunting me? Aren't you annoying? Luo Hong laughed. Memory is also part of the body. It should be in your body. This young master just wants to remind you of 2 final things. First, the vastness of this world surpasses your imagination. Reaching the 1st rank realm in cultivation. Although you can split mountains and cut seas, it's definitely not the supreme existence. But these are still too distant for you. Saying more is pointless. You just need to know to maintain reverence for this world. Luo Hong felt annoyed upon hearing this, blabbering halfway and not finishing. Really dry. Luo Hong laughed. Second thing, do fewer bad deeds. Luo Hong was speechless. You want to manage this too? Luo Hong snorted coldly. You'd better not act recklessly just for that fanpai shouse. And this young master, I will keep watching you. Luo Hong was surprised. He knows about the booklet, and this bastard dares to threaten me? Can you believe a dirty girl could transform into such a beauty after bathing? It was an unintentional act by Luo Hong. Never thought it would end up stunning even him. Just as Luo Hong was still complaining about the unlucky, unethical guy in his body, a knock came from outside the door. Luo Hong asked displeased, "What is it?" A maid walked in, said, "Young master, the girl you brought back to the residence today. We maids have already helped her bathe and change clothes. Now bringing her for you to see." Luo Hong directly drove her out of the room, displeased. "Mine's fine. Just take her down and settle her in. Why bring her to me?" The maid was a bit stunned. "But young master, are you really not going to look? She really is." Before she finished speaking, Luo Hong opened the door with a cold face. The maid was startled and froze on the spot. Luo Hong said, "Didn't this young master say not to disturb my rest?" After speaking, he looked outside with a resentful face. But the next moment, his eyes widened, and he froze. The person before him, where was the dirty girl he brought back? Only saw she was serene like a flower reflecting on water, moved like willow swaying in the wind, peerless beauty through the ages, pleasing to the eye. Is she a beauty? Over at the county office, Magistrate Jialong was holding a cup of hot tea, trotting in subserviently. The person sitting in the main seat just watched with crossed legs. At this time, Jialong said with a fawning smile, "This is our Anping County's specialty, Longxi tea, known for its fragrance throughout the Jiangling Prefecture area. Please, my lord, have a taste." With that, he handed it to the person. The person reached out directly to take it, then took a large gulp. Seeing this, Jialong kindly reminded, "The tea is hot. My lord, please don't get burned." But the person threw it after hearing this, and then directly sprayed a mouthful of hot tea onto Jialong's face. Instantly, Jialong's heart-wrenching scream echoed in the office. His entire face was scalded red. However, he quickly regained his composure, took out a handkerchief, and wiped his face. Only then asked doubtfully, "My lord, why you?" Dali Si Envoy Luofeng. gently tossed the teacup in his hand towards him. Only then said sternly, "You still dare ask me? This tea is too awful. And you call it your Anping County specialty? Did I, this official, come from the imperial capital, traveling thousands of miles, just to be treated so perfunctorily by you?" Jialong was startled upon hearing this, quickly explaining, "Dare not, dare not." Then pointing at Jia Sadeo's nose, cursed, "It's all your fault, you embarrassing thing. Actually using this garbage to entertain my lord. Hurry up and go. Bring the gift prepared earlier for my lord." Luo Feng watched the father and son's performance expressionlessly, without making a sound. Soon, servants carried in a box. Only then did Jialong say, "This is the gift this humble official truly prepared to entertain you. Please, my lord, inspect it." Luo Feng looked at the box with interest. With a light flick of his finger, the box lid opened, revealing it filled to the brim with gold. After seeing it, Luo Feng instantly lost interest. His expression also darkened at this moment. Jialong was somewhat confused. Doesn't this lord love wealth? But the next moment, he froze on the spot. An invisible force instantly enveloped him. Then, he sat down hard on the ground, his expression extremely pained. His heart actually began to beat wildly, non-stop, as if grabbed by something invisible, then crazily squeezed. Luo Feng was silent for a moment. This time, he spoke lightly, "The Dali see where this official belongs. Is the #1 law enforcement agency of this dynasty? Since you want to give this official this gift." Speaking here, Luo Feng's deadpan face instantly came alive. "Why didn't you just bring it out earlier?" The Jialong father and son were stunned upon hearing this. What is all this about? But he discovered. The pressure on his chest also disappeared at this moment. Jialong was also incredibly certain at this moment. The person who attacked him just now was definitely him. This person's temperament is truly violent and unpredictable, definitely an extremely dangerous character. Jialong quickly settled his emotions. Then, "My lord, regarding the matter of the evil spirit Luo Hong that this humble official mentioned to you earlier, can you punish him?" Luo Feng waved his hand, "Rest assured. Since this official is being taken care of so well here by you, a trivial matter is merely lifting a finger." The father and son were stunned again upon hearing this. "Is this a trivial matter? Do you know the background of Luo Hong's family? And you call it trivial?" Luo Feng ignored the two's surprise. "Men, go apprehend that Luo Hong from the Luo residence for this official." Over at the Luo residence, Luo Hong happened to sneeze. He said angrily, "Which petty person is speaking ill of this young master behind my back?" But he quickly threw this thought aside. Because there was a bigger trouble before him. It's outrageous. To use a popular phrase, it's outrageously home. This beauty before me, is she the same person as that dirty and sloppy tofu pudding lady boss from before? The lady boss said shyly, "Since just now, why have you kept staring at me?" Luo Hong sipped his tea, looking at her with a smile. "So that's how it is. So, that kid Jia Sadeo had long seen through her disguise. No wonder he could bring himself to act." Seeing Luo Hong smile at her, the lady boss couldn't help but feel flustered. Could it be, after seeing my true face, his true nature is finally revealed? But the Luo residence's power seems considerable. She bit her lip, seemingly having made a decision. "It's not impossible for me. Let's just stay here for now." What kind of dog crap did this Luo Hong step in to have such great luck? The little tofu pudding he picked up unintentionally is not only beautiful, but also has excellent cooking skills. Truly perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Luo Hong sized up Xiao Dohua for a moment, then finally spoke, "What's your name?" The lady boss was slightly surprised. "Just asking for my name?" A sense of loss inexplicably arose in her heart. But she still said shyly, "Young master, we country folk usually don't have proper names. They all call me Chunny." Because her voice was relatively soft, Luo Hong didn't hear clearly. He asked surprised, "Called Chunny?" Chunny blushed instantly. She disregarded her image and shouted loudly, "It's Chunny." Luo Hong scratched his cheek. Giving someone a name can actually cause such a reaction? "Then how old are you?" Chunny lowered her head slightly. "Young master, I am 15 this year." After speaking, her heart turned cold. Why is he asking these things? What exactly does he want? Luo Hong didn't notice her abnormality. "Turns out you're 3 years younger than this young master. In that case, I'll call you Xiao Dohua from now on. Coincidentally, our residence's kitchen is short-staffed recently. From now on, You will be responsible for the Luo residence's food along with them. Xiao Dohua became flustered upon hearing this. She just wanted to say something, but saw Luo Hong say lightly, "Alright, that's settled. You can go prepare lunch." Xiao Dohua's face instantly darkened. He's being arbitrary again. But things having reached this point, what else could she say? She could only resign herself to fate and follow the maid down. But when she reached the door, Luo Hong spoke again. "After preparing, let's dine together." Soon, Xiao Dohua was brought to the kitchen. Inside, the rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables quickly came. Everyone in the kitchen was also dumbfounded. This girl is the new chef who just arrived today? Such clean and neat knife skills. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Xiao Dohua tossed 3 peeled potatoes into the air. Then, her eyes sharpened. Instantly, several flashes of knife light appeared. The next moment, the potatoes were split in half, falling neatly into the bowl. The chef's worldviews were refreshed once again. Next was a personal showtime. Under Xiao Dohua's several operations, she brought immense shock to everyone. It was as if in this world, there was no dish Xiao Dohua couldn't make. After a long while, the head cook finally spoke, Miss Xiao Dohua." Xiao Dohua looked back at her doubtfully. "What is it?" The head cook said, "Nothing really. We just saw that you, miss, are so young, yet already have such good cooking skills." Xiao Dohua smiled playfully. "Maybe it's because I've been cooking since I was little. So after a long time, my skills improved." The head cook exclaimed in admiration, "Truly didn't expect it. Miss Xiao Dohua, not only are your knife skills good, your wok-tossing skill is also so masterful. But your slender arms, how do you manage to wield that iron wok?" Xiao Dohua said, "Probably practice makes perfect." The head cook smiled gratified, "Then I'll serve the dishes." "You have a great future ahead." Xiao Dohua shyly waved her hands, "Auntie Pang, you flatter me. I don't know if young master and the others will be used to the food." Auntie Pang said while walking, "Don't worry, girl. Auntie Pang has never been wrong about people." But suddenly, her foot slipped. Her whole body was about to fall forward. But suddenly, a slender jade hand reached out, actually steadying Auntie Pang firmly. The chefs nearby were also startled. Some even covered their faces, afraid to look. But who knew this would be the result? Xiao Dohua smiled, "Be careful, Auntie Pang." Auntie Pang nodded, then quickly walked out of the kitchen, to avoid further embarrassment here. Over at the Luo residence's dining hall, a table full of dishes was served. The aroma filled the air. The little kid sitting aside drooled watching. She is Luo Hong's younger sister, Luo Xiaoxiao. Luo Xiaoxiao looked at the table full of dishes, complaining, "Uncle Chen, why isn't brother here yet? His only sister is about to starve to death." After speaking, she secretly tasted a bite. As a result, her eyes instantly widened. This delicacy of the mortal world. It was the first time she tasted it. She couldn't help but shout loudly. Seeing this, Chen Xiantian said unhappily, "Miss, don't be ill-mannered. It's improper." "Hasn't young master arrived yet?" Luo Xiaoxiao didn't care that much. "Who told him to come so slowly?" Xiao Dohua said softly, "Looks like everyone is quite satisfied with the taste of these dishes." Luo Xiaoxiao noticed her at this time. "Sister, who are you? You look unfamiliar." Xiao Dohua said, "I am the newly arrived chef. You can just call me Xiao Dohua. It's the name young master gave me." Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. "New chef. No wonder the food is so delicious. Sister, you're amazing." Then let Xiaoxiao introduce too. "My name is Luo Xiaoxiao, brother's only younger sister. Usually, I like listening to stories most. And eating delicious food. Then there's Uncle Chen. Usually, besides drinking tea, he's scolding people. But don't be afraid. As long as you don't cause big trouble, Uncle Chen generally won't spank people." Chen Xiantian coughed awkwardly. "I am Chen Xiantian, the butler of this Luo residence, Mississippi. If you have any issues in the kitchen in the future, just find Chen directly." Xiao Dohua heard this and bowed respectfully. Xiao Dohua greets butler Chen. Chen Xiantian nodded. "Speaking of which, young master is indeed a bit slow," Luo Xiaoxiao complained. "Bad brother is just a big lazy bug. 80% chance he forgot to eat because he was reading again." The crisis Luo Hong faced, truly one wave not settled, another rises. Even a simple family dinner could stir up trouble. Just as Luo Xiaoxiao was bad-mouthing her big brother, Luo Hong walked in, just in time to hear what his sister said about him.
Luo Hong scolded with a smile, no wonder I sneezed for no reason.
Turns out it was you, little thing, speaking ill of this young master behind my back. Compared to Luo Hong's ease, Chen Xiantian froze on the spot.
Because the young master Luo Hong before his eyes was actually different from the one he saw at noon.
At noon,
he still had the contradictory appearance of Sha energy lingering and a full forehead. Conversely, looking now, those evil Sha energies,
why did they seem to suddenly hide and disappear?
Not only that, but conversely, the opposing
positive yang energy actually permeated his whole body? What exactly happened to young master? It's been less than half a day.
The yin and yang energies in his body, which should be balanced,
first became extremely abnormally yin flourishing and yang declining, then directly shifted to an almost pure yang state?
But how can the energy in a person's body change so extremely in a short time? Looking at his righteous and awe-inspiring posture now, compared to Ru Xiu, it's not much inferior.
Could this be the change from his thoughts becoming clear after punishing evil and promoting good today? Or is it related to his experience outside the county yesterday? Chen Xiantian took a sip of tea, staring intently at Luo Hong.
His heart was already in turmoil.
Countless thoughts and speculations flashed continuously. Which speculation is the root cause?
He wanted to gulp down the tea in his cup, then slam it heavily on the desk.
Only then did he say sternly, Luo Hong. Young master.
Luo Hong turned his head towards him confusedly.
Uncle Chen, what's wrong?
After Chen Xiantian refilled his cup, he spoke, Young master. Actually, ever since you returned from outside the county this morning, Chen has been wanting to find a chance to chat with you. However, this morning when I saw Zhao Donghan bring you back, Chen saw you look listless and very tired.
So I didn't ask much then. Luo Hong's expression also became serious. Uncle Chen, my body has rested enough. Whatever you want to ask, just ask. Luo Hong's mind also started becoming active. Is he finally going to ask about that matter? Chen Xiantian spoke, Young master, please forgive me. After all, before you complete your coming-of-age ceremony, Chen must be responsible for your safety.
Luo Hong smiled, troubling Uncle Chen to worry. After speaking, he added in his heart, the original owner is already dead.
Wonder what responsibility you took care of.
Only then did Chen Xiantian smile, it's good that you understand. Then, young master, Chen has something unclear.
Young master, yesterday you routinely went to Jishan village in Shiji outside Anping County to collect the monthly rent.
Previously, every time you went, you returned the same day.
Why didn't you return last night? And why were you found covered in blood by Zhao Donghan near the city gate this morning? And the 5 Luo residence guards accompanying you, why did none of them return? Are they alive or dead right now? Young master, what exactly did you experience yesterday? Luo Hong's expression became depressed. Can't hide it anymore? Under Chen Xuantian's scrutiny,
Luo Hong miraculously changed his expression.
Because he had already thought of the answer.
It was prepared precisely for today's unexpected situation.
Luo Hong recited the standard answer once. Chen Xiantian also listened patiently.
After a long while, Chen Xiantian said, those 5 Luo residence guards
are indeed dead. And the culprit is the monster that attacked you.
Luo Hong nodded, absolutely true. I escaped by the skin of my teeth after immense hardship.
Uncle Chen, what exactly is that thing? Chen Xiantian sighed upon hearing this. If Chen didn't guess wrong, that thing is the recently rumored evil spirit causing trouble around Anping County. Luo Hong pretended to be shocked. Evil spirit? What's an evil spirit? Chen Xiantian took another sip of tea. Reading books all day, it's normal not to pay attention to these things.
The so-called evil spirits are actually not ghosts, but some evil cultivators who have fallen into the lower cities of cultivation. And these evil cultivators, in order to cultivate evil arts, mostly choose to refine essence from a large number of human lives. It's the most direct way to gain power.
Luo Hong listened, stunned. Chen Xiantian also noticed his abnormality. Young master, what's wrong?
Luo Hong immediately snapped back upon hearing this, quickly saying, nothing. But the shock in his heart could not cease for a long time.
That monster, unexpectedly, is also an evil cultivator like me? In that case, my transmigration golden finger, the Fanpai Shouse, could it also have been left by that evil cultivator? But it doesn't look like it.
If it were truly an evil cultivator's item, it would likely cause loss of qi and blood,
leading to exhaustion and death. How could it help someone cultivate? Forget it, at least for now. This booklet is my only chance to step onto the path of cultivation. Also, the only chance to become stronger. Whether it's related to evil spirits or not, I must make good use of it. Just as Luo Hong was brainstorming, Chen Xiantian smiled. Young master, no need to worry too much. Actually, Chen believes, if it's just this, then the current situation isn't the worst. Luo Hong heard this, giving Chen Xiantian a puzzled look. But Chen Xiantian kept him in suspense. Forget it, best not to mention it. Comparatively, young master surviving such a desperate situation, this matter is even more noteworthy. Wonder if young master could tell Chen about it? Luo Hong instantly felt unable to hold it together. Damn this guy! Finally asked the trickiest question. When a person faces a desperate situation, it's easy to stimulate unknown potential. Luo Hong, facing Chen Xuantian's pressing questions, sweat seeped from his palms. Because the question he raised, under normal circumstances, if he hadn't luckily borrowed a corpse for resurrection, this was simply an unsolvable problem. And since this problem is a dead end with no answer, if one still wants to break the deadlock, then only the last path remains. Luo Hong made up his mind, speaking, Uncle Chen. Actually, speaking of this matter, I don't know what happened either. Chen Xiantian froze upon hearing this, then directly spat out a mouthful of tea. But he quickly composed himself, asking, You don't know either? Luo Hong nodded. Yesterday, when we came out of Jishan village, we encountered that monster. The guards originally wanted to desperately hold back the monster, to buy me time to escape. But abandoning companions to live alone, how could a gentleman do that? Those 5 guards, although they held out for a few rounds against the monster, I still didn't escape using those few seconds, but stood before them, unafraid of him. I am young master Luo Hong, known as the paragon of justice. Luo Hong's words moved them deeply. They started crying one by one. Chen Xiantian rubbed his teary eyes, asking, Young master, what happened later? Luo Hong was very satisfied with their expressions, continuing, Seeing me, insisting on shielding the guards no matter what, that monster seemed a bit surprised too. But he didn't mean to let me go either. He lunged at me again. Only then, I felt a flash of golden light before my eyes, and then I knew nothing. Everyone was stunned again. What is all this? Is this any different from saying nothing? Chen Xiantian composed himself. Although the key information indeed amounted to nothing, thinking from another angle, this was conversely the most reasonable situation. After all, this child, compared to the realistic approach of abandoning or betraying the guards, instead risking his life to save his guards, this outrageous approach is the most fitting for a young master, right? Moreover, looking at his rainbow-like righteous chi, isn't it the most direct manifestation of the justice in his heart? As for why he could escape this calamity, why should I delve deeper? Truly getting old and muddled. Thinking this, he finished the tea in his hand. At this time, Luo Hong froze. For some reason, he suddenly felt a chill. This feeling, like something bad was about to happen. Could it be the sin value? Luo Hong felt a toothache. This face is ruined. Jialong said lightly. His reputation in Anping County is famously good. Everything I said just now were deceiving lies. Others don't know the truth. Don't you freaking have any clue? Thinking this, he collapsed onto the desk, wanting to cry but having no tears. At this time, a guard rushed in. Young Master Luo Hong. Butler Chen. Luo Hong turned his head and glanced at him. Yan Hui, why are you so jumpy again? Where's Zhao Donghan? Yan Hui immediately whispered, replying to young master. A large number of county office soldiers appeared outside the residence just now. Now the Luo residence is surrounded layer by layer. Zhao Donghan is currently confronting them. Hearing this, the two looked at each other, momentarily unsure what had happened. Chen Xiantian pondered for a moment, then said, Yan Hui, did they state their purpose for coming? Yan Hui cupped his hands, replying, Butler, this subordinate seemed to hear the leading bailiff say, they are here to take young Master Luo Hong back to the office for trial. Luo Hong paused for a moment, then nodded somewhat speechlessly. It's Jia Sadeo's doing, right? This petty trash who can't take a loss only knows how to launch sneak attacks. After speaking, he stood up with a cold snort. Everything yields to reason. This young master wants to see what tricks he can pull. Xiao Dohua worriedly said, Young. Luo Hong gave her a smile. Don't worry, I'll be right back. Hearing this, large teardrops rolled down Xiao Dohua's eyes. After all this started because of her. Chen Xian Tian comforted. Xiao Dohua, rest assured.
As the saying goes, heaven blesses the kind. A righteous person like young Master Luo Hong will surely have good fortune and turn misfortune into luck.
Luo Hong and Yan Hui walked out. Neither spoke during the time. The more it was like this, the more uneasy Yan Hui became. Is young Master's silence due to nervousness? It's understandable.
After all, he's facing the entire county office.
But is Luo Hong really thinking this way? Quite the opposite.
He was incredibly excited inside right now. Truly, searching high and low yielded nothing, yet finding it took no effort at all. Clearly just lost another wave of sin value result.
Never thought good things would be delivered to the door in the blink of an eye. County office and Dolly C. No matter who you send, I have plenty of evil deeds I can do to you. Just wait for me.
At this moment, outside the Luo residence, it was surrounded tightly.
County office. The leader kept shouting loudly. I'll say it again. Tell Luo Hong to get his ass out here. When the justice in your heart is defiled, what will you do? Zhao Donghan's choice was undoubtedly the most direct. Even facing power, he raised his butcher knife without hesitation.
Your Majesty, a strike to protect the justice in the heart. Facing the slander of the government office soldiers, Zhao Donghan gritted his teeth. Shut up.
What are you, also worthy of calling my young master's name? The leader got annoyed. All right, you watchdog are actually so rampant. Delaying the Dali C envoy lord's trial. You'll all lose your heads. Zhao Donghan said disdainfully. What? Trial?
I think you're just abusing public office for private gain, settling personal scores.
The leader was fuming.
But the current situation indeed looked like what he said. After all, Jia Sadeo started the trouble first.
Zhao Donghan clearly didn't want to miss this opportunity. Did I say anything wrong about you? You bunch of scum. Just because Jia Sadeo is your magistrate's son, you abuse your power? Truly the shame of Anping County. The leader's defense broke completely. Can't argue, but can fight? Men. Seize this evildoer.
Zhao Donghan remained unafraid.
Flying into a rage from shame? The leader snorted coldly. You really think your young master is a gentleman? Not afraid to tell you, Luo Hong is suspected of colluding with evil spirits. He is an important suspect in the nearby evil spirit village massacre cases. Zhao Donghan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. The leader continued, Luo Hong, he's just a beast in human clothing. What bullshit paragon of justice. He is the biggest shame of Anping County. I see you people are also birds of a feather. None of you are clean anyway. Might as well apprehend you all together now.
But before he finished speaking, Zhao Donghan drew his knife and slashed over.
The leader was startled. Luckily he reacted quickly. Otherwise, his head would have rolled.
But at this moment, Zhao Donghan swung another strike. The spearheads of the soldiers' long spears directly snapped. The leader was completely frightened.
He actually dared to attack? Isn't he afraid of death? Luo Hong was originally watching the show nicely from the side. Never expected this incident to happen in the blink of an eye. Zhao Donghan, don't cause trouble for me.
But Zhao Donghan had already lost his reason at this moment. Abusing public office for private gain is one thing, but you just had to say the words Zhao Donghan, least wanna hear.
You must pay the price for this. After speaking, he raised the butcher knife high, aiming at the leader.
Seeing this, Luo Hong was also extremely anxious.
He couldn't help but quicken his steps. Just as the butcher knife fell, Luo Hong pulled the leader back from the gates of hell. It was also fortunate Luo Hong had learned the swaying movement technique not long ago. Otherwise, today's situation would be really hard to say. Everyone watched, dumbfounded, not daring to breathe loudly. Zhao Donghan asked confusedly, Young master, why? But the response was violence. Luo Hong said angrily, calm down.
Then looked at the leader, just now, my family slave was unruly.
I apologize to you on his behalf. As the words fell, an uproar erupted around. Luo Hong saw nothing major happened, and finally felt relieved inside. He glared fiercely at the wrong-looking Zhao Donghan. This guy's temper is even hotter than mine. If I had been a step later, and let you kill him so quickly, wouldn't my subsequent county office villain action be completely ruined?
However, the power Zhao Donghan unleashed just now far surpassed ordinary people.
Could he also possess cultivation? Is it Wu Xiu or Jian Xiu? Forget it, let him be.
The urgent priority now is to commit crimes and stop evil. Thinking of this, he immediately cupped his hands.
Officer.
The leader stepped back a few steps upon hearing this.
What does this one want to do? But saw Luo Hong say excitedly, I heard you are here to take me to the county office for trial? Wonder when we shall depart?
The leader was a bit stunned hearing this.
What's wrong with this guy? And what's with that expectant look on his face? Did this guy save me just now? But shouldn't he be a bookworm powerless to even truss a chicken? Could it be he really is, as Jia Sadeo wanted to frame him, an evil spirit possessing cultivation? But if he really is an evil spirit, then what about his appearance? Is it my illusion?
At this time, Zhao Donghan hurriedly advised, Young master, you can't go.
They are obviously.
But before he finished speaking, Luo Hong turned back and glared at him, if you keep babbling,
careful I don't kill you.
After speaking, turned back with a fawning face, officer, official business is important.
No time to delay. The leader was truly stunned. What exactly does he want?
Luo Hong still maintained a fawning posture.
Let's go. What are you standing there for?
At this time, the leader sighed.
Perhaps there really is some misunderstanding.
At this moment, everyone in the Luo residence was completely stunned.
What's going on, little brother? Weren't you menacingly trying to arrest me just now? Now that I'm delivering myself to your door, you tell me it's a misunderstanding? How many dishes did you have to drink like this?
It said entering the government office, even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of skin.
But Luo Hong, this guy, not only didn't refuse, but even looked expectant.
But just as Luo Hong thought his wish would surely come true today, he saw the leader say with a face full of shame, although before coming, we were told by the magistrate that you are suspected of colluding with evil spirits in the village. But whether this matter is true or false,
we don't know. However, now, seeing young master serenely allow, eagerly wanting to go to the county office for trial, I finally understand.
At least one thing is certain, that is your title as young master, the paragon of justice.
If one's heart wasn't extremely righteous and open, who could do such a thing? Luo Hong wanted to explain, Big brother, you're thinking too much. I'm not as good as you think.
But before he could speak, the leader knelt down with a thud. With tears in his eyes, he said, so, young master Luo Hong, please flee.
Luo Hong heard this, and really couldn't bear it anymore.
He punched the leader, sending him flying.
Said quickly, take me to the county office. Do you freaking not understand human language?
The group of bailiffs were stunned again.
What's this situation now? Wasn't the sentimental moment going well just now? Why is he hitting people again? Are you putting on a magic show here?
Yan Hui was also teary-eyed.
Young master attacked the government soldiers. This time, even if he doesn't want to go, he has to.
In the main hall of the Anping County office hangs a bright mirror high up, emitting an aura of solemn killing. Soon, Luo Hong was brought up. The leader cupped his hands towards the high seat. Lord Luo, the criminal Luo Hong,
has been brought.
Luo Hong expressionlessly sized up the person in the high seat.
Luo Feng didn't speak.
Saw Jialong snort coldly beside him, saying, Luo Hong.
Dali Si Commander. Lord Luo Feng is here. Quickly kneel and pay respects. Luo Hong doubted, Dali Si Commander. Is the position very high? Luo Feng heard this, still maintaining an I can't see appearance,
lightly sipping the tea in his hand. At this time, Luo Hong put his hands together and said sternly, Luo Hong pays respects to my lord. Only then did Luo Feng glance at him, but quickly looked straight again.
Saw Luo Hong's positive yang energy manifesting externally. This kid is interesting. If he were an ordinary person, he shouldn't have such strong positive yang energy. Could he be a Ruxiu, Confucian cultivator? Looks like this Luo Hong isn't as simple as Magistrate Jia said.
Jialong saw Luo Hong still hadn't knelt,
pointed at him and shouted, audacious.
Not kneeling upon seeing an official adds to your crime. At this time, Luo Feng slowly put down the teacup in his hand, waved his hand, and spoke, forget it.
Young Master Luo, you are the young hero of Anping County.
Luo Hong pointed at himself with a baffled face, saying,
are you talking about me? Luo Feng said, the elegant name Luo Hong.
Young master, heard you usually do good deeds and are charitable.
Anping County's #1 paragon of justice.
Luo Hong, for that bit of sin value, was also going all out. He hurriedly waved his hands, not righteous.
Absolutely not righteous. What you heard is all nonsense.
This young master is not righteous at all.
Luo Feng was made a bit confused by his words. Big brother, I'm praising you. What are you doing? Jialong was also stunned. This Luo Hong is possessed? How did he become like a different person?
Luo Hong had a smiling appearance, but inside, he had already started cursing his mother. If this continues, don't even think about my sin value increasing.
Must completely reverse my positive image.
Thinking of this, his eyes glared. Jia Sadeo felt a bit scared being looked at.
What do you want?
Luo Hong rubbed his hands.
With a sly smile, young Master Jia, we brothers got acquainted through fighting. Brother, I genuinely want to be friends with you.
Saying this, he approached him step by step. Jia Sadeo fearfully hid behind his father.
Jia Long shouted, quickly seize him. Hearing this, a group of bailiffs surrounded him.
Just as they were about to capture Luo Hong's figure flashed,
using his ultimate skill, Shuiying movement technique. But Luo Hong realized belatedly, what's going on? I actually used the Shuiying part unconsciously? Could it be the body's judgment? Automatically using it when encountering danger? Wouldn't that become like muscle memory?
The Jia father and son were startled.
Luo Hong's martial arts are so powerful? Right, otherwise, how could Jia Sadeo be beaten like this?
Luo Feng watched all this, the corner of his mouth curling up unconsciously.
Cultivation is only initial realm, but this movement technique is quite exquisite.
At this time, Luo Hong cupped his hands. My lords,
Luo came today with sincere apologies for my misstep.
During the day, young Master Jia and I had a little misunderstanding at the tofu pudding stall. I have deeply realized the severity of the problem.
With that, reached into his bosom, fumbling around. Seeing this, Jia Long shouted, Luo Hong, what do you want?
But saw Luo Hong take out a stack of silver notes from his bosom.
Only then said, my lord, this is my letter of repentance.
Then handed it to Luo Feng with both hands.
My sincerity is all written on it. Luo Feng was a bit puzzled.
Letter of repentance? But when he saw the amount on the silver notes, his whole person froze. For a moment, he even forgot to breathe.
Have you ever seen such a substantial letter of repentance? The originally extremely tense atmosphere in the government office
was broken by Luo Hong taking out tens of thousands of taels as a letter of repentance. Everyone looked at the thick stack of silver notes, forgetting to breathe for a moment.
Seeing this, Luo Hong
generously distributed the letter of repentance for them to examine, then put his arms around the Jia father and son.
Everyone, don't mind. Luo just wants to make friends with you all.
From now on, every month, Luo will send generous gifts.
Please, my lords, definitely give me a chance. At this time, Jia Long's hand holding the silver notes trembled. How had he ever seen such a scene? Jia Sadeo even more so.
Originally, he didn't want to forgive Luo Hong who had beaten him up,
but he really gave too much. It's hard not to be moved. Luo Feng stared blankly at the letter of repentance in his hand, lost in thought. For a moment, Luo Hong couldn't tell what he was thinking.
But countless transmigration experiences told him, super ability is also part of strength.
Moreover, a beautiful plan had already formed in his mind. First, let these powerful people become my backers.
Possess power as support, and the Luo family's financial resources as backing, and family retainers as martial force.
So in this Anping County,
forming an obvious crime syndicate with underworld characteristics.
Then, sin value can continuously grow.
Only then will I truly have the strength to contend against everything.
For the realization of this plan, I, Luo Hong, must become the father of the entire Anping County underworld. Everyone was silent for a long while.
At this time, Jia Long looked at the silver notes in his hand,
sighing, what a pity. Luo Hong was puzzled. What is Magistrate Jia pitying? Jia Long turned back and glanced at him. Of course, pitying you. Luo Hong was puzzled. What do you mean by that? Jia Long said disdainfully, Luo Hong, you think casually taking out thousands or tens of thousands of taels of silver will make this matter pass? Your Luo family has numerous industries, strong financial resources. We also keep to ourselves. But you actually dared to beat my son in the street.
This is clearly slapping my face. What's more, you, Luo Hong, a graceful young master, unparalleled in righteousness, made Anping County only know you, young Master Luo Hong, and not recognize me, this blue sky great lord. But now, with Lord Luo Feng here, I will borrow my lord's power to restore the imperial court's majesty.
Luo Hong, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. This old man must destroy your Luo family, must let Anping County know who their heaven is. Luo Hong's face was filled with disbelief. You guys actually teamed up against me? Luo Feng said calmly, officials protect each other. This is the rule. Commoners don't fight officials. This is also the rule. This official can't help it either. Luo Hong roared angrily, just for a street brawl, you want to kill me? The Dali Si doesn't have that much power, right? Fong Ketch sneered, evil spirits causing chaos outside the city. Your team that went out of the city, except for you, none returned. This official convicts you of colluding with evil spirits to cause chaos. Isn't that too much? Luo Hong heard this, his expression turned ferocious. Colluding with evil spirits to cause chaos? Is the feudal dynasty this dark? Wouldn't that mean family destruction and death? Luo Hong looked at them, their triumphant expressions. Looks like these people are determined to get me. And these 3 lackeys behind have already started blocking my path. Jialong said lightly, Head Bailiff Wang, take Luo Hong down. Head Bailiff Wang cupped his hands and replied yes, then took out arm-thick iron chains. Luo Hong, just obediently come with us. Resisting won't do you any good. Luo Hong's eyes flashed, turned back and stared deadly at Head Bailiff Wang. Head Bailiff Wang felt a chill all over being stared at, angry. His body actually trembled slightly uncontrollably. Luo Hong turned around directly and kicked him. With a pang, Head Bailiff Wang almost sank into the ground. Luo Hong looked back at the surrounding bailiffs. Dog-like things dare to try and chain me? The bailiffs drew their knives, ready for battle, but their bodies couldn't help retreating a few steps. Luo Hong licked his lips. All emotions were also restrained at this moment. He said sternly, everyone attack together. Seeing Luo Hong still daring to provoke them, the bailiffs drew their knives one after another and lunged forward. Unfortunately, the Shuiying part Luo Hong learned was too strange. No matter how the bailiff's knives swung, they couldn't touch Luo Hong at all. Luo Hong seized the opportunity, did a windmill kick, directly sending 2 bailiffs flying. At this time, Luo Feng also couldn't hold back anymore. He drew his own sword Pei Jian accessory sword, watching Luo Hong getting deeper into the fight with the bailiffs, just waiting for Luo Hong to reveal a flaw. He threw the Pei Jian towards Gu Cheng's back. The Pei Jian continuously approached Gu Cheng's back heart. At this time, Luo Hong, deeply entangled in the fight, actually instinctively sensed the danger. The Shuiying part was automatically used again. He stepped on the long sword, then kicked towards 2 bailiffs. Instantly, the sword moved like a swimming dragon. With 2 poochie sounds, it took 2 lives. Finally, it plunged heavily into the pillar. Luo Hong's figure also landed steadily at this moment. Luo Feng frowned unhappily. Luo Hong actually dodged this sword strike? This made him very unhappy. At this time, Luo Hong said lightly, my lords, why bother making the situation like this? Jialong was scared, his body trembling uncontrollably. Luo Feng also slowly stood up at this moment, expressionlessly met Luo Hong's gaze for a moment. No one could tell what he was thinking, but soon he smiled, your movement technique is very interesting. Try to take my sword again. After speaking, he raised his right hand, aiming at his sword. At this moment, the arrow inserted in the pillar actually buzzed and trembled. The next moment, it flew back into Luo Feng's hand out of thin air. It said if you don't court death, you won't die. But Luo Hong not only courted death, but also insisted on provoking others. If not for a big shot stepping in to save him, this comic would have wrapped up today. Luo Feng's expression also turned ferocious at this moment. Luo Hong, a Luo Hong. Before I've had my fill, you're not allowed to die, okay? Luo Hong stared deadly at him, starting to ponder ways to break the situation. But suddenly, Luo Feng disappeared. Luo Hong first froze, then endless danger signals rushed straight to his head. He subconsciously rolled forward, and just then, a sword light flashed past. Several strands of hair on his back were cut off. Luo Feng praised, dodged well. At this moment, cold sweat had soaked Luo Hong's entire body. Just now, the technique's passive mechanism saved me. Luo Feng's movement technique is too fast, simply can't react. Unfortunately, reality told him, this was just the beginning. Luo Feng's figure disappeared once again. Luo Hong desperately used the Shuiying part. He couldn't stop. Slowing down even half a bit meant death. His goal was to rush out the door, seeing the distance to escape getting closer and closer. Unfortunately, Luo Feng was faster than him. He slammed Luo Hong onto the ground, also ruthlessly shattering his escape dream. This technique of yours is quite profound. It shouldn't just be movement technique, right? Should be a remnant scroll. Hearing this, Luo Hong frowned. This Luo Feng, he could even figure this out? Luo Feng continued, but a remnant scroll is fine too. Write it down for me, and I'll guarantee your safety. Luo Hong said disdainfully, you think I'm an idiot? Just kill me. Luo Feng heard this. The corner of his mouth split open. All right then. With that, picked up his Pei Jian and aimed at Luo Hong. Just as he was about to stab down, endless death signals enveloped his entire body. His body also froze in place at this moment. The Pei Jian in his hand was only half an inch from Luo Hong's forehead. Luo Feng looked around warily. That dangerous feeling hadn't subsided. Such strong energy fluctuations. How could Anping County have such a character? Could they be targeting the Dali Sea? Luo Feng said to the two guards behind him, let's go out and pay respects. After speaking, the three figures flashed. They rushed out of the government office, leaped onto the roof. Luo Feng flew towards one direction based on instinct. Soon after, stopped on a roof eave. He cupped his hands. I am Dali Sea Commander Luo Feng. May I ask what instructions Senior has coming late at night? Chen Xiantian said lightly, instructions? Dare not claim. This old man is just a steward of the Luo residence. Came to take my young master home. Hearing this, cold sweat dripped down Luo Feng's back. He couldn't understand why such a small Anping County would have this kind of monster. And this monster is actually related to Luo Hong? What's even more speechless is, I almost killed that kid just now. He composed himself, saying, Senior, could your young master be Luo Hong? Chen Xiantian said with a cold face, why ask when you already know? My young master is noble and virtuous, bright and upright, with a heart like a newborn child. As the words fell, countless sword energies shot towards Luo Feng, cutting a wound on his face. This was Chen Xuantian's warning to him. At this time, the commoners on the street also noticed something. They looked up towards the sky one after another. Saw countless sword energies, continuously gathering in one direction. Chen Xiantian said coldly, if you want to shield evil, come to arrest my young master, then whether it's the county office or the Dali Sea, Chen will seek justice for a young master. As the words fell, those seemingly stone-like sword energies continuously circled around him. Luo Feng felt extremely heavy-hearted. This sword energy is so strong, it's like a monster. This sword cultivator's level definitely surpasses immeasurably. The sword realm is far above mine. Unfortunately, knowing this is useless. His body was suppressed and couldn't move. Could only watch the giant serpent condensed from sword energy attack him. Seeing he was about to die, he closed his eyes and shouted, Senior, you misunderstood. Please show mercy. The next moment, the giant serpent stopped before his face. That seemingly stone-like giant serpent also slowly began to dissipate at this moment. Luo Feng's legs gave way, and he slumped weakly onto the roof eave. If his courage had been slightly smaller just now, he probably would have peed himself from fear. He muttered resentfully, this guy actually really planned to kill me? I'm still an imperial court official. At this time, Chen Xiantian suddenly appeared behind him. You said misunderstanding just now? The three Dali Sea personnel scrambled back several steps in fright. Luo Feng said stunned, Senior. Chen Xuantian's voice remained light. Chen is not an unreasonable person. Speak, what misunderstanding? What does it mean backing mountain collapses, relying on people they leave? The Jia father and son demonstrated it for us with their lives. Inside the government office, Jia Sadeo trembled. What happened? Why did the Dali Sea people all run away? Jialong angered, quiet. Luo Hong is still here. At this time, Luo Hong heard their voices. He turned back calmly, Magistrate Jia, stop hiding, come out and chat. After the Jia father and son heard this, they slowly walked out with trembling legs. Luo Hong said, Magistrate, do you think Luo can go home and sleep now? Assuming the father and son pair didn't react, staring blankly at Luo Hong, lost in thought. Luo Hong felt a bit embarrassed at this point, because the ground was covered in corpses. These were all Luo Hong's handiwork, killing people then wanting to just walk away. Ultimately, even Luo Hong felt a bit unjustified. Jialong glared angrily at Luo Hong. This beast went on a killing spree in the public court. Finishes and just wants to leave? Isn't this like sticking crap on a shoe sole, then using it to slap my face repeatedly? Seeing his resentful look, Luo Hong asked, Magistrate, you have objections? Jialong was scared back several steps, repeatedly waving his hands, no, no. Seeing this, Luo Hong nodded satisfied. Then this young master will take his leave. Jialong heard this, with an expression like he had eaten crap. But alas, he didn't dare say anything like "hit me again." After Luo Hong turned and slowly walked towards the door, Jialong muttered angrily under his breath, "Luo Feng, what the heck is that guy doing? If he doesn't come back soon, Luo Hong will escape." Jia Sadeo similarly muttered softly, "Is the Dali Si also so unreliable?" But the response was Luo Hong walking back. "Oh right, magistrate. The letter of repentance I gave you, you still have it, right?" Jialong heard this, patted his chest fawningly. "That? This official has kept it close. Young Master Luo Hong, please clarify, what is your intention?" Jia Sadeo thought this guy was going back on his word, about to take back the silver notes, but Luo Hong just turned and left. Without looking back, the father and son watched the departing Luo family young master blankly, unable to understand his actions. Luo Hong, however, was smiling broadly at this moment. This wave was too satisfying. Also earned a ton of sin value. These few shameless things actually teamed up against me. Took my silver notes, and also wanted my family destroyed. But who could have thought I could actually have a reversal of fortune? Don't know which passing senior villain saw my many disasters, actually directly scared away the dog Luo Feng. And the magistrate also hesitated due to scruples, daring not to act against me again. And those bribes were also confirmed. This way, bribing an imperial court official plus slaughtering government soldiers. With these two major crimes, I watch this broken system. How can it still whitewash me? At this time, a person walked towards Luo Hong. Seeing the person approach, Luo Hong froze on the spot. The surrounding atmosphere also solidified at this moment, because the person approaching was precisely Luo Feng. He came back. Just now, Luo Feng, in order to live, began improvising a story on the spot. "Senior, myself and the Dali Si absolutely did not intend to harm young Master Luo Hong. This trip to Anping County, I was just ordered to investigate a case." Chen Xiantian doubted, "Ordered to investigate? What did you say in the county office just now?" "Although I didn't hear, Chen still advises you, don't play tricks on me." Hearing this, Luo Feng quickly kowtowed. This humble official dare not. This trip to Anping County is truly to thoroughly investigate the Evil Spirit Village massacre case outside the county. And the reason for summoning young Master Luo Hong is also because the Jishan village he visited yesterday suffered an outbreak of evil spirits. The entire village was tragically massacred, and young Master Luo Hong's personal guards also advanced into life and death situation. That's why we called him over, truly just to have him cooperate with the investigation. After speaking, closed his eyes and waited for Chen Xuantian's decision. Sees, life and death rested solely on his thought. Thinking of this, his body also couldn't stop trembling. Chen Xiantian considered torn for a moment. Reasonable enough, forget it. After all, they are Dali Si people. Without an excuse, it's really not good to kill casually. At this time, Luo Feng felt the pressure enveloping him disappear. His body also relaxed, along with it tilted leaned. Chen Xiantian said calmly, "All right. You continue investigating. But Chen can guarantee, my young master has no connection with evil spirits. After all, my young master is full of righteous energy." Luo Feng straightened upon hearing this whining. He recalled the situation when he first saw Luo Hong decorated. Indeed, just as Chen Xiantian said, without a doubt. He immediately echoed, "Senior, what you say is right. Young Master Luo Hong is elegant and easygoing. I have also heard of his reputation as Anping County's paragon of justice. My admiration flows like the surging river." Chen Xiantian snorted coldly upon hearing this, but then immediately laughed. As expected of someone from the Dali Si. "Just like your Siqing, minister, all shameless things. Dali Si law enforcement must answer to heaven and conscience. You represent the great Xia. How can you do despicable things, inviting the ridicule of the world?" After speaking, his figure disappeared with a pang. Only then did Luo Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Finally gone. Seen cultivators of this level, in Great Xia, there are only 3. Hearing this person's words, seems familiar with Lord Siqing. Could it be the Luo families? Wait a minute, could it be? This inconspicuous Luo residence in the small Anping County is actually that world-famous Luo family? If that's really the case, then the identity of this senior sword cultivator naturally needs no further mention. And this young Master Luo Hong Isn't his identity the son of that person from the Luo family?
When you snatch a child's candy and give him a cabinet, but accidentally learn his father is the head of the underworld, what would you feel?
Luo Feng is that unlucky guy.
Who could have thought, in this godforsaken little place, casually bullying someone?
He turns out to be the son of that legendary man in this empire? Thinking of this, Luo Feng's body actually trembled with fear.
A colleague beside him saw something was wrong.
Asked concernedly, Lord Luo, what's wrong with you?
Luo Feng seemed not to hear.
Still immersed in his own world. So he's still alive.
The whole world thought that person's son was already dead.
And his son is actually still alive. Just like that, hidden in this inconspicuous Anping County. Thinking of this,
he suddenly burst into wild laughter.
So that rumor was fake. The whole world was deceived by them. He then recalled what Qin Xiantian said to him earlier.
Chen can guarantee, my young master has no connection with evil spirits.
Luo Feng laughed and laughed, his expression suddenly turning ferocious. No wonder he was so confident. Of course Luo Hong couldn't be an evil spirit. Also no wonder Luo Hong at that time would blatantly bribe us. With the relationship between Luo family and Dali Xiqing, his bribe was probably testing whether we would commit such despicable acts. If our evil deeds were discovered, they would notify Lord Xiqing, exposing our evil deeds, and the subsequent thunderous action incident was a warning to stop us after we persisted obstinately. So everything about me was seen through by them long ago.
The ridiculous thing is,
I still thought Luo Hong fell into my trap.
But actually, I was the prey in that trap, and even so, they were still advising me to turn back.
Young Master Luo Hong is truly noble, deserving of being the paragon of justice.
Back at the county office side, Luo Hong just came out and encountered the malevolent Luo Feng.
Luo Hong frowned. How did he come back so quickly?
At this time, Jialong ran out from inside.
Lord Luo Feng, you're finally back. You don't know, just now this Luo Hong almost absconded in fear of punishment. Thanks to your timely return. Didn't let this scum colluding with evil spirits succeed. Hearing this, Luo Hong's expression became depressed. This dog thing. But Luo Feng's expression wasn't great either. After his own brainstorming,
he discovered the main culprit of all this was precisely this dog thing before him.
Wanted to punch Jialong.
Jialong, along with spitting out a mouthful of blood,
his body also flew several meters away. Jia Sideo's eyes widened. The occurrence of this scene
had already exceeded his scope of understanding. Luo Hong was also stunned.
Many question marks in his head too.
Jialong said terrified, my lord, you.
Luo Feng clapped his hands,
said sternly, ivory doesn't come from a dog's mouth.
You dog official are the real scum. Luo Hong jade hair? Stunned. How did this guy suddenly turn against his own? Could this also be attributed to that senior villain? Moreover, how come I suddenly have that bad premonition again? Saw Luo Feng smile slightly, but didn't speak. He just looked at Luo Hong like that.
Luo Hong felt a bit creeped out being looked at.
Lord Luo, if there's nothing else, may this young master leave? Waited for a moment.
Luo Hong saw he didn't answer, and planned to start walking.
But just then, Luo Feng reached out to stop him. Young master, wait a moment. Luo Hong's face fell. More instructions? Luo Feng smiled, there's something you seem to have forgotten.
With that, took out the silver notes from his bosom.
A gleaming stack, making Luo Hong full of doubt. But he suddenly understood. Lord Luo is truly being distant. Just speak directly.
Saying this, he took out another stack of repentance letters from his bosom, handing it to Luo Feng with a smile. The Jia father and son looked at the two gleaming stacks of silver notes before them, lost in thought.
No way? Is this Luo Feng so shameless? Luo Feng looked at the silver notes in his hand. His mind also started becoming active. He's still testing me? Truly painstaking effort. Thinking this,
directly bent down and returned the silver notes to Luo Hong with both hands.
Luo Hong's head was even more confused.
He found his brain seemed insufficient today.
But what confused him even more was, Luo Feng actually swore solemnly, I, Luo Feng, swear. In this life, I will never accept destruction. Again, if I violate this, may I die a horrible death.
Hearing Luo Hong's words, his body trembled,
but probably from anger. What did you say? You don't accept bribes? Then what about my bribes? Then what about my sin value? Isn't it all freaking down the drain? After Luofeng finished speaking those words, a shackle in his heart suddenly broke. And this feeling became increasingly apparent, like something cracked inside his body. The next moment, clear energy flickered around him. His whole body's pores opened, hair color suddenly opened. Vital energy also surged like the rolling Yangtze River rushing endlessly within his body. One of his colleagues exclaimed astonished, "Ziwei, am I seeing things right? He broke through the realm?" Ziwei's mouth gaped open, but couldn't say anything. Luo Hong heard their conversation, becoming even more confused. At this time, Luo Feng returned to his senses. So that's how it is? This momentary good thought actually caused my long-stained mentality by interests to fluctuate, subsequently serving as an opportunity to break through the cultivation bottleneck stagnant for many years. Could this be the so-called good deeds are rewarded? At this time, the corner of his mouth split open. This smile came from the heart. And this Kasha Jade? Is so. Thank you, young master, for your teachings. Your great kindness, Luofeng, Ink Teeth. Will never forget. Seen people framed and charged with crimes, but really never seen someone charged with the name of justice. Luo Hong listened to Luofeng's endless chatter. Instantly exploded. Wait. Definitely don't say it like that. But Luofeng didn't give him a chance to interrupt. Young Master Luo Hong is noble and virtuous. Your name of justice is well deserved. Luo Hong collapsed inwardly. Stop praising. I didn't do anything. It wasn't this young master. But responding to his inner heart was Luofeng's heavy and sincere kowtow. At this moment, not only Luo Hong was unsettled, his colleagues and the Jia father and son were also unsettled. Luo Hong quickly went up to help him up. My lord, absolutely unnecessary. Please rise quickly. After everyone's emotions calmed down, Luo Hong was still exploding. How did Luofeng turn into such a gentleman after only being out for a while? Even refused freely given silver notes? Luckily, this magistrate also accepted bribes. At least can still increase my sin value by a wave. At this time, Luofeng slowly put down his teacup. Then, Magistrate Jia, let's talk about your matters. Jialong was scared and immediately straightened his back. This humble official is here, don't know my lord, you. Luofeng's expression turned gloomy, then with a pang, shattered the tea table. Kneel down for me. The Jia father and son knelt down with a thud. Lord Luo, calm your anger. Luofeng roared angrily. As a magistrate, facing others' bribes, you dare accept them openly? Do you know your crime? Cold sweat dripped down Jialong's face. This humble official knows his crime. Luo Hong was once again unsettled. Sure enough, it's about the silver notes. This dog Luofeng. Luofeng said sternly, not only that, you even personally bribed an imperial court official. Adding to the crime. Do you know your crime? Jialong was truly both angry and annoyed. You double-standard dog. The imperial court official I bribed was freaking you. At this time, Luo Hong jumped out, Lord Luo, the bribe he accepted from me, no need to pursue it. Luofeng glanced at him, but didn't answer Luo Hong. Turned instead to Jialong, also, Jia Sadeo harassed an innocent girl in the street, a heinous crime. You not only covered for him, but also framed Luo Hong, who embodies justice, attempting to settle personal scores using public office. Even more crime upon crime, utterly heinous. Jialong was frightened out of his wits by these words. He kowtowed repeatedly, my lord, spare my life. This humble official won't dare again. But Luofeng showed him no mercy. Men. Cane Jia Sadeo 100 times. Lock Magistrate Jia in the dungeon. Luo Hong's heart shattered at this moment. Shattered along with his sin value. Struggled all night, almost lost his life, ended up getting nothing. At this time, Luofeng handed over the silver notes used to bribe the Jia father and son. Young Master Luo Hong, look, is the amount correct? This was retrieved from the magistrate. Luo Hong was petrified. It's not important anymore. Saying this, he even forced out 2 dry laughs. Luofeng cupped his hands, out of official duty. May I inquire about the intelligence regarding your trip to Jishan village yesterday? Luo Hong turned back angrily and glared at him. This dog Luofeng. Ruining my plans time and again. Like hell I'll tell you intelligence. Thinking of this, he spoke, that day, the situation was like this, before I could react, I was knocked unconscious by something. When I woke up, everyone was dead.
Luo Feng said surprised, young master, with your fast movement skills.
You didn't even react to the culprit's clothing or appearance? Luo Hong sighed, saying, didn't see. Luo Feng seemed to sense something. Could this kid really have issues?
But he still pressed on through gritted teeth. This case is very important to our Dali Si.
I advise you to think carefully. Luo Hong opened his mouth, asking expressionlessly, is that so? Luo Feng shuddered. Cold sweat dripped down. Damn, almost forgot his identity again.
Besides, he has such strong positive yang energy.
How could he possibly be related to evil spirits?
Thinking of this, he smiled kindly, apologies.
Luo was impolite just now. Luo Hong picked up his teacup, took a sip.
As for the Jishan village massacre this time,
I've also heard some things. It was done by those evil spirits, right? But even if they are hard to deal with, as long as your Dali Si intervenes, the problem should be easily solved, right? Luo Feng sighed, said, young master may not know. These so-called evil spirits, most are cultivators who have fallen into evil cultivation. Among them, those lone wandering evil cultivators acting alone, are indeed not to be feared. What's truly troublesome are those evil cultivators directed by the Tiandi Xiamen, heaven and earth evil sect. And this is also why this case startled the Dali Si.
Luo Hong trembled slightly.
Tiandi Xiamen? How mysterious is Luo Hong's background?
But this kind of groundless mystery
is destined to be accompanied by endless danger. When the bright moon hangs high,
the Luo residence side is also destined not to be peaceful. Zhao Donghan performs his daily night patrol routinely.
At this time, he said to a corner, you're still not asleep?
Xiao Dohua was startled,
said shyly, I can't sleep. Hasn't young master returned yet? Zhao Donghan nodded, but didn't say anything more.
At this time, Chen Xiantian jumped out from somewhere. No need to worry about young master.
Chen said, young master is blessed by heaven. Nothing will happen.
Zhao Donghan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but lacked the confidence in his heart.
The atmosphere froze like this for a moment.
After a long while, Zhao Donghan finally spoke, my lord,
forgive this subordinate for speaking too much.
This time, the county office harbors ill intentions.
Will they really not act against young master? Chen Xiantian smiled, it's not that they won't act, but they dare not act.
Zhao Donghan was astonished.
What does this mean? Dare not act? Could it be they already know young master's true identity? Then our Luo residence's background is also. At this time, Chen Xiantian walked past him sideways.
By the time he reacted, Chen Xiantian had already walked behind him.
Chen Xiantian said while walking, Chen has already deterred them.
Hearing this, Zhao Donghan became excited.
So that's how it is.
If you acted, even if some expert from the Dali Si came, they would have to obediently submit.
Chen Xiantian said, but that Dali Si envoy named Luo Feng is not a simple character.
He should be able to deduce young masters and the Luo residence's background from this. If expectations are correct, with his ambition, he might secretly reveal it to the imperial court.
Zhao Donghan became fearful. How can this be? If this matter gets exposed, then young master's identity isn't. Chen Xiantian nodded, correct.
Previously, the entire world thought young master was already dead.
If they learn,
young master has been hiding in this nameless small county all these years, then instantly,
perhaps half the world will come to take his life. This Anping County will also be turned upside down. Zhao Donghan asked doubtfully, then why did you still expose Luo Feng to the firemouth? Isn't this pushing young master into the fire pit? Chen Xiantian smiled slightly upon hearing this. You don't know.
Back then, when Luo Yi left, he specifically emphasized to me, old Chen, their siblings, I'll entrust them to you temporarily. But you must remember one point, only protect them until adulthood.
Especially that kid Luo Hong. Once he reaches adulthood, you announce the news that he is still alive to the world. Chen Xiantian asked puzzled, Luo Yi, are these words true? We finally hid ourselves from public view,
only managing to hide young master and miss in this Anping County.
This way, isn't it? Luo Yi shook his head, no matter.
Because they are my children.
Before adulthood,
we can protect them dearly. But once grown up, must let them face,
then overcome this world's cruelest trials. Only this way, are they worthy of being my Luo Mao children?
Hearing this, Zhao Donghan trembled all over.
Unknown if from anger, or frightened by Luoya's cruelty. Chen Xiantian continued, however, for over 10 years, although young master is well-read, developed an air of a gentleman, but never showed the slightest interest in the path of cultivation. Even if I wanted to impart all my cultivation to him, so he could face future dangers, the path of cultivation ultimately depends on the word fate. If he doesn't have the mind for it, how can I force it? In the end, it would only be counterproductive. As for his whereabouts, I naturally preferred to hide it for as long as possible. I watched this child grow up with my own eyes. To actually announce that he's hidden in Anping County to the world. Chen, I couldn't bring myself to do it, but fate is often just this interesting. Zhao Donhan asked, are you talking about young master's fate? Chen Xiantian smiled, isn't it? Young master moved to Anping County when he was very young. To this day, he knows nothing about his identity, about the Luo residence's background. Just like that, ignorant, he read books for over 10 years. Even I thought he would continue reading for another decade or two, ultimately living out his life with the fate of a mortal. He unexpectedly stepped onto the path of cultivation without any warning. Although I don't know how he took this step. The point is, he completely changed his fate by himself. Or perhaps his fate never changed. He was destined not to be immortal, because he, Luo Hong, is Luoya's son. Zhao Donhan asked, so, that's why you let that Luo Feng go back? Chen Xiantian snorted coldly, what's wrong with letting him go back? Just a jumping clown. If our young master just wanted to be an ordinary person, even the Dali Si Siching, that old fellow Chang Ji, would have to weigh whether he could return. But now young master is about to emerge like a hidden dragon, showing his brilliance. Then Chen might as well borrow the mouth of the Dali Si to laugh loudly to the world, a Luo family man is here. Come if you dare. After speaking, Chen Xiantian laughed wildly. After quite a while, Chen Xiantian finally sighed, to be honest, Chen, I've held this breath for over 10 years. This feels great now. How terrifying is the organization Tiandi Xiamen? Its influence spreads across the 3 great dynasties, and it lives quite comfortably. At this time, the county office's public hall fell into a strange silence. Luo Hong also fell into deep thought. Tiandi Xiamen. This is the first time hearing of it. Uncle Chen didn't mention it before either. At this time, Luo Feng gave him the answer. Speaking of them, it traces back 300 years ago. Great Xia, Great Zhou, and Great Chu, the emperors of the 3 greatest dynasties in the world, joined forces to sweep across the world's sects. For the 100 years thereafter, sects were suppressed, unable to breathe. The cultivation realms of sect cultivators within the 3 great dynasties were even registered, all under the jurisdiction of the dynasties. Luo Hong asked, then what does this have to do with Tiandi Xiamen? Luo Feng smiled, young master, don't be anxious. Let me finish. This Tiandi Xiamen is the only illegal organization not registered by the officials. Their Tiandi Xiamen is not only in Great Xia, Great Zhou and Great Chu's territories also have traces of the Xiamen shadows. But although they are hard to deal with, it's actually only in their skill at hiding. Faced with the strength of the Dali Si, they are no different from rats crossing the street. Luo Hong glanced at him meaningfully. Easier said than done. Now that the imperial thrones of the 3 great dynasties suppress the world, this Tiandi Xiamen can actually safely span across and exist within the 3 great dynasties? Either their strength is truly transcendent, or perhaps within the positions of power in the 3 great dynasties, there are. But regardless of which point, they are not easy targets. Luo Feng seemed to sense Luo Hong's worry. Young master also need not worry too much. Perhaps Jishan village, this case might not have been done by evil spirits either. To tell the truth, although the Dali Si will uphold its principle and investigate this case, I personally think letting you return alive. This is inconsistent with their style. Evil cultivators slaughter living beings to refine evil techniques, thereby enhancing their cultivation. Therefore, they absolutely wouldn't leave survivors. Hearing Luo Hong's words, he gave an awkward smile. That's true too. Ha! Luo Feng saw Luo Hong's awkwardness, so he skillfully changed the topic. Previously, I heard Magistrate Jia say, outside Anping County, there's a nest of mountain-occupying bandits who have already gained some power. Mafei Bang, bandit gang. They now have large numbers, always causing headaches for the local government troops. So I think, 80% chance this case was done by this group of bandits. Luo Hong pretended to drink tea nonchalantly. I think so too. Subsequently, Luo Feng saw he couldn't get any more information from Luo Hong.
The two exchanged some pleasantries, bringing the conversation to an end. Luo Hong also found an opportunity to slip away because of this. But just as he walked out of the county office, something happened again. Jia Sadeo somehow fell behind Luo Hong. The Dali Si envoy said, "The magistrate is certain to die this time. You being able to keep your life is already the Dali Si showing leniency." Scram! Jia Sadeo said painfully, "Okay, understand. Scramming now." But when he turned back, he unexpectedly saw Luo Hong. He gritted his teeth, propped himself up, glaring fiercely at Luo Hong. "It's all your fault. I was clearly the magistrate's son. Everyone had to bow their heads when they saw me, but now I've become like a dog. This is all because of you," Luo Hong sneered. "Since you wanted to use the rules to crush me, then you should be prepared." Saying this, walked towards him. Jia Sadeo fearfully retreated 2 steps, only to nearly stumble and fall again due to carelessness. Luo Hong quickly ran behind him and supported him. Only then whispered coldly in his ear, "Then be prepared to be crushed by the rules." After speaking, kicked Jia Sadeo's butt. Jia Sadeo was in so much pain he almost fainted. This but just received 100 heavy board hits. Now another heavy kick like this hurt so much he rolled on the ground, wildly cursing Luo Hong's relatives. Luo Hong said disdainfully, "Be content. At least you're still alive. So from now on, tuck your tail between your legs and be a proper person." Jia Sadeo rubbed his butt, glared resentfully at Luo Hong, then ran away dejectedly. At this time, Luo Hong froze. Just now when Jia Sadeo ran, did something fall? Luo Hong curiously picked it up. Written on it, Jia Sadeo relative. June 20th, Xinghua went away, Blue Flower Literary Gathering. This is an invitation sent to Jia Sadeo? Anping County actually has this kind of literary gathering? Why hasn't Luo Hong heard of it? A literary gathering should be a group of scholars, gathering together to boast, right? Luo Hong smiled slyly. This literary gathering didn't invite me anyway. If I go crash the party, wouldn't that be proper villain behavior? Definitely can rack up a wave of sin value then. My trip this time was a waste of effort. Can only use you to find some compensation. Who made me a villain? Soon, Luo Hong walked out of the county office. As he was walking down the steps, he unexpectedly found Zhao Donghan had arrived. Zhao Donghan said excitedly, "Young Master Luo Hong. You're finally out." But in an instant, Luo Hong's face fell. "What's there to be happy about? Specially came over to pick me up? Don't you trust this young master?" Zhao Donghan explained, "Subordinate just." But before he could finish, Luo Hong threw a stack of silver notes at him, making Zhao Donghan completely stunned. Luo Hong didn't turn back, calmly said, "A gift for you." Back to the residence. Thought stepping onto the path of cultivation meant invincibility. Little did he know he was just a slightly larger ant. Even the escort beside him could easily crush him. Not to mention he ignorantly challenged a nightmare-level abyss boss. After twists and turns, Luo Hong finally returned to the Luo residence. Xiao Dohua waited until she couldn't stay awake, already entered dreamland early. At this time, 2 maids also noticed their young master had returned, joyfully went up to greet him. Luo Hong said sternly, "Old Zhao, come to my study." Zhao Donghan was somewhat confused, but still nodded. As the 2 entered the study, the maids quickly lit the lamps and closed the door, also handed Luo Hong a towel to wash his face. At this time, Luo Hong asked, "Old Zhao, earlier at the Luo residence gate, this young master saw your move. The power seemed extraordinary. If this young master didn't guess wrong, could it be old Zhao, you?" Hearing this, cold sweat dripped down Zhao Donghan. Did young master find out? Seeing his tense expression, Luo Hong became even more certain of his guess. Indeed. What level? Zhao Donghan saw he couldn't hide it anymore. Had no choice but to cup his hands. Subordinate is Wuxiu 8th rank Tegu realm, Ironbone. Luo Hong froze. Wuxiu 8th rank, truly deeply hidden. Zhao Donghan rubbed his nose and smiled. "It's all right." Luo Hong pressed, "Then old Zhao, can you tell me more about Wuxiu?" Luo Hong was extremely excited at this moment. Since transmigrating, always lacked a familiar cultivator, from whom he could obtain cultivation-related information. That original owner's ghost counts as one, but comes with a pile of issues, always hiding things. At this time, Luo Hong's voice sounded in his mind. Truly ungrateful. This young master did it all for your own good. Hearing this, Luo Hong instantly exploded.
He shouted at the air, "You fart!"
but regretted it after shouting. Zhao Donghan said with a livid face, "Subordinate didn't fart."
Luo Hong awkwardly chuckled. "Don't mind these details. Accumulated snow?" Zhao Donghan also didn't pursue it further. The strength difference between cultivation ranks is huge.
Wushou 9th rank is the Tonti realm, Copper Hoof.
10 9th rank Tonti realm cultivators might not be able to defeat 1 8th rank Tiegu. Luo Hong was surprised. The gap is that big? Doesn't that mean the difference between me and the person before me is like cloud and mud? In that case, that Luo Feng, kneeling as Dali Si commander, his cultivation must be more than 8th rank? Then heck, I actually fought with that kind of monster just now? Not dying is truly a miracle.
Zhao Donghan saw young master lost in thought.
He waved his hand in front of Luo Hong. "Young master, what's wrong?" Luo Hong instantly returned to reality.
He shook his head hard to calm himself down.
My previous thinking was too naive. Thought once stepping into cultivation, I would have the ability to protect myself. But with my current 9th rank cultivation, I'm basically still like an ant. Luo Hong continued asking, "Old Zhao, what's above Wushou 8th rank?"
Zhao Donghan said, "That's the 7th rank Bao Shui realm, Violent Blood. Further up, subordinate only knows the rank number, not the realm name."
Luo Hong nodded, feeling lost in the mist too.
Zhao Donghan asked, "Actually, subordinate also has a question."
"Young master, you've also stepped into cultivation, right?"
Luo Hong smiled. This young master luckily stepped onto the path of cultivation. After speaking, added in his heart, "Looks like my evil cultivator identity is about to be exposed."
"It's all your fault, reckless fellow," Zhao Donghan said excitedly. "Back then at the Luo residence gate, it really was you who acted. Young master, such speed."
Luo Hong put on a villainous face. "Consider yourself observant, kid."
"Alright then, I might as well lay my cards on the table, stop pretending."
But then, Zhao Donghan asked again, "Also,
subordinate doesn't know what technique young master used then?"
"Because your speed was too fast."
"I actually didn't see anything."
Hearing Luo Hong's words, pang, he fell off his chair.
"What the heck is this? I almost laid my cards on the table." Zhao Donghan continued.
"However, subordinate recently observed young master's deep in-sha energy reversing, positive yang energy like a rainbow."
Could young master be following the Ru Xiu route? Luo Hong trembled slightly, not understanding what he was saying. My positive yang energy like a rainbow? Isn't this ridiculous?
Zhao Donghan said excitedly.
It must be so. Ru Xiu are all righteous people possessing awe-inspiring righteous energy. It indeed fits well with your righteous, elegant, and easygoing temperament. Luo Hong's eyes widened. What the heck?
Zhao Donghan saw him like this, asked curiously, "Young master, what's wrong with you?
Why have you been absent-minded since just now?" How could Luo Hong have time to bother with him?
His mind had already exploded.
In-sha energy hidden, positive yang energy like a rainbow? Is this talking about me, Luo Hong?
I'm freaking practicing an evil technique.
Evil cultivator 9th rank Ju Sha realm. Isn't it? One look and you know it's a villain? Big problem.
Evil sha hidden inside, positive yang released outside. But why would it be like this?
The Fanpai Shaos clearly stated it's an evil cultivation technique. Luo Hong was even counting on relying on this cultivation to change his persona.
But the result was counterproductive, instead cultivating himself into having an air of righteousness. While he was lost in thought,
suddenly seemed to understand something. Condense evil sha energy in the Dantian. Until forming Rin Sha Wangling Shuiying, using the Ju Sha method, it indeed relates to hiding.
Could it be precisely because of this unique Ju Sha method, causing my Sha energy to restrain inward?
Breaking the original yin-yang balance?
Evil Sha energy restrained inward.
Positive yang energy is then directly released outward? What kind of bullshit technique is this? This golden finger, new, pitting me, right? What positive yang energy released outward? Doesn't that make one look like a righteous person at first glance? How can I still be a villain, truly worthy of being a consolation prize?
This wicked thing is pushing me too far.
Careful I don't use you to wipe my butt. Zhao Donghan looked blankly at the furious Luo Hong. Young master, what are you doing? Luo Hong said angrily, nothing.
You go rest. After speaking, collapsed entirely onto the chair.
Forget it, forget it.
Although this increases the difficulty of being a villain, it's not a big problem. When the things you do are bad enough, outrageously bad, then any righteous image,
cannot conceal the evil of the act.
Zhao Donghan slowly walked towards his room.
Only, this road was clearly not going to be peaceful.
He thought deeply with a grave expression,
still not understanding why young master was so abnormal just now.
At this time, a gust of wind sounded. Under Zhao Donghan's astonished gaze, Chen Xiantian suddenly appeared before him.
Zhao Donghan quickly cupped his hands. Greetings, Butler Chen. Chen Xiantian nodded, signaling him no need for excessive courtesy. Did young master ask you about cultivation matters?
Zhao Donghan cupped his fist and replied yes. But suddenly, a giant serpent condensed from sword energy attacked him. Zhao Donghan subconsciously tried to dodge, but alas, his body couldn't keep up. The serpent stopped one step away from him, opening its bloody maw,
delivering something out. Zhao Donghan didn't dare move,
until he clearly saw the thing before him was a Jianqi Ju sword chi manual. At this time, Chen Xiantian calmly said, "Find a time, transfer this Jianqi Ju to young master. Among all cultivations, only the sword is unparalleled.
Also, remember to warn young master, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. The slightest carelessness means eternal damnation."
Zhao Donghan watched the departing figure,
with Butler Chen acting as young master's protector, facing the upcoming trials. Young master might have a smoother time.
Inside the Fanpai house, Luo Hong had an expression like he'd eaten crap.
Looking at his information, as expected, the sin value became even lower. The previous series of events indeed fermented.
What's most infuriating is,
this is all thanks to this broken booklet. It's too hard for me. Luo Hong flipped through the booklet board. Suddenly discovered an update after the villain diary. Great Xia calendar, June 13th, late night. Captured and taken to the county office. My heart is calm, even want to laugh, and secretly bribed, stuffing silver notes to the magistrate. However, the Dali C envoys actually comprehended the true meaning from my bribery action. Officials enforce the law for the Son of Heaven, should have a clear conscience, not commit despicable acts. The Dali C envoys gained deep insights, moved by my character, chatted happily with me. This diary event 2, Sin Reduction Wu.
Luo Hong had black lines on his face. This diary writing is as deserving of criticism as ever.
This won't do.
If this continues, forget becoming a top villain and reaching the peak of life.
Whether I can even survive in this world full of experts is a problem.
Luo Hong exited the booklet space with a resentful face, slumped onto the chair, lost in thought.
I can't give up. Must properly arrange and plan the next villain action.
I must do worse things, so this righteous yang energy doesn't affect the result.
What should I do?
Suddenly, Luo Hong thought of something. Birds of a feather flock together.
If I want to do it better and more efficiently, just join a bad guy organization. Wouldn't joining forces with them be enough? But thinking and thinking, he froze again. But what bad guy organization in Anping County can I join? Tiandi Xiamen? But that thing is too evil. With my current level, going there might easily lead to failure. Right. Isn't there still the Mafei Bang? Isn't this the county's bad guy organization? As long as I join them, I can definitely easily rack up extremely high sin value. Luo Hong wrote swiftly like a swimming dragon. Soon, the two characters Mafei, bandits, appeared before him.
The next day, people came and went at the Luo residence gate, signaling the start of a peaceful day. Luo Hong just woke up, stretched his old back. Xiao Dohua walked over, carrying a steaming bowl of morning market food.
Young master, last night you went to the county office. Did the Dali see people? Luo Hong didn't answer him. Is breakfast ready? This young master is hungry. Xiao Dohua handed the bowl of tofu pudding to Luo Hong. Luo Hong's eyes lit up. This fragrance again.
Although I just ate it yesterday morning, it feels like a lifetime ago. At this time, a figure interrupted Luo Hong.
Chen Xiantian smiled. Looks like
you rested quite well last night.
Did the Dali C envoys do anything to young master?
Sometimes thinking too much, imagining too much, isn't necessarily a good thing.
Zhao Donghan, due to preconceived notions, forcefully interpreted Luo Hong's plan to do bad deeds as a righteous act. After breakfast, Luo Hong walked out of the meditation room with a displeased face.
At this time, Zhao Donghan walked over.
Luo Hong said surprised, "Old Zhao." Just in time.
He told Zhao Donghan his entire plan. But Zhao Donghan immediately got anxious.
Around Anping County, besides evil spirits, there's also a Mafei Bang?
Where did you hear that? Luo Hong said nonchalantly, heard it from the Dali C people yesterday.
Zhao Donghan asked doubtfully, Young master, why are you looking for them? Bandits are just like evil spirits, ruthless characters who kill without blinking.
Luo Hong said calmly, just go find them. This young master naturally has my purpose.
Seeing he couldn't persuade him, Zhao Donghan could only sigh helplessly. But he always felt something was wrong.
Ever since young master came out of the county office yesterday, he felt very down.
Last night in the study and now, it's evident. Is there some connection?
Thinking about it now, young master went alone to the Hongmen banquet yesterday, then retreated completely unharmed.
This itself is very strange. And he even learned about the bandits from the Dali Sea. Could this?
Suddenly, Zhao Donghan seemed to figure something out. It must be that the Dali Sea envoy saw young master's righteous energy and immediately dismissed the suspicion.
The two sides thus turned hostility into friendship.
Then several people discussed the massacre case,
speculating about other possible culprits. Young master thus learned about the existence of bandits outside the county. However, the suspicion being resolved didn't relax him.
Instead, he began to worry about
the danger the bandits would bring to the county. This must be the reason for young master's gloominess. Then, him asking me to find the whereabouts of the Mafei Bang. Could it be because he recently stepped onto the path of cultivation, so he wants to go alone to exterminate the Mafei Bang? Thinking of this, tears faintly rolled down Zhao Donghan's face. This is being moved. Young master, truly worthy of being the paragon of justice. What kind of magnanimity is this? And I, Zhao Donghan, actually questioned him like that just now. At this time, Luo Hong turned back and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Donghan quickly composed himself, "Nothing, nothing." Luo Hong didn't pursue it. "Since you know the ferocity of those bandits, then you must pay attention to safety."
Zhao Donghan solemnly cupped his hands, "Young master, rest assured.
Mere bandits.
Old Zhao, I am still very confident.
Back then, I followed my lord on southern campaigns and northern battles." Speaking here,
Zhao Donghan quickly covered his mouth.
Almost let it slip. Luo Hong was surprised. Southern campaigns and northern battles? What dreams are you talking about early in the morning?
However, Luo Hong didn't press the issue, which gave Zhao Donghan a breather. Young master's cultivation is at most 9th rank now, and he's a Ru Xiu, not good at attacking in the early stages.
Even relying on speed, facing a gang of bandits is just suicide.
Suddenly, he thought of what Chen Xiantian said last night. He immediately called out to Luo Hong, who was about to leave.
"Young master, wait. Last night young master asked about cultivation matters."
"Old Zhao, I have a treasured secret manual here."
Saying this, took out the Jianqi Ju. "Young master can refer to it." Luo Hong looked at him meaningfully.
"All right, old Zhao, thoughtful of you."
After speaking, reached out to see.
But the moment he touched the Jianqi Ju,
endless pressure was released from within.
While Luo Hong was still dazed, the Jianqi Ju dispersed into countless sword energies, bypassing Luo Hong and gathering in one direction.
Luo Hong was dumbfounded.
Because the sword energy before him had impressively condensed into a giant serpent,
glaring menacingly at Luo Hong. Luo Hong didn't dare move,
but the giant serpent clearly didn't plan to let him go, flashing its form and charging straight at Luo Hong's forehead. The distance grew closer.
Just as the giant serpent prepared to devour Luo Hong, he returned to the real world.
Luo Hong looked surprisedly at the Jianqi Ju in his hand, then looked around warily. Only then did he confirm, those were all illusions just now.
This secret manual is interesting, huh? Jianqi Ju. This should belong to the Jianxiu system's techniques, right? Remember that ghost said, this transcends Wu Xiu, the strongest system independent of the 4 major systems? Then this thing is very hot. He looked at Zhao Donghan and asked, "Where did you get this?"
Zhao Donghan cupped his hands.
"This is a foundational Jianqi Ju, bestowed by a highly respected senior. It should be useful when young master is formally laying the foundation."
"Old Zhao, I'm already at Tiegu realm.
Foundation is set, won't need it."
Hearing Luo Hong's words, he pondered for a long while, finally choosing to accept it.
"All right then.
This young master believes you.
Go help me find the location of the Mafei Bang first." Who could have thought an inconspicuous Luo residence is full of big shots? Only Luo Hong is a newbie. Now that he accidentally stepped into cultivation, the big shots also began paving the way for Luo Hong. Zhao Donghan found Chen Xiantian. "Butler Chen, the Jianqi Ju personally written by you, subordinate has already handed it to young master. Also, young master asked subordinate to investigate the location of the Mafei Bang's stronghold." Subordinate suspects. Young master intends to go exterminate the Mafe Bang.
Chen Xiantian was stunned upon hearing this, asking surprisedly.
Young master asked you to investigate the location of the Mafe Bang's stronghold? Zhao Donghan nodded. Chen Xiantian was speechless for quite a while, finally sighed. Said, since young master asked you to investigate, then you go.
Ascertaining the situation is also good.
But remember, don't alert the enemy. Leave it for young master to handle. After Zhao Donghan left, only then did Chen Xiantian reveal a gratified smile. Young master Luo Hong is indeed exactly like his father. In Luo Hong's study, before him lay the Jianqi Ju and the invitation. Luo Hong was silent for a long while. I have already cultivated Wangling Shuiying now.
Although this technique is a defective product, at least it allowed me to step onto the path of cultivation, becoming an evil cultivator.
And if I practice this Jianqi Ju too, will my image be even less like a villain in the future? Wouldn't racking up sin value be even harder? Luo Hong felt a headache just thinking about it. Tangled, unbelievably tangled. After a long while, he sighed, forget it. Let's look at this Qinghua Wenwei invitation first. Jia Sideo's sentiment is, this Yang He Fang Qi, Yang Riverside begins? At the time when all things shine, who hereby sets the date for June 20th, 4 o'clock, likely 7 to 9 p.m., to hold the Qinghua Wenwei in the inner hall of Qinghua Lu. On this auspicious occasion, sincerely invite young Master Jia to grace the literary gathering, to appreciate elegance together. If favored with your instruction,
it would truly be fortunate for 3 lifetimes.
Absolutely do not miss it.
Hu Shui, Lake Stops Water, sends respects.
June 11th. After reading, Luo Hong couldn't help but complain, full of the sour stench of scholars. And this Bing area? Could the literary gathering area be divided into Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding? This Jia Sideo looks like his status among the invitees is very average. Thinking of this, Luo Hong noticed the signatory. The name Hu Jishui seems familiar from memory. Luo Hong's reputation in Anping County is extremely good, but this Hu Jishui's reputation is actually comparable to his, even better. Luo Hong rubbed his temples. I might have fallen into a cognitive bias. To be a villain, besides joining forces with bad guys, can I also oppose good people? Ruining the good deeds they do, isn't that proper villain behavior? Thinking of this, Luo Hong picked up the brush again. Soon, the 3 characters Hu Jishui appeared before him. After writing, he glanced at the Jianqi Ju on the desk. Forget it, it's still a technique after all. Just taking a look doesn't matter. Thinking this, he reached out to flip the Jianqi Ju. When he opened the first page, suddenly, a sword energy shot out from within. Luo Hong was dumbfounded. Again? But this time, the sword energy shot straight at his glabella, sending Luo Hong flying backward. Pain pulsed from his forehead. Luo Hong was furious. Couldn't have gotten a concussion from the impact, right? But responding to him was that sword energy, starting from his forehead, continuously impacting his limbs and bones. The pain almost made Luo Hong faint. Over at the pavilion, Chen Xiantian sat cross-legged in the void, continuously forming hand seals. Countless sword energies poured out from within. After a moment, Chen Xiantian looked before him, at the human figure condensed from sword energy. After a long while, finally smiled leisurely, Luo Yi, Chen Mao. Originally thought young master was destined to have no affinity with cultivation in this life, but now he has actually stepped onto this great path. After speaking, clenched his fists in the void, then fiercely pulled. Countless sword energies shot towards the surroundings, finally converging into a giant serpent. A chestnut color flashed in Chen Xuantian's eyes. Young masters cannot lose to others. Today, Chen Mao will open meridians for young master remotely. After speaking, pointed towards the void. The figure condensed from sword energy. One of its acupuncture points was opened. On Luo Hong's side, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Then, his abdomen felt like it was torn apart. That kind of pain was almost beyond Luo Hong's limit of endurance. But all this was just the beginning. The second, the third, the countless acupuncture points were opened. From the body to the hands and feet, from the hands and feet to the glabella. The originally bustling Luo residence. At this moment, only Luo Hong's ghostly screams remained. Unknown how long passed, only then did Chen Xiantian slowly stop. His eyes were full of exhaustion skin color, his body also trembled slightly. Such domineering meridians and physique.
Worthy of being Luoya's son, truly a heaven-gifted prodigy. Opening meridians remotely for a genius is still too taxing.
Almost got emptied.
Inside the room, Luo Hong also stopped screaming at some unknown time. He just lay quietly on the ground, panting for a moment. The pain almost made him lose consciousness.
He struggled to get up.
The Jianqi Ju lay right before him.
Luo Hong couldn't help thinking, could all that just now have been this thing's doing? But responding to him was
the Jianqi Ju actually slowly starting to dissipate. Luo Hong watched the dissipating technique, lost in thought.
Do you want to become a sword cultivator? The condition is simple. Just need one Jianqi Ju,
and a top-tier big shot hidden beside you to open your meridians remotely is enough. Luo Hong became a sword cultivator just like that. He took out the booklet from his bosom,
just sat on the ground and started reading.
The booklet's information panel had indeed refreshed.
Cultivation technique added Jianqi Ju. Realm added 9th rank Qi Jian, Qi sword. This should be the cultivation division for Jian Xiu.
Luo Hong looked doubtfully at his own hands.
I've become a sword cultivator?
But this sword cultivation is too hard.
Rumor has it those geniuses cultivate as easily as eating and drinking. Why do I have to suffer near death? Could it be me? Luo Hong doesn't have much cultivation talent? Heiyan Mountain, Black Cloud Mountain, outside Anping County.
Zhao Donghan continuously traversed through the forest.
After a long while, he stopped on a tree. His expression couldn't help but relax.
Because his destination, Heiyunzhai, Black Cloud Stronghold,
was finally found by him. Another few leaps, Zhao Donghan got one step closer to Heiyunzhai.
This stronghold was built against the mountain, surrounded by giant trees.
This is a typical place easy to defend and hard to attack.
I must investigate more for a young master. The strength of this Heiyunzhai. But just the gate guards of this stronghold are so heavily fortified.
There might be even stronger experts presiding inside. If I get any closer, might really alert the enemy.
Thinking of this, Zhao Donghan could only close his eyes.
Now can only use true qi to probe first.
As time passed, Zhao Donghan carefully released his true qi, slowly probing every corner of Heiyunzhai.
After a long while, he sensed a powerful aura. Indeed, an expert is hidden inside. This aura is 9th rank cultivation adornment? And there's actually more than one. Dense information appeared in his mind. This bandit nest, how many ranked experts are hidden here?
Suddenly, his mind jolted, his eyes filled with disbelief.
In the residence not far ahead of him,
there was actually a person whose aura was not weaker than his.
Zhao Donghan sneered.
Truly didn't expect this mere bandit gang would actually have an expert reaching the 8th rank.
This way, the nature of this matter is completely different. No wonder the government office has a headache.
If there's an 8th rank expert presiding among these people, no matter how many government soldiers come, it's just sending them to their deaths.
Must leave quickly. Maybe I've already been discovered by him. Must quickly return and report to young master. Luo Residence's dining hall. Luo Hong happened to bump into Xiao Douhua. Have you eaten dinner? Xiao Douhua was startled by Luo Hong. She hadn't noticed Luo Hong just now, but she quickly calmed down. Young master, why didn't you come for lunch? Luo Hong was about to answer when he encountered Chen Xiantian.
Luo Hong looked at him surprisedly.
Because Chen Xuantian's complexion was sallow, his face thin, clearly not in good health.
Soon, the dishes were all served.
Chen Xiantian and Luo Hong
began performing a wind sweeping away clouds, devouring food rapidly. Luo Xiaoxiao looked at them puzzledly.
What's wrong with these two today? But how could Luo Hong and the others have time to bother? Still wolfing down food like starving dogs eating crap. Xiao Douhua was also stunned. Didn't the two just miss lunch? No need to be this hungry, right? At this time, a person walked in.
Luo Hong stopped his actions and looked over. It was Zhao Donghan returning.
Chen Xiantian also glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Luo Hong urgently asked, how did it go?
Old Zhao, found the location of that bandit nest? Zhao Donghan cupped his hands, subordinate risked my life, already found.
But suddenly he noticed something wrong. Young master's aura is somewhat different. This is sword qi. Could young master have already mastered the Jianqi Ju?
That was the Jianqi Ju personally written by my lord, the supreme grade among Jianxiu techniques. Young master opened his meridians and became a Jianxiu in just one day.
He is actually such a genius.
Luo Hong saw him staring blankly at himself.
Scolded unhappily, you couldn't have been slacking off all day outside, right? Zhao Donghan froze, quickly reported everything. Luo Hong said surprised, old Zhao. Well done, He Yun Zhai, huh? Finally can start the next villain plan. After demonstrating, Luo Hong said, old Zhao, come to my study again. Soon, the two arrived at Ting Tiangu, Listening Heaven Pavilion. Luo Hong took out an envelope, handing it to Zhao Donghan. Zhao Donghan looked at him doubtfully. Young master, this is, Luo Hong said sternly, the next task is even more arduous. Deliver this letter to the chieftain of He Yun Zhai. Tell him this young master wishes to join his He Yun Zhai. Hearing Zhao Donghan's words, he was startled. Young master, what are you saying? You want to join He Yun Zhai? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Young master, do you know what you're saying? Luo Hong said displeased. This young master trusts you, that's why I told you. I have my purpose. Just do as told. Zhao Donghan stared blankly at the envelope. Could young master be planning to infiltrate the enemy camp? First join the bandits, then look for an opportunity to strike? But isn't this clearly a sheep entering the tiger's mouth? Besides, the leader of that bandit gang is an 8th-ranked Tegu realm Wuxiu. 10 young masters wouldn't be enough for him to chop. But why does he seem so calm? Luo Hong turned his back, took out the booklet from his bosom. Since the last reward exchange in the booklet, 2 days have already passed. Rewards refresh every 5 days. Only 3 days left until the next reward exchange. I must quickly do a big bad deed during this period, to correct the negative sin value. As for afterwards? First join the Mafei Bang, rack up sin value, then obtain rewards. Become stronger through rewards. After this young master becomes strong, then eliminate the Mafei Bang. This should count as betraying one's master and ancestors. Then another sum of sin value will arrive. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, isn't it beautiful? Thinking and thinking, Luo Hong started laughing there. Zhao Donghan looked at him speechlessly. After a moment, Luo Hong came back to his senses, awkwardly and indignantly drove Zhao Donghan out. Over at the Lotus Pond, Zhao Donghan found Chen Xiantian. He cupped his hands. Butler Chen, young master wants to join He Yun Zhai. Chen Xiantian froze, then smiled. No matter. Young master definitely plans to infiltrate the enemy's interior, then annihilate them in one fell swoop. Let young master go, Zhao Donghan said, but my lord, although he seems to have mastered the Genchi Ju, He Yun Zhai isn't weak either. There are several 9th-rank cultivators, and 1 8th-rank Tegu realm Wuxiu. Hearing this, a bone-chilling killing intent emanated from Chen Xuantian's body. Zhao Donghan was startled, but he also knew this killing intent wasn't aimed at him. Chen Xiantian was also trying hard to endure at this moment. After a moment, he slowly exhaled, having made a decision in his heart. He fumbled in his bosom, taking out a blood-red bottle. This is Bao Shui Dan, violent blood pill. After taking it, can briefly possess the peak strength of Wuxiu 7th rank. If those bandits trouble a young master, you flatten He Yun Zhai for me. Hearing this, Zhao Donghan's eyes also turned scarlet. At this moment, nothing more needed to be said. Over at He Yun Zhai, Zhao Donghan rode straight to the stronghold gate. 2 bandits immediately shouted, "Halt! Who are you?" Zhao Donghan chuckled lightly, didn't answer, releasing the aura unique to Wuxiu 8th rank. Completely. The white horse beneath him was also influenced by this aura, a scarlet flash in its eyes. The white horse stomped, shattering the ground, and the entire horse leaped into the stronghold. Following a booming landing sound, the surrounding bandits also gathered around. At this time, an arrow shot towards him. Zhao Donghan seemed to sense it, glanced back, then reached out and easily caught it. Then threw the arrow towards the watchtower. With a pang, a hole was shot through the entire watchtower roof. But then, a sneak attacker launched a surprise attack from behind. While Zhao Donghan wasn't paying attention, a knife slashed solidly onto his neck. But Zhao Donghan looked completely unharmed, even fiercely glared back at that sneak attacker. Conversely, the sneak attacker's machete, the tiger's mouth, hand web, had already shattered. Zhao Donghan gritted his teeth, brewing power, instantly releasing pressure, sending the surrounding bandits flying. At this time, a black shadow shot over. Zhao Donghan's expression turned serious. He knew it was that person attacking. He crossed his arms, but his entire body was pushed by the huge force, flying out, slamming heavily onto the stone brick city gate. The surrounding bandits immediately cheered.
It's the boss's Heiyun Xing Shui, Black Cloud Starhammer. At this time, a disdainful voice came from afar.
Really think you can run wild in my Heiyun Jai just because you have some skills? If I wanted to, I could have killed you last time you came.
Don't push your luck when given face. Zhao Donghan's forehead veins bulged. He shouted loudly, blasting away the Heiyun Xing Shui pressing on him. He landed staggering, his expression couldn't help but become grave.
Indeed, I was careless. At this time, that voice came again. Since you're also a Tiegu realm, you wouldn't wander around aimlessly. Speak, kid, why did you come to my Heiyun Jai?
Zhao Donghan said disdainfully, I am the Luo residence guard captain. Saying this, took the letter out from his sleeve.
By order of young master Luo Hong, came here to deliver a letter to the Heiyun Shai chieftain. After speaking, tossed the letter towards the chieftain. The bandits along the path quickly dodged, afraid they'd lose their lives if touched. The Heiyun chieftain just extended 2 fingers and easily caught the letter.
He opened it for a look, then froze on the spot. Zhao Donghan saw his task was completed,
and planned to leave.
But those bandits clearly didn't intend to let him go just like that.
Moreover, the chieftain hadn't spoken yet. So they surrounded him again.
Zhao Donghan felt annoyed.
Should I kill these dog things or not?
But at this time, a near-maniacal laughter came. Everyone looked towards the chieftain confusedly.
Interesting. Actually wants to join my Heiyun Jai? You can go.
Then, go back and tell your families what's his name Luo Hong, this king agrees. After 2 days, wait for him to enter the stronghold.
With that, Zhao Donghan also left here. At this time, a beauty threw herself into the chieftain's arms. Great king, what did the letter say?
The chieftain looked at her lecherously, ultimately still handed her the letter. The woman took a look, also chuckled lightly.
The chieftain announced loudly, this young master Luo Hong's name sounds familiar. Seems like Anping County's great benefactor, and some paragon of justice? He can come if he wants.
But when he wants to leave, it won't be up to him.
Then ordered a bandit, a Gue.
You send some brothers, these 2 days.
Spread the news that young master Luo Hong wants to join Heiyun Jai. Ruin his reputation first. Entering Heiyun Jai, what kind of paragon of justice can he be? Let him never return. After speaking, laughed again.
The beauty in his arms also giggled beside him, only, his smile was somewhat intriguing.
It said, where the heart is at ease, that is home.
But being in a foreign land, even settling down is difficult, let alone finding peace of mind. Luo Hong, as an outsider to this world, his loneliness no one can comprehend.
Ultimately, he could only entrust this loneliness to Chanya.
Inside the Luo residence's study,
Luo Hong, while slurping noodles, asked, they agreed so readily?
Hearing Zhao Donghan's words, he was speechless.
Young master, you must heighten your vigilance. That group isn't ordinary villains. The chieftain is a genuine 8th rank. Subordinate is really worried about you. Luo Hong smiled, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you get the tiger cub? This young master knows what I'm doing. After speaking, he added in his heart, the worse they are, the better. This way, racking up sin value with them will be satisfying enough. At this time, Zhao Donghan's body trembled slightly. He was truly moved by Luo Hong's words. Young master Luo Hong, for the sake of justice, willingly enters the tiger's den to plot against the tiger. Young master is righteous. 2 days later, in Anping County, the commoners
were shocked by the news that came from nowhere recently.
Anping County's great benefactor, young master Luo Hong, actually wants to go. Be a bandit?
This truly subverted their worldview.
Because this was different from their perception. Because young master Luo Hong had always been their paragon of justice. But why would such rumors spread?
They didn't believe there could be wind without a source.
Moreover, with the storyteller's vigorous promotion, making it sound very real, the commoners became even more certain they were deceived by that hypocrite. Over at the Luo residence, sounds of banging and cursing came from outside the door from time to time. Luo Hong deserves a terrible death. Luo Hong should be struck by lightning. Hearing this, the maids were unhappy. What? How can they talk such nonsense? Young master is clearly such a good person.
Xiao Dohua heard those voices, also fell silent, ripples forming in her heart.
As night fell, Luo Hong lay on the roof eave, dazed. At this time, he was surprised to see a figure pass by. He subconsciously called out, Xiao Dohua. Xiao Dohua froze, young master? Luo Hong waved at her. Since you're here, come up and sit with me for a while.
Soon, Xiao Dohua brought a ladder, strenuously climbed onto the roof, sitting shoulder to shoulder with Luo Hong.
Luo Hong looked at her with a surprised expression. Didn't expect you'd actually come up, but Xiao Dohua didn't pay attention to him.
Because the height here was enough to make her lose her composure. At this time, Luo Hong suddenly burst out laughing.
Xiao Dohua looked at him resentfully,
but Luo Hong didn't mean to stop.
Xiao Dohua watched Luo Hong like this.
The fear in her heart also diminished somewhat. She asked puzzledly, "Young master, in the middle of the night,
what are you doing sitting on the roof?" Luo Hong looked up into the distance. Of course, admiring the moon. Hearing this, Xiao Dohua also looked in the direction Luo Hong was gazing, then smiled. Yes, the moonlight tonight is indeed beautiful. Luo Hong asked, Xiao Dohua, do you know immortals live on the moon?
Xiao Dohua scratched her cheek.
I haven't read books, don't know many things. Immortals live on the moon? Luo Hong nodded. Correct. The moon is very cold and desolate.
Besides a Guanghan Gong moon palace, there's nothing else. And in that Guanghan Gong, there's only one immortal lady named Chang'e.
When we admire the moon,
perhaps she is also watching the mortal world.
Xiao Dohua sighed, then isn't she very lonely?
Luo Hong said, yes, she is very lonely.
Only, these words of his, unknown if speaking of Chang or himself, because his soul is isolated from this world.
He has no companions in this world,
let alone a sense of belonging. He is just an outsider.
At this time, Xiao Dohua giggled.
Luo Hong looked at her puzzledly.
Xiao Dohua awkwardly rubbed her nose, saying,
why do I feel a young master is talking about himself using the immortal? But how could young master be lonely? So many people accompany you in the residence.
The people of Anping County also admire young master. Hearing Luo Hong's words, he scolded with a smile, you little girl, look honest, but actually quite clever.
Right.
Speaking of which, I still owe you for a bowl of tofu pudding, right? Xiao Dohua said surprised, so young master still remembers.
The first time we met, you dined and dashed, although only owed 2 coins. Luo Hong smiled, yes.
Turning, looked at her with a gloomy face. Imagine me, Luo Hong, the dignified young master Luo Hong, actually owed you 2 coins for tofu pudding,
and let you see me in such an embarrassing state. How could I forget?
Xiao Dohua playfully stuck out her tongue.
But I forgot all about it.
Luo Hong looked at her, didn't speak again. After a long while, finally smiled again, but speaking of which,
the tofu pudding you make is indeed delicious. Has a taste of home.
Xiao Dohua heard this. Her face flushed red instantly. She clearly misunderstood the meaning of home's taste from Luo Hong's mouth.
Luo Hong's voice was gentle, this young master is hungry. Go make me another bowl of tofu pudding. Xiao Dohua didn't want to go, but was pushed by Luo Hong. Helplessly, she could only again slowly climb down the ladder with trembling legs. After she left, Luo Hong continued lying on the roof eave, quietly admiring the moonlight alone, and trusting all thoughts of homesickness to Chang'e. This man spends his days thinking only of doing bad deeds. But in the end, bad deeds aren't done. Instead, a pile of good deeds are done. After his reflection, and re-reflection, finally decided to join the bandits, associate with them, thereby achieving
his determination to become a super-villain. The next morning, at the Luo residence gate, Zhao Donghan handed a sword to Luo Hong.
Young master, the sword you asked subordinate to prepare.
After Luo Hong took the sword, said, very good.
Then let's set off for Heiyunzhai. The two set off just like that.
Along the way, Luo Hong felt much emotion. This trip to Heiyunzhai, unknown when he can return to the Luo residence again.
Even whether he can return is an unknown. Taoist old Zhao seems surprisingly calm though. Driven by curiosity, he asked, old Zhao, this young master is clearly going to be a bandit who kills and robs. You don't have any reaction?
Xiao Donghan said sincerely, no matter.
Young master Luo Hong, whatever you do, subordinate believes you act for the sake of justice. Hearing this, Luo Hong was speechless. Is this guy crazy?
I'm going to be a bandit, not to accumulate merit and do good deeds. At this time, Zhao Donghan asked, young master, ahead is the road up Heiyun Mountain. Luo Hong stared blankly at the so-called road before him.
This is also called a road? Too ridiculous.
The only mountain path is actually this narrow path wide enough for one person. Both sides of the mountain path are cliffs.
One careless step means falling to one's death. No wonder it's a place easy to defend and hard to attack. This Heian mountain, no matter how many people come, ultimately have to go up one by one.
But Luo Hong clearly didn't plan to give up. He and Zhao Donghan rode on horseback,
slowly went up.
At this time, a loud laughter came.
Luo Hong looked around terrified.
Zhao Donghan pointed him in a direction. The voice came from the mountain opposite.
At this time, that person spoke again. Is the visitor young master Luo Hong?
The two looked at each other. Finally, Luo Hong shouted loudly, precisely this young master.
And which expert might you be, your excellency? That person laughed. I am the third chieftain of this Heiyun Zhai.
Came here by order of our great king, to welcome young master Luo Hong into the stronghold. Luo Hong sneered, then this young master
must thank you for your kind intentions. The third chieftain said, young master Luo Hong, don't be too quick to thank. I have a welcome gift specially prepared for you here. If you want to say thanks, say it after receiving it.
After speaking, jumped up directly,
punched a giant boulder. The giant boulder, with a pang, shot towards them.
Zhao Donghan sneered, releasing all his 8th rank aura, lightly tapped the horse's back, his whole body lunged towards the giant boulder.
Zhao Donghan shouted loudly, punching and shattering the flying giant boulder. Rubble scattered in all directions.
Zhao Donghan stared at the third chieftain.
9th rank Wu Xiao?
At this time, Luo Hong said annoyed, what a welcome gift.
Are you trying to prevent me from entering the stronghold?
The third chieftain snorted coldly, your guard showed off plenty last time he came to our stronghold. Today, of course, we must repay you properly. After speaking, kicked out 3 consecutive times.
Following 3 muffled sounds, 3 giant boulders shot towards Luo Hong and the others.
Seeing this, Zhao Donghan knew things were bad. He couldn't handle so many flying stones simultaneously. He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but it was already too late.
The horse under Luo Hong was hit squarely.
Luckily, Luo Hong reacted fast enough,
jumped off the horse's back.
Otherwise, his fate might be the same as the horse, hit by the giant stone,
falling off the cliff.
Luo Hong gritted his teeth and cursed a national expletive national essence.
This bastard wants to force us off the cliff.
The third chieftain sneered, next time,
it'll be you falling down. Luo Hong urged quickly, now. Let's rush over.
Then, one used Wangling Shuiying, the other followed closely behind, rushing up.
But running and running, the two noticed something wrong. Because,
opposite, a row of archers had appeared at some unknown time.
Aiming at the two, they unleashed a barrage. Zhao Donghan's expression became grave. This damned dog thing.
His figure flashed, running in front of Luo Hong, using his body to block the incoming arrow. Luo Hong was slightly surprised.
Old Zhao.
This. Zhao Donghan said sternly, if these are your only tricks,
then they simply cannot stop us.
The third chieftain said, did I say it would be that simple? At this time, Luo Hong noticed the arrows at his feet. Explosives were tied to them.
The next moment, flames erupted from within.
Zhao Donghan was shocked, but it was already too late. With a boom, the two were blasted off the narrow path. Zhao Donghan said helplessly, didn't expect this group of bastards would use such despicable means.
Young master, are you injured?
Luo Hong was about to say something, when he heard the third chieftain's near-maniacal laughter coming.
Let me send you off on your final journey. Then, 3 giant boulders shot towards them. Luo Hong's face darkened. Am I going to die before achieving my goal like this? Luck is also part of strength. But have you seen instinctive reaction also becoming part of strength?
When Luo Hong faced the desperate situation of life and death, the body's instinct began to work. He grabbed Zhao Donghan's hand.
Shuiying was also automatically used at this moment. Want me dead? Dream on.
He stepped on the incoming giant boulder, using this pivot point to propel his body towards the narrow path. The third chieftain was startled.
He really couldn't imagine this was possible.
Zhao Donghan's expression also relaxed at this moment.
Young master's movement technique is actually so peculiar. The second and third giant boulders arrived subsequently. Seeing this, Luo Hong couldn't help but smile. He just stepped on them in mid-air and flew up. But the bandits on the cliff edge naturally couldn't let you succeed so smoothly.
One by one drew their bows to full moon, concentrating fire on the two flying over. Seeing this, Luo Hong felt a toothache.
Freaking explosive arrows again.
At this time, Zhao Donghan behind him was also extremely anxious. Young master doesn't have Wu Xiu's iron body, he'll be blown to death.
Must find a way. Luo Hong pulled over. Young master. Use my body as a springboard. This way you should be able to fly over.
But at this time, Zhao Donghan found Luo Hong had actually spaced out. Mouth agape, eyes full of terror. Luo Hong's feeling at this moment was also very strange.
Because this scene
of 10,000 arrows sweeping over, he unexpectedly found familiar. At this time, his Pei Jian buzzed, then automatically flew out of its sheath,
landing steadily in Luo Hong's palm.
He subconsciously swept behind him. The first wave of arrows were all swept away by him. Then, retracted the sword, focused his eyes. His whole body carried forward by the sword body. The oncoming arrows got closer and closer. Luo Hong suddenly opened his eyes wide.
Jianqi Ju burst. He used it in mid-air.
His swordsmanship was fast to the point of formlessness.
Incoming arrows were swept aside one by one. Countless sword energies circled around him. At this moment, the deterrence unique to sword cultivators was fully displayed by Luo Hong. Finally, all arrows were swept behind the two, also exploding with booming sounds.
While the third chieftain was dumbfounded,
the two also landed steadily on the cliff edge.
The third chieftain fearfully retreated several steps, because the faces of the two were so gloomy they seemed about to drip water.
After quite a while, only then did Luo Hong mock, "So sorry.
Didn't die, disappointed you, third chieftain." The third chieftain didn't speak, seemed not to have recovered his senses yet.
But more so,
he realized he was in big trouble. Luo Hong said, "This young master
should be able to say thanks now, right? Isn't that right, third chieftain?" The surrounding bandits heard this. One after another drew their bows again. "Third chieftain. We have so many brothers here. What's there to fear?"
The two looked at each other.
Luo Hong directly used the shuiying part, instantly pressing the sword against the third chieftain's throat. Luo Hong said sternly, "How should I thank you then?"
The third chieftain almost peed himself in fear.
Half an inch further, and his throat would be cut open.
He hurriedly shouted at those bandits, "All of you, stop!" Only then turned to Luo Hong, forcing two awkward laughs.
"Thanks and whatnot, forget it.
Young master is a guest, no need for formalities."
Luo Hong still had a gloomy face. "Cut the crap. I came up the mountain this time clearly to join you. No matter how you put it, what you did is a bit unjustifiable, right?"
The third chieftain looked at him terrified,
almost afraid to speak. Feared saying one wrong word and losing his life, but he still forced himself to smile. "Young master's sincerity, I naturally know. However, the great king sent me here purely to test young master's abilities. Absolutely no intention to harm." Hearing Luo Hong's words, just looked at him, didn't speak.
The third chieftain felt uneasy being looked at, could only force two dry laughs to hide his inner feelings. At this time, Luo Hong snorted coldly, then sheathed his sword. "This young master is anxious to go up the mountain now.
Won't stoop to your level for now. Third chieftain, right? Wait until I enter the stronghold. We have plenty of time.
Old Zhao, let's go." After speaking, walked in under the gaze of the bandits. At this time, the third chieftain signaled a bandit beside him, telling him to quickly go back and report.
After doing all this,
only then did he snort coldly, "Hope you can enter the stronghold." Soon, that bandit returned and reported to the great king that Luo Hong has already passed Xiantian, first line sky. The chieftain was surprised.
He actually passed? Did he rely on that Tegu realm guard again?
The bandit quickly said, replying to great king, "Luo Hong not only mastered a peculiar movement technique, but also seems proficient in a very powerful sword art." The chieftain was even more surprised.
Sword art? Could this kid be a sword cultivator? He pondered for a moment,
then waved his hand, "Let him be.
This can wait until he truly stands before this king.
After all, he still has old Second's hurdle ahead." The two passed Xiantian, continued deeper into Heiyun Mountain. At this time, Zhao Donghan said, "Young master, you truly are a sword Dao prodigy. In just a few days, you can utilize the Jianqi Ju to such an extent."
Luo Hong smiled, "What? Is that what you think?" Zhao Donghan nodded, then asked puzzledly, "Isn't it?"
Luo Hong extended his hand, covered in bulging veins.
"Ever since using the Jianqi Ju just now,
several meridians in my body hurt like being cut by a knife. So maybe I'm simply not material for practicing the sword." Zhao Donghan smiled, "Young master is being modest.
Wasn't the third chieftain's obstruction just now easily resolved by you?" Hearing Luo Hong's words, his expression became grave. "Don't relax your guard yet. Look at their appearance just now. Did it seem like they only wanted to obstruct us? Later, who knows what other tricks are waiting for us? At this time, a flock of crows flew out from somewhere. Luo Hong looked up. The unease in his heart grew stronger. He looked at Zhao Donghan. Old Zhao, don't you think there have been a few too many crows since just now? Zhao Donghan didn't answer, but looked around warily. The hidden second chieftain finally appeared at this time. He looked at Luo Hong with a sly smile. All the strangeness around them was clearly his doing. The second chieftain took out a flute. Woo woo, a strange sound came from it. The second chieftain is a Dao Xiao, Taoist cultivator. The surrounding crows were alarmed by the flute sound. The crows' eyes all turned scarlet. Luo Hong looked up surprisedly, saw a crow diving towards him, but then reached out and touched. Luo Hong retracted his sword, exhaling turbid air. Said, "See? What did I tell you?" Zhao Donghan scratched his cheek, very confused. Are the beasts of this Heiyun mountain also so fierce? The two continued walking forward. The surrounding crows increased in number. At this time, one crow shrieked. Countless crows echoed, lunging towards the two. Luo Hong was shocked. Is this flock of crows crazy? The hidden second chieftain cackled strangely. These crows were all raised by him. After receiving the command, their minds only had the single thought of attacking. Luo Hong gritted his teeth. 80% chance this is their Heiyun Zhai's doing again. Zhao Donghan also realized something was wrong. Must find a way to block them for young master. Thinking this, he stopped his steps. Young master, you continue forward. Don't worry about me. After speaking, fully released the aura of Wuxiu 8th rank, punched and broke a large tree by the roadside, grabbed with both hands, glared angrily at the incoming crows, then threw the large tree over. Seeing this, the scarlet in the crow's eyes became even brighter. They actually all accelerated, forcefully ramming the incoming large tree, breaking it into two pieces. Zhao Donghan's scalp tingled. Are these still crows? He turned and left, quickly catching up to Luo Hong's steps. But at this time, the second chieftain blew the flute again. Luo Hong also had to stop. Because they were surrounded by crows, the two fought like this for 15 minutes. Zhao Donghan was very helpless. Although these crows couldn't hurt him at all, this group of beasts simply didn't know what fear was. The more Luo Hong killed, the more annoyed he became. Very likely, before clearing out this flock of crows, he would die of exhaustion. But suddenly, he thought of something. Fan Pai Shao's. He remembered the scene at the mass grave. Just in that brief moment of distraction, the sword in his hand was actually knocked away by a crow. Zhao Donghan exclaimed, "Young master, danger." At this time, countless crows lunged at Luo Hong. But Luo Hong wasn't flustered at all. He reached into his bosom, took out that tattered booklet, then threw it towards them. The crows all dodged in terror, as if seeing some abominable thing. All revealed terrified expressions. As for the killing intent in their minds, it had long vanished. At this time, the booklet shone with golden light, instantly engulfing the crow flock. Then, crows fell down patch after patch, all foaming at the mouth. Zhao Donghan froze on the spot. This already exceeded his cognition. Luo Hong looked at the booklet in his hand, smiling triumphantly. Even fierce wolves fear this thing, let alone you little birds. He turned to Zhao Donghan sternly, "Don't just stand there, quickly go. They'll wake up again later." Zhao Donghan didn't move, but stared at the booklet in Luo Hong's hand, asking, "Young master, what treasure is that little booklet of yours?" Luo Hong instantly became flustered. He really didn't know how to explain for a moment. After all, this involved his biggest secret. But at this time, Luo Hong froze. On the spot. Because the cover of that Fan Pai Shao's read the two characters, Ru Dian, Confucian Canon. Zhao Donghan also noticed. He said surprised, "So it's a Rushio's magic treasure." Just now, it must have been the awe-inspiring righteous energy emitted by this sage book that deterred the crow flock. Luo Hong quickly nodded, "Yes, yes, yes. But now is not the time to talk about this. Let's go first." After the two left, the second chieftain hiding in the dark finally staggered out. He never expected Luo Hong would carry such a magic treasure on him. Indeed matches his title as Paragon of Justice. Even the connection between himself and the crows was forcibly severed by Luo Hong. Thinking this, ran towards the stronghold. He had to quickly report back to the great king. Modern life is long and winding, eaten all sorts of different styles of big cakes, empty promises. But have you ever seen someone draw a big cake for mountain bandits? Luo Hong is this peculiar person, actually persuading bandits to broaden their outlook.
Inside the stronghold, the second chieftain recounted everything that happened. The chieftain said surprised, "Old second, are your words true?"
The second chieftain couldn't help coughing twice. Correct.
That Luo Hong indeed broke this old man's crow formation.
Now probably reaching the bridgehead.
Originally, this old man used spirit driving arts to force them into a desperate situation. Who knew that Luo Hong actually came prepared, carrying a Rushio's magic treasure?
Forcefully broke my formation.
The chieftain looked back at the third chieftain, saying,
"Old third, didn't you say Luo Hong is a sword cultivator?"
The third chieftain was also very confused.
Momentarily didn't know what to say.
At this time, the chieftain sneered, "Really something. This kid, we really misjudged him this time." He gripped his long saber. "Old second.
Old third. Brothers. Grab your weapons for me. Follow this king out to see this great young master Luo Hong. See how many heads and arms he has." Over at the mountain forest side, Luo Hong and the other continued deeper. At this time, Zhao Donghan pointed ahead, "Young master, we're almost there." After crossing the suspension bridge ahead, is the gate of Heiyun Zhai. Luo Hong smiled, "Finally arrived."
Zhao Donghan said, "Since starting up the mountain, this Heiyun Zhai tried every means to obstruct us.
When we meet the Heiyun Zhai chieftain later, still don't know what tricks he'll pull."
Luo Hong snorted coldly, "Whatever tricks he comes up with, this young master will take them all.
Just a group of rabble."
But after saying that, felt something was wrong.
After all, he was about to join them too. Saying that, wouldn't it include himself? At this time, a figure appeared on the opposite side of the bridge. The person was precisely the chieftain of Heiyun Zhai.
Luo Hong looked at them surprisedly. Saw all the members of the Mafe Bang
gathering behind the chieftain one after another.
At this time, the chieftain announced loudly, "This one
must be the famous young master Luo Hong who came to join my Heiyun Zhai, right? We specially came out to welcome you." Luo Hong looked at him nonchalantly. "So, your excellency is the chieftain of this Heiyun Zhai? May I know how to address you?"
The chieftain laughed heartily several times.
"Don't use those literary, pedantic things. I don't change my name when traveling, nor my surname when sitting. Di Shan is the name. Speaking of which, young master Luo, why did you arrive so late? Is our Heiyun mountain too high, the mountain road not easy to walk?" The crowd of bandits heard this. All started laughing.
Some jeers were heard from time to time.
Luo Hong smiled, "Chieftain D, what are you saying? This young master was just unlucky.
Encountered a few dogs lacking eyes along the way."
Di Shan's hearty laughter came again. "Very good. Didn't expect you actually freaking have some skills. Our Heiyun Zhai's temple is small. Afraid it can't accommodate a great Buddha like you." Hearing Luo Hong's words, didn't reply, but stepped onto the suspension bridge. Di Shan watched the two approach step by step, neither making a sound, nor stopping them. Just watched them walk towards him. After Luo Hong walked before him, only then spoke, "Chieftain D, you disappoint me too much." Di Shan looked at him displeased. "My ears are bad. What did you say just now? I didn't hear clearly." Luo Hong rubbed his nose, regretfully said, "Is that so? Then I'll say it again. Di Shan, you truly disappoint this young master too much." The stronghold leader heard this. Anger rushed straight to his head, almost making him lose his reason. The third chieftain clamored, "Kid, got guts? Dare talk like that? Really think this is your home?" The seductive woman beside Di Shan glanced meaningfully at Luo Hong. At this time, Zhao Donghan secretly got excited. "Well done. Young master can't lose in momentum." Di Shan tried hard to endure his anger, said, "Young master Luo, hearing your words, seems you don't think much of us? What's wrong? How about this chieftain position be yours?" At this time, Luo Hong laughed. "Not to that extent. Old D, didn't I come to join? So must also show some sense of ownership, offer suggestions for the stronghold's development?" Hearing this, Di Shan's mouth twitched several times. "According to your meaning, we misunderstood young master Luo? Then offer us some." Luo Hong said mildly, "All right then, this young master will." But before he finished speaking, felt a chill on his neck. Di Shan directly put his large saber onto Luo Hong's shoulder. Seeing this, the bandits started jeering. Zhao Donghan's expression sharpened. Just as he wanted to rush up, saw Luo Hong raise his hand and wave, signaling him it's okay.
Dishan said sternly, today, if you can speak some sense,
we can still get along.
If you only talk nonsense, then I'll chop you.
Hearing Luo Hong's words, extended 2 fingers. Very simple. Just 2 words, outlook. What is Jianghu?
Jianghu isn't about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and worldly wisdom.
Luo Hong looked around at the crowd.
Everyone must also know what my Luo family does.
My Luo family is the #1 richest in Anping County.
And your Heian Zhai, frankly speaking,
belongs to the lowest level. Saying this, even stuck out his little finger and waved it.
Dishan said annoyed, I kill and rob, government soldiers besiege but get beaten back by me.
And to you, it becomes nothing? Luo Hong sighed, looks like it's not just an issue of outlook, but completely misunderstanding the underworld. Dishan froze. Underworld? What's that?
Luo Hong sighed long, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle.
Said, that's an existence on a higher level than you. Dishan said disdainfully, isn't that just bigger bandits? More men, better fighters? Luo Hong glanced at him speechlessly. Truly a brute.
He spoke leisurely, Jianghu isn't about fighting and killing.
Jianghu is human relationships and worldly wisdom. Dishan stared blankly, his eyes wide.
This sentence seemed to enlighten him, but also seemed not to. But it seemed to strike a chord in the hearts of Jianghu people.
Zhao Donhan also exclaimed in admiration.
Never thought young master, at such a young age, has such profound insights into the world. Luo Hong continued, don't look at your numerous subordinates, seemingly strong forces. The imperial court's forces are tens of thousands times yours. Life and death rest solely on the imperial court's thought.
You are now in a position of absolute hostility towards the imperial court.
Bandits have no value to those in power.
So you must evolve into the underworld.
The first step is to attach yourself to the powerful and noble, become the claws and teeth of power.
Dishan heard this, drew his saber again, pointing at Luo Hong. You want us to be dogs for those dog officials? Dream on.
The 3rd chieftain shouted angrily, Big brother.
This kid is here to fool us. Kill him.
The seductive woman glanced coldly at them.
A bunch of stupid pigs. Turned again to look at Luo Hong.
The corner of her mouth slightly curling up. Your taste should be quite good. Luo Hong pushed the large saber aside slightly.
I haven't finished speaking yet. Listen to me finish. It won't be too late to act. Underworld refers to organizations like yours, gentlemen. This kind of gang-style crime organization.
But it has high, middle, and low 3 levels.
Honestly, you are at the lowest level. You live comfortably now, only because the government soldiers haven't truly wanted to eliminate you.
If one day the imperial court decides ruthlessly to exterminate you, it's likely just a matter of snapping fingers. And if you, within the imperial court, attach yourselves to powerful figures as backers,
not only will survival be worry-free, but you can also earn endless wealth. This is the lower level fearing the powerful,
middle level attaching to the powerful. Dishan counted on his fingers, since there are 3 levels.
Then what about the other level? Luo Hong pointed towards the sky. The top level is becoming the powerful. Saying this, walked towards Dishan step by step.
People must dare to think, dare to strive.
Do you want to be trapped in the mountains for a lifetime? Saying this,
opened his arms wide and roared, why doesn't a man carry the Wu hook and reclaim the 50 states of Guanshan?
Are kings, nobles, generals, and ministers born into their station? Dishan answered, aye. Do you want to succeed? Dishan heard this, almost blurted out involuntarily, I want to.
Seeing this, Luo Hong patted his shoulder.
Very good. Very spirited. Dishan, you need a dream. Look at your brothers. Tattered clothes, sallow faces, skinny bodies. They are your brothers. Your family. Can you bear to watch them like this? Can you face them? They risked their lives to follow you. Don't you think about being responsible for them? They don't ask for much, even just a set of clothes or a pair of shoes. Saying this, slapped Dishan across the face. But you? Do you have this ability? Being a bandit today doesn't mean being a bandit for life. I came, hope came. I will help lead the brothers out of poverty and towards wealth. Our goal is to stand at the pinnacle of the underworld. At this moment, goosebumps rose all over Dishan's body. Although he didn't quite understand, he felt the blood burning throughout his body. At this time, Luo Hong pointed in a direction. Look. Dishan looked towards the sound. Luo Hong asked again, what do you see? Dishan subconsciously said, Just mountains. Luo Hong glared at him. Dishan quickly corrected himself, no, no. Suddenly a lightning bolt struck his forehead. He said uncertainly, outlook. I saw. Outlook. Luo Hong nodded satisfied. So, now, do you understand why I want to join Heiyun Jai? Use my Luo family's financial resources to build connections. Use your martial force to clear obstacles. Saying this, he added in his heart, by then, my sin value will surge unstoppably. No need to think about right or wrong. Towards darkness, so what if I become a villain? As long as it gives me endless power, lets me rise above everything. To join the stronghold, one needs to present a pledge. But what if this pledge is your relative? Can you bring yourself to do it? Luo Hong had Dishan completely fooled and dazed, but Dishan clearly wasn't stupid either. Soon, he reacted. His body couldn't help retreating 2 steps. He looked at Luo Hong terrified. What's going on? Just now, this kid's body. Luo Hong seemed to sense his abnormality, glanced back at him, asked, what's wrong? Dishan didn't answer, but the terror on his face didn't retreat half a bit, instead growing graver. On this young man, he seemed to see the evil he feared most. Luo Hong said sternly, then, now, Chieftain D of Heiyun Jai, can I, Luo Hong, join? Dishan hesitated. Agree? But this guy is very dangerous. He pondered for a long while, finally gritted his teeth, yes, you can. But there's still one rule. Newcomers joining must present a Tu-Ming Zhuang. Luo Hong was confused. What thing? Dishan said, correct, it's Tu-Ming Zhuang. This is the rule for entering the mountains as a bandit. Presenting the Tu-Ming Zhuang means making a clean break with the past. From then on, murder and arson walk the dark path to the end. Luo Hong nodded, no problem. I accept this Tu-Ming Zhuang. Chieftain, just set the task. Dishan's expression became grave again. Although what this kid said just now moved me a bit, always feel something is wrong. He, Luo Hong, isn't short of money, also has strength. But why does he want to join Heiyun Jai? Seeing he didn't answer, Luo Hong waved his hand in front of his eyes. But Dishan seemed not to see, still immersed in his own imagination. It must be like this. This Luo Hong kid, he's plotting against my stronghold. Lucky I'm smart enough. An ordinary person would have fallen into his hands. At this time, Luo Hong said, Chieftain, I'm waiting for you to state the condition. Dishan instantly returned to his senses. Ah, right, about the content of the Tu-Ming Zhuang. He stroked his beard and began to think. Must think of an impossible condition for him. Just as Luo Hong was getting impatient, Dishan's eyes finally lit up. Then pointed at Zhao Donghan, this follower of yours. It's him. Zhao Donghan was stunned. What does this have to do with me? Luo Hong's tone carried displeasure. Sternly said, what do you want me to do? Dishan's face became ferocious. Very simple. I just want you to kill him. Hearing this, Zhao Donghan exploded. This damned dog thing. Luo Hong's face showed no expression, but anyone could see he was very unhappy now. What did you say? You want me to kill my subordinate? Dishan forced himself to say, correct. Entering the stronghold, I am your boss. This Tu-Ming Zhuang tests your determination. I don't like the look of him. You deal with him, and I'll let you join. Zhao Donghan's expression turned gloomy. He was considering whether to act directly now. Kill this dog thing and be done with it. At this time, Luo Hong said, how do I trust you're not playing? Me? I haven't forgotten the obstacles on the way up the mountain. Dishan wasn't afraid at this moment either. Luo Hong, you were the one who volunteered to join. If you can't present the Tu-Ming Zhuang, you can't enter Heiyun Jai. Luo Hong's heart had already started cursing Dishan's family. Originally thought, with my current status joining this gang of bandits, wouldn't they be overjoyed? This won't do. Can't enter Heiyun Jai, the later plans won't unfold well. His fingers cracked, seeming to be making some decision against his ancestors. Dishan pursed his lips, if you can't do it, just obediently go down the mountain. Won't delay dinner. At this time, Luo Hong turned back to look at Zhao Donghan. Remember what you said before going up the mountain? Old Zhao. Sorry. Zhao Donghan was a bit confused. What I said? What did I say? But suddenly, Luo Hong gripped the sword hilt, slashing solidly onto his body with one strike. This strike,
Luo Hong personally severed all the emotions he had in this world. Di Shan was greatly shocked. He really didn't expect Luo Hong could actually bring himself to do it. Luo Hong was expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking. No one knew why he did this. He tapped the ground with his toes, his whole body flew up, kicking Zhao Donghan off the cliff with one foot. But even at this step, Luo Hong didn't choose to stop. He raised his sword, aimed at the falling Zhao Donghan, aimed and threw it over. Just like that, while still visible to all the bandits, the blade pierced Zhao Donghan's chest, until finally slowly disappearing. Luo Hong just watched like that. For a long, long time. He turned back and asked, "Chieftain Di, are you satisfied?" Di Shan was truly going crazy. This kid is so ruthless? But the words were already out, the subordinates behind were watching. Can't go back on his word. He gritted his teeth, very good. Ruthless enough. Nothing more needs to be said. From now on, we eat from the same pot. The third chieftain was somewhat displeased. Actually let this kid join? The second chieftain said, "Who dares refute Big Brother's meaning? Besides, this kid didn't break the rules. So many brothers are watching." The seductive woman licked her lips, seeming even more interested in Luo Hong. Luo Hong personally killed Zhao Donghan, who was not a relative but closer than one. All this just to join the bandits. Di Shan also didn't expect this kid's heart could be so black. Having no choice, could only invite him into the stronghold. At this time, Luo Hong blocked Di Shan's outstretched hand. "Chieftain, after entering the stronghold, which seat do I take?" Hearing this, Di Shan pondered. Since Brother Luo is willing to condescend to join our Heiyun Zhai. Saying this, extended 4 fingers. "From now on, you are the 4th chieftain. How about it? In the entire stronghold, you are only below the 3 of us." Luo Hong looked doubtfully at the other 2. "Our ranking here is set by the time of joining the stronghold." Di Shan asked, "Could it be Brother has other ideas?" The third chieftain said unhappily, "It's already good we didn't make you a gatekeeper. Just joined and already chirping, no manners." Luo Hong grinned widely. Shui Yingbu, Shadow Step, was used by him. Instantly arrived before the third chieftain. The third chieftain subconsciously wanted to retreat, but alas, his body couldn't keep up with his reaction. Could only lean back to dodge Luo Hong's palm, but Luo Hong hit his chest directly with an elbow strike. The third chieftain's body sprung like a spring, pang, slammed onto the ground, then bounced up, timely spitting out a mouthful of blood. Just as he wanted to call for help, Luo Hong grabbed his neck. His face held no emotion, seeming to vent all the anger from just now. On to the third chieftain. Due to suffocation, the third chieftain's pupils began to roll up white, but Luo Hong clearly didn't intend to let him go. "Di Shan wants me to kill a relative. Then you, Di Shan, must also prepare to lose one." At this time, Di Shan drew his saber and lunged forward. Just as the blade was about to fall on Luo Hong's Shui Yingbu instantly made him disappear from the spot. Di Shan's large saber could only stop before the third chieftain. Di Shan angered, "Luo Hong, are you taking me too lightly?" Luo Hong patted the dust off his body, then waved his hand, "Dare not, dare not. I was just deepening my bond with third brother. As the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. I have no other meaning." But the third chieftain didn't think so. Just now, he clearly felt killing intent. He said terrified, "Big brother. This person cannot be kept." Di Shan didn't answer him. After half a day, he spoke, "Boys, prepare a banquet in the Jui Ting Assembly Hall to welcome the 4th chieftain. From now on, our Heiyun Zhai has another fierce general." The third chieftain angered, "Big brother, why you?" The second chieftain didn't speak, but aimed all the darkness in his heart at Luo Hong. The seductive woman smiled even wider at this moment. Luo Hong cupped his hands, "Many thanks, chieftain." Inside Heiyun Zhai's Jui Ting, large amounts of meat dishes were quickly brought up, but the banquet that should have been lively, at this moment, was strangely silent. Luo Hong thought, last time after old Zhao delivered the letter and returned, Anping County commoners were all spreading news of me becoming an outlaw. 80% chance it was their doing. After coming up the mountain today, they repeatedly obstructed me. Finally at the stronghold gate, even forced me to make a 2 Ming Zhuang. Result now is setting up a large banquet, saying to celebrate me? If this isn't a Hongmen banquet, feast set up as a trap, I'll be damned. Di Shan squinted his eyes, looking at Luo Hong. This brat looks decent on the surface, but his heart is definitely not that simple.
Maybe even worse than me.
If I let him stay on this mountain, maybe this stronghold will be pried away by him in the future.
Wouldn't I freaking become a cuckold then? So absolutely cannot let him join.
But this brat's methods are truly black.
Even killed his own guard.
Now his Tu Ming Zhuang is, then I have no reason to drive him away.
Damn it. Can't keep him. Expel him, no reason to expel him. What should I do with him?
At this time, Wu Meiniangzi, seductive lady, said, Young Master Luo Hong.
You finally came, why are you standing there stunned? Quickly enjoy the banquet with everyone. Di Shan looked at him resentfully. Still talking about banquets? Can't you see I'm not in the mood?
But suddenly, his eyes lit up.
I'm really a pig brain. If there's no reason, just find a reason for him, right?
Right at this banquet, no need to expel him.
That might even let the tiger return to the mountain. Might as well be done with it, kill this brat today, to eliminate future troubles.
Thinking this, picked up a wine jar, smilingly poured himself a bowl.
Duty is right. Why are you all standing around? Being wooden blocks?
He raised the large bowl high, to celebrate brother Luo Hong becoming 4th chieftain today.
Everyone drink desperately for me.
One person and others were stunned.
What is he doing? Di Shan announced loudly, today, whoever dares not drink to their heart's content, is disrespecting the 4th chieftain, is disrespecting me. Hearing this, everyone could only reluctantly echo. Di Shan watched them drink sullenly, his face also darkening.
He pulled Wu Meiniangzi into his arms.
Wu Meiniangzi blushed shyly, Great King, are you suddenly in the mood?
Di Shan whispered a few words in her ear.
Wu Meiniangzi's face changed. After Di Shan finished speaking, asked, do you understand? Wu Meiniangzi smiled enchantingly, didn't answer, but her smile already held the answer. Transmigrated, still encountered someone trying to pull a staged accident scam. But one wasn't enough. A group of bandits performed a badger game on Luo Hong. They are so creative. Being bandits is truly wasting their talent.
Wu Meiniangzi filled her own large bowl with wine,
picked it up, walked towards Luo Hong.
Young Master Luo, let this servant also toast you. Luo Hong looked at her surprisedly,
wondering what trick they're pulling this time.
The bandits were also somewhat confused,
but seemed to understand somewhat. Di Shan watched with a gloomy face, didn't speak. Wu Meiniangzi said, what's wrong? Young master unwilling to drink with this servant?
She batted her charming eyes, looking towards Luo Hong, even striking a pose inviting him to pick her.
Luo Hong was shocked. Are women in this world so open?
At this time, Di Shan slammed the table.
4th chieftain.
Since your sister-in-law came to toast you, just drink. Luo Hong helplessly, then this young master respectfully obeys. The seductive woman smiled wickedly.
Just as the 2 cups touched, she dropped a pill into Luo Hong's large bowl.
After doing this, she directly downed hers. Seeing this, Luo Hong was unwilling to admit defeat, picked up the large bowl and chugged it down.
Seeing this scene, Di Shan's mouth couldn't help curling up. Luo Hong turned the large bowl upside down. How about it? Satisfied?
But at this time, a pair of huge pressures came.
Then, a blissful sense of suffocation surged to Luo Hong's head, making the crowd of bandits watch with envy, yet gritting their teeth. This Luo Hong really deserves death. Luo Hong, facing the pair of large breasts, didn't understand what this woman wanted to do.
At this time, Di Shan crushed the large bowl in his hand, stood up.
Only then did Wu Meiniangzi separate from Luo Hong. Crying out coquettishly, young master, annoying. Actually taking advantage of this servant.
Luo Hong was completely stunned.
This world freaking has Peng Ci too? Di Shan slammed the table. Wu Meiniangzi then threw herself into Luo Hong's arms again. Let go of my hand. You dare touch my woman? Freaking don't want to live anymore? Luo Hong pushed Wu Meiniangzi away with a baffled face. Are you freaking sick? She threw herself at me. Didn't you see?
The 3rd chieftain was also filled with righteous indignation at this moment.
I said long ago this kid is no good thing. Big brother, give the word. Brothers will chop him up right now.
Luo Hong listened to this group of bandits' curses,
initially a bit confused.
But as they cursed, he suddenly understood.
Looks like not just Peng Ci, but also freaking Xian Ren Tiao.
You guys being bandits is truly wasting talent.
At this time, Di Shan waved his large hand, all of you, shut up. Luo Hong didn't speak, just watched quietly. Their performance. Di Shan looked at Luo Hong with a gloomy face. You saw it too. It's not that I don't want you to be this fourth chieftain. It's just what you did makes it impossible for the brothers to support you. But I am a man of my word. Since I promised to let you join the stronghold, I won't drive you away, let alone kill you. However, this time, don't think about the chieftain position first. Start with the most basic cleaning. Saying this, pointed at the mess on the ground. Coincidentally, there's dirt on the ground now. Quickly clean it up first. The brothers are still waiting to start the banquet. Luo Hong, this is our final mercy. Don't be ungrateful. Luo Hong's face turned gloomy. He didn't go to clean, nor did he speak. Instead, suddenly burst out laughing. His shuiying part instantly activated, his whole person for a moment arrived before Di Shan. Di Shan grinned sinisterly. He was waiting for Luo Hong to act out of shame and anger. He punched towards Luo Hong's face. But just at the moment of success, Luo Hong disappeared. Strangely appeared behind him. Di Shan punched towards Luo Hong's face again, but missed again. Even his own large saber was snatched away by Luo Hong. The third chieftain shouted angrily, Luo Hong, you actually dare to attack? But responding to him was Luo Hong controlling the large saber, flying past their faces, then returning to his own hand. You bunch of rabble. Ganging up to frame me, right? Think this young master is an idiot? Di Shan laughed maniacally. Luo Hong, Luo Hong. This king tells you clearly. Today, even if the heavenly King Laozi comes, he can't save you. Luo Hong looked at him like looking at an idiot. This Di Shan never treated me as one of his own from the start. Probably still because of the Paragon of Justice title, made him distrust me. Then I also can't hope to cooperate with them. But if I fight, I indeed can't handle so many of them myself. Not to mention Di Shan, this must find a way to stall for time. That's my only chance of survival. Thinking of this, he sighed. Chieftain D. This young master already said just now, I came to join you sincerely. I also presented the 2 Ming Zhuan you wanted. If you still distrust me, why don't we discuss a deal? Killing me now brings you no benefit. Di Shan smiled, still dare talk deals with me? Speak, what deal? Luo Hong smiled, let me go back. By then. But before finishing, a wave of dizziness rushed straight to his head. Couldn't even hold the large saber steadily. He realized terrified, he seemed to have been drugged. These bastards, they actually put poison in the wine. But now regretting was already too late. The figures before him became increasingly blurry. Eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Pa fell onto the table, passed out. The third chieftain scratched his cheek. Did he drink too much? Di Shan smiled, it's knockout drops. Then pulled Wu Meiniangzi into his arms. Thanks to my beauty. Later, I must reward you well. After speaking, looked at Luo Hong, snorted coldly. This kid's methods are too black. Really fighting him head-on, who knows what other tricks might appear. Using knockout drops is the most trouble-saving solution. After speaking, looked at Old Third. Take him down first. Lock him in the dungeon. The third chieftain didn't understand. Why not kill him now? Di Shan said unhappily, you brainless one. Their Luo family is Anping County's #1 richest. Not extorting a sum from them is too unprofitable. Achieve the goal in the safest way with the least cost. This is the survival way belonging to us bandits. How's this outlook, young Master Luo Hong? The sky gradually dimmed. Until the bright moon hung high. Inside the bandit stronghold's Jui Ting, a large area was already drunk. Lying on the ground one by one, sound asleep. And over at the dungeon side, Luo Hong also slowly woke up. His first feeling was a splitting headache. After a moment, he realized something was wrong, because the surroundings were pitch black. The air also had a rotten smell. He subconsciously looked aside. Sigh, national expletive slipped out of his mouth. He looked at the dry bones on the ground, his scalp also began to tingle. Suddenly, he discovered something. This is a dungeon. He remembered everything. It was Di Shan and his gang of dog things who drugged the wine, knocking me out. They most likely coveted the Luo residents' wealth, wanting to use me as a hostage to extort a large sum, then kill me. Truly a group of short-sighted country bumpkins. Must find a way to leave here. Thinking this, Luo Hong retreated a few steps, then gathered strength and kicked the cell door. But the cell door was fine, Luo Hong's foot instead felt intense pain. This Shuiying Bu, although elusive, its power indeed is somewhat lacking. Now without arrows in hand, can't use the Jianqi Ju.
The more Luo Hong thought, the more discouraged he became.
Might as well just lie flat. Can't get out for a while anyway. This world really has problems. I just wanted to be a bandit, and this villain action 80% likely failed again.
Saying this, took out the booklet.
Sneaked a peek. But to Luo Hong's surprise, his sin value had actually turned positive. Still plus 11. Luo Hong's eyes teared up. Without that super imaginative Zhao Donghan, without that suddenly incorruptible Dali Si envoy Luo Feng, my life is finally freaking getting on the right track. Damn it, why do I want to cry so much? Never mind. All this was really too difficult. Luo Hong looked at the freshly baked diary. Great Xia calendar, June 15th. Weather, clear. Today is destined to be a memorable day, because starting from the morning, the streets and alleys of Anping County actually began discussing this young master joining Heiyun Zhai. Now, in everyone's mouth, I have apparently become a bright and shiny villain. Although don't know who revealed the news, I know it must have been a kind-hearted person. This diary event, sin value plus 20. Great Xia calendar, June 17th. Overcast turning cloudy. I finally successfully joined Heiyun Zhai, a bandit gang that robs houses, plunders, and commits all kinds of evil. Became a newbie little bandit. The feeling here is much better than in the residence. Everyone here is talented, speaks nicely too. I really like it here. This diary event, sin value plus 20. Luo Hong, after reading the diary, instantly understood. So that's how it is. Those news Dishan spread earlier gave me a bad reputation among the people. And this booklet, because of purely bad reputation, increases my sin value? Not only that, this booklet seems to react slowly too. I must quickly use the sin value before it realizes Dishan and I have fallen out. Right now. As long as I redeem rewards fast enough, the booklet's point deduction won't catch up to me. Maybe there will even be a surprise to help me escape. Imagination is beautiful, but when Luo Hong opened the reward pool, only then was he dumbfounded. Grand prize, Tianma Bummy Ti. Sin value 1 million. Redeemable. First prize, Buxiu Xie Yuanshan. Sin value 100,000. Redeemable. Second prize, complete version Tianjia Evil Cultivation Technique in Yi Xie Dian, Dark Night Evil Scripture. Sin value 10,000. Redeemable. Third prize, Connection Complete 1000 Hand Evil Buddha. Sin value 1,000. Redeemable. The last consolation prize also showed redeemed. Luo Hong was completely confused by those bandits. Rewards refresh every 15 days? After redeeming the reward last time, have to wait until tomorrow for the 5th day. Luo Hong exited the booklet space with a resentful face, directly chose to lie flat again. Truly unlucky. Originally thought could at least get another consolation prize. Now can only wait until tomorrow to try my luck again. But still depends on whether they let me live until tomorrow. At this time, footsteps sounded. Luo Hong looked over terrified. Saw a person in black holding a sword blade glaring fiercely at him. A viper-like woman, do you like her? No matter how seductive the appearance, her inner malice can never be hidden. When the bright moon hung high, Dishan, having spent the night with Xuelingji, was already sound asleep, but the beauty beside him was full of energy. After Xuelingji got dressed, began muttering. Great king, sleep peacefully. This servant loves you so much, will save you for last. Saying this, walked out with a sinister face, arrived at the stronghold's Ju Yi Ting. The bandits here were already dead drunk, completely unaware danger was approaching them. One bandit, while laughing with the 7 fairies in his sweet dream, felt himself suddenly float up. Breathing also faintly became difficult. He subconsciously opened his eyes to look, but only heard a pu sound. His heart was dug out by Xuelingji. Excruciating pain instantly sobered him. But everything was too late. Xuelingji opened her mouth, began to absorb his yang energy. The bandit's body shriveled at a visible rate. Finally, only skin and bones remained. Xuelingji licked her bloody lips, looking unsatisfied. At this time, a voice came, "You few, heard? Recently those Dali Si scum seem to have noticed the movement over here." Xuelingji said angrily, "Things ended up like this now, isn't it because of you? Still have the face to talk?" The scholar chuckled dryly upon hearing this. "Lingji, don't be angry," Xuelingji said, "this Anping County is thousands of miles from the imperial capital. Originally, as long as we disguised as wandering cultivators,
Committing sporadic crimes, they wouldn't suspect our Xiamen. The burly man laughed.
But massacring villages is just too satisfying. Once I start killing people, it's easy not to stop.
Only by killing all visible living beings can I stop.
Xue Lingji sighed. In short,
now around Anping County, vigilance by the Dali Sea has been raised.
If you want to court death, I won't interfere. But I'm currently still at the 9th rank Jusha realm. If I really run into Dali Sea dogs, I simply can't deal with them. So starting recently, I plan to lie low for a period. After all, I was finally chosen by the Xiamen.
A great future awaits me.
I don't want to die unjustifiably like this.
At this time, a bandit was woken by their conversation.
Which son of a bitch is making noise? Freaking can't even sleep peacefully, right?
Xue Lingji stepped out.
Instantly arrived behind that person. Poochie 2 sounds.
Blood splashed.
The entire scene resembled a Shura field, battlefield hell. One bandit had woken up just now, witnessed the whole process personally. He shouted terrified, freaking stop sleeping. Something big happened.
But before he finished shouting, his heart was crushed by Xue Lingji.
At this time, the bandits also began waking up one after another.
All were scared speechless by the scene before them. Xue Lingji smiled wickedly, give up struggling.
Everyone in this stronghold, including Dishan, won't live past tonight. At this time, the scholar said, Xue Lingji, you broke through to the 8th rank? What's going on? Haven't we been laying low during this period? How did you advance instead? Xue Lingji giggled twice. You probably don't know. Near this Anping County, there is a Mathe Bang.
The burly man was puzzled.
Bandits? So what? The scholar asked, your advancement is related to those bandits? Xue Lingji nodded. That Mathe Bang has already gained some power. There's even an 8th rank presiding inside. The surrounding government offices can't do anything about them. More importantly, this group of bandits not only robs,
but also kills without hesitation.
Compared to us, not inferior. What a truly excellent group of people. The burly man angered, you fart. They are worthy of comparing killing with me? The scholar was also annoyed, you idiot. Is that what Lingji meant? He turned to look at Lingji, could it be you joined them, and have been fishing in troubled waters all alone? Lingji nodded again, correct.
I observed for a long time.
Found this group of people is the perfect choice to be my cover.
Firstly, even if they've gained some power, in the eyes of the Dali Sea, they still don't count for much.
So the level of vigilance towards them is far less than towards evil spirits. Secondly, their killing intent is really strong.
Every few days, they go out to plunder.
Won't stop until dozens are killed.
So I just need to follow behind them each time, then secretly pick a few corpses.
Absorbing their essence blood is enough.
The two suddenly realized.
So that's the situation.
Xue Lingji continued, interestingly, since I started following this group of bandits,
because I can often absorb essence blood, evil shot energy, actually grows faster than when I was alone. So not long after,
I stepped into the threshold of the 8th rank. The burly man cursed annoyedly, national expletive.
There's such a thing? Xue Lingji, are you still recruiting there? I want to go too. The scholar asked, Lingji, in the stronghold, wasn't your cultivation discovered by the 8th rank?
Xue Lingji smiled, that leader only sees me as his darling.
Doting on me, loving me, hasn't even had enough time. How would he have time to suspect me? Hearing this, the scholar angered.
But this anger carried a hint of jealousy.
I'll go skin him right now.
Over at the dungeon, when Luo Hong saw the person before him clearly,
only then let out a heavy sigh of relief. So it's you. Scared me. I thought Dishan and the others couldn't hold back, wanted to act first and report later. Unfortunately, they no longer have the chance.
At this time, Zhao Donghan knelt down with a thud. This action made Luo Hong a bit stunned.
What trick are you pulling now?
Saw Zhao Donghan say with a heavy tone, subordinate deserves 10,000 deaths.
Subordinate was dull. Previously actually suspected young master.
Please young master forgive.
Luo Hong understood upon hearing this.
He smiled slyly, forgiven, forgiven.
Who made this young master magnanimous? You coming to save me is already a surprise.
Hearing this, Zhao Donghan also started getting confused.
Young master, what are you saying? Wasn't it you who asked me to come save you? Luo Hong suddenly had a bad premonition. This guy must have imagined something again.
At this time, Zhao Donghan gritted his teeth, speaking of which.
This group of bastards. Actually locked you in this place. Truly deserve 10,000 deaths. Young master, step back a few steps. Saying this, drew his sword, slashed heavily onto the cell door with one strike. With several clang sounds, the cell door shattered upon impact. Zhao Donghan handed the page yen to Luo Hong. Young master, not suitable to stay here long. Let's leave first. Hearing this, Luo Hong snorted coldly. He took the page yen, said sternly, since old Zhao, you've come, this matter cannot end just like this. The stronghold's Jui Ting had long turned into a mountain of corpses and sea of blood. But there was actually one survivor. He walked forward staggeringly, leaving bloody footprints, muttering something. Must quickly report to the great king. But their great king was currently still in sweet dreams, fighting 300 rounds with Duke Zhou's daughter, dreaming. Suddenly, his room door was slammed open with a pang. Di Shan, annoyed, was about to scold, but when he saw clearly the bloody figure at the door, the anger on his face instantly turned to terror. He instantly ran over to support the bandit. What happened? Who injured you like this? Could it be Luo Hong escaped? Quickly speak. That bandit said painfully, Great King. Quickly go to the hall. After speaking, breathed his last. Di Shan gritted his teeth, truly outrageous. Damn Luo Hong. You wait. I'll sacrifice you to heaven right now. Over at Luo Hong's side, he just walked out of the dungeon with Zhao Donghan. Speaking of which, you usually look quite honest. How come you're so clever this time? Figured it out? Actually, I was asking you to come provide support. Zhao Donghan smiled, young master praises too much. If not for the hint you gave being so subtle, old Zhao's pig brain might really not have reacted. Luo Hong put on a testing expression, deliberately asking, what hint did I give? Zhao Donghan smiled knowingly. Back then, after you knocked me off the cliff, I really thought, young master truly planned to abandon good and follow evil. But until your page yen flew towards me, this thought of mine started wavering again. Because I didn't understand what you were doing. You know I'm invulnerable to blades and spears. But thinking and thinking, I remembered the question you asked me when going up the mountain. Back then you said, you were about to become a bandit who kills and robs, and asked why I didn't react. Back then I said no matter what young master does, I believe you act for the sake of justice. Right. It's for the sake of justice. Thinking of this, I took the page yen you gave me, inserted it into the cliff face. Luckily it was like this, I could survive. Otherwise, even if I were in Iron Bone Realm, falling from such a height would turn me into meat paste. Also, you gave me the sword, meaning to have me provide support, right? Back then, you must have been worried about alerting the enemy, so decided to enter the stronghold first to stabilize them. And you throwing your weapon off the cliff in front of Di Shan, besides letting me save myself, was also to eliminate Di Shan's wariness. After the opponent's guard lowered, we two would then coordinate from inside and outside, taking them out in one wave. Young master, this move of secretly crossing Chinsong is truly brilliant. But I was just thinking, since young master entered the stronghold for the sake of justice, then you must want to use this to eradicate this group of scourges. But you clearly already hinted this to me, why separate from me again? You should know, relying solely on yourself is absolutely impossible to complete this task. Not to mention now even the sword is lost, Jianqi Ju also can't be used. In that case, when should I enter to support you? Back then, I thought to wait until midnight first. Because by that time, young master should have settled things inside. Then, sure enough, as I expected, when I came earlier, besides a few sporadic gate guards, the path was actually clear all the way. Upon entering the main hall, even discovered this group of bandits were all drunk unconscious. This must also be young master's method, right? Luo Hong was speechless. I knew this guy would imagine things, but never thought he would imagine so much. But Luo Hong thought again, the bandits, they probably kept the banquet going until night. That's why they were all drunk. This actually saved me quite a bit of trouble. Later, just send them all on their way. As the two spoke, arrived outside the Jui Ting, Zhao Donghan introduced proudly, young master, look. This group of idiots are all sleeping like dead pigs. But the next moment, both their faces changed entirely, because the entire Jui Ting seemed to have turned into a Shura field. Blood everywhere. Lying scattered vertically and horizontally on the ground were all corpses. Luo Hong asked, didn't you say they were all sleeping? How come they're all dead now? Zhao Donghan was also a bit stunned. I don't know. It was clearly fine just now. Luo Hong went forward to investigate. The corpses just stopped breathing. Bodies are still warm. All had their hearts dug out. At this time, Zhao Donghan said terrified, "Young master, there are also several bodies here like dried corpses." This, blood completely drained? Who on earth did this? At this time, several footsteps sounded. Luo Hong and the other also heard it. Nerves instantly tensed as Dishan rushed in with the two bosses. Dishan, having just entered, was also shocked by the scene before him, happening to see Luo Hong among them. He became even more certain of the guess in his heart. Dishan roared, splitting with anger. "It really was you, you dog spawn, who did this." The third boss was also struck by the scene before him, shocked and unable to recover for a long time, because the scene before him was far more terrifying than his fights and robberies outside. After a long while, the third boss examined the corpses on the ground. "Big brother, it seems except for the brothers keeping watch outside, the rest are all here." Dishan clenched his silver teeth tightly, trying hard to endure, not to lose control. Zhao Donghan saw their expressions. "Young master, could they have misunderstood something?" But the response was Dishan's furious roar. "This is all you're doing, isn't it? Luo Hong, you have such audacious guts." Hearing this, the two men, their faces instantly fell. "Looks like my guess was right." Luo Hong raised his hand and waved. Just as he was about to explain something, he instantly realized his hands were now dripping with blood. He had just touched the corpses too. Wasn't this just making things darker the more he wiped? But no matter how Luo Hong explained, Dishan clearly couldn't listen anymore, because he trusted what his own eyes saw more. This guard of yours who should have died is standing right here. What else do you have to say? Just by yourself, how could you have the ability to kill so many of my brothers? I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces right now." After speaking, he stepped forward. His whole body charged towards the two like a wild bull. Zhao Donghan also met him head-on with full force. The moment the two sides clashed, a terrifying pressure instantly tore apart everything around. The shockwave swept towards the surrounding onlookers. Luo Hong's face darkened. Is this the battle between 8th ranks? The two powerhouses clashed intensely, deadlocked for half a moment. In the end, Zhao Donghan was slightly inferior, his body sent flying by Dishan. Luo Hong asked with concern, "Old Zhao, how are you?" Zhao Donghan rubbed his aching arm. "I'm fine, thank you for your concern, young master." But immediately after, he saw Luo Hong running for his life outside, even saying, "You guys from the Tiegu realm have a good spar. I'll make myself scarce first." The second boss helped Dishan up and said, "Luo Hong, leave that kid to me and old third, you just focus on dealing with this guard." But Dishan refused. "He and I both have tough bones. If we start fighting, who knows how long it will take. That Luo Hong is strange in every way. I worry you two will suffer." The two bosses were puzzled. "Then big brother, what do you mean?" But they only saw Dishan also start running outside. "I'll leave this guard to you too. Try to hold him back, I'll go tear Luo Hong apart first." The third boss was stunned. "Second brother, how about I leave the guard to you?" But the response was the second boss, directly pinning him against the wall. "Can't you have some shame?" Luo Hong hid behind a chair. From time to time, he poked his head out to look around, seeing if anyone was chasing him. At this moment, he was already complaining wildly in his heart. "This is ridiculously outrageous. In just this short while, a whole room of people was actually killed off. However, it definitely couldn't have been Dishan and his men. They weren't planning to let me go anyway. No need to deliberately find a reason to kill me, right? Old Zhao also has no reason to lie, so in this stronghold, could there be someone else from Dali Si? But no matter what happened, luckily old Zhao is here. He's so tanky, let him take the hits in front first. I'll find a chance to sneak attack them later." But suddenly Luo Hong froze. Because he realized Dishan was gone, then his passive skill activated. The place where he was staying was shattered by Dishan's foot. Luckily Shane wasn't used instinctively. Otherwise, Luo Hong would have been crushed into meat paste. "Dishan, aren't you being too shameless?" Luo Hong roared. "There's an 8th rank over there. You don't fight him, but insist on chasing and beating a small fry. Is this very satisfying?" Dishan said with a gloomy face, "You wish? Why should I be anxious to kill your guard? Let me finish you off first. Wouldn't it be better to deal with him slowly then?" Saying this, he took out his large saber. "Anyway, you both have to die, it's the same who goes first." After speaking, he slashed towards Luo Hong's head. Zhao Donghan saw the young master was in danger. Subconsciously wanted to go help, but the second boss stood in front of him inappropriately. "You want to leave just like that? Treating this old man like air?" Zhao Donghan's expression fell. Merely ninth rank, you think you can stop me?
But suddenly, the sound of something breaking the wind approached. Zhao Donghan disdainfully caught the flying swordsman, but abruptly,
an unknown gas emerged from within. Zhao Donghan was greatly alarmed.
Because he realized it was poison gas, the third boss laughed maniacally.
We two bosses aren't just freeloaders, how does this poison arrow taste?
Zhao Donghan said angrily, using such low-handed tricks against me, how could it possibly work? But after saying that, he spat out a mouthful of blood, a wave of dizziness rushed straight to his head. He staggered a few steps, finally falling to the ground. Zhao Donghan gritted his teeth. He never expected this poison to be so potent.
Luo Hong also noticed something was wrong over here. This thoroughly enraged him.
First knockout drugs, now poison gas, you really are a bunch of low-life scoundrels. Dishan grinned ferociously, you dog spawn, killed so many of my brothers.
Still have the face to say that?
Now your guard is useless, no one will come to help you anymore.
Little Luo Hong, just prepare to meet your end peacefully.
Suddenly, a sharp light flashed from the door of the Juyi Hall. Luo Hong instantly rushed out from inside. Only, behind him, followed a fierce-looking Dishan, once outside.
Luo Hong's movements became uninhibited. He said contemptuously, you want this young master's life that badly? Come and cut me down if you have the skill.
You brute with only brute force. Dishan was instantly provoked. Little Luo Hong, die for me.
Luo Hong saw he was provoked, and also relaxed inwardly. Indeed a simple-minded fellow. With well-developed limbs but a simple brain. In terms of strength, I might not match him, but in terms of agility,
10 Dishans are no match for me. Dishan's swinging motions were like a snail crawling in Luo Hong's eyes. Injuring me is even more impossible. Luo Hong stepped on Dishan's large saber, taunting inappropriately, you're too slow. Although Luo Hong mocked him like this guy's strength could completely crush him. And he only had the advantage of speed. Now he could only think of ways to make Dishan lose his mind, thereby consuming his stamina, and then find a chance to break his defense. The two fought back and forth for about a quarter of an hour. Dishan also lost his temper.
Are you born in the year of the monkey? Just love jumping around, do you dare to take one slash from me? Luo Hong extended a finger, waving it lightly,
clicking his tongue from time to time. I say, little D.
How brain-dead must you be to say such a thing? Hearing this, Dishan's teeth ground audibly.
Just as he wanted to spout some harsh words, Luo Hong pointed at his own head and said, I originally thought you were only slow in movement, didn't expect you're ridiculously slow up here too.
Dishan couldn't bear it anymore. Curses flew out of his mouth one after another.
Seeing this, Luo Hong rejoiced, very good, add more fuel.
Luo Hong continued, little D, do you know why I wanted to slaughter that bunch of your subordinates? Dishan gritted his teeth, you admit it?
Luo Hong spread his arms, laughing wildly, originally, if you had let me join, I could have led you to see what the world of true villains is like. But now, you yourself have ruined this only chance. I had no choice but to kill them all.
Because under the leadership of a Jianzhong like you, they don't even deserve to commit evil. Dishan first froze,
then laughed maniacally, only his laughter contained no emotion. Clearly, his defense was broken. People who lose their sanity reveal many flaws, but the power they unleash is naturally astonishing too. Dishan recklessly slashed towards Luo Hong. This furious strike had already surpassed his usual level. Unfortunately, no matter how strong his power was, his speed could never catch up to Luo Hong.
The mountainside was shattered inch by Dishan's slash.
This slash clearly caused him immense consumption too. He glared venomously at Luo Hong on the mountainside. Pity this slash didn't kill him. Let's see how long you can escape. Saying this, he was about to draw his saber. But suddenly he found the saber seemed stuck, unable to pull it out for a moment. Seeing this, Luo Hong directly summoned his personal sword. He had waited a long time for this opening, now is the time. His sword chi was unleashed. Dishan covered his head with both fists. Luo Hong's sword hitting him was like scratching an itch. Dishan chuckled darkly. Too bad, Luo Hong, although your sword technique is sharp and domineering, it still can't do anything to me.
Luo Hong was also startled. His proud Jianqi Ju couldn't even break his defense? This won't work? The hard-won opportunity. How could I return without success?
But suddenly, something shot out from the sword. Luo Hong felt this power. It was just like when I first started. Exactly the same power. Thinking of this, Luo Hong gripped his personal sword tightly. Combining with that mysterious power, he slashed out a wave of sword chi. Dishan felt that
the pressure wasn't right, instantly panicked. Unfortunately, he was too close.
He took the full force of this sword strike. His figure was instantly sent flying, then crashed heavily onto the gate of the Juyi Hall. Dust instantly rose everywhere. Enveloping Dishan's figure, after a long while, the dust dissipated, Dishan knelt halfway on the ground. Only, behind him was a deep sword mark, his face also overflowed with blood, clearly. This sword strike could already injure him. Luo Hong approached him step by step.
Dishan's eyes widened, because he felt a terrifying aura.
And the owner of this aura was precisely Luo Hong. Dishan's killing intent instantly vanished. Replaced by a zone of terror, inside the hall, Zhao Donghan was constantly dodging. Because if he was slow by even a bit, he might be in danger from the explosion waves, so he could only rely on his not-so-fast speed and his tough body to resist the impact of the explosion's aftershocks. At this time the second boss said angrily, "I say, old third, you doing this?
Aren't you afraid of collapsing this hall?" The third boss said annoyed, "What time is it now? Still care about this? Even if this kid is poisoned, he's still a genuine 8th rank martial cultivator, without external help. We'll both die at his hands." Hearing this, the second boss fell silent. But the fire in the Juyi Hall would not be silent, burning whatever it saw. The fire spread rapidly. The second boss said helplessly, "All right, since this hall is already like this, then let this old man help you again." After speaking, he took out the flute from his bosom and played it. An icy flute sound instantly spread throughout Heiyun Mountain. Outside, Luo Hong was confronting Dishan. Suddenly he heard a hissing sound. "Are those crows coming again?"
Just after saying that, black clouds approached from the horizon. Thousands upon thousands of crows stared with blood-red eyes, seemingly just waiting for the command. They would tear apart everything they saw. Dishan, seeing this, also started laughing.
"Luo Hong, last time old second used this Lingya formation.
You relied on that Ru cultivator's magic treasure to escape. This time your subordinate won't be so lucky."
Luo Hong's expression became grave. He knew Dishan was trying to mess with his mind. But what he said wasn't false. Old Zhao was already poisoned.
Just now, explosions came continuously from the building. Now this flock of crows has come again.
Can old Zhao still hold on?
Zhao Donghan really was about to collapse. Because these two were truly too shameless. The third boss was also having a bit of a headache now.
"I say, second brother, are you serious? If you keep this up, this building will really be gone."
The second boss didn't answer, but snorted coldly. He didn't care that much. "Attack. Peck that guard into a pile of white bones for me." After the crow flock received the command, they all went crazy, one by one charging desperately towards Zhao Donghan, as if either he dies, or they perish. Compared to the noise inside the Juyi Hall, the protagonist's battlefield was much quieter. Only, who knows when, a figure hid high up. Watching them sneakily, Dishan looked at the sword in Luo Hong's hand flashing with cold light, and started to feel a bit scared. Don't know how it happened. His hand was actually trembling. Could he really be afraid of this dog spawn? Only, what he didn't know was, Luo Hong felt pretty much the same. His hand was already numb with pain.
What the hell is this Jianqi Ju? Why after every use, the meridians in the arm feel like they're being cut by a knife?
Although being able to unleash sword chi is pretty cool, and the power looks decent, but this damn thing hurts too much, damn it.
What kind of broken stuff am I practicing every day?
At this time, Dishan just wanted to sneak away. Unfortunately Luo Hong saw him. Luo Hong asked, somewhat stunned, "What are you doing?"
Dishan jolted, "Right, what the hell am I doing?" But as he thought, the terror on his face became more apparent. Could I really be afraid? Afraid of facing this 9th rank newbie Luo Hong? At this moment, a voice came from Luo Hong's bosom. But only he could hear this voice. Detected the villain opposite generating fear towards you. New function Dog Eat Dog has been unlocked. Hearing this, Luo Hong rejoiced. The booklet actually has a new function. But what the hell is Dog Eat Dog? Dishan also heard Luo Hong muttering to himself at this time. His mind also started to get confused. Did he just say Dog Eat Dog? At this time, the booklet answered with a voice only Luo Hong could hear. It can eliminate the existence of darkness. Besides light, there is deeper darkness. When even villains start to fear you, it means you are already a greater villain. Luo Hong instantly understood. Never thought. This fellow Dishan is actually afraid of me. The booklet's voice sounded again. Eliminate the villain who fears you. This act does not count as executing justice. You will gain sin value. The more the opposing villain fears you, the more sin value you will gain after eliminating them. Luo Hong heard this. His mouth almost split to the back of his ears. So that's how it is. He approached Dishan step by step. Dishan's body also trembled slightly. He saw Luo Hong muttering to himself. Couldn't figure out what he was doing. Could this dog spawn not be bluffing? He actually really wants to dog eat dog? I'm an 8th rank martial cultivator. On what basis does he think he can eat me? What exactly is my brain afraid of? At this time, Luo Hong said in a low voice, "If you can't figure it out, then don't, you're pig brain. It's normal not to figure out this kind of thing. After all, people fear darkness precisely because they can't see through it. So they fear him." Dishan was truly afraid of him. He ran desperately towards his large saber. Now, only it could give him a sense of security. Unfortunately, Luo Hong was faster. In an instant, he arrived in front of him. Dishan gritted his teeth and threw a punch. Unfortunately, as expected, it hit empty air. Luo Hong appeared behind him, raising his long sword high, about to strike down, when Dishan faced a life-and-death crisis. He actually forcefully pulled his body up, covering his head with both hands, to block Luo Hong's attack. Unfortunately, by the time he finished these actions, Luo Hong had already appeared behind him. This time he couldn't dodge. His back was instantly pierced by a wave of sword chi. A tearing pain came from behind. Unfortunately, Dishan could do nothing, only endure it. His figure staggered and landed. Luo Hong complained, "My arm still hurts a lot, feels like it was instantly stretched open inside." Dishan seemed to notice Luo Hong's condition too. He chuckled, "I heard. 9th rank sword cultivators are called Chi Sword Realm, although they can already unleash sword chi at this time. But because they just experienced opening their meridians, the meridians in their body are still very weak. So at most, they can only unleash 2 or 3 waves of sword chi. And although your sword cultivation technique is abnormally domineering, the stronger the sword chi, the greater the consumption on the body, right?" Luo Hong looked doubtfully at the sword in his hand. "Is that so?" Dishan grinned ferociously. "So, I'm afraid your current body can no longer release sword chi, am I right?" Hearing this, Luo Hong was somewhat speechless, but then scratched his head with an innocent face. "How annoying, you actually saw through it." Dishan gritted his teeth. "You brat were indeed just pretending. Damn you, go die for me." Luo Hong's eyes sharpened, watching the approaching Dishan. Generously sent him a wave of sword chi, no need for him to applaud. Dishan was instantly sent flying, then fell heavily like a pile of dog dung. He clutched his throbbing head, cursing under his breath. "You brat could actually slash again. Persistent enough, huh?" Hearing this, Luo Hong instantly lay down, groaning non-stop. Can't do it, I'm definitely done for this time, already emptied out." Dishan said angrily, "Are you damn well messing with me?" Luo Hong lay on the ground, smiled. "Anyway, this young master told you, believe it or not, I'll lie down and rest first." Hearing this, Dishan struggled. He wanted to gamble but didn't quite dare. For a moment, he just stood there quietly, weighing his options. Luo Hong continued to taunt. "If you keep standing there like a block of wood, this young master is going to fall asleep." Dishan was quite angered by these words. At this moment, there was no need to weigh options. "Tonight, I'm going all out. If you damn well have the ability, then keep slashing. Let's see how many more times you can do it." After speaking, he lunged towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong, seeing he really came, was overjoyed in his heart. Inside the hall, feathers flew chaotically. Clearly, a battle had just erupted. The third boss said, "That should be enough, right? Second brother, I think this kid is about done for." The second boss said disdainfully, "Even if the Tiegu realm claims to be invulnerable, ordinary blades and swords can't hurt him. But this flock of Lingya on our Heiyun mountain are not to be trifled with either. Each one of them is fed with the flesh and blood of cultivators. Their lethality far exceeds ordinary blades and swords. Plus, old third, your Lieshua poison gas is itself the bane of cultivators. Once the poison gas enters the body, the more one circulates true chi, the toxicity will multiply. And if he doesn't circulate true chi to protect his body, he simply cannot withstand the attack of the Lingya. This way, it's still a dead end." The ridiculous thing is, Luo Hong thought he was clever, entering the stronghold first himself, then painstakingly helping his guard sneak into the stronghold, attempting to defeat Big Brother and seize the stronghold. But he never expected. The helper he invited hadn't even clashed with Big Brother, before he himself was reduced to nothing. And the reason for his failure is only one, that is, he didn't realize. If this Heiyun stronghold didn't have some life-saving means, relying only on one 8th rank figurehead, how could it have survived until today? As he spoke, he laughed maniacally. After quite a while, the third boss said, "Second brother, let's go outside and look. Judging by the noise just now, that Luo Hong has probably been dismembered by Big Brother already." The second boss glanced back at Zhao Donghan submerged in the sea of crows, clicking his tongue and sighing. "It's just a pity Luo Hong can't see the scene now, how miserably his most loyal guard died." The third boss laughed in agreement twice, then the two walked out side by side, but just then, a dazzling light burst out from inside the Juyi Hall. The two turned back in horror, both with expressions of disbelief. Could he still be alive?
At this time, the crow flock slowly dispersed.
A person walked out from among them. The third boss was shocked. What's going on with his aura? Both being 8th rank, how can his aura be so much stronger than Big Brother's? Could it be he has broken through to the peak of 8th rank? The second boss said irritably. Can't you see the blood chi emitting from his body? This is long past the 8th rank Tegu realm. It's the 7th rank Baoshua realm. The third boss was already too shocked to speak. Are you kidding me? 7th rank Baoshua realm, could it be this kid hid his strength before? The second boss said in a deep voice, steady yourself, don't panic. If that were truly the case, would he have needed to put himself in such a sorry state before? As I see it, this kid either used some technique to temporarily boost his cultivation, or took some kind of pill. But even so, he was poisoned by the Lieshua poison before doing this only will deepen the poison's effect. This is undoubtedly killing the goose for the egg. I'll hold him off for a while. Afterwards, we'll go rendezvous with Big Brother. After speaking, he again ordered those crows to attack. Zhao Donghan snorted coldly, unleashing the full might belonging to the 7th rank. Merely the pressure caused the somewhat inhuman crow flock to pause, but things weren't over. Following Zhao Donghan's explosive shout, all the surrounding crows were sent flying. The second boss was completely stunned. 7th rank is actually this terrifying? At this time, Zhao Donghan's voice, filled with killing intent, came through. I, Zhao Donghan, as young Master Luo Hong's personal guard, no. As the guard captain of the great Xiao Luo family's Luo Fu, vow. Today, if anything happens to my young master, I will definitely flatten this Heiyun mountain. After speaking, he stepped forward, the entire floor shattered, stepping over. Zhao Donghan arrived before the two in an instant. The second boss couldn't believe what his ears heard, even less could he believe everything before his eyes. But he understood in his heart, their Heiyun stronghold had today offended someone they couldn't afford to provoke. On Luo Hong's side, in just half a moment's time, countless sword marks appeared on the ground. But compared to those on Dishan's body, they seemed few and far between. Dishan revealed a ferocious face. Dog spawn. Keep slashing if you have the ability. Luo Hong thrust his sword heavily into the ground. His breathing also became abnormally heavy. Don't worry, this young master hasn't officially started yet. The two confronted each other like this for a moment, because after the battle just now, both of them had indeed consumed a huge amount. At this time Dishan sneered, Luo Hong, stop pretending. Your biggest reliance, that 8th rank guard, is now either crippled, or has already become a pile of white bones, and you alone can never be a match for the three of us? Luo Hong said in a low voice, Old D, Old D. I advise you better not underestimate old Zhao, that person. Dishan was puzzled. What do you mean? But immediately after, two figures instantly shot towards him. It was precisely this Heiyun stronghold's second and third bosses. Dishan looked at the two before him with some disbelief. But their chests had already caved in, meaning these two bosses were already dead. Dishan trembled all over, unknown if from anger or frightened by the tragic sight before him. Luo Hong had also just come back to his senses. He subconsciously said, Old Zhao, you're here. Dishan instantly felt danger approaching. Because Zhao Donghan had already arrived behind him, Zhao Donghan channeled all his true chi into his arm and threw out a vicious punch. Dishan was also overwhelmed. Gritting his teeth, he met it with a punch, but 8th rank was ultimately weaker by a level. The moment their fists contacted, Dishan's right arm was actually blown apart. He clutched his broken arm and quickly pulled back, but how could Zhao Donghan give him a chance to escape? Instantly following up with another punch, Dishan's eyes widened. He knew he couldn't dodge this punch, but just as he thought he was going down to accompany those brothers, Zhao Donghan's fist stopped. Less than half a finger's width from his jaw, the two were momentarily stunned. Not understanding why Zhao Donghan would do this, but at this moment Zhao Donghan clenched his silver teeth. His body also trembled slightly, then, a mouthful of blood spurted out without warning. Luo Hong exclaimed in disbelief, praying he saw wrong. But reality was just like this. Zhao Donghan's face became abnormally pale. Clearly, the poison had already spread throughout his body, unfortunately, just short by that little bit. To kill Dishan, he collapsed weakly onto the ground. Unknown if dead or alive, Dishan, seeing this, actually started laughing, the smile growing wider. More and more maniacal. You really are a good dog. Saying this, he kicked out. Zhao Donghan's body flew like a sandbag. Dishan still felt unsatisfied. You were clearly hit by the Lieshua poison, yet still overconfidently forced a cultivation boost. Since you're in such a hurry to die, then let me send you on your way first. But at this time, a sharp light flashed across Dishan's chest, pierced through by Luo Hong. He was careless, actually forgot Luo Hong still had the strength to counterattack.
He turned back venomously, glaring at Luo Hong. Luo Hong smiled icily. Let me send you on your way first.
Dishan's feeling at this moment was truly unpleasant, because that feeling of life draining away was so real. His eyes splitting with rage, he roared, actually disregarding the secondary damage to his body. Forcefully twisting his body around, he punched Luo Hong. Luo Hong flew out like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the mountainside. He clutched his splitting head, never expecting Dishan to be so crazy. Dishan sealed his own heart meridian. Little Luo Hong, I won't die so easily. But even if I die, I must first avenge the dozens of brothers on this mountain. Then die. Luo Hong watched him with a gloomy face. This guy suffered so many injuries. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight, shouldn't last much longer. But I'm not much better off right now either, whether it's the Runsha in my Dantian, or the sword chi in my meridians, both are almost depleted. Now I can only stall him, then find a chance to land the final blow. Thinking of this, Luo Hong chuckled darkly. Dishan glared at him annoyed. What the hell are you laughing at? Luo Hong said, I'm just laughing that you still have the face to say, avenging your brothers? You're already delirious. If not for your stupidity, they wouldn't have needlessly lost their lives. Dishan gritted his teeth. What did you say? Luo Hong then smiled. This young master clearly showed you before a smooth path. If only you weren't so stupid. You could have stopped being these poor bandits, taken them to live good lives. But what a pity. A person's greatest sorrow is, clearly knowing what is right, yet always having to choose the wrong path. Hearing this, Dishan struggled. He turned his head with difficulty, saw the corpses of old second and old third, and those brothers from the past. Was all this caused by me? Or rather, caused by my momentary wrong choice? Dishan clenched his silver teeth tightly. No, it's not my fault. It's all the fault of this scourge before me. All of this is because of him. If not for this dog thing suddenly getting interested, wanting to join my Heiyun stronghold, none of this would have happened today. Dishan said in a low voice. The lower class fears the powerful, the middle class clings to the powerful, the upper class becomes the powerful. You said that, right? I won't fear some damn powerful nobles, even less disdain to cling to them. Saying this, he punched towards Luo Hong. Unfortunately, no matter how many punches he threw, from beginning to end, none could land on Luo Hong, and no matter how domineering his fist power was, even if it could shatter mountains and split rocks, facing Luo Hong's bizarre movement technique, everything was just empty air. At this time, Dishan noticed his large saber. He grasped the hilt with one hand. Using all his strength, he actually, really pulled the large saber out bit by bit. But the price was worsening injuries, irreversibly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Luo Hong was greatly shocked. But he couldn't stop it. Dishan said in a low voice, let me tell you Luo Hong, I'd rather be a murdering, robbing bandit for life, than become one of those dogshit powerful nobles who devour people without spitting out bones. This is my choice. After speaking, he threw the large saber in his hand towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong's seeing step instantly activated. Watching the approaching large saber, Luo Hong knew his last chance had come. He stepped on the flying large saber, using his toes to guide the saber in a turn mid-air. Luo Hong added more force, sending the large saber back to Dishan. Dishan, already an arrow at the end of its flight, although his brain made the dodging motion. Alas, his body wouldn't obey. The large saber, just like that, as he watched helplessly, pierced into his own body, pinning him firmly to the mountainside. Luo Hong also staggered unsteadily, falling heavily onto the ground. At this time, the booklet transmitted a voice, detected the opposing villain is near death. Eliminating them will grant sin value 50. Luo Hong's eyes lit up. 50? Sin value, then doubled as a full 100. Guess this trip wasn't completely wasted. Thinking this, he rushed up, intending to secure this sin value. Dishan panted heavily. His gaze also slowly started to become unfocused, but what could he do? Only wait for death. At this moment, a ray of light shot over, blocking between the two. Luo Hong was puzzled. What is this thing? Shuling Ji appeared between the two without any warning. Don't know what she intends to do appearing at this time, Dishan said joyfully. Beauty, you're not dead yet? Luo Hong, seeing the person clearly, also understood. So it's that woman who took advantage of me. Dishan continued. Didn't expect you actually possess cultivation. Why didn't you tell me? But it's just as well. Quickly help me kill Luo Hong. This beast, you saw it too, this dog spawn killed all the brothers in our stronghold. Today we must take his life no matter what. Avenge the brothers. Shuling Ji smiled charmingly. Great king, rest assured. Leave this Luo Hong for this servant to handle. However, Dishan saw she wasn't making a move, and became increasingly annoyed. However, what? Hurry up and do it.
I want to personally watch him go on his way, but the response was a fatal blow from his most beloved. His heart was ripped out by Shuling-ji. Dishan looked at Shuling-ji in disbelief. Until death, he didn't understand why this woman would do this. He had never treated her unfairly. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say he loved her to the bone. Unfortunately, he had no time to ask why. Luo Hong, watching all this, was also slightly stunned. This technique, he seemed to have seen it somewhere. His gaze slowly turned from dull to terrified, terror mixed with some regret. He screamed hysterically, "Dishan!" Shuling-ji was a bit confused. Is this kid's brain sick? But then Luo Hong cursed loudly, "You damn woman! Who the hell let you kill him? My full 100 sin value, all wasted by you, damn it, damn it, damn it! Where the hell did this dead woman pop out from?" Seeing Dishan was about to be finished by me, she actually intercepted him just like that. Luo Hong regretfully and powerlessly pounded the ground. Shuling-ji stood there blankly, watching Luo Hong go mad. After watching for a while, finally smiled. Long-haired young master Luo Hong is noble and righteous, bright and upright. Seeing you today indeed lives up to the reputation. Luo Hong swept his venomous gaze over her entire body. Damn it, this woman still says such things at this time? Killing people and attacking their hearts. Can you damn well act like a person? Shuling-ji continued. Whether you dislike my method of reaping the rewards like a fisherman, or you just want to defeat Dishan fair and square, personally upholding justice. But none of that matters anymore. Saying this, she reached into Dishan's chest, drawing out all of Dishan's remaining blood chi, absorbing it into her own body. After finishing all this, Shuling-ji finally laughed maniacally, because you two will die here soon, and I will live on in your place from now on. Luo Hong felt her aura. This is Xie Chi. The entire Heiyun stronghold was ablaze, in the forest not far away. Dali's envoy Fangjing said, "Now things are serious, Xie Chi. Didn't expect a Xiesue to appear in this stronghold. Originally seeing Luo Hong's guard feign death, just breathed a sigh of relief, thought we wouldn't need to intervene. Who knew a big fish would crawl out in the end? If we don't show ourselves soon, that Luo Hong will really be in danger." Dali's envoy Ziwei said, "Calm down. No wonder Lord Luo Feng always scolds you. When will you change this impulsive nature? Don't you find this matter a bit strange? How could this Xiexio suddenly appear in the mountain stronghold? Or has he been hiding here all along? If he has been hiding here all along, then why reveal his identity tonight? And coincidentally, today is also the day Luo Hong entered the stronghold," Fang Jing said. "So this Xiexio's target is Luo Hong. Righteous and evil cannot coexist. Isn't it perfectly normal for him to be unable to resist attacking Luo Hong?" Ziwei slapped her forehead speechlessly. He painstakingly laid low here for so long. Just for Luo Hong, all previous efforts wasted? Use your brain, okay? Even if that's the case, after a showdown, how does he plan to escape? Luo Hong certainly won't tolerate him. Even that group of bandits wouldn't continue living with a Xiesue, right? Moreover, Luo Hong's guard and the Heiyun stronghold leader are both 8th rank martial cultivators, although this Xiexio's aura isn't weak, but it won't exceed 8th rank either. What guts does he have to face two 8th rank individuals simultaneously? What's more, didn't the aura of a 7th rank martial cultivator even appear just now? Have you forgotten? Regardless of which side, since this Xiexio dares to show himself now, are you sure the two of us going in can subdue him? Fang Zhang was also troubled for a moment. Then what should we do now? Dragging this out is also not a solution. Before you came, the Lord specifically instructed that Luo Hong must not come to harm. Ziwei shot him an irritated glance. What would you do without me? Comrade Fang Zhang, saying this, he took something out from his bosom. This is a flying sword message. I brought it just in case before leaving this time. Although it's a bit embarrassing, in this current situation, we can only quickly ask Lord Luofeng to come personally. Fang Zhang glanced at the flying sword. Before Luo Hong loses his life, hopefully he can make it in time. After speaking, he placed his hand under Ziwei's hand. The two worked together, circulating their energy. The flying sword message instantly buzzed and trembled, then shot down the mountain. Inside the mountain stronghold, Luo Hong stared deadly at the person before him. He couldn't believe it. This woman was actually a Xiexio? Didn't that dead ghost Luofeng say, bandits have nothing to do with Xiexio? This woman wants to kill me too, and said she wants to live on in my place from now on? This is messing me up so much. Wait, Dishan's corpse has actually become desiccated? Was his blood drained by this woman? Thinking and thinking, Luo Hong suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The massacre in the hall earlier was also your handiwork, right?
Shuling-ji admitted generously, finally figured it out. But so what? You're about to die soon anyway. Luo Hong paused.
This is bad, I've already been emptied out by Dishan. If this woman really attacks me,
I'm almost certainly dead.
At this time, Shuling-ji said, honestly,
I actually quite admire you, back on the bridge.
Although I knew you were bluffing Dishan and the others, being able to say those words already proved you're different from that bunch of idiots. It's just a pity you're too weak now. If you were allowed to grow for a while longer, you would definitely become a formidable character. Luo Hong was somewhat speechless, being acknowledged by a Xiexio. He actually felt a bit gratified.
Shuling-ji continued, it's just a pity, you won't live to see that day. After speaking, she was about to strike.
Luo Hong quickly spoke out to stop her. Wait, although I don't know what grudges you have with the Heiyun stronghold,
but since you killed them, that means you are enemies. Coincidentally, I'm also their enemy, then the enemy of my enemy should be my friend. And actually, you might not know, this young master is just like you, also a Xiexio. A super big villain, so we're all on the same side, right? Xiexio are already suppressed by the major dynasties. We insiders must unite together.
Unfortunately, no matter how eloquently Luo Hong spoke, in Shuling-ji's eyes,
Luo Hong was a gentleman whose positive yang energy overflowed. Shuling-ji giggled. Luo Hong asked puzzled, what are you laughing at? Shuling-ji said mournfully, just feel that what you said is a bit beneath your level. Luo Hong, you say you're a Xiexio? Then let me ask you.
4 days ago, which was June 13th,
a Dali Si envoy suddenly came to Anping County.
Then took you, known as the model of justice, to the county office. And the crime they charged you with was actually colluding with Xiesue. However, that same night,
they actually released you again. Those beasts from Dali Si have always been dogs who would rather kill wrongly than let go. After catching someone, still letting them go?
You're the first.
In the following 2 days, we suddenly received news that you,
young Master Luo Hong, wanted to join us as a bandit. Looking at this series of events,
you still dare say you're a Xiexio?
Even if you dare say it, I wouldn't dare believe it.
Luo Hong was about to collapse, but I really did come to be a bandit. Damn Dali Si.
In the end, they still helped these idiots ruin my good deeds.
Shuling-ji continued, perhaps you really did come to become an outlaw. It's not out of the question you wanted to occupy the magpie's nest and take over this stronghold, but definitely not entirely, because the beginning of all this was your contact with Dali Si. And the only thing related to Dali Si is Xiesue. Luo Hong was shocked hearing this. This person couldn't possibly misunderstand that I came here to eliminate her, right? Isn't this coincidence too damn cliché?
Shuling-ji said, so, you're coming to Heiyun stronghold this time. Was actually accepting a mission from Dali Si that night, to go undercover here.
To investigate the traces of Xiesue, right? Luo Hong, hearing her words, was completely stunned. It really is like this?
Shuling-ji saw he wasn't speaking. Alright, no need to act anymore. Although I don't know when I was exposed, but Dali Si sending you here was your biggest mistake. Model of justice, go die for me.
Luo Hong, hearing this, collapsed. What the hell is all this about?
This world.
Is everyone really capable of such mental gymnastics?
Never thought I'd fall into such a desperate situation.
And the desperate part isn't the opponent's strength, but the opponent's invincible. Mental gymnastics, aren't there any normal people in this world? Since transmigrating,
I've finally understood this world. This is a world where only mental gymnasts exist. Whether the opponent is righteous or villainous, whether their status is high or low,
they all inexplicably think the best of you.
Even if you've jumped in their face and told them you're a Xiexio, the opponent can still rationalize it for you. No wonder the Fanpai Schaus wrote that line, from today onwards, please be a good and outstanding villain.
Ridiculous, I previously thought being a villain wasn't difficult, only now do I realize. This task, placed in this world, is simply hell difficulty. Forget it, since it's like this, I can only go with the flow first.
Luo Hong glanced secretly at the sky. The moon would soon be high, let's gamble on it.
Thinking of this, Luo Hong suddenly laughed. Shuling-ji paused, you're actually laughing? Looks like you finally resigned to fate.
Luo Hong sighed, that's right, this young master resigns to fate. I was indeed sent by Dali Si to Heiyun stronghold, to investigate clues about Xiesue. You guessed completely right, recently Anping County surroundings have seen successive village massacres.
Dali Si determined it was all the work of Xiesue, however, they couldn't find any clues.
So they started targeting this Heiyun mountain, suspecting they were colluding with Xiesue.
Working together to commit crimes, Shuling-ji said regretfully, so you were only suspecting? Luo Hong nodded. Yeah, I felt it was unreliable when I heard it. Originally didn't want to come, but couldn't help it. Who told me I'm the model of justice? So you understand now, right? Killing me brings you no benefit at all. They weren't originally sure there was definitely a Shiesue here, but if I die, what was uncertain becomes certain. Conversely, if you let me go now, I can go back and help cover for you, say there's no Shiesue here. Completely dispel this idea of theirs. As for Disan, and those bandits you killed, naturally, it will all be blamed on this young master. In this way, we each get what we need. I believe there's no better outcome than this, right? Hearing this, Shuling Ji hesitated. She began to secretly calculate this deal. Luo Hong saw she was wavering, and rejoiced inwardly. He pressed, what do you think? But Shuling Ji shook her head at this moment. If I were just an ordinary Sheshyo, perhaps I would have agreed to you by now. Luo Hong's heart trembled, a bad premonition quickly filled his whole body. What do you mean by that? Shuling Ji didn't explain, but slowly walked towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong instantly panicked. Calm down, think carefully again. If I die, Dali Si will absolutely not let it go, and perhaps you haven't crossed paths with them. You simply don't know how terrifying they are. Just take that Luo Feng who came this time. His cultivation is already unfathomably deep, even if your cultivation has now entered 8th rank. But to that Luo Feng, killing you is still about the same as crushing an ant. Unfortunately, despite Luo Hong saying so much, Shuling Ji still had no intention of giving up. She stared with blood-red eyes, pouncing towards Luo Hong without a trace of hesitation. She grabbed Luo Hong's neck with one hand. Luo Hong didn't even see her movements clearly. Before he found himself in a desperate situation, Luo Hong still didn't give up. He struggled to speak. What are you doing? Only I can save you, don't you understand yet? Shuling Ji smiled chillingly. What you said is not without reason. You, Luo Hong, are my only way to live. And this way to live, I also mentioned earlier. But it's not about letting you cover for me, but about letting me completely replace you, Luo Hong, and live on. After speaking, her palm aimed at Luo Hong's heart. But just at this critical moment, Luo Hong's swaying step was triggered. He kicked away Shuling Ji's attacking ghost claw, and his whole body jumped away accordingly. Unfortunately, Shuling Ji's speed was faster, instantly arriving behind Luo Hong again. A cold gleam flashed. Fortunately, Luo Hong dodged fast enough, saving his head. Only the hair crown on his head was knocked off. Shuling Ji saw she missed, and was also slightly surprised. Your movement technique is indeed interesting. Seeing you perform it so many times, I actually still haven't grasped the pattern. But such a formidable movement technique must consume a lot of true chi, right? I wonder how many more times you, Luo Hong, can perform it? Luo Hong smiled bitterly. That really was the last time just now. Even if I were more durable, it's impossible to be abnormal enough for zero consumption, right? Shuling Ji didn't choose to hold back again. Directly cast the Shuling Zhuanqing Zhou. Countless ghost claws were instantly condensed, and lunged towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong couldn't avoid it anymore, could only cover his head with both hands, and take the full force of this blow. Perhaps the protagonist's halo played a role. He was only sent flying, not killed by the single blow. Shuling Ji giggled. Looks like you no longer have the strength to perform that movement technique. Then next, saying this, her hand began to melt, forming chains. Shooting towards Luo Hong was tied up tightly. What the hell is all this stuff? Stop while you're ahead. Shuling Ji said, don't rush. I quite like this body of yours, I wouldn't bear to damage it. Luo Hong said annoyed, then what do you want to do? And you've been rambling on since just now, saying something about living in my place. What kind of mystery are you playing at? Shuling Ji pondered for a moment. Said, anyway, at this point, telling you won't hurt. She lifted Luo Hong's chin. This Sheshyo technique I cultivate is called Shuling Zhuanqing Zhou. It absorbs human essence blood, refines Shesha Qi, although it possesses sharp lethality. But more crucially, it allows me to possess others' bodies, reincarnating into the next life. Luo Hong's head buzzed. Possession? This damn woman, after saying so much. Turns out she wants to possess my body. Shuling Ji smiled. So, I said Dali Sai sending you here was their biggest mistake, because even if I escaped here, I couldn't guarantee I could escape them forever. Conversely, I first drained the entire stronghold's bandits dry, then report using your identity. Dali Sai attributes the merit of eliminating bandits and Shiesue all onto you, Luo Hong. With such merit to your name, they would never believe under any circumstances that the person before them is the very Shiesue they are chasing, right? And in the days to come, naturally, I won't have to live in fear. Killing people in secret will also be much easier. Simply killing two birds with one stone, wouldn't you say? Dali Isai sending you here isn't a huge gift to me? Luo Hong frowned tightly. What a scheme. Have to say, you're a qualified villain, Shu Lingji frowned. Still so calm at a time like this? Luo Hong smiled. But I advise you not to celebrate too early, this young master Luo Hong's life. The weight it carries, perhaps isn't something you can bear. Shu Lingji was startled by these words, but she quickly masked this emotion. Still trying to act tough at a time like this? Alright then, let me see your life. What exactly it tastes like. After speaking, she was about to perform the possession on Luo Hong. Luo Hong instantly panicked. But how else could he struggle? His consciousness slowly started to blur. Shu Lingji coaxed gently, don't resist, give your entire body to me. Just as Luo Hong was about to lose consciousness, he quickly closed his eyes, roaring furiously. To keep himself awake, you dead woman, don't touch my prey. Made me lose my sin value, and now you even want to snatch this body. Shu Lingji snorted coldly, somewhat annoyed, starting to talk nonsense? But your consciousness is surprisingly resilient. Luo Hong gritted his teeth, you're going too far. I, Luo Hong, am destined to become the supervillain, the man who makes this world submit. My life, are you damn well worthy of it? As the words fell, countless negative auras surged out from Luo Hong's body. At this moment, Luo Hong looked more terrifying than a fierce ghost. Shu Lingji was completely stupefied. What is this? Am I hallucinating? But this evil aura, almost tangible, what's going on? Even I feel unable to stand. At this time Luo Hong heard an exceptionally familiar voice. Detected the opposing villain generating fear towards you, villain function dog-eat-dog conditions met. Luo Hong also noticed the trembling Shu Lingji at this time. Is she scared by me? Indeed, fights are all about momentum, but then Shu Lingji revealed. A ferocious face, recklessly tackled Luo Hong to the ground. Rarely. Heaven sends this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to my lips, as long as I seize him. My, Shu Lingji's future will surely be boundless. Luo Hong, just hurry up and accept your fate. Luo Hong was truly getting angry now. This dog woman has gone mad. At this time, the booklet's voice sounded again, warning, if possessed by the opposing villain, you will lose ownership of the Fanpai Shouse. Please immediately stop the opposing villain's possession. After Luo Hong heard this, he got angry. You useless piece of junk, good for nothing but trouble, got time to talk nonsense. Why don't you damn well help me? But the booklet showed no reaction at all. Shu Lingji laughed maniacally. How rare, turns out our dignified young master Luo Hong can also show this kind of expression, clearly just a 9th rank. Yet always putting on a calm and composed facade, keep pretending for me. Or have you finally given up hope? Luo Hong didn't even have the strength to reply now. His consciousness also gradually faded, but just as Luo Hong was about to fall asleep, the booklet in his bosom finally reacted, and in that instant, Luo Hong's consciousness became clear. That familiar voice once again echoed in Luo Hong's mind. Special reminder, opposing villain Shu Lingji, because she eliminated villain Dishan, has inherited all of villain Dishan's sins. Hearing this, Luo Hong was somewhat speechless. Why is this booklet so abstract? Why mention this now? But hearing the booklet's voice continue, if villain Shu Lingji is eliminated, you will obtain the sum of both their sin values. Luo Hong suddenly understood, so that's how it is, this way. Dishan's previous sin value basically wasn't lost, plus the bonus from Dog Eat Dog. It's definitely a considerable amount of sin value, but damn it, saying this now is useless. I'm about to be killed by the opponent. The booklet's voice continued. Special reminder 2, new function targeting for object has been activated early as an exception. She is the protagonist of your diary, you are the villain in her fate. Mark the opponent as the targeted object, related villain actions. The obtained sin value can be doubled again. Luo Hong hearing this, could no longer remain calm. His body trembled slightly, along with it, the personal sword stuck in Dishan. Instantly, a sound of breaking wind rose. Luo Hong's personal sword actually flew towards him automatically. Shu Lingji was startled, quickly dodging away from pressing on Luo Hong, and just then, the personal sword landed steadily in Luo Hong's hand. Shu Lingji was truly stunned. This kid actually still has sword chi? But compared to this, what should be more surprising is, he could actually interrupt my Zhuanqing Zhou again and again. Possession, even if he cultivates both sword and Confucianism, he's still just a 9th rank. How could he possibly have such strong willpower? At this moment, Luo Hong continuously muttered, sin value, even looking at Shu Lingji's face. It surprisingly became the character sin of sin value. He stared with wide round eyes. The corners of his mouth slowly stretched into an icy smile, then like a madman, he recklessly lunged forward.
Shu Lingji was thoroughly enraged. Luo Hong, there should be a limit to looking down on people. Saying this, she also desperately lunged towards Luo Hong, but just as the two sides contacted, Shu Lingji's body was actually sent flying, but what made her even more incredulous was, Luo Hong could actually clash head-on with her. Luo Hong's condition at this moment was extremely poor. The hand holding the sword hilt began to tremble slightly. At this time, that bizarre rope once again lashed out at Luo Hong. Unable to dodge, he was tied up tightly again. Shu Lingji was also completely furious at this moment. Since possession is impossible, then I don't need to hold back anymore. Saying this, she pulled Luo Hong over, opening her ghost claw, aiming at Luo Hong's heart, but just as she succeeded, she unexpectedly found that sound of flesh being pierced didn't occur, and worse still, her Xiexia Qi was continuously draining away, all of it, converging onto the booklet on Luo Hong's chest. The time also happened to reach midnight, Z hour. The booklet's reward pool updated on schedule. Luo Hong smiled, he had been waiting for this moment. While Shu Lingji was stunned, Luo Hong's near-maniacal voice sounded again. Booklet, exchange the consolation prize for me. The fan Paishaus instantly shone brightly. Luo Hong's consciousness was pulled into the booklet space. That bizarre skull appeared again, slowly spitting out a technique manual from its mouth. Luo Hong rejoiced, it's Wangling Shuiying again. He immediately chose to cultivate it. The next moment, 10 Wangling appeared before him. Bowing respectfully in unison, a sky-shaking voice also followed, greetings, Lord of the Undead. Luo Hong looked back puzzled, only to find a large hand striking towards him, while outside, Shu Lingji still maintained her previous posture, only now she panicked. Endless Xiexia Qi surged out from Luo Hong's body. Shu Lingji quickly retreated. Luo Hong, are you crazy? As a model of justice, you actually hid a Xiexio technique all along? Luo Hong said flatly, didn't I say it just now? This young master is just like you. Are both Xiexio. Saying this, he mobilized the Xiexia Qi, shouting explosively. Actually directly broke free from the restraints. Shu Lingji, seeing Luo Hong's smug look, got angry. She instantly arrived before Luo Hong, intending to finish Luo Hong with one blow. Unfortunately, she hit empty air. Luo Hong's figure disappeared again, appearing more than 10 steps away. Luo Hong silently felt the complete version of Wangling Shuiying. The executed Xieying step was faster than before. The Xieying technique circulating within his body could also feel a transformation occurring. The Rensha condensed by this new technique was not only more agile than before, but also added a kind of aura. An aura seemingly capable of commanding some law of this world, a monarch's aura. Shu Lingji gritted her teeth looking at Luo Hong. She really couldn't understand, a mere 9th rank trash. Why was he so hard to kill? But she also understood one thing, opening her mouth to say, so your movement technique originates from a Xiexio technique, no wonder it's so bizarre, only I didn't expect. It also has the ability to seize others' Xiexia, so your passive performance earlier was all just an act? Just waiting for this moment to absorb my Xiexia? Hearing this, Luo Hong didn't answer, but grinned, only the smile was a bit eerie, his voice also full of chilling coldness. Shu Lingji's willow eyebrows stood on end. What are you laughing at? Luo Hong said, I'm laughing that you're already a dead person, yet still talking so much, even if you know, so what? Shu Lingji was so angry her teeth ground audibly, but she didn't act rashly, because she truly believed Luo Hong had this ability. Luo Hong glanced at the large saber stuck in Dishan. He reached out to pull it. Seeing as we're both in the same line of work, I'll send you some final care. Shu Lingji, as a villain, you made 2 mistakes. The first is talking too much. Just now, you clearly had absolute control over the situation. Not only did you not act quickly, you even started recounting your life story, truly getting carried away, lacking any villainous composure. Summary, 2 words, failure. Shu Lingji's face fell. Luo Hong, did you misunderstand something? You merely stole part of my Xiexia. Your current cultivation is still at 9th rank, while I am at the peak of 8th rank. The situation has never changed, but this technique of yours is quite tempting to me. It can actually directly absorb others' Xiexia as your own, displaying it before me. Only slightly delayed your death. Now I will use the cruelest torture to force you to reveal the method of that technique. Before that, I won't let you die easily. The tree spirit rope instantly wrapped around the large saber in Luo Hong's hand. Only, Luo Hong showed no sign of panic, but said calmly, this is the second mistake you made. After speaking, he waved his large hand, aiming at Dishan's corpse lying on the ground. Dishan, stand up for me. Shu Lingji jolted. Her movements in midair even paused, after Luo Hong finished shouting. Dishan's corpse showed no movement at all. Shu Lingji laughed wildly. Luo Hong, have you lost your mind? No one can come save you now. after speaking, her paused movements continued forward again, only at this time. Dishan's body actually slowly started to change, instantly springing up.
Blocking Shu Lingji's attack, Luo Hong's near-maniacal voice sounded again, "Little D.
Attack for me." Dishan, upon receiving the command, punched directly into Shu Lingji's face, crushing it inwards. Her entire person, like a kite with a broken string, flew dozens of meters away. Shu Lingji wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She never expected Luo Hong could actually command the corpse of an undead. At this time, Luo Hong's cold voice came again, "Shu Lingji, is it too late to be afraid now? As a villain, once facing a life-threatening crisis, one should decisively flee. To seek a comeback, this is basic common sense, but you couldn't even sense the danger."
This is your second mistake. Shu Lingji now had no time to pay attention to any basic common sense. She desperately resisted Dishan's attacks. However, heaven rewards the diligent. She finally found an opening. With one strike, directly smashed Dishan's body into powder. Shu Lingji had just breathed a sigh of relief, but then saw Luo Hong wave his large hand again. Dishan's shattered body actually slowly began to reassemble. Shu Lingji was shocked again. Undying and indestructible? What kind of technique is this? Even in the evil sects, I've never seen such a demonic technique.
But the response was Dishan's punch, then grabbing her foot during her slide. Rotating 360 degrees, aimed at the ground, boom, the ground trembled.
Shu Lingji couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, lying in the large pit.
Completely unable to move, Luo Hong, seeing this, also breathed a sigh of relief. Commanding the Wangling consumes more xie than I imagined. Plus the portion consumed summoning Dishan earlier has almost used up the xie I just refilled. Also, the moment I seized her xie qi earlier, Luo Hong felt this booklet
emit a cold aura. Perhaps seizing xie was thanks to this booklet.
Luo Hong reached out, caressing Shu Lingji's beautiful face, clicking his tongue twice in pity. Only at this time, the booklet once again emitted that strange coldness, then began to continuously draw the xie qi from her body. Luo Hong rejoiced. It actually can absorb. Never thought this useless booklet, good for nothing but trouble,
actually has such divine effect. Simply the bane of xie, until Shu Lingji was completely drained dry.
Only then did Luo Hong choose to stop. He felt his dantian, finding the xie qi was filled again. Shu Lingji lay on the ground groaning a few times, her tone desperate, "Just kill me." Luo Hong flipped through the booklet, saying lightly, "No rush, I have something to ask you." Shu Lingji paused,
her face full of confusion. Luo Hong asked, "A week ago, the Xiesui massacre case in Jishan village, were you involved?" "Let me give you a hint. The perpetrator was dressed as a monk. Think carefully before answering."
Shu Lingji completely gave up. "That incident has nothing to do with me. After I arrived in Anping County,
I've been acting together with the Heiyun stronghold, never massacred a village. I know all the nearby Xiexio, none are dressed as monks." Luo Hong bit his finger, writing something on the booklet. Shu Lingji was puzzled again, but then
she pleaded, "Luo Hong, I beg you, spare me. We're both Xiexio. I know you'll definitely need to kill people secretly in the future, and if you spare my life, I can do all those dirty jobs for you in the future, even infiltrating another organization similar to Heiyun Stronghold, with my looks. It's definitely not difficult." Luo Hong nodded. "What you say is good. But this young master prefers you dead." After speaking, on the targeted object page of the booklet,
wrote down Shu Lingji's name. The booklet's voice sounded again.
"Targeted object Shu Lingji has been marked." Shu Lingji understood at this moment.
He wanted to collect her as an undead too. She stood up trembling.
The Tiandi Xiamen, such a large organization she finally managed to enter, then spent who knows how much effort to raise her cultivation. After absorbing Dishan's essence blood, she even reached the peak of 8th rank. If she dies now, then everything was wasted. Thinking and thinking, her aura became increasingly violent. Luo Hong was slightly surprised. She was clearly drained dry by me. How does she still have xie qi? But then saw Shu Lingji's body rapidly wither, directly becoming like skin and bones. Luo Hong sensed danger. His figure immediately retreated, pulling back distance.
The xie qi skyrocketed crazily. What the hell did this woman do? Shu Lingji's venomous voice came through. "You can't escape, Luo Hong."
The Shuling Zhuanqingzhou is a technique that converts essence blood into xie. Even if you absorbed all my xie, I still have my own body of essence blood to convert. I will convert all of them, without leaving a single drop, and send it to you. You want my life so badly? Then take them all together." Saying this, she gathered all her body's xie qi onto her finger. Whoosh, stepping out, her whole body shot towards Luo Hong like a meteor. Luo Hong quickly summoned Dishan, blocking in front of himself.
Unfortunately, he was instantly pierced by Shu Lingji, completely useless. Shu Lingji's venomous aura grew stronger. I've had enough of this filthy world. Just because of my weakness, everything around me was taken away by others in the cruelest way. At that time, I decided, since this is a cruel world where people eat people, then I will become the cruelest person, master my own life and death, even if it means paying any price. I want to keep climbing up, become the most evil person, dominate this world. Whoever stands in my way must die. Soon she arrived before Luo Hong's forehead. Just as Shu Lingji was about to succeed, the mark on Luo Hong's forehead suddenly lit up brightly. A barrier appeared abruptly, blocking Shu Lingji's fatal blow. While Shu Lingji was puzzled, a terrifying aura emanated from within the barrier, instantly destroying Shu Lingji's arm, leaving only white bone. Shu Lingji fell weakly to the ground. She didn't understand anything that happened tonight. Unfortunately, she would never have the chance to understand. Just the moment before Shu Lingji died, Luo Hong summoned Disan again, delivering the final blow. Moments later, the booklet's voice sounded. Targeted object Shu Lingji has been eliminated. Luo Hong let out a turbid breath. That was close. Looks like I also have immature aspects in being a villain in the future, no matter when. Can't give the enemy the slightest chance, even if the opponent seems cornered. Because a cornered dog truly will leap over the wall. As for that energy just now, it seemed like someone had long buried it in my body, just to protect me at the brink of death. But where did it come from? Forget it, the result doesn't matter how, can only say man proposes, heaven disposes, right? Shu Lingji, you would never have thought. Everything you did became my wedding dress, right? Even you yourself will become my puppet. After speaking, Luo Hong reached out his hand towards Shu Lingji. Shu Lingji's body slowly melted, finally becoming a new Wangling. A Wangling solely for Luo Hong's command. Only at this time, suddenly, something fell from Shu Lingji's body. Luo Hong jolted slightly, bent down, and picked it up. What is this thing? Luo Hong looked at the token-like object in his hand. Could it be some magic treasure of Shu Lingji's? But I didn't see her use it earlier. Abruptly, a sound interrupted Luo Hong's thoughts. He turned his head to look. Only saw 3 bandits trembling looking at Luo Hong. Seeing Luo Hong look over, the others immediately fled frantically, but their steps were too slow. Luo Hong arrived before them in an instant. There are still fish that escaped the net? My subordinate really is careless in his work. At the stronghold gate, a sound of breaking wind rapidly approached. It was Dali Sai envoy Luo Feng. He opened his mouth to ask, what is Luo Hong's situation now? Feng Zhang cupped his fists, reporting to Lord. Luo Hong and the others are at the main building deepest in the stronghold, because the distance is far. Plus the smoke and firelight caused by the main building catching fire, we still don't know the battle situation. Moreover, a strong Xiexia Qi also emanated from there. We didn't dare approach rashly. Luo Feng nodded, didn't ask further, follow this official inside to investigate. Inside the stronghold, the bandit blocked by Luo Hong immediately started begging for mercy. Please spare me. I didn't see anything, I'm just a small fry. At this time, the booklet's voice sounded. Detected the opposing villain generating fear towards you. Villain function dog eat dog conditions met. Luo Hong heard this voice and directly acted, pinching the bandit dead. After all, they deserved to die anyway. Moreover, now he could earn an extra bit of sin value. Then they deserved to die even more. Luo Hong's heart instantly became joyful. Turns out this kind of small fry can also trigger dog eat dog. Then you all just go die for me. Make some contribution to my sin value career, I will thank you. After speaking, he summoned Shu Lingji, blocking their escape route. If you play dead, you should stay dead. You can't accomplish things without perseverance. The bandits instantly panicked. Simultaneously, the booklet's dog-eat-dog function activated again. Luo Hong smiled. You bunch of ants. Your only value is to fill up my sin value. After speaking, he was about to strike. But at this time, a pale hand grabbed Luo Hong. Luo Hong said angrily, it's you again. Luo Hong clicked his tongue twice. Luo Hong didn't wait for him to speak, just scolded, don't hinder me. Luo Hong shook his head. You are now influenced by that booklet. If you continue killing, you will walk towards the abyss. Luo Hong frowned. The influence of killing? After speaking, he laughed maniacally, then pointed at the group of bandits and said, you say I'll be influenced by them? Saying this, he tapped his own head with his finger. Then I can clearly tell you. Even if I kill everyone in this world, it ultimately won't affect me. Because in my eyes, these people, including you, are nothing more than a pile of humanoid symbols. I have no feelings for this world, because my home is not here. Luo Hong still didn't give up. But you used my body.
I must stop you from stepping into darkness. These small fries can totally be handed over to Dali Sai to handle. Luo Hong directly flung his hand away. Stop ordering me around with your so-called original owner identity.
Because you are fundamentally not Luo Hong.
Luo Hong paused, seemingly hit by his words.
Luo Hong continued, what, you think I'm really that easy to fool? I admit, at the beginning,
you did bluff me, but by observing the reactions of everyone in the Luo residence, and the memories of Luo Hong in my mind, I found Luo Hong has no cultivation at all. Then,
the memory information about cultivation systems you showed me wasn't Luo Hong's at all, but your own. Luo Hong argued, how can you be sure those weren't Luo Hong's memories? I said, a part of Luo Hong's memories were sealed.
Luo Hong held up a finger and wagged it. Look at you, exposed another problem.
When a person talks about matters related to themselves, they don't use their own name,
but directly say I, because you are not Luo Hong, you lack this subconscious habit.
Also, a person's memory is a considerably rigorous and smooth line.
If Luo Hong really had some memories hidden, even if subtle and meticulous, there would inevitably be flaws on this line.
Hearing this, Luo Hong clicked his tongue and laughed, truly worthy of being you. Luo Hong paused, then asked in a deep voice, you know me? Luo Hong was puzzled for a moment, seemingly not understanding Luo Hong's question.
Luo Hong said, just now you said worthy of being you. This wasn't directed at Luo Hong.
But at me, you know me?
Luo Hong looked at the eager face leaning closer, sighed, and said, truly can't underestimate you. Even with your memory loss, your acuity
is still astonishing. Luo Hong's face instantly darkened. Tell me what you know. Who exactly are you? Luo Hong shook his head. The time isn't right yet. I have to keep some secrets. But what I can tell you now is, this world will be your final destination.
Also, stay away from that booklet. After speaking, his figure slowly began to dissipate. Luo Hong saw this fake was about to escape. He reached out, grabbing wildly in midair, attempting to catch that bastard. Unfortunately, it was all futile.
Luo Hong roared angrily, tell me what you know. Why did I come here? And why do I keep transmigrating time after time? Where exactly is my home? Who exactly am I? You damn well answer me. Unfortunately, no one would respond to him.
All this needed him to slowly unlock in the future. The bandits watched Luo Hong talking to himself, each scared to death, yet daring not to make a sound. At this time Luo Hong turned his head to look at them. Only, there wasn't a trace of emotion in his eyes. He vented all his unhappiness and resentment onto this group of pitiful bandits. Anyway, their lives in Luo Hong's eyes weren't lives at all. He thought to himself, sooner or later there will be a day I will rely on my own strength to find the answers. In heaven and earth, only oneself is most reliable. With the dog-eat-dog and targeting functions, gaining sin value in the future will only be much more convenient. That fake Luo Hong was right about one thing.
Can't just rely on the booklet's ability. Can't put all eggs in one basket.
I can't let go of the righteous path's methods either. I'll walk the black path, and I'll walk the white path too. Everything under heaven can be used by me. Luo Hong glanced at Zhao Donghan lying on the ground.
A guard of the Luo family can have the strength of an 8th-rank martial cultivator.
This is not something a prominent family in a small city can possess. Thinking this, he picked up Zhao Donghan, carried him on his shoulder towards the Luo residence. Only at this time, he felt several auras approaching him. He thought to himself,
could it be those people from Dali Si?
Thinking of this, Luo Hong gave a strange smile, then kicked Shuling Ji flying, afterwards shouted loudly, "You Xiesue." After shouting, he mentally controlled Shuling Ji to attack himself. Luo Feng jolted slightly,
seeing Luo Hong was still alive and fighting with someone.
Emitting a strong Xiexia Qi, he immediately ordered, Luo Hong
is in danger, you lot, follow me down to help.
Luo Hong pretended to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth,
waiting until Luo Feng was about to reach him.
Again shouted righteously, "You Xiesue, don't run if you have guts." Luo Feng ordered the two behind him, protect young master Luo Hong,
while he chased after the fleeing Shuling Ji, still trying to run under this official's nose. He reached out to grab Shuling Ji, but just as he was about to succeed, Shuling Ji suddenly accelerated, fleeing into the distance at an even faster speed. Luo Feng stopped chasing. He never expected this Xiexio could actually merge into the ground, and her escape speed was also so fast. An hour passed quickly. Luo Hong recounted the modified version of events. To them, Ziwei said, so Dishan and all the bandits in the stronghold were killed by the Xiexio? Luo Hong nodded.
That beast was actually hiding in this mountain all along. Its strength is terrifying. Luo Feng said that Xiesue indeed has some skill in escaping. Even this official let her escape just now.
Young Master Luo Hong, did you see the Xiesui's appearance clearly? Luo Hong paused, seeming to be recalling.
Then said in a chilling tone, it was a monk dressed in ragged robes.
Luo Feng frowned, a monk? At this time,
Luo Hong's cough interrupted him. Lord Luo Feng, this young master and my family slave are both heavily injured. Please trouble Lord. Before finishing his words, he plunged headfirst into unconsciousness. Luo Feng sighed, take them both back to Anping County, don't mention the matter of the Xiesui to others. As for the matter on the mountain, just say young master Luo Hong single-handedly wiped out the Heiyun stronghold. After several days of fermentation, the commoners in Anping County all knew the Heiyun stronghold was gone.
The news spread so fast, thanks to some busybodies claiming to have gotten reliable news from so-and-so. Started wildly fabricating stories, resulting in the news becoming increasingly absurd. However, the commoners also expressed one after another that they had wrongly blamed young Master Luo Hong, and felt ashamed for having slandered him before. Of course, the most absurd were the storytellers, each telling vivid tales. The commoners also widely believed them, things like young Master Luo Hong blooming amidst slaughter.
Like a flower at dawn, young Master Luo Hong's righteousness reaches the clouds. Anyway, all sorts of good words were used. The commoners felt the atmosphere reach a climax, and also raised their cups, shouting loudly. Chivalrous and righteous, model of justice, the cheers rose wave after wave. Those who didn't know might think they were the ones who destroyed Heiyun. Over at the Luo residence, Luo Hong slowly woke up.
He sighed, my every day, not a single plan succeeds. Am I perhaps unsuitable for being a bad guy? Maybe I should just abandon darkness for light.
Really developed towards the Confucian path, however, this time wasn't entirely without gains.
Let's check my spoils in the booklet first. Thinking this, his consciousness sank into the booklet. The two Wangling, Dishan and Shuling Ji, were waiting silently. The moment they saw Luo Hong enter, they knelt down in unison.
Luo Hong sighed, this Wangling Shuiying is quite obedient, he casually ordered, both of you rise.
After they got up, Luo Hong walked up to Dishan, waving his hand. He tentatively said, Dishan, becoming my subordinate, how does it feel?
Dishan remained silent. Luo Hong frowned slightly, looks like he really has become a puppet. Can't communicate normally. Thinking this, he reached his hand towards Dishan.
It passed through without any obstruction, looks like there's no physical body either.
Wangling Shuiying really is just a shadow of darkness, seems like for some time to come. You two will be my strongest trump cards. Luo Hong looked towards the booklet.
Smiling gratified, you finally showed your value, open my information page.
Luo Hong found the title column, had changed from little bad guy to bad guy.
Also, the sin value was now positive, and it was 501, so much?
Luo Hong rejoiced. Shuling Ji's worth isn't low, plus the dog-eat-dog determination. Actually gave so much sin value, 500, never fought such a rich battle. Must spend some. Only, when Luo Hong opened the reward pool, he was dumbfounded. Because even the lowest reward required 1000 sin value. Luo Hong's expression instantly shifted from joy to looking like he'd eaten crap.
He complained, this doesn't match your personality, so much sin value, just letting me save it?
Can't exchange for anything. Suddenly Luo Hong noticed something, he looked back astonished. Found a dark, sticky mass had appeared behind him at some unknown time. But then, that mass slowly began to squirm, finally revealing something like a door, only it had the character treasure written on it. No matter how you looked at it, it felt strange. At this time that door began to speak, bad guy Luo Hong.
Sin value 100 achieved, Xiei Baoku opened.
After speaking, that door slowly began to tremble. The two door panels also slowly opened at this time. Luo Hong looked at the thing before him,
paused, could this be a new function? Then he rejoiced, I knew with your virtue. It wouldn't be so simple, so much sin value, how could you let me keep it?
Sure enough, the new function, it's here, only, inside seems to be a world within a world. Booklet.
Has no reason to harm me now, let's go in, see what's inside.
Soon Luo Hong walked in. When he saw clearly what was before him, Luo Hong froze on the spot. Only saw before him were display halls one by one, displaying various bizarre things. Luo Hong started to get anxious, didn't know if 500 sin value could exchange for anything here. Please don't let me down, according to common sense.
Items further inside should be higher grade, indeed it's a villain system. All items have a kind of sinister feeling, but where can I see the item descriptions?
At this time, that bizarre hand abruptly appeared, startling Luo Hong.
He said annoyed, what the hell are you?
The hand spoke, I am the villain system specialist.
When you successfully open the Seibaku, it means you have passed the novice stage, and are qualified to enjoy my services. Next I will assist you.
Any questions within the system, I can answer for you. Saying this, the hand waved, follow me.
Let me introduce this place to you. Luo Hong was secretly surprised. A specialist actually appeared? Temporarily doesn't seem like a bad thing. Then he pointed at a skull and asked, what is this?
The specialist said, this is Fituman, can control a person's mind for a short time, low rank for 3 days.
Same rank for 1 day, high rank for 1 hour or ineffective.
Price 750 sin value.
Goi Menshur Sanjin, piercing 13 acupuncture points on the human body, can cause short-term chaos and vital energy.
Price 200 sin value. Wu Gui Fu, 5 ghosts appear around the body, abilities differ. Devour allows temporary borrowing of their power. Price 850 sin value. Zheng Muinhun
allows invisibility after in soul possession. Price 850 sin value. Purchase can be completed through thought.
Items will be temporarily stored in the system. Prices are fair. Please spend rationally. Luo Hong touched the Fituman. This texture is really a human head.
But then Luo Hong noticed something was wrong.
Because the Sha Qi in his body actually came out on its own, this Sha Qi
seemed to be attracted by some item deep inside. What is in the dark depths? To actually draw my Sha Qi out of my body on its own? The specialist smiled. In there? Let me take you to see. That's quite an extraordinary thing. Deep within the Xieibaoku
is a damaged mask, function unknown, exchange requirement. Xiexio reaches 7th rank Shaxian realm. Title must reach level 3 villain, technique Wangdeling Shuiying cultivated to mastery. Price 2000 sin value. As the specialist's voice fell, Luo Hong felt this mask was very valuable, although he didn't know its function, Luo Hong could feel from it.
Unprecedented power, the specialist said, this thing is a watershed.
Obtaining it, you will step onto the true evil path. Luo Hong nodded, my Sha Qi yearns for it intensely, this is an unprecedented feeling. I seem to understand their thoughts. The moment the mask appeared, the Sha Qi in my body surged crazily, my body was driven by the Sha Qi. Desperately wanting to obtain it, at this time Luo Hong secretly vowed, when he returned again, he would definitely get his hands on it. Just then, the specialist reminded, your Sha Qi is starting to condense. Luo Hong felt his dantian. After seeing the mask, his Sha Qi had changed. Felt like breaking through some kind of limit. He turned his head to look at the specialist, asking, here,
should have items to help me break through, right? The specialist said proudly, that's a must. See that pill over there? Jushidan can help you condense Sha Qi. Price 100 sin value. Luo Hong asked again, this item shop of yours, doesn't it have a list or something? How can I remember so many items?
The specialist chuckled darkly, how could this specialist not mention?
Have thought of it for you?
Saying this, he spat out a scroll from his mouth, only it was covered in saliva. Looking exceptionally disgusting, Luo Hong took the scroll with a disgusted face, flicking it in his hand. Only after flicking off all the saliva on it, did he open it to look. Densely written on it were various items, and their uses. The last column even carefully marked the prices. At this time Luo Hong noticed the mask column. Only strange thing was, besides the exchange requirements and price, the usage description later was missing. He looked puzzledly at the specialist. The specialist waved his hand and said, because with your current strength, you can only see up to here.
As for the content later, you'll have to wait until you obtain the Shejuan Ninju to see it.
At this time, the scroll began to dissipate, turning into a beam of light, merging into Luo Hong's mind.
The specialist's proud voice sounded again, how about it? Did a segment of memory appear in your mind? The item information of the Xieibaoku
has all entered your mind. In the future, as long as your sin value is sufficient,
you can exchange items according to memory at any time. The current you is still just an ant to this world, wanting to tower above everything. You'll have to work a bit harder. Luo Hong, hearing this, was silent for a long while. His consciousness returned to his body. Luo Hong sat cross-legged on the bed, circulating Sha Qi throughout his body. Then took out the Jushidan, swallowing it without hesitation. The medicinal power instantly began to dissolve. Impacting his limbs and bones, countless Sha Qi spurted from his mouth and nose. At this moment, Luo Hong resembled an evil god, his face terrifyingly ferocious. He felt the Sha Qi in his dantian continuously gathering into a vortex, constantly contracting and condensing. Power was also constantly strengthening at this moment. As time passed, the vortex in his dantian became smaller and smaller. Sha Qi condensed into a point, finally reaching Sha Xianxian. 8th rank achieved. Luo Hong felt the changes in his body, Sha Qi vortex turning inward. The surface, conversely, appeared increasingly righteous like a rainbow. This current state really looks like a Rushio. This can also be a kind of disguise. Although the ending of this plan was quite unexpected, I also gained 500
Sin value, although I might not have such luck every time, it also proves my thinking was correct. The closer to these evil forces, the easier it is to obtain sin value. Heiyun's stronghold is gone.
No matter, there are definitely more than just this one villain organization, Dali sees Luofeng mentioned before. He came specifically this time to investigate Tiandi Shemen. Speaking of which, what is Tiandi Shemen?
Thinking of this, Luohong shook his head. No, this name sounds hard to provoke.
Clues about Tiandi Shemen. Better wait for Dali Si to investigate first, right now.
Better find some organizations similar to Heiyun's stronghold. Suddenly Luohong noticed something.
That black token, what on earth is this thing used for? Recall it fell off Shuling Ji. Unfortunately, she's now become an undead. Can't ask anything either, must learn a lesson next time.
But this thing looks ordinary, yet feels slightly sinister to the touch.
Since it's an item of a Xiexio, perhaps Sha Qi will have an effect on it?
Thinking this, Luohong released a trace of Sha Qi from his fingertip. The Sha Qi was instantly attracted by the token. Slowly merging into it, Luohong rejoiced. It really works, but after waiting a long time,
the token still showed no reaction. Luohong got annoyed. This damn thing doesn't want to freeload my Sha Qi, right? Give some response.
But the next moment, a bizarre light shot out from the token. Luohong leaned closer to look, finally confirming it wasn't his hallucination. But suddenly a suction force came. His entire person was uncontrollably pulled inside. Luohong was instantly stunned,
because countless strange people appeared before his eyes.
Even stranger was that giant gate reaching straight to the heavens. Luohong's eyes widened. Curses continuously flew from his mouth. He didn't notice at all. His own image had become Shuling Ji's appearance. The surrounding people were also attracted by his noise, looking towards him one after another. Some even started teasing verbally. Luohong also noticed his own loss of composure at this time. Covered his mouth, not daring to speak, but at this moment, he heard something different. Combining with the way they looked at him, finally Luohong looked down. His whole person instantly froze on the spot, only his heart had exploded.
What the hell is this situation?
Luohong squatted down to calm himself. Turning into a woman isn't right, my consciousness should have just been absorbed in.
And looking at my attire, I've turned into Shuling Ji's appearance?
So that token is likely some kind of identity. Here everyone communicates through consciousness.
Doesn't that mean anything I do using a false identity won't implicate my real self?
Let me investigate the situation here first. Suddenly Luohong noticed something. In front of him, several people were lying on the ground, looking at him lecherously. Luohong stood up annoyed. Walked up to a balding man. The balding man felt guilty, so opened his mouth to argue. I didn't see anything, but Luohong directly pressed his head against his own pair of little rabbits. This move made the few people beside envious, wishing they could replace the balding man. The balding man was clearly also a man of strong character, couldn't hold back for a moment. Nosebleed actually spurted out. Luohong snorted coldly, stepping over the balding man lying unconscious on the ground.
Left, the old man said regretfully, "Miss, could you leave your name?"
Luohong paused his steps, turning his head sideways to answer, "You are not qualified to know my name. Fellows like you only deserve to call me queen." The group stood stunned, nosebleeds gushing out. Soon Luohong entered the interior of the token space. Inside people were selling all sorts of things.
What Truchi beast bones, beast skins, what hidden weapons, poisons, even hunting missions could be posted. Luohong sighed, this place seems like a market, selling everything.
This token is actually a strange treasure. With Shuling Ji's strength, it's impossible to refine such a token possessing a strange space, meaning there might be a force behind this woman, a very powerful Xiexio force.
Truly, when sleepy, someone offers a pillow, relying on this force, should be able to obtain a large amount of sin value. But I killed Shuling Ji. The force behind her will find out sooner or later, maybe even hunt me down. So I cannot reveal my true identity here, otherwise, I will expose myself to danger. This is a double-edged sword. Also, this giant gate seems thousands of miles high. Suddenly,
the words Tiandi Shemen caught Luohong's attention. It's actually Tiandi Shemen,
the legendary evil force spanning 3 major dynasties. Shuling Ji was actually a member of Tiandi Shemen?
This is truly seeking riches amidst danger. I actually unintentionally entered this world's
largest villain organization, using Shuling Ji's alias.
Switching identities between Tiandi Shemen and the Great Xia dynasty, this Tiandi Shemen hidden in space is indeed concealed, like a waiting oriole. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But behind the oriole, there's also a venomous snake lurking. I am that venomous snake waiting for an opportunity.
Just as Luohong was fantasizing, suddenly a voice interrupted him.
Luohong turned his head somewhat displeased. The one wearing a hat is Hu Jishui. The one next to him is called Tu Sanduo, Hu Jishui said angrily. Ling Ji.
I heard Heiyun's stronghold was destroyed by that little Luo Hong. Are you okay?
Luo Hong immediately became vigilant, able to call out Shu Lingji's name. Should be an acquaintance. Must handle this carefully, Hu Jishui said mournfully, after I heard this news.
I couldn't think of tea or food, was very worried about you. Luo Hong was instantly stunned. This guy before me is probably Shu Lingji's simp, right? Good, this simp might be useful later. Cooperating with them to extract some information might be good too. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. Pouting his lips, looking very wronged, said, nice words. When Luo Hong committed that evil debt, couldn't even see your shadow, if not for me, running fast. Where would you be able to see me again?
Hu Jishui immediately put on a concerned look.
Ling Ji, you're injured? Was it Luo Hong's doing? Where are you hiding now?
I also just arrived at Anping County, can come to support you, I'll help you kill Luo Hong.
To vent your anger, Luo Hong asked puzzled, you're also in Anping County?
Hu Jishui nodded, not understanding why. Luo Hong tugged at his beard.
Said, you asking my whereabouts, aren't you trying to kill me while I'm down? My good brother. Hu Jishui immediately denied, Ling Ji, you don't trust me? How could I possibly do that? Don't you understand my feelings for you?
If I were to harm you, may I suffer heavenly punishment.
You misunderstood me, Ling Ji, Luo Hong said in a low voice, then prove it to me. Tell me the purpose of your coming to Anping County, and your current location. If this lady is in a good mood, we'll naturally come find you. Hu Jishui nodded helplessly. Alright, I can tell you, but I can only tell you alone. Luo Hong pretended to look impatient. Speak, I'm listening. Hu Jishui leaned closer a bit, whispering, I'm at Qinghua Pavilion. In a few days, I'll hold a literary gathering there. At that time, the young talents of Anping County will all attend. Luo Hong might also appear. I can help you get rid of him then. Luo Hong was shocked. He instantly remembered the person holding the literary gathering. Luo Hong subconsciously shouted, Hu Jishui. But he immediately realized his gaffe, quickly shut his mouth, not speaking. Only, Hu Jishui was suddenly happy. Ling Ji, you're finally willing to call my name? Hearing this, Luo Hong said angrily, Hu Jishui, you tricked this lady again. You old bastard can also attend a Confucian gathering? Can you read?
Saying this, he was about to leave. Since there's not a single truth in your mouth, then farewell. Hu Jishui quickly grabbed Luo Hong's sleeve corner, saying urgently, listen to my explanation. Ling Ji, Luo Hong turned back annoyed, glaring at him. Hu Jishui immediately lost his grip, even putting on a look of I'm very innocent. Luo Hong saw it was about enough, and gave him a chance to explain. Hu Jishui immediately said, it's like this.
Isn't my promotion to 6th rank imminent?
Just short of the final step, but my cultivation breakthrough requires a large amount of living people's chi and blood, so holding a literary gathering to gather scholars, used their flesh and blood to construct an Azura field. At this time Tu Sanduo said angrily, if you ask me, you old who are just making things complicated, so many villages around. How much chi and blood soul do you need from raiding a few? Hearing this, Hu Jishui wouldn't stand for it.
What do you know? Brute, Hu Sanduo retorted angrily, who the hell are you calling a brute? Want to fight, right? Hu Jishui said disdainfully, fight? Your grandpa who isn't afraid either. But let me explain the reasoning to you clearly. Those well-read, pale-faced scholars, can those country bumpkins compare? They carry Ru Chi on them. The Azura field constructed with their flesh and blood is the best place for us Sheshio to advance. Do you understand what I'm saying? Tu Sanduo scratched his head, not really, but it sounds very impressive. Hu Jishui got angry, but he wasn't angry at this brute's lack of culture, but because he saw Tu Sanduo was actually standing together with Shu Lingji. He immediately went forward and pushed Tu Sanduo away. Get lost, you're too close. Hu Sanduo saw him make a move. Instantly wouldn't stand for it either. For a moment, the two started pushing and shoving right there. Luo Hong thought inwardly, didn't expect to actually meet Hu Jishui here, even less expected he's also a Sheshio. This alias showed its effect so quickly, with this piece of intelligence. I can prepare early, Luo Hong said. Alright, you two play slowly, I have to go. Hu Jishui smiled. Ling Ji, 5 days later, come to Qinghua Pavilion, borrow the Azura field, I can help you improve. Don't let fertile water flow into others' fields, I am truly sincere towards you. The world says we Sheshio are cold-blooded and ruthless, but my, Hu Jishui's feelings for you, Shu Lingji, are genuine. Whether fortunate or unfortunate, you'll have me, sooner or later you'll understand me, Tu Sanduo said. Old Hu's feelings for you are indeed indisputable, he's just a bit ugly, just bear with it and it'll pass.
Hu Jishui said displeased, if you can't speak properly, then shut up for me. Luo Hong glanced at this comical pair. Also feeling much emotion in his heart, seeing you speak with such sincerity. Hu Jishui, let's meet at the literary gathering. Alright, I still need to make some preparations, so I'll leave first.
But at this time, Luo Hong was troubled. How to exit? Could it be controlled by thought?
Thinking of this, Luo Hong frantically shouted exit in his mind. Then his figure slowly began to dissipate, disappearing in a moment. Tu Sanduo comforted, alright, Ling Ji has left, let's not be melancholy here, Hu Jishui said.
What do you know?
Also, Ling Ji is not for you to call. As they spoke, the two started pushing and shoving again. Luo Hong's consciousness quickly returned to his body. He looked amazed at the token in his hand.
The methods of this Tiandi shaman are truly magical.
Saying this, he stored the token into the booklet space. I am already at 8th rank realm now. But Hu Jishui seems to be at the peak of 7th rank strength.
To fight him, I must prepare more means. Outside the room,
Xiao Dohua was carrying food towards Luo Hong's room, muttering as she walked. Don't know if young master is awake yet. Truly amazing, destroying such a large stronghold alone. Just as Xiao Dohua was about to knock, a suddenly appearing figure startled her. It was precisely Luo Hong who just wanted to come out and open the door. Luo Hong said with a sly smile,
what did you overhear outside the door? Looks like it's necessary to silence you.
Xiao Dohua instantly had teary eyes, trembling as she explained, I didn't hear anything. Young master, don't kill me. Luo Hong suddenly found it boring, truly uninteresting, crying just like that. He took the Matsutake deer antler soup Xiao Dohua brought, taking a sip. At this time Xiao Dohua said, Budlerchen said, if young master wakes up, please go to the garden. Luo Hong nodded, I know, you may leave, also this soup is very good. Xiao Dohua smiled happily, glad young master likes it. After speaking, she scurried away. Luo Hong seeing her like this, cursed irritably, in the pavilion. Zhao Donghan knelt on one knee. This subordinate failed to protect young master well, causing young master to fall into danger. This subordinate's oversight was severe. Please punish me, Lord Chen.
Chen Xiantian turned back calmly.
Only, killing intent continuously flashed in his eyes. Zhao Donghan's hair instantly stood on end. An extremely cold killing intent filled his entire body, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood with a pu. Then he could only roar madly, using this method to alleviate the pain in his body. After a short while passed, only then did Chen Xiantian choose to withdraw, only his tone still contained icy killing intent. Seeing your loyalty and courage, this time is just a small punishment. Also, the poison in your body, I have already helped you force it out.
Although you used the Baoxue pill to temporarily resolve the battle,
but it also accelerated the spread of the poison. Think more when doing things in the future. However, young master this time, actually managing to kill Dishan single-handedly while you were heavily injured. Truly surprised this old man. Young master's talent in the sword path is outstanding, unleashing thick sword chi right from the start.
Even stronger than ordinary peak 9th rank sword cultivators. Perhaps this is the reason young master could slay the Shesue and survive.
Saying this, he took out another Baoxue pill. Take this Baoxue pill. Next time you encounter such a crisis, you must take it immediately. Zhao Donghan cupped his fists. Subordinate understands, however, now that young master's identity has spread through Dali. See, the situation in the future will certainly be 100 times more dangerous than now. Subordinate
fears encountering a perilous situation subordinate cannot handle again. What should be done then? Chen Xiantian shook his head. No matter. Saying this, a flame shot out from his hand.
Then continued, just after young master was born, Master Luo extracted a trace of life force from young master, then Master Luo entrusted it to me.
This is that trace of life force. I buried a strand of my natal sword path within young master's heart meridian. If young master encounters a fatal crisis, this strand is sufficient to resist a full power blow below the 1st rank.
At that time, I will also arrive instantly, turning the enemy into powder. Zhao Donghan instantly felt much more at ease. So Lord Chen had backup plans long ago. Subordinate was overthinking. Chen Xiantian said lightly, caution ensures smooth sailing for 10,000 years. Young master should have gained some insights after this battle. His cultivation should advance further. Moreover, I predict the upcoming Anping County is about to change. After speaking, he waved his hand, signaling Zhao Donghan could leave. While he himself stood alone at the edge of the pavilion, looking up at the sky densely covered with dark clouds, seemed to also reflect his mood. After a long while, Chen Xiantian sighed. The day young master practiced outside the city, the heart meridian actually felt nothing. Able to sever such a subtle connection, could it be you? I was truly careless. Only thinking young master's identity wasn't yet exposed, with numerous guards beside him. And just going to the countryside to collect rent, hardly any danger.
Could it be that living secluded in this Anping County for many years has also made me complacent? Thinking and thinking, Chen Xuantian's aura became increasingly violent. The entire pavilion instantly turned to powder. Cannot, absolutely cannot, even if you want young master's life.
You have to ask the sword in this Chen's hand. I will watch young master pass through the baptism of thunder and rain.
The day he truly inherits Master Luo's bloodline, soon Luo Hong arrived at the pavilion for the appointment.
Only when he saw the mess on the ground, he looked towards Chen Xiantian,
asking with a resentful face, "So, this is your reason for leveling this place?" Chen Xiantian coughed awkwardly twice. "Young master is about to come of age. The garden should also be renovated." Luo Hong pursed his lips. "Fine, anyway our family has money. But old sir, are you sure you didn't encounter some trouble?" Chen Xiantian said, "Young master is about to come of age. This old man is overjoyed. How could I be troubled?
Also, young master upon meeting, assumes the garden was my doing.
And not Zhao Donghan's, you brat. When did you figure out this old man has cultivation?"
Luo Hong scratched his head, smiled. "I was guessing too, people all have an aura. You've been in my house for so many years, your speech and behavior aren't just what a butler should have.
Take the time Dali Sai came to arrest me, for example. That was Dali Sai, the #1 violent institution of the great Xia dynasty, our family. Just a rich household in Anping County.
But when you heard the 3 words Dali Sai, you had absolutely no reaction. That kind of composure isn't something an ordinary butler can have." Later, during the crisis at the county office, Luo Feng and the others were all deterred by an invisible pressure. I vaguely felt it was you who arrived, just a feeling. The first image that appeared in my mind was you. Later, after I returned from the Yamen. Logically, after such a big event, walking through the gates of hell, you as the butler should have come out to show some concern. Even Dali Sai, such a famous major Yamen, wouldn't dare touch me, because you've already had a heart-to-heart with them? Chen Xiantian nodded with satisfaction. Your analysis is quite logical, is that all? Luo Hong continued. Then there's that Jianqi Ju, honestly. When Zhao Donghan appeared with that treasured secret manual, I knew it was your instruction.
How could he have the brains for that? And most importantly, this time I went through Heiyun's stronghold with him. Knowing Zhao Donghan's 8th rank Tegu realm martial artist strength, such a person being my guard, is completely obedient to me, and if I'm not mistaken, among our residence's servants and guards, Zhao Donghan probably isn't the only 8th rank, right? Is this something a rich household in Anping County can achieve?
Hearing this, Chen Xiantian, after a long silence, laughed and scolded. You brat are quite good. Luo Hong immediately climbed up the pole, saying smugly, just so. Only, Chen Xiantian immediately changed his tone. It's expected that you can reach this step.
However, this old man is very curious. Why did you decide not to hide your intentions today?
Luo Hong solemnly clasped his fist, then slowly bowed towards Chen Xiantian.
Chen Xiantian asked puzzledly, "What do you mean by this?" Luo Hong said, "Uncle Chen, this bow is to thank you for your protection over the years. I can vaguely understand. My identity seems not simple. If you don't say, I won't ask in detail. You will naturally tell me when the time is right, but I also want to understand clearly. I am not an ignorant young master. I have confidence in facing the road ahead." Hearing this, Chen Xiantian fondly patted his head. Chen, hearing these words from you today, truly feel very gratified. Without realizing it, young master has already grown up. Observing young master's aura, your cultivation should have reached 8th rank, right?
Luo Hong nodded. Indeed. Woke up today, felt power churning within my body, only then realized I had advanced to
8th rank, Chen Xiantian said. Thinking about this battle, it must have given you some insight into life and death. For Rushio, 8th rank is its prime realm. Young master should focus on family harmony and consolidating cultivation henceforth.
Luo Hong said, I will definitely remember Uncle Chen's teachings. Only Luo Hong was still somewhat puzzled. Uncle Chen, ever since seeing my exposed positive yang energy last time, has determined I am a Rushion.
Chen Xiantian continued, also the sword chi I taught you must not be neglected in practice.
Saying this, his body floated in mid-air. Remember, although there are thousands of cultivation paths under heaven,
but only the intent of the sword path is supreme. Luo Hong's eyes widened, feeling the boundless sword chi emanating down from Chen Xiantian. Chen Xiantian said lightly, Ling Yun unsheathed, shocking the heavens. A line of cold light slays multitudes of immortals.
This is the supreme path of courageously advancing forward, the path of the gentleman, the path of great destruction. Luo Hong was already stunned into a trance, his mouth agape, unable to close for a long time.
Just as Luo Hong was entranced, The maid's charming laughter brought Luo Hong back to his senses. Looking left and right for something, asking, "Where's Uncle Chen?" The maid shook her head. "Only you were here spacing out," Luo Hong said angrily. "You saw my ugly state? I'm going to sell you off." The maid's tears instantly welled up. "No, please, young master. We wouldn't dare." Luo Hong felt the increasing sin value and rejoiced inwardly. Scaring them can actually increase sin value? Great, so many servants in the residence. What if I scare them every day? But Luo Hong quickly dismissed this idea. No, Uncle Chen just said to maintain family harmony. He's the big thigh now. Can't go against him. At this time the maid weakly said, "Young master, you're not really going to sell us, are you?" Although they spoke softly, Luo Hong could just hear clearly. He waved his hand, said, "Forget it. This young master won't sell you too." Hearing this, the maids scurried away decisively. Luo Hong sighed, only he suddenly remembered something. Earlier when Xiao Dohua was scared, it seemed no sin value was added? Forget it, I should hurry up and practice the Jianqi Ju. Uncle Chen's moves just now really impressed me. In the study, Luo Hong slumped enjoyably in the chair, sighing from time to time. Staying home is still the best. He looked at the newly generated diary in the booklet in his hand. Quite interesting. Great Xia calendar, June 19th, weather, sunny and bright. I woke from sleep, injuries mostly healed, briefly doubted life. I entered the booklet space, saw the spoils, and broke through to 8th rank. This gave my injured heart a sliver of comfort. Afterwards had a heart-to-heart talk with butler Uncle Chen. He was moved by me, finally acted cool before me for once. I was deeply shaken, vowed to become like him. Back in the courtyard, I diligently practiced sword techniques for half an hour. Then, under the maid's suggestion, went to bathe and change, hearing Uncle Chen's teachings. Decided to unite the family, played happy games with everyone for an hour. At night, told dear sister Luo Xiao ghost stories. Finally fell asleep contentedly. Great Xia calendar, June 19th, weather, sunny and bright. As usual, practiced Jianqi Ju diligently in the courtyard. Seeing Uncle Chen seems to be a sword cultivator. Of course, must cater to his interests. Had lunch with family members at noon. Sister seems still immersed in last night's story. Afternoon as usual is bathing time. I love bathing. Continued telling sister stories at night. Great Xia calendar, June 21st. Weather, sunny turning cloudy, as the time for the literary gathering approaches. I wrote Hu Zhishui's name into the targeted list, afterwards entered Tiandi Xiamen. Met Hu Zhishui, and gathered some of his plans. Now I'm more confident in killing him. Luo Hong stretched lazily. Comfortable days are few, soon it will be another bloody storm. Luo Hong walked out of the room with his sword. Arriving at the courtyard, he looked puzzledly at the sword in his hand. Every time this sword chi circulates through a meridian, my whole body feels like it's fractured. But recently I've discovered something unusual. Under normal circumstances, after the sword chi circulates a full cycle, it should be controlled into the sword and unleashed with the sword. Every time Jianqi Ju is performed, some sword chi remains within the meridians. As more and more sword chi remains in the meridians, the stinging pain becomes unbearable. Unable to battle persistently, can only wait for the residual sword chi to dissipate naturally within the meridians. But last night when I circulated Sha Qi, cultivating the Sha vortex, Sha Qi entered the meridians and circulated. Surprisingly discovered, Sha Qi could actually wrap around the residual sword chi in the meridians, and continuously gather and compress them, finally following the meridian circulation. They were actually wrapped by Sha Qi, entering the Sha vortex. I couldn't help but have a bold idea. If I wrap all sword chi with Sha Qi, what would happen injecting it into the Sha vortex? Luo Hong is someone who acts on his thoughts. As he mobilized all the sword chi in his body, continuously pouring into the meridians. Only, an intense pain came, making Luo Hong wish for death. All sword chi squeezed into the meridians, really hurts. Next is Sha Qi. Wrapping the sword chi rushing rapidly through the meridians, but this requires much more Sha Qi than wrapping residual sword chi, but Luo Hong still managed it, at 8th rank. Sha Qi was still sufficient. Next, just need to inject them into the Sha vortex. Luo Hong guided the Sha Qi continuously impacting the Sha vortex. After he finished all this, Luo Hong was somewhat disappointed. The Sha vortex seemed unchanged, but he could indeed feel that sword chi existing within. This way, there won't be residual sword chi in my body. No need to worry about using Jianqi Ju then. Body being tortured by pain. What's more interesting is, now the sword chi itself is hidden within the Sha vortex. Even if I don't use Jianqi Ju, I can store sword chi within my body, equivalent to reserving it beforehand, saving the effort of circulation, although it's only one strand of sword chi. But being able to endure less pain once is always good, and when I need to use it,
I can without circulating energy.
Instantly arrive, like a hidden weapon, becoming a hidden killing move. Luo Hong looked at the smashed rockery before him, nodding satisfied. The effect is quite good.
If only I could store a few more slashes. 2 days. Later at the Luo residence, Luo Hong, after these few days of cultivation, his cultivation advanced considerably.
Only, what also advanced similarly was his appetite. Luo Hong was frantically sweeping through the food on the table. While constantly muttering delicious in his mouth, Luo Xiaoxiao couldn't watch anymore.
Quietly cursed, starving ghost, reincarnated, choked to death. Unfortunately, no matter how softly she spoke, it couldn't escape Luo Hong's ears. Luo Hong glared fiercely at her. Luo Xiaoxiao immediately fled the scene, to avoid getting beaten, after eating. Luo Hong looked towards Chen Xiantian and said, Uncle Chen, I need to go out today.
Chen Xiantian nodded, young master, please go ahead, you are about to come of age, no need to report everything.
After all, you are the head of the Luo residence. Hearing this, Luo Hong instantly rejoiced inwardly.
Looks like that heart-to-heart talk last time made Butler Chen see me in a new light. Objective achieved, my future actions can be more free.
Thinking this, he called out, Zhao Donghan. Zhao Donghan immediately poked his head in from outside the door. Luo Hong said, quickly go prepare the carriage, this young master is leaving the residence today.
After Zhao Donghan prepared everything, the two walked out with effort. At this time Zhao Donghan asked puzzledly, young master, where are we going? Luo Hong said calmly, Xinghua Pavilion. Zhao Donghan instantly exploded, you're going to the brothel? Luo Hong quickly covered his mouth, are you trying to die? Shouting so loudly? It's Xinghua Pavilion.
Not a brothel, Zhao Donghan said excitedly, young master, it's not like I don't understand.
Xinghua Pavilion is a brothel, commonly known as a whorehouse. If Butler Chen knew you went to visit a brothel,
after returning, he'd definitely break one of my legs. Luo Hong looked at him surprised.
How could you look at this young master with that kind of gaze?
Saying this, he took out an invitation card, waving it before him, see for yourself.
Zhao Donghan took the invitation, unfolding it puzzledly to look. At this time Luo Hong said with a wistful face, as you can see, this is an invitation to a literary gathering, originally invited Jia Sadeo, but what the hell does that guy know about literature? Later, under my sincere communication, he was deeply impressed by my literary temperament, and gifted the invitation to a more suitable person, so this isn't simply visiting a brothel. This will be a spiritual collision among literature lovers, I won't allow you to defile it. Zhao Donghan was completely baffled, but who told him he was an uncultured brute?
Couldn't even recognize a basket full of characters. Outside the Luo residence gate, a carriage was prepared early. The gate of the Luo residence was also slowly opened at this moment. A handsome figure walked out from inside. The folding fan in his hand snapped open. Luo Hong, wearing sunglasses, walked proudly out of the Luo residence. He stretched lazily, sighing that today's weather was exceptionally good, then slowly walked onto the carriage. At this time, he seemed to notice something, only saw a group of raggedly dressed people appearing behind the carriage. After that group saw Luo Hong, they started discussing among themselves.
It really is young Master Luo. Young Master Luo is so handsome.
Then they crowded around Luo Hong one after another. Young Master Luo, we are all villagers from the surrounding villages. Your prestige has spread throughout the villages. The Luo family has always been famous great benefactors. We came to thank you. Saying this, they pushed a chicken towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong was puzzled.
Just saw that large hen appear before him, the old woman said. Young Master Luo,
you eliminated Heiyun stronghold. We can sell goods in the city, no longer worried about being robbed.
I've been wandering around your residence gate for several days, finally got to see you. Take this chicken.
Consider it a small token from us villagers, hope you don't mind. Luo Hong paused, then he tapped away the chicken, almost poking his face with his folding fan. This young master doesn't like eating chicken.
Tell the surrounding villagers, don't come to the Luo residence sending things anymore.
After speaking, he drove the carriage away as if fleeing. The villagers stood stunned on the spot for a moment. Only after Luo Hong's carriage shadow was invisible, did the old woman slowly speak. Young master truly is a good person. Zhao Donghan on the carriage asked puzzledly, young master, you just praised Xiaodowa's braised chicken legs this morning. Luo Hong was speechless.
Now you think you're too smart, right?
But he still opened his mouth to say, old Zhao,
what kind of person do you think this young master is?
Zhao Donghan said proudly, a good person with a heart full of chivalry. Everyone in the residence and the commoners of Anping County all think so.
Luo Hong asked back, you really all think I'm a good person?
Zhao Donghan said, of course. You are charitable, help the weak and punish the strong, isn't that a good person? From the first day following young master, I knew young master, you have a kind heart,
the kind of person I, Zhao Donghan, admire most. Although recently you always have unexpected actions, seemingly very different from your previous style of doing things. But in the end, it still upholds the word chivalry, as long as you always practice the path of chivalry. I, Zhao Donghan, even if ground to dust, will protect you completely. Luo Hong listening to Zhao Donghan's heartfelt words. It'd be false to say he wasn't moved, however, Luo Hong still teased, then what if one day I become a villain? Zhao Donghan shook his head firmly, young master, you won't. I believe you. Saying this, he whipped the horses but hard. The carriage speed instantly increased significantly. Perhaps at this moment Zhao Donghan's heart wasn't as calm as it appeared on the surface. Manhwa Pavilion, commonly known as a brothel, is the largest and most luxurious brothel in Anping County. Countless scholars and literati come here daily for amusement. The reason it's so popular here naturally boils down to the girls inside, all being top choices. At this time a madam said, esteemed young masters, today Master Hu has booked the entire Manhwa Pavilion again to hold a literary gathering. Guests enter by invitation. Those without invitations, please forgive, the shop cannot serve today. Jia Sadeo had his hands on his hips, saying apologetically, Madam Wang, I lost my invitation, could you bend the rules and let me in? The madam shook her head. That won't do, young Master Jia, no entry without invitation. I can't break Master Hu's rules, right? Jia Sadeo pleaded, as long as I get in, Master Hu will definitely recognize me, I'm not lying to you. He personally delivered the invitation to my door back then. The madam became somewhat impatient. Regardless if you have an invitation or not, look at your current down and out state. You're not fit to enter my Manhwa Pavilion. Calling you young Master Jia is flattering you. My master has already been dealt with by Dali Asai. You still think you're Anping County's young master? Scram quickly, or I'll call people to break your legs. At this time, a gentle voice came. Let him in. The madam and Jia Sadeo puzzledly looked towards the direction of the voice, just happened to see Luo Hong slowly getting off the carriage. Luo Hong smiled, young Master Jia is also an old acquaintance of mine. Madam Wang, how about giving me, Luo Hong, some face? The madam, seeing the person was Luo Hong, immediately smiled and greeted him, isn't this the great young Master Luo? This is your first time here. Also came to attend Master Hu's literary gathering? Zhao Donghan took out the invitation and waved it. Of course, our young master came to collide. Hearing this, Luo Hong almost choked to death. Look at your uncultured appearance, the madam said, smiling like a flower. That's wonderful. My humble shop is truly honored today. Saying this, made a pleased gesture. Master Hu is changing, will be down soon. Luo Hong snapped open the folding fan in his hand. Proudly strode inside. Jia Sadeo covered his face with one hand, praying Luo Hong wouldn't notice him. Unfortunately, how could Luo Hong let him off so easily? Luo Hong said to the madam, find young Master Jia a seat, food and drink are on me. After speaking, walked inside without looking back. Jia Sadeo felt such hatred. Everything today was thanks to Luo Hong. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything about him. Luo Hong and the two were quickly welcomed inside by the madam. Incense smoke curled in the room. Chin strings trembled lightly. Melancholy tunes accompanied by clear singing voices, like orioles warbling, pleasing to the ear. Only, all this was automatically ignored by the scholars and literati, because they only cared about the beauties in their arms, teasing them until lust burned. At this time Luo Hong sighed, Master Hu, truly grand gestures. The madam said, young Master Luo, what kind of seat do you prefer? I'll find one for you, soon. Luo Hong sat down in an inconspicuous corner. Luo Hong half covered his face with the folding fan, silently surveying the surroundings. This spot is quite good, quiet amidst the noise, wide view. Saying this, he tossed out a gold ingot. This is this young master's reward for you. The madam joyfully was about to reach out to take it, but just as she was about to succeed, Luo Hong's fan landed on the gold ingot. Then Luo Hong's calm voice sounded, remember, this young master doesn't want anyone disturbing, do you understand? The madam secured the gold ingot, immediately bowed, understood. Luo Hong ignored her further, but began to seriously survey the surroundings. Hu Jishui, this young master has arrived. When will your grand show begin? In the private room, a servant boy carefully knocked a few times on the door. Master Hu, everyone has arrived. Hu Jishui was currently enjoying the service of the beauties. Hearing this, his eyes sharpened. Got it, I'll come after changing clothes. You must serve the guests well. At this time, some strange noises came from the inner cabinet. A top courtesan heard the sound and looked over puzzledly. At this time, Hu Jishui inexplicably said, he's hungry. The courtesan paused, then, seeming to think of something, this servant is actually a bit curious. Is it a pet you're raising? Hu Jishui grinned. If you're interested, I'll take you to see. Hu Jishui led the courtesan inside. The courtesan said, Master, you doing this makes the servant a bit nervous. Hu Jishui ignored her, saying enticingly, you walk closer inside. The courtesan said puzzledly, Master, it's too dark inside. This servant can't see anything, but abruptly, an unidentifiable thing bit the courtesan's head, then dragged her whole person inside. The other two ladies were terrified, just about to scream. Only saw a tentacle ruthlessly pierce through her throat. The other lady, seeing this, screamed heart-wrenchingly, then started running outside for her life. She looked at the approaching door, constantly shouting help loudly, simultaneously, also praying she'd have the life to open this life-saving door. Unfortunately, everything was too late. With a pu sound, her entire body was split in half. At this time Hu Jishui muttered to himself, kill everyone present today. I can then successfully offer you up. The monster inside didn't answer, but silently dragged the corpse lying on the ground, inside. Moments later Hu Jishui walked out of the private room, standing on the second-floor corridor looking at the crowd below. Everyone, thank you all for attending the literary gathering hosted by me, Old Hu, guarantee. Everyone will never forget today's grand occasion for the rest of your lives. The people below listening to Hu Jishui's speech. Not one sensed anything wrong, only Luo Hong was the sole sober one present. Hu Jishui's chilling voice came again, the auspicious time has arrived, the literary gathering officially begins. As the words fell, pieces of black cloth dropped down, covering all light-transmitting doors and windows of Manhwa Pavilion. At this time someone finally sensed something was wrong. What is this for? Why use black cloth to cover the doors and windows? Someone spoke out. Comforting, Master Hu is truly unconventional, perhaps there's a private show? At this time Zhao Donghan said, Young Master, something's wrong. What trick is this literary gathering playing? Luo Hong said calmly, we'll know just by watching. At this time all light was blocked. Only the large red lanterns inside Manhwa Pavilion remained lit, only this blood-red light looked exceptionally eerie. Luo Hong asked, found anything? Zhao Donghan said, this black cloth seems to have a very strong smell of blood, seems it can also isolate space. Luo Hong propped his chin. Hu Jishui probably wants to cover things up, to prevent alerting passers-by on the street, when the massacre starts later. Good, this setup actually makes it convenient for me to act too. Old Hu, today is your fated calamity. At this time Hu Jishui slowly walked down the stairs. Amidst the crowd's joyful gazes, slowly walked onto the central stage. Only, the originally amiable Master Hu instantly became ferocious-faced. Quite a few scholars and refined gentlemen of Anping County came today. This literary gathering Old Hu organized. Just wanted to borrow some scholarly chi from everyone. At this time a scholar said surprisingly, Master Hu's temperament today seems vastly different from usual. Also, can this scholarly chi also be borrowed? The madam laughed. Master Hu probably wants to see the talents of you geniuses, right? Then there must be some prize. Hu Jishui sneered, then reached out and grabbed the madam's face. Lifting him up with one hand, Madam Wang, you're old and fat, he won't get in the way. So you be the prize. Saying this, the force in his hand continuously increased. The madam's pupils instantly filled with blood, with a pang sound. The madam's entire head was crushed raw, blood even splashed onto the faces of those sitting in the front row. Each instantly stunned, someone wiped their own face. Looking at the still warm blood in their hand, he instantly broke down. The others fled outside even more desperately, only hating their parents for giving them 2 fewer legs. But just as they thought they were about to escape to safety, the black cloth covering the doors and windows suddenly lit up. Strange talismans were drawn on it. The moment the talismans lit up, they sensed something was wrong. Blood mist continuously drifted from their bodies towards the black cloth. They immediately retreated back into the hall. Someone shouted, stay away from the black cloth. It will suck our blood. Luo Hong, watching this scene, clicked his tongue twice. Not bad, Old Hu. The atmosphere of despair is well crafted. This villainous temperament is perfectly grasped by you. At this time Zhao Donghan's nervous voice came through. Young master, didn't expect this Hu Jishui to actually be a xiexio. What should we do? Luo Hong said calmly. Wait for death, old Zhao. You will protect me, right? Zhao Donghan's fingers were pinched until they cracked. Said solemnly, of course, I am young master's second life. Although he said that, his heart was already in turmoil. I was still careless. Thought it was just an ordinary literary gathering. If only I had brought a few more guards. Don't know what rank this Hu Jishui is. Can I deal with him? At this time Luo Hong comforted, old Zhao, don't be nervous, I was kidding. This time neither of us will be harmed. Zhao Donghan looked back at Luo Hong surprisedly. Under such circumstances, young master can actually be so calm? Could it be?
Zhao Donghan's cold sweat instantly flowed down. He asked puzzledly, young master.
You knew long ago Hu Jishui was a Xiexio, right? Luo Hong gave him a meaningful look, but clearly defaulted. Zhao Donghan's blood instantly boiled. Sure enough,
all this was fundamentally planned by young master. He came specifically for Hu Jishui.
Most likely got the news through Dahlia Sai, seeing young master so calm and composed. Dahlia Sai must be ambushing nearby, right? Moreover, now young master's cultivation has greatly increased.
Is no longer the same as before. This way there's indeed nothing to be nervous about. Thinking of this, Zhao Donghan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Hong, seeing him like this, asked concernedly, old Zhao,
are you okay? Zhao Donghan didn't answer, but sat down.
Calmly poured himself a full cup of wine. After drinking it down in one gulp, said, young master, I am completely not nervous anymore. Luo Hong was somewhat speechless. That's quite good then. At this time, Hu Jishui slowly walked down from the stage. The scholars and literati retreated one after another in fear. Some bolder ones started begging for mercy. Spare us, Master Hu, please. We really don't want to die. Hu Jishui gave an icy smile, seeing you're a cultured person.
Such words, who doesn't die? Since death comes sooner or later.
Might as well. Hu Jishui hadn't finished speaking, suddenly noticed something. It was precisely sitting in the corner. The calm and composed Luo Hong pair. Hu Jishui was startled. He clearly recognized Luo Hong. Luo Hong greeted him with a fawning face. Hu Jishui said angrily, why are you here? Luo Hong slammed the table angrily. Hu Jishui, I knew you were no good.
Lacking evidence before, so this time I risked danger myself, entering the tiger's den.
Precisely to capture evidence of your crimes, eliminating harm for Anping County. Luo Hong's righteous words elevated his image in Zhao Donghan's heart yet again. The guests also seemed to see the light one after another, that light of justice. Jia Sadeo's heart at this moment was also filled with mixed feelings, hesitating,
not knowing whether he should believe Luo Hong's bullshit.
Because back when Luo Hong bribed his father, he didn't have this expression. Hu Jishui, hearing this, also laughed out of extreme anger. Luo Hong, you truly are a chivalrous and righteous good person. I originally planned, after succeeding today, to go slaughter your entire family. Didn't expect you to swagger right to my door.
The Heiyun stronghold battle really made you not know the immensity of heaven and earth, Luo Hong shouted. Who made me the model of justice in Anping County? As long as my Luo family is in Anping County for a day, Anping County will not allow Xiesue to exist. I cannot coexist with Xiesue under the same sky.
Zhao Donghan was already worked up into a frenzy. He recklessly shouted, young master, great master. Seeing this, the scholars and guests were also moved to tears, following suit and roaring. Luo Hong rejoiced inwardly, I want fame, and I want profit too. Hu Jishui, you are destined to become my stepping stone. Hu Jishui saw him being so arrogant. The anger in his heart also grew increasingly intense. He recklessly lunged towards Luo Hong.
Boom, the entire Qinghua pavilion trembled slightly. Luo Hong's Xieying step instantly activated.
Flashing far to the side, avoiding the attack, both men's faces instantly darkened. The opponent they had to face today was, after all, a peak 7th rank. They couldn't afford not to handle it carefully. Hu Jishui's face became incomparably ferocious.
Luo Hong, you deserve to die. Today I will help Ling Ji vent her anger, outside Anping County's city gate.
The group from Dahlia Sai was waiting for something. At this time Fangjing said, Lord Luo.
Subordinate takes the liberty to ask, who are we here to receive? Luo Feng said calmly, who the comer is.
I also haven't received notice, but it must be a major figure from the capital. Ziwei asked puzzledly, Lord.
Why would the capital suddenly send someone? Luo Feng said.
The night I learned young Master Luo was in Anping County, I immediately sent a flying message to the capital to report. This is major intelligence that those big figures absolutely must care about. The world's situation is about to surge. We small figures can only play both sides. To secure our lives, I will protect you. Hearing this, the two clasped their fists together in thanks. Thank you, Commandant. Lord, Luo Feng smiled.
Commandant? This official has now been promoted to Dahlia Sai Left Court Supervisor, 4th official rank. Hearing this, the two
immediately changed their address. Greetings, Supervisor, Lord. Luo Feng waved his hand. All right, the person has arrived. Prepare to welcome them. The distant carriage slowly drove closer. Luo Feng immediately cupped his fists in greeting. Lower official.
Dahlia Sai Left Court Supervisor Luo Feng greets Lord. Lord has traveled far. Lower official has prepared guest rooms, wine and dishes, awaiting Lord, as Luo Feng's flattering voice fell. The masked man acting as the coachman said calmly, Thank you for your trouble, Lord Luo.
This time my master is on a private visit, visiting old friends, no need to alarm the officials of Anping County. Trouble Lord to lead the way ahead. Luo Feng glanced at the masked man, slightly startled inwardly. This is Ajio. The group quickly entered Anping County. Luo Feng's heart surged even more. Servant Ajio's master can only be that lord, didn't expect it would actually be him. Could it be the crown prince's instruction? Or the will of the true dragon at the top of the dynasty? Over at Qinghua Pavilion, the surface looked peaceful, only inside it had long erupted into chaos. Zhao Donghan, as a martial cultivator, was responsible for clashing head-on with Hu Zhishui, while Luo Hong relied on positioning, acting as a hidden sixth man from behind, launching sneak attacks, but no matter what, Hu Zhishui was peak 7th rank. Whether reaction speed or toughness, neither of the two could compare. After Hu Zhishui dodged Luo Hong's attack, said somewhat surprisedly, "You're a sword cultivator?" Luo Hong didn't answer, but gave him a solid sword strike. Hu Zhishui spat unluckily, then struck towards Luo Hong's back heart with a palm. Luo Hong's swaying step was still very fast, a carp flip, followed by striking out with a palm. Clashing head-on with Hu Zhishui, unfortunately, Luo Hong was still too weak. His body was instantly sent flying. Luo Hong felt his throbbing palm. Worthy of being a 7th rank figure, this bone is somewhat hard to chew. Hu Zhishui reached into his bosom, fumbling. Since coming downstairs, the token had been reacting continuously. Looks like Ling Ji arrived long ago. Just right, kill Luo Hong, win Ling Ji's favor, Luo Hong thought. Since Hu Zhishui came out, the token started reacting, presumably his did too. Next is the good show I meticulously designed. At this time Hu Zhishui shouted loudly. Ling Ji, I know you're here, just watch how I vent your anger for you. Zhao Donghan paused. Shu Ling Ji? Didn't expect they knew each other. 1 8th rank, 1 7th rank. Dealing with two Xieshou simultaneously, that could be dangerous. Luo Hong pretended to shout indignantly. Shu Ling Ji, didn't expect you were hiding in the dark. Saying this, he looked around. As if really searching for Shu Ling Ji, Zhao Donghan frowned. Looks like young master didn't expect this situation either. The situation is unfavorable for us. Hu Zhishui laughed wildly. Luo Hong, you didn't expect it, right? Ling Ji and I are close friends. You dared to ambush her at Heiyun Stronghold. Hurting her is like hurting me, no, even worse than hurting me, so I will break your hands and feet. Then hand you over to Ling Ji, let her do as she pleases. After speaking, directly cast Shuezhou Wuxiang. A bizarre skull lunged towards Luo Hong's swaying step instantly activated. Boom, Qinghua Pavilion trembled again. Luo Hong's figure slowly landed on the high platform on the 2nd floor, then the folding fan in his hand snapped open. Hu Zhishui gritted his teeth looking at the smug Luo Hong. Just wanted to curse a few lines. Only saw Luo Hong extend a finger. Hu Zhishui's expression froze on his face. Not understanding what Luo Hong was doing, but he would soon understand. Luo Hong's finger beckoned at him, like teasing a dog. The veins on Hu Zhishui's forehead bulged. His anger at this moment was already self-evident. He directly rushed towards Luo Hong. Under the boost of anger, his speed actually faintly caught up. To Luo Hong, the two tangled fight was only in sparks, invisible to the naked eye. The only thing visible was the constant sparks flying out. Zhao Donghan swallowed hard, silently vowing in his heart, this time I absolutely cannot drag young master down again. Thinking this, he put his hand to his waist, directly took out the Baoshui pill and swallowed it. At this moment, endless power instantly surged. The 8th rank aura also climbed to 7th rank at this moment. Hu Zhishui paused. 7th rank martial cultivator? A prominent family in a county town can have such foundation? Luo Hong rejoiced inwardly. Old Zhao. Completely relying on you to drain his strength, Zhao Donghan's aura slowly went from climbing to stabilizing, but also faintly reached the peak of 7th rank, having the qualification to fight Hu Zhishui head-on. He roared lowly, Hu Zhishui, your opponent is me. Luo Hong retreated appropriately a few steps. Zhao Donghan also lunged forward at this time, that chi and blood unique to a 7th rank martial cultivator, rushed straight towards Hu Zhishui's head. Hu Zhishui gritted his teeth and clashed fists with Zhao Donghan. His figure was instantly smashed flying, breaking countless roof beams along the way. Zhao Donghan instantly followed up, another punch. At this time, the disguise on Hu Zhishui's hand slowly began to fall off, revealing his original appearance. He smiled icily, although we are both 7th rank, your power cannot compare with mine. Next, I will let you understand this point. Saying this, he took the initiative to attack. Zhao Donghan clasped his hands together, a barrier appeared before his chest, firmly blocking the attack. Only, the scattered energy directly destroyed the surroundings beyond recognition. Luo Hong stood on the 2nd floor watching the battle. Seeing it was about time, the hidden sixth man should also start sneak attacking. He summoned Shu Lingji. Later you must cooperate well with me, act the part well. Luo Hong, watching the battle from the second floor, suddenly shouted loudly, Shu Lingji. Attracting the full attention of the two fiercely fighting below, Luo Hong's voice came again. Didn't expect you were hiding here. Judging by your appearance, your injuries haven't healed, right? No wonder you didn't dare show yourself. Unfortunately, you were still discovered by me. Then a figure shot out from the second floor, crashing heavily onto the first floor ground as the smoke and dust dispersed. Luo Hong's figure was also within it. Luo Hong panting said, Shu Lingji, you can't beat me. Today you all must die here. Shu Lingji didn't answer, but glared venomously at Luo Hong, who Zhishui greatly anxious. Lingji, don't be afraid, I'm here, Luo Hong. If you dare harm a hair on her, I will slaughter your entire Luo family. Shu Lingji didn't answer. Only, Shachi continuously overflowed from her body, who Zhishui seeing this became even more anxious. Looks like Lingji is really injured, unable to control, Shachi leaking out. I must quickly deal with them. At this time Luo Hong laughed maniacally. Just you? Want to exterminate my entire family? Luo Hong's eyes, icy without a trace of emotion, glanced at him. Are you worthy? Hu Zhishui first paused, then a smear of crimson instantly filled his eyeballs. He gave up tangling with Zhao Donghan, wanting to directly finish off Luo Hong. Unfortunately, Zhao Donghan wasn't dead. Want to touch young master, have to get past me first. At this time Shu Lingji's figure shot out. Luo Hong ordered, Old Zhao, you deal with him. I'll go eliminate Shu Lingji first. After speaking, Luo Hong followed. Hu Zhishui subconsciously wanted to stop Luo Hong, but alas Zhao Donghan was too annoying. Directly throwing the sword in his hand, then controlling the sword with both hands. Thanks to Zhao Donghan's thick blood, in just that instant, he took hundreds of sword strikes raw. Hu Zhishui no longer held back, his aura gradually becoming violent, just as Zhao Donghan couldn't keep up. He sent over two skulls again, giving him extra dishes, as the skulls got closer and closer. Dangerous alarm bells constantly rang in his mind. Zhao Donghan decisively kicked the flying sword aside, then gathered strength in both hands, boom boom, directly smashing the incoming skulls, but this clearly also caused Zhao Donghan immense consumption. Hu Zhishui smiled icily, clashing head-on with me, you're still lacking a bit. Saying this, waved his large hand. The flying sword slowly returned to his hand, then stabbed towards Zhao Donghan. But just as Hu Zhishui was about to succeed, Luo Hong's voice came again from the second floor. Shu Lingji, I caught you, go die. Hearing this, Hu Zhishui's figure paused. But just this pause caused trouble. Zhao Donghan seized the opportunity, with all his strength. A fist ruthlessly smashed onto his heart. Hu Zhishui couldn't suppress a mouthful of blood spraying out. But it wasn't over. Immediately, Zhao Donghan's fists rained down on him like raindrops. Zhao Donghan panted heavily, even a martial cultivator's bronze skin and iron bones. Being closed in by a martial cultivator can be fatal. Life and death struggles allow no distraction. Hu Zhishui's face became increasingly ferocious, not only getting beaten, but also verbally humiliated. How could he endure this? Luo Hong, watching the show from the second floor, couldn't help but click his tongue, saying, Lingji, this Hu Zhishui's feelings for you are definitely true love. Unfortunately, with you here, this devotion of his, plus old Zhao fighting desperately, even an immortal couldn't withstand it. If Hu Zhishui still has any trump cards, now should be the time to use them. Afterwards, this young master will come to finish things off. Hu Zhishui staggered to his feet. Being closed in by a martial cultivator is indeed extremely dangerous. If it were another martial cultivator, perhaps I would already be dead by now. But you were one step too late. The time has come. You will soon see the most exciting part of this literary gathering, Shuepi Motai. The private room on the second floor instantly trembled, then the Shuepi Motai shot out from within. Zhao Donghan frowned tightly, a bad premonition welled up in his heart. Hu Zhishui shouted, watch carefully. Luo Hong stared deadly at that monster-like thing. At this time, the Shuepi Motai slowly began to tremble, continuously tentacles drilled out from within. Instantly, they shot towards the guests still watching the show nearby, wrapping around their heads. Slowly being hoisted up, the guests weren't dead yet at this moment, each desperately watching their own life reach its end. The Shuepi Motai slowly opened its mouth, waiting for the food to be delivered. At this moment Hu Zhishui's body also floated up, slowly approaching the Shuepi Motai. Several tentacles inserted into his back. Hu Zhishui said, this is my natal magic treasure. No matter how heavily injured I am, as long as there's enough flesh and blood nourishment, I am immortal. As the guests were drained dry, Hu Zhishui's body was also repaired at this moment. This meant, everything Zhao Donghan and Luo Hong did before, was wasted. Hu Jishui instantly recovered his injuries. Despair, the current me will only make you tremble. He shouted explosively, the energy within the talismans, continuously transmitting into his body. Hu's aura also skyrocketed by a large margin at this moment, faintly showing signs of breakthrough. Luo Hong's face instantly darkened, no longer in the mood to watch the show. Hu Jishui's Shaqi has become stronger, old Zhao probably can't hold out now. I need to exchange for that item first. Thinking this, 200 was deducted from his sin value. Since the booklet can restrain Sheshio, presumably the power of these items won't be weak either.
Almost smashing Hu Jishui's body apart, Zhao Donghan was surprised. Why didn't he defend?
Only saw Hu Jishui's body fall backward accordingly, crashing right into the large mouth of the Shuepi Motai. The Shuepi Motai directly swallowed him. Zhao Donghan was even more surprised. I definitely hit him, but why is the Shuepi Motai slowly starting to squirm now? A head drilled out from within, slowly followed by limbs.
He roared, how's the intensity of my close-range strike?
Saying this, he was about to finish off Zhao Donghan. Luo Hong seeing this, stepped on Xianying's step and shot towards Zhao Donghan. Along the way, he saw the sword Hu Jishui tossed aside. Luo Hong reached out, aiming at it. That sword seemed to be enchanted, directly rushing into Luo Hong's hand.
Just as the fist was about to fall, Luo Hong also finally arrived. He raised the sword hilt high.
Aiming at Hu Jishui's arm, Tiandi Daozhan was instantly unleashed. Hu Jishui's entire arm was also severed. Hu Jishui roared in pain. Luo Hong ignored him, but played with the sword in his hand, clicking his tongue. Truly a good sword.
Luo Hong, what did you do to Ling Ji? Answer me, what did you do to Ling Ji? Hu Jishui's roar slowly approached madness. The moment he saw Luo Hong appear, he realized something was terribly wrong. Luo Hong said calmly, didn't expect you're such a devoted lover. Just now I deliberately distracted you. Actually Shu Ling Ji, I didn't catch up to Hu Ji. Shui hearing this, relaxed inwardly. It should be like this, how could you possibly kill Ling Ji? But even so, you are unforgivable. Luo Hong waved the sword. After trying it out, felt the handling was quite good, only then opened his mouth to say, I recently gained some insights into using the sword. After speaking, pointed the sword at Hu Jishui. This young master happens to lack a handy weapon. Consider this sword your filial offering to me. This young master will give you a quick death later. Hu Jishui paused. You're a sword cultivator? This old man once hoped to enter the path too. Unfortunately, at this time those guests again, some were drained dry. Hu Jishui's severed arm also began to slowly squirm. In a moment's time, a new one grew out.
For Luo Hong, the Tao rose 1 foot, but the devil rose 10.
This is a principle I understood only after becoming a Sheshio. Back then I imprisoned famous righteous sects. Yet not one sect was willing to take me in. At that time I was like a stray dog. Back then I heard a village was harassed by evil. I brought death servants to eliminate the demons. Who knew this trip would let me encounter this heaven-sent brothel, Shuepi Motai? I originally thought I was going to die, but the demon embryo didn't kill me. Instead, after sensing the resentment in my heart, it merged with me. The righteous path of the world is heavily fortified and hypocritically heartless. It was you who forced me into the demonic path. Luo Hong, you are just like those famous righteous sects. What young master Luo Hong, model of justice? It's all bullshit. I just want to kill all of you people. People are all forced, if not pushed to the brink. Who would willingly do those wicked deeds? But Luo Hong, after hearing Hu Jishui's speech, actually laughed abruptly. Laughter filled with contempt. Hu Jishui said angrily, what the hell are you laughing at? Luo Hong shook his head. Hu Jishui, Hu Jishui. As he spoke, Luo Hong's body overflowed with a violent aura. Hu Jishui watching felt scared. Luo Hong's contemptuous voice sounded. Your understanding of this young master is truly pitifully little. Hu Jishui was completely stunned. This person before me is really the model of justice? But why does he look even more evil than a villain? At this time, the booklet's machine-like voice sounded. Targeted object. Hu Jishui has been marked. Detected opposing villain. Generating fear towards you. Dog-eat-dog function activated. Boundless Shaqi surged out from Luo Hong's body. He instantly arrived behind Hu Jishui. As Luo Hong struck with his sword, Hu Jishui's head forcefully twisted around, spitting out a long tongue to meet Luo Hong's blade, but the result would have no surprises. His tongue was cut into 3 pieces. Hu Jishui said angrily, you can't beat me. Luo Hong shouted. Less nonsense, do you dare take a palm strike from me? Hu Jishui's massive body turned around and punched towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong seeing this rejoiced. He held the Goemon Sanjin exchanged from the booklet in his palm. With a pang sound, punched towards Hu Jishui's fist. Hu Jishui suddenly sensed something was wrong. Strangeness appeared on his arm. He glanced at his palm, exactly 13 holes. Hu Zhishui instantly furious, Luo Hong, you actually used hidden weapons?
Luo Hong asked surprisedly.
Did I hear wrong? Old Hu, you're a Xiexio, saying this, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Hu Zhishui hardened his heart and directly tore off his arm. Didn't expect you also cultivated an evil sect technique.
To think Ping'an County still says you're the model of justice, never expected. Luo Hong looked calm.
In terms of being a villain, I still have immature aspects, although you severing your arm looks cool. But that poison probably, Hu Zhishui said disdainfully, fear what damn thing? With these blood bags below,
I can still hold on, killing you, I can naturally find the antidote. After speaking, his body began to squirm, countless human heads were condensed, each opening their bloody mouths, lunging towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong smiled, come out, little D. Dishan appeared out of thin air like a fierce ghost, lunging towards those flying heads. He roared lowly, the flying heads hadn't done much, before being chopped in half by him. But there were too many heads after all, those fish that escaped the net directly opened their mouths and bit. Those attacked, as more and more accumulated, Dishan's body couldn't bear it. Directly exploding, Hu Zhishui's disdainful voice sounded again. Your evil technique can actually summon puppets? But still got torn apart.
Luo Hong didn't answer, but gave him a meaningful smile. Then, Dishan's figure appeared again, his aura actually stronger than before. Countless hidden weapons shot from his hands. Hu Zhishui, caught unaware for a moment. His body was riddled by Dishan's hidden weapons. Dishan charged up again. Hu Zhishui quickly absorbed the blood bags, several more people were drained dry. His body also recovered in this instant, just as Dishan approached. Several skulls condensed to near substantiality, directly pierced through his body. Luo Hong also arrived below Hu Zhishui at this moment, then a sound of body piercing came. Hu Zhishui was in so much pain he almost fainted. He spread his arms, boundless Sha-Chi surged out. Those talismans sealing the doors and windows also shot over at this moment. Luo Hong jolted. What are these few broken cloths for? Following Hu Zhishui's loud shout, seal. The black cloth began to wrap around Luo Hong. Luo Hong wildly swung his sword. Surprisingly found he couldn't cut those black cloths. Luo Hong was also entangled at this time. The black cloth wrapped tighter and tighter, finally falling heavily onto the floor. Luo Hong was somewhat depressed inside. Seems like I'm really trapped this time. Hu Zhishui laughed ferociously. Luo Hong, don't underestimate this thing. Saying this, he detonated the corpses dropped below. Countless blood chi surged towards the black cloth. A formation also took shape at this moment. I will use all puppet traps. Utilize this flesh and blood Azura field to refine you. Luo Hong, trapped in the Azura field, was surprisingly calm, but Hu Zhishui didn't know, he was still smiling smugly. Luo Hong, a 7th-rank Xiexio's blood Sha-Chi, aided by the power of the Sea of Blood, is enough to refine you. You are very formidable, however, you recklessly entered the advancement ground I specially prepared. I can feel the Xie-Sha-Chi on your body is very pure, something I've never encountered before. Unfortunately, no matter what fortuitous encounter you had, to learn such a technique, in the end, it will all become my wedding dress, refining you. My cultivation will definitely advance to the peak of 6th rank. Luo Hong, you must be very desperate now, right? But is Luo Hong really desperate? He sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, sighing, this place is truly great, this Azura field is truly an excellent place for Xiexio. Such surging blood Sha-Chi, it's simply like mining, just right to recover. The huge consumption from Wangling Shuiying earlier, Old Hu definitely thinks this young master has no tricks left now. Just pessimistically waiting for death, right? Afraid I can't let you have your wish. At this time Old Hu also seemed to sense something, the blood Sha is pouring in so fast. Looks like Luo Hong has no resistance left, I'll refine you to death. Luo Hong, this is the price for hurting my beloved Lingji. Luo Hong was continuously absorbing the blood Sha-Chi. He could gradually feel the Sha-Chi pouring into the Sha vortex, causing a stone-like layer to gradually form outside the Sha vortex. The Sha-Chi seemed even purer, seemed about to transform. At this time the booklet's voice sounded. The next realm is Giant Sha Forms Pearl. From then on you are considered a true Xiexio. Possessing a natal true source, Luo Hong, this will be your advancement ground, I will protect you. As time continuously passed, Hu Zhishui also seemed a bit impatient. He wanted to immediately absorb all of Luo Hong's Sha-Chi and flesh. He raised both hands above his head. Countless Sha-Chi gathered towards his palms, finally striking towards the Azura field. Luo Hong, become the stepping stone of my life, Hu Zhishui roared lowly. Violent Sha-Chi instantly enveloped the black cloth. Countless tentacles also shot out at this moment, firmly attaching like suction cups onto it. Then something was drawn out. Luo Hong paused. Sha-Chi is being sucked out? What should I do?
The booklet's proud voice sounded again, with me here, don't be afraid. After speaking, several arms extended from its mouth, blocking the tentacles,
and one hand placed on Luo Hong's head.
The tentacles outside suddenly found they couldn't suck anymore, but then,
something even stranger happened. Hu Jishui said panicked, what's going on? Why is my Sha Qi being sucked away?
He wanted to retract the tentacles, only to find the tentacles seemed stuck on it. Hu Jishui's eyes grew increasingly terrified.
Ah, Luo Hong, how did you do it? What divine being are you?
No, quickly stop for me, but the response was, his own Sha Qi being sucked even more fiercely. Even the flesh and blood on the ground wasn't spared, melting into the black cloth one after another. Hu Jishui decisively cut off the tentacles, only then did he realize.
Why would a mere 8th rank breakthrough be so terrifying? Luo Hong's Sha Qi pearl slowly solidified, gathering Sha Form's pearl, fierce evil great sage, 7th rank Sha Zhu realm.
The booklet smiled, Luo Hong, you've taken another step closer. At this moment outside Qinghua Pavilion, the situation changed drastically. Heaven and earth lost color, the black cloth also slowly dispersed at this time, the moment Luo Hong appeared.
His substantial, stone-like Sha Qi, as if freed, crazily dispersed outwards.
Hu Jishui was almost scared witless. Heavenly demon, I'm going to die here. He turned and fled.
But in terms of speed, could he outrun Luo Hong? Luo Hong's voice, devoid of emotion,
sounded, Hu Jishui, let me fulfill one wish for you before death. Saying this, he summoned Shuling Ji. Hu Jishui's steps instantly halted. He stared blankly at the beloved person before him. Suddenly that beautiful figure actually took the initiative to throw herself into his embrace. This made Hu Jishui lose all thought. His body trembled slightly, hoping all this wasn't a dream, yet hoping it was a dream. This was something he never dared to imagine before, but today, the best and the worst things both happened. But at this moment, whether dead or not dead, seemed to have lost meaning. He tremblingly embraced that beautiful figure deeply. He now only hoped time would slow down, but all this was ultimately just a dream.
Following Shuling Ji's figure dissipating, Hu Jishui slowly sighed. He turned his head back to look at Luo Hong. The fear in his eyes also disappeared. He asked calmly, Luo Hong, Ling Ji, she died back at Heiyun Stronghold, right? Luo Hong nodded.
Showing no intention of denying it, Luo Hong didn't deny the fact that he killed Shuling Ji.
He spoke faintly, without her, I couldn't possibly know your plan. Now I can enjoy the benefit of occupying the magpie's nest.
Using the Azura field you prepared to advance to 7th rank. All thanks to your infatuation for Shuling Ji, allowing me, this Oriole, to seize the opportunity. After a long silence, Hu Jishui gritted his teeth, you killed Ling Ji. I will surely die too, since escape is impossible, then I can only fight to the death. But suddenly, his whole body trembled, Hu Jishui's body split open.
As the opening slowly widened, he actually fell out from the demon embryo. Luo Hong was stunned. He asked puzzledly, I say old Hu, weren't you going to fight desperately? But why did you come out?
Hu Jishui took several heavy breaths, then turned back and glared at the demon embryo.
You don't want to die together with me?
Fine, winner takes all, loser loses all, nothing more to say. After speaking, he lunged towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong's mind was also racing at this moment. Since you were once a sword cultivator, I'll let you witness the new move I created. Stored several strands of sword chi in the Sha vortex earlier, I once thought if they could merge into one.
Unfortunately, conditions didn't allow back then, but now my strength allows it. Just as Hu Jishui's palm was about to touch Luo Hong,
a strand of sword chi was instantly released. Hu Jishui's arm also broke at the sound. He clutched his arm, roaring in pain. Luo Hong at this time also drew out all the hidden sword chi in his body, gradually condensing it into one strand. The might within it was vast and boundless. With a wang sound, a sharp light slashed across Hu Jishui's body. Hu Jishui also felt his impending death at this moment. He said pleadingly, Luo Hong, make me a puppet too. I want to accompany Ling Ji for lifetimes. Luo Hong fell silent. But in the end, he still nodded. Hu Jishui had no more regrets. He no longer suppressed the wildly surging sword chi within his body. The consequence was the sword chi instantly destroying his body, and the entire Qinghua Pavilion. The sound of Qinghua Pavilion collapsing echoed through the clouds. The Dahlia Sai group heard the sound.
Immediately became alert. Luo Feng asked puzzledly, the sound came from the east side of the city. Is there anything special happening today? Ziwei said, east side of the city?
Seems a merchant surnamed Hu held a literary gathering at Qinghua Pavilion. Luo Feng frowned tightly. Today's mission is to receive this lord, no way to go investigate. At this time a voice sounded from the carriage, Lord Luo, sudden situation in the city.
Dali Si should naturally go investigate, you need not worry. Old me, Luo Feng paused, just about to say something, that voice spoke again, it's fine. You go ahead, this old man happens to be going to the Luo family to visit an old friend. You need not attend by my side, Luo Feng instantly understood, indeed coming for the Luo family. Just right, use this chance not to get involved in this muddy water. Thinking of this, he immediately cupped his fists, lower official obeys. Ziwei, Fangzhang, follow me to investigate, after the people left. The voice inside the carriage said, let's go. Ajio, Xinghua Pavilion had already collapsed by half. Hu Jishui lay on the floor without a sound, presumably already dead, must deal with this quickly. Dali Si probably arriving soon too, Luo Hong blared irritably at the demon embryo. Don't run, I'm watching you. The demon embryo slowly turned its head, like going to death, bit towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong unhurriedly threw out the booklet, a giant hand instantly appeared from the booklet's mouth. In the palm of the giant hand was also a huge mouth, drooling, aimed at the demon embryo. The demon embryo immediately chickened out, standing motionless on the spot. At this time the large hand directly grabbed it. Dragging it into the booklet space, the demon embryo still wanted to struggle a bit, but facing the cheat. All struggle was futile, the booklet smacked its lips, seemingly saying the taste was quite good. Luo Hong watched, feeling nauseated, stay away from me. The booklet said irritably, this is a good thing, I need some time to subdue it. Luo Hong ignored the booklet, but turned his head to look at Hu Jishui, old Hu's last words. Since I promised, I must accomplish it. Unfortunately, I can only summon 2 Wangling now. Unfortunately, can only disperse Dishan, can only wrong him. Who told him he's a single dog? Luo Hong placed his palm on Hu Jishui's face. Slowly, a soul body Hu Jishui appeared, now considered lovers finally united, right? Luo Hong looked at his masterpiece, very satisfied in his heart, then he woke up Zhao Donghan. After a moment, Zhao Donghan slowly opened his eyes, only his eyes were full of confusion. Luo Hong waved his hand before his eyes, time, wake up, go home and eat, I'm starving. Zhao Donghan instantly returned to his senses, he sprang up with it saying, Luo Hong said calmly, relax. I've solved everything. Zhao Donghan surveyed the surrounding wreckage. Looks like young master's win wasn't easy, it's all my fault I couldn't protect young master. Luo Hong flicked his forehead directly, pull yourself together, who said this young master needs your protection? It's only natural for the boss to protect the underling, right? Zhao Donghan felt warm inside. Just feeling somewhat moved, the main gate of Qinghua Pavilion was slammed open with a pang. The group from Dali Si walked in, the moment Luo Feng entered. Immediately noticed Luo Hong cupped his fists, commoner Luo Hong greets Lord Luo. Didn't expect Dali Si to arrive so quickly, Luo Feng ignored Luo Hong's flattery, but looked at Hu Jishui lying on the ground, only then asked puzzledly, was all this done by young master Luo? Luo Hong nodded, Lord Luo. This Hu Jishui is a xiexio from Tiandi Shemen, under the guise of a literary gathering. Slaughtered scholars and refined gentlemen to cultivate evil techniques. Coincidentally I was also among the invited. Only then could I expose his conspiracy. Luo Feng looked back at Fangzhang, you go seal the scene. Later, investigate this person, see if he's on Dali Si's list. After speaking, only then bowed to Luo Hong, brother Luo, didn't expect after a few days' absence. Your cultivation has advanced again, alright, leave this place to me, you should quickly return to your residence. Today an honored guest has arrived at your residence. Luo Hong paused. Suddenly somewhat confused, outside the Luo residence gate. A carriage slowly stopped here. Ajio lifted the carriage curtain and tied it. Then took out a carriage stool and slowly placed it on the ground, only then bowed, Master, Luo residence has arrived. The person on the carriage was silent for a moment, the prayer beads in his hand also turned a bit faster. We are uninvited guests, let's just wait here. As his voice fell, the surroundings abruptly quieted down, except for the rustling sound of wind blowing through leaves. Then the wind grew stronger, the gate of the Luo residence was actually creaked open by the wind. Ajio's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and just at this time, a strand of sword chi shot out from the Luo residence, aiming straight for the carriage. The prayer beads turning in that person's hand suddenly stopped, the sword chi was also blocked just as it approached. Chen Xiantian slowly walked out from the Luo residence, the person on the carriage placed one hand on Ajio's head. An aged face also poked out from the carriage, didn't expect after so many years. Your sword chi has become increasingly domineering, this old man is the vice director of city in Yuan, Wen Tianqing. Chen Xiantian said disdainfully, old dog one, haven't seen you in years, you increasingly resemble a lapdog. Coming to my Luo family, what business? When Tianqing slowly walked towards the carriage, arriving before Chen Xiantian. Fine, still speaking so mercilessly, old fellow, you plan to just waste time with me here? Chen Xiantian snorted coldly, then turned and walked back into the Luo residence, on Luo Hong's side. Luo Hong acted as the coachman, driving the horse towards home.
Zhao Donghan sitting inside the carriage felt very uncomfortable. Young master, this isn't appropriate. Luo Hong turned back and glared at him. You lie down obediently. Zhao Donghan smiled.
Didn't expect in just 10 days, young master's cultivation is already so high. That was a peak 7th rank Xiexio. Young master must be a once-in-a-century cultivation prodigy.
Luo Hong said irritably, stop flattering me, but after speaking, smiled slyly. I'm just a tiny bit stronger than ordinary people, Luo Hong thought inwardly. This time, according to the booklet's rules, the sin value given shouldn't be low. I need to accumulate a wave of sin value for a big boost in strength, only then can there be a qualitative leap. Using Shuling Ji's and Hu Zhishui's identities, I can indeed try targeting Tiandi Shimen. Tiandi Shimen might be an incomparably terrifying existence to ordinary people, but to me, Tiandi Shimen is endless sin value. It's my Luo Hong's hunting ground. Thinking of this, Luo Hong excitedly whipped the horsewhip, suddenly feeling exceptionally good, by the Luo residence's lotus pond.
When Tianqing slowly sighed, the emperor intends to infect the tiger girl as noble consort.
Chen Xiantian tilted his head and glanced at him, only his eyes were full of confusion. When Tianqing sighed leisurely, today's imperial court, among the officials of the 6 ministries, opportunistic people all support the emperor. The number supporting establishing the consort is no less than half, while the remaining half are all renowned scholars and great Confucians of the court.
They all follow the Prince of Jinbei's lead, opposing establishing the consort. Chen Xiantian didn't speak,
but listened silently when Tianqing smacked his lips. Prince of Jinbei, this old man admires him greatly. 3 sons, the eldest died in battle. The second suffers from madness, the third, General Luo, dominates the northern desert, deterring the border.
Truly a family full of loyalty, pillars of the nation.
But now drawn into this dispute because of establishing the consort. Truly shouldn't be, Chen Xiantian said calmly.
Then the crown prince's meaning?
When Tianqing looked back at him surprisedly,
Chen Xiantian said, what, you, the crown prince's close attendant wouldn't know?
End of sentence. When Tianqing stroked his beard, the crown prince, after the crown prince learned of this, only said one sentence.
Where under heaven is there a son managing his father marrying a wife? Chen Xiantian pu almost laughed out loud, seems like something the crown prince would say.
When Tianqing, however, didn't have so many reservations, he laughed directly. Only after a moment did he compose himself, saying seriously, Xiantian, the crown prince also said. Hopes to bring General Luo's 2 children to the capital to study. I came this time precisely to take them away.
As the words fell, the surroundings of the pavilion suddenly changed drastically, when Tianqing quickly waved his hand. You person. Why flare up for no reason? Chen Xuantian's face was gloomy, said, how am I flaring up?
The capital city is a place of dragons and tigers. You want to drag Master Luo's descendants into this azure field. But my young master is not a pig or dog waiting to be slaughtered. A treasured sword's edge comes from grinding.
After young master comes of age at the end of the month, let him venture into the capital. What's wrong with him venturing out?
Soon Chen Xiantian saw him out, as he was leaving, when Tianqing seemed to remember something. When this old man first entered the city, heard sounds of fighting from the west side, quite loud too. Once the news of General Luo's son hiding in Anping County gets out, how many experts will flock here? Young Master Luo's coming-of-age ceremony day, afraid it won't be peaceful. Just hope this old man isn't bringing back 2 corpses when returning to the capital. Chen Xiantian waved his hand towards him, very impatiently urging him to leave quickly, when Tianqing turned helplessly. Fine, fine, fine. You arrogant Chen blockhead, farewell, just as he was about to get into the carriage. When Tianqing said again, young Master Luo, after the coming-of-age ceremony, must follow me to the capital, must not break your word. After speaking, ordered, Ajio, let's go. Ajio flicked the horsewhip. Only then turned his head to glance at Chen Xiantian. Only Chen Xiantian still had that unresponsive look. Ajio had nothing more to hesitate about, directly whipped the horses but hard. Instantly the carriage sped away. At this time Luo Hong driving the carriage returned. The 2 sides just passed each other like this, only this encounter destined their karmic entanglement wouldn't be too shallow. When Tianqing lifted the carriage curtain and looked, just happened to see Zhao Donghan picking his nose against the wind, he wondered inwardly, could this young man be Luo Hong? But looks a bit foolish. Not long after, Luo Hong's carriage slowly stopped. Chen Xiantian looked over puzzledly. Luo Hong greeted warmly. Zhao Donghan also poked his head out from inside at this time, only looking like a thief caught red-handed. Sure enough,
Chen Xuantian's face fell, irritably saying, "What decorum is this? Quickly come out." The two children who did wrong followed behind the guardian dejectedly home. At this time Chen Xiantian glared, "Stay quiet in the residence for a few days recently." The two immediately nodded. Luo Hong even put on a look of "I'm very well behaved" when Tianqing's carriage sped along the street. At this time Ajio said, "Master, let me fight Chen Xiantian." Dragon transformation sword? I want to become the dragon slayer, when Tianqing said, "Great Zhou and Great Chu." Plus the nomads beyond the border, and Tiandi Shemen, the world all wants the lives of these Luo Hong siblings. As long as they die, General Luo will go berserk, then this world will fall into chaos. At that time, I will add fuel to the fire in this chaos. There will always be a use for you. Since Heiyun's stronghold was destroyed, more and more people seeking livelihood entered the city. The burden on the city gate guards suddenly increased significantly. At this time a strong man appeared. The guard stepped forward trembling to stop him, but only saw the strong man take out an official silver ingot. The guard jolted, hesitating whether to accept it. Another strong man spoke, "Officer, apologies for the disturbance, my younger brother has been tall since young." Startled the officer, "A small token, officer, take it for wine." The guard saw his attitude. Confidence instantly rose. After securing the official silver, waved his hand at them, signaling they could enter. After they entered, looking back the person smiled, "Anping County. I can feel that besides our group here, there are other hunters aiming for Luo Hong. This way, only if we take Luo Hong's life can it show the prowess of us two brothers." Anping County's Zhao residence, a servant ran hastily, panting while shouting loudly, "Master! Bad news, something major happened." He was so anxious he didn't even knock, directly barging into the study. Anping County's four great families, Zhao family head Zhao, who seeing this, scolded, flustered. "What decorum is this? Haven't I taught you? When facing major events, must first calm your breath. What happened? Speak slowly." The servant hearing this immediately complied, taking a deep breath, trying his best to make his tone calm. "It's like this. Our property, Xinhua Pavilion, was demolished by Luo Hong." As the words fell, an inkstone, unknown when, appeared on his forehead. Zhao, who cursed furiously, face flushed red, then roared angrily, "Such a serious matter, only telling me now? Men!" A crowd of family servants hearing this rushed in. Zhao, who said in a deep voice, "Take this idiot to feed the dogs. Afterwards, prepare the carriage for me, master, I'm going to Qinghua Pavilion." That servant was just dragged away like that. The outcome probably won't be too good. After everyone retreated, only then did Zhao Hu walk out. "Damn it, actually dared to target me, truly tired of living." Over at Qinghua Pavilion, commoners were gathered watching. Said a Shiesui appeared inside, everyone died. "I heard master who was the Shiesui." As soon as that person spoke, the surrounding commoners became agitated. That person seeing this, put on a look like, "What I said is all true, of course it's true. My second aunt's daughter's third aunt's lover is the official guarding the door." Said it's extremely tragic inside, master who ate everyone. At this time a yamen runner ran out covering his mouth, looking like he saw something terrible inside. The commoners started another wave of discussion. "That's the fifth one already, I feel like throwing up too. Looks like it's really tragic inside." The bald man asked curiously, "Then what happened inside later?" That person continued, "Of course it was Anping County's guiding light, the true great man. Young Master Luo Hong, head of Anping County's top 10 outstanding youths, stepped forward bravely, wiping out the Shiesui, restoring peace to Anping County." Hearing this, the commoners were moved to tears. They all felt this should rightly be so. At this time a group of family servants rushed in, separating the onlookers, clearing a path exclusively for Zhao Hu. He snorted coldly, a bunch of unruly commoners, saying this wasn't enough. Even spat out a thick phlegm, only then strode inside Qinghua Pavilion. The people from Dahlia Sai were conducting an autopsy on Hu Zhishui. Luo Feng asked, "How is it?" Fang Zheng replied, "The fatal wound was caused by sword qi. Additionally, the body is deeply poisoned. And judging from the meridians within the body, he was indeed a Xiexio." Undoubtedly, Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Good that he was a Xiexio," he added inwardly. "Could it be this young Master Luo is my lucky star?" Thinking of this, he smiled. "Magistrate Wang has achieved great merit upon just taking office. Congratulations, congratulations." The newly appointed Anping County Magistrate Wang long cupped hands and said, "All thanks to Lord. Since Lord arrived in Anping County, destroyed Heiyun's stronghold, executed the Xiexio, truly did too many practical things for the commoners of Anping County. Lower official will definitely take Lord Luo as an example, exert utmost effort, benefiting the region." At this time a noisy clamor came from outside the door. It was the yamen runners stopping Zhao Hu. But clearly they didn't succeed. After Zhao Hu entered, first laughed wildly, then cupped his fists. Lord Luo, Magistrate Wang, Zhao pays respects to lords, with lords present. Anping County won't lose its laws. Zhao also has a pillar of support, Luo Feng said in a deep voice. Head of Anping County's 4 great families, Zhao family head Zhao Hu. Hearing the name is not as good as meeting the person. Jincheng Wucheng Bingmasi's commander Zhao is your uncle? Zhao Hu quickly bowed. He is my distant cousin uncle. Luo Feng patted the dust off his shoulder, saying nonchalantly, so, this is your reason for daring to ignore the guards and trespassing onto a major crime scene? Looks like this Dali Sai, patrolling on behalf of heaven, inspecting all officials, is also not placed in your Master Zhao's eyes. Zhao Hu, hearing this, paused. An icy chill instantly enveloped his body. He hastily knelt down with a plop. Dare not, dare not. How would this small one dare have such thoughts? But Lord, this Qinghua pavilion is indeed this small one's property. Now destroyed like this by that Luo Hong, Lord must also uphold justice for me. Luo Feng glanced around Qinghua pavilion. It indeed was ruined beyond recognition. But he said sighing, you want this official to uphold justice for you? Zhao Hu, hearing this, paused. Lord, what is the meaning of this? But before the words left his mouth, Luo Feng ordered in a deep voice. Zhao Hu colluded with Xiexio Hu Zhishui under the guise of a literary gathering. Slaughtered commoners, heinous crimes, men, seize him, pending my report to the imperial court. Zhao Hu was completely stunned. I just trespassed onto a crime scene. No need to punish me to death, right? He hastily begged for mercy. Lord Luo, the small one wouldn't dare again. Please spare me this time. Luo Feng looked at him for a long while, until seeing Zhao Hu trembling all over, only then said in an extremely cold tone, scram. Zhao Hu felt as if receiving amnesty, scurried outside, running towards the carriage not far away. Seeing those family servants still dazed along the way, he said irritably, the Lord said scram. Didn't you hear? All of you scram for me. After returning to the carriage side, only then did he quietly curse under his breath, damn it, actually didn't give me any face at all. But when he lifted the carriage curtain preparing to enter, found the Duan brothers were sitting inside his carriage. Zhao Hu didn't make a sound, but entered calmly. At this time Zhao Hu said, Dali Isai people are still in Anping County. Your doing this will implicate me. I just do some arms and armor business with your esteemed dynasty. Don't want to participate in your other matters, Duan said. The Luo family, although not like your 4 great families, having been in Anping County for long, but in terms of wealth and status, are far above you. Moreover, Luo Hong first destroyed Heiyun's stronghold, which cooperated with you secretly. Now wants to use Qinghua Pavilion to pin the crime of colluding with Xiesui on you. Heard Master Zhao has over 10 wives and concubines, children filling the hall. Doesn't seem like a spineless coward? Also, Luo Hong must die. I am not discussing this with you. Luo Residence's back garden. Luo Hong was confronting Zhao Donghan. At this time Luo Hong panted, how about it, young master? I'm not a soft persimmon to be needed by anyone now. Zhao Donghan was similarly exhausted. Young master's swordsmanship these few days has become increasingly exquisite, truly a heaven-sent prodigy. Luo Hong waved his sword. It's because you sparred with me these few days that it had an effect. Let's practice more. Zhao Donghan quickly waved his hands. No more, no more. I am already no match for young master. The two just sat paralyzed on the ground. At this time Zhao Donghan smiled. Young master, the end of the month is your coming-of-age ceremony. After coming of age, what plans do you have? Luo Hong smiled, seeming to ponder for a moment. Slowly exhaled, looking at the azure sky said, I want to leave Anping County. Go see the outside world. Old Zhao, have you seen the outside world? Hearing this, Zhao Donghan, his eyes filled with fear, but he still nodded. I have seen it, but at this moment, those memories sealed by him instantly surged forth. His eyes were also filled with bloodshot lines at this moment. Luckily Luo Hong interrupted his memory. Tell me about the outside world. Must be very exciting, right? Zhao Donghan smiled and shook his head. My mouth is too clumsy, can't describe it. When young master goes out in the future, you will know. The two fell into silence again. But at this time a fragrance drifted over. Luo Hong instantly perked up. Must be Xiao Dohua cooking. Then started running towards the kitchen, not proactive about eating, problem with thinking. Luo Residence's kitchen, Xiao Dohua's cooking skills, were still so exquisite. Any ingredient in her hands would turn into a delicious dish. But at this time a chilling aura came. Xiao Dohua paused. The dish in her hand also slipped at this time. Xiao Dohua subconsciously went to catch it. Alas, it was too late. Her whole person also sat paralyzed on the ground. The kitchen maids were all startled, rushed up one after another to help Xiao Dohua up. Auntie Wu worried, have you been too tired cooking recently? Let's find a doctor to take a look.
Saying this, was about to pull Xiao Dohua away. Xiao Dohua quickly said, Auntie Wu, no need to call a doctor.
I'm just a bit tired. I'll be fine after sleeping. Auntie Wu was still somewhat worried.
But Xiao Dohua smiled, really no need. Only then did Auntie Wu not insist. Helped Xiao Dohua back to her room, then rest well, call us anytime if you need anything.
Xiao Dohua nodded, thank you Auntie Wu, you go get busy. After everyone left,
Xiao Dohua's face instantly darkened. Xiao Dohua clutched her chest, thoughts racing.
That fellow actually really found me? This can't be wrong.
Just now I really felt it, he was nearby.
These fellows, can I really not escape? Is this what they call fate?
No, I must escape. At this time, Luo Shixiao's voice came from outside the door. Sister Dohua,
heard from Auntie Zhang and others you're unwell. I came to see you. I'm coming in.
But after Luo Xiaoxiao entered, found Xiao Dohua's figure missing. Luo Xiaoxiao looked around the room, unaware Xiao Dohua was right behind her.
Xiao Dohua thought, if I can make the Luo family clash with those guys, I'll have a better chance to escape. Thinking this, she reached out to grab Luo Xiaoxiao. Luo Xiaoxiao seemed to sense something. She abruptly turned her head. Sure enough, saw Xiao Dohua, who just retracted her hand. So you were behind me. Heard you were sick. I brought delicious food for you.
Hearing this, Xiao Dohua froze. This little child is so good to me.
Can I still bring myself to do it?
Two thoughts clashed wildly in her heart. In the end, Xiao Dohua still couldn't bear it. Luo Xiaoxiao said, there's chicken soup in here.
Although not as tasty as yours, it's also very delicious. Saying this, pulled Xiao Dohua to the table beside. Sister, quickly come taste.
I brought you Longjing crisp and lotus root cake, also chicken soup.
Said sick people should drink chicken soup. Xiao Dohua fell silent again. Perhaps was feeling fortunate for not acting just now?
Luo Xiaoxiao said, Sister Dohua,
your complexion indeed doesn't look good. How about I find a doctor for you?
Xiao Dohua waved her hand. No need, actually I feel much better. You bringing delicious food to see me. I feel like I'm already well. Luo Xiaoxiao smiled happily.
Really? Sure enough, delicious food can cure everything. But after speaking, Luo Xiaoxiao frowned. Sister Dohua, do you think Xiaoxiao is a good child?
Xiao Dohua asked surprisingly. Why ask that?
Luo Xiaoxiao pouted. Said, I feel everyone in the residence is afraid of me. Brother doesn't like me either.
Everyone thinks I usually cause too much trouble, but because of my status, even if angry, they don't dare vent at me. Brother doesn't play with me either. Before brother only read books. Occasionally seeing me, would only lecture me. Everyone thinks as the young miss of the Luo family. I must understand many etiquettes, but I find learning those rules really too annoying.
So I cause trouble. I want everyone to notice me.
But I don't want everyone to hate me like now. Although brother doesn't lecture me now, but tells me ghost stories every few days. So many troubles.
Only Sister Dohua is the best. No matter what I say, you will listen seriously to me. Finish. Just like my mother.
Luo Xiaoxiao lowered her head again as she spoke. Actually, I haven't seen my mother.
Haven't seen my father either. It's always just been me and brother, and Uncle Chun.
Xiao Dohua, seeing her like this, felt an inexplicable pang in her heart.
She gently stroked Luo Xiaoxiao's head, saying gently, let's eat.
Things, soon, the two were immersed in the delicious food. The heavy atmosphere from before was also broken, only Xiao Dohua's heart wasn't as happy as it appeared on the surface. She changed her mind. Must leave here as soon as possible, cannot lead those people to the Luo residence.
I am different from those people, only in a place she couldn't see.
A pair of eyes were staring at Xiao Dohua, taking in everything that happened just now. Only then spread its wings, slowly flying away. Over at the pavilion, Chen Xiantian and Luo Hong were eating. At this time Luo Hong sighed, didn't expect Xiaoxiao, such a willful girl, would go send food to Xiao Dohua.
Chen Xiantian said, the end of the month is your coming-of-age ceremony. Regarding the arrangements, do you have any thoughts?
Luo Hong smiled, I have no thoughts regarding this kind of ceremony, Uncle Chen.
You can just handle it. I only care about one point. Is this according to regulations? After the coming-of-age ceremony, I count as grown-up, able to stand on my own, considered the head of the family? Chen Xiantian nodded. Actually, it can be said so. Luo Hong smiled. That's good. Then Uncle Chen, at that time, can the situation of the Luo family be truthfully informed? What kind of existence is my Luo family exactly? Hearing this, Chen Xiantian paused. This question? Chen Xiantian thought for a long time, finally still said, after the coming-of-age ceremony, this old man will tell you.
Outside the city gate, that crow flew continuously far away, finally arriving at a cliff edge. The figure on the cliff spread his arms, whistling from his mouth. The crow landed steadily on his arm. The crow caught a few times in the person's ear, as if recounting something. Moments later, the person's eyes filled with fierceness. Never thought Investigating the Luo family would actually yield unexpected gains. At this time a sudden voice sounded. "You bird person, what did you discover?" Hearing this, the person trembled all over. "Monk King, I
seem to have seen the saintess," the Monk King said in a deep voice. "Truly?"
The bird person hurriedly said.
"How would this little one dare deceive Monk King?"
"Right at the Luo family, this little one wouldn't mistake it." The Monk King grinned. "Then let's handle both matters together. Kill Luo Hong, receive the saintess." Over at the Zhao residence, Zhao Hu welcomed the heads of the other families: Jia family head Jia Ping,
Qian family head Qian Rong, and Wang family head Wang Gui.
invited everyone today is for the future of our four great families, to jointly discuss a major matter, Qian Rong said.
"I am quite curious, what matter exactly could affect the future of our four families?"
Zhao Hu said lightly. "Luo Hong." Everyone looked at each other puzzledly. For a moment, not understanding what medicine he was selling in his gourd, Zhao Hu smiled. "To be precise,
is to make the Luo family completely disappear from Anping County." The several family heads instantly became uneasy,
because none of them thought this joke was funny. Zhao Hu, seeing this, showed impatience in his eyes. Jia Ping wanted to say something, but seeing Zhao Hu's gaze, he slumped into the chair. Gritting his teeth, said, "This is too fanciful.
The Luo family is not easy to deal with." Zhao Hu didn't mind. "I don't know, the Luo family is hard to deal with." He thought to himself, "If I had a choice, would I want to touch the damn Luo family? But I can't carry this myself either. Must drag you bunch of turtle sons into this too." Thinking of this, he opened his mouth. "The Luo family is hard to deal with, but hard or not, must deal with them." Jia Ping was truly puzzled. "Why is that?" Zhao Hu gritted his teeth. "Why? Heiyun stronghold, how much effort did we spend to build a good relationship with Dishan? Relying on Heiyun stronghold, how much smuggling business have we done with Zhou dynasties over these years? But the result? That kid Luo Hong destroyed the stronghold? The fire raged to the heavens. All those goods we stored were burned clean. That several million taels of silver. Can you swallow this anger?" Saying this, pointed at Jia Ping. "And you, don't forget, who brought down your kinsman magistrate Jia?" Jia Ping slowly sighed. The other two family heads also showed contemplation. Secretly calculating this deal, Zhao Hu said, "He, Luo Hong, acts chivalrously and does good deeds, but overturns our stalls, smashes our rice bowls. As I see it, he is targeting our four great families. He just wants to deliberately squeeze us to death. We cannot sit idly by, must unite to bring down the Luo family." Jia Ping was still somewhat hesitant, "But even if our four families join forces, we may not necessarily be a match for the Luo family. That Luo Hong single-handedly destroyed Heiyun stronghold and killed Hu Zhishui in your Qinghua pavilion. That Hu Zhishui heard he was also a xieshou. Also Qinghua pavilion was almost leveled, shows that Luo Hong's cultivation is not something ordinary fighters can handle." Zhao Hu's face darkened. "So, you damn well don't plan to ally with me?" Wang Gui quickly came out to smooth things over. "Master Zhao, please don't say that. All these years everyone has always followed your lead. Only this time, indeed there's no certainty. What if we fail?" At this time a wanton laughter came. The several family heads were interrupted, faces showing displeasure. Looked over, Duan said, "Weren't you wanting certainty? How about I come give you this certainty?" Zhao Hu, seeing him come out, instantly rejoiced inwardly. "This time, not afraid you won't obey." Qian Rong said, displeased. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Duan asked back, "Are you talking about me? I am the great Zhou dynasty's Diemisai commandant. This mission is critical, hope everyone can lend me a hand." Qian Rong, hearing this, realized the severity of the matter. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What relation does this Luo Hong have with the Zhou dynasty?" Jia Ping was even more direct, questioning Master Zhao, "Is what he said true?" Duan waved his hand, said, "Enough, enough, let me show you something real." Saying this, clapped his hands. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the several family heads, noisy footsteps suddenly sounded from the surroundings. And just then, they were surrounded by a group of black-clothed men at some unknown time. The three family heads were instantly startled, some even more so directly held their heads and started begging for mercy. Not blaming their cowardice, this group of black-clothed men constantly hovered on the edge of life and death. The lives taken by their hands are countless, so much so that the killing intent inadvertently emitted from them was enough to scare the wits out of these guys present. These fellows who only know warmth, satiation, and lust. Duan jumped down from the table, helped up the slumped Jia Ping. Great Zhou's Chihuahua army are all Han warriors who survived 9 deaths. Are they enough to steady your hearts? After those men retreated, the three family heads steadied their minds. Zhao Hu saw it was about time. How about it, everyone? Any other opinions?
We in the Jochu dynasties are grasshoppers on the same rope.
How much material have we smuggled to them over these years? To put it bluntly, whatever they tell us to do, we have to do it. Now they have such a plan, letting us know if you don't cooperate. Do you think those men just now were vegetarians? Do it, and we have a chance to carve up the Luo family.
Don't do it, and die now. Qianrong gritted his teeth, seemingly having made some decision in his heart. He said resolutely, do it, as long as you Zhao are willing to marry your daughter to my son. My Qian family will follow you down the dark path from now on. Zhao Hu paused hearing this. Seems this condition is a bit difficult. Sure enough, after Zhao Hu told his daughter about this matter, the daughter directly cried out, Father, how can you be so cruel? Marrying daughter to that idiot. Zhao Hu was also angered enough. What can I do? Cry, 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 only know how to cry. That Qian family's power is comparable to ours, won't wrong you. That son of his is an idiot, won't he be yours to control in the future? But how could Zhao Yu care about these? She only felt the sky was collapsing, besides crying, seemed she couldn't do anything else. Zhao Hu said in a deep voice, could it be you're still thinking about Luo Hong? So annoying, so annoying. Back then I went to propose marriage, but he personally refused. He has no feelings for you at all. Just give up this idea. Zhao Yu glared resentfully at her father. Brother Hong must have been embarrassed. We are deeply in love. He wouldn't bear to see me marry an idiot. Zhao Hu snorted coldly. I can't talk sense into you. Parents' order, matchmaker's words. It's not up to you to decide. The plan I told you just now, you must follow. This concerns the lives of our entire family. After speaking, Zhao Hu left angrily. Zhao Yu also stopped crying at this moment. Her mind filled with chaotic thoughts, but suddenly she thought of something. Right, Brother Hong must have a way. I just need to explain clearly to him. Inside Zhao Hu's study, Duan asked calmly, is the matter settled? Zhao Hu knelt on the ground replying, all settled. Duan laughed, excellent. As for the timing to strike, let's set it for the day before Luo Hong's coming-of-age ceremony. Zhao Hu paused, coming-of-age ceremony? The Luo family will definitely attach great importance. Afraid Luo Hong will be prepared. Duan nonchalantly. That's why I said the day before. At that time the Luo family will definitely be arranging the next day's coming-of-age ceremony. The residence will be chaotic, everyone's mind will be on the next day. That is precisely our good opportunity to strike. Alright. Arrange according to the plan we discussed previously. After Zhao Hu walked out of the study, the room returned to silence again, but in Duan's mind was extreme excitement. In a few more days, will be the time for us brothers to show our skills, Chang asked while eating. Does it mean us won't have to suffer poverty anymore? Mother can also live in a big house? And have servants attend? Duan nodded. Of course, I am now a commandant, have official status. As long as we kill Luo Hong, returning will surely lead to great success. Chang laughed. Then in the future I want mother to eat roast chicken every meal. Duan cursed irritably, you blockhead. At this time Chang asked, brother, to kill that Luo Hong, does it really need so many people? Duan asked back, is this considered many people? Anping County is located on the border of the Xia dynasty, at the junction of 4 countries. This time Zhou, Chu, Man 3 kingdoms formed a temporary alliance, all sent death warriors infiltrating Anping County. Just to eliminate Luo Hong, our 3-kingdom alliance. Red is Zhou, white is Chu, black is Man. On the day of action, wrap cloth strips around the left arm, use this for identification. Chang hearing this, opened his mouth in surprise, although he didn't quite understand. It didn't stop him from feeling this was very impressive. Duan said proudly, don't be surprised too early. In the high mountains and dense forests surrounding Anping County, back when first learned the news that Luo Hong was hiding in Anping County, the 3-kingdom allied forces continuously used border forest paths, infiltrating the mountain ranges surrounding Anping County, by now probably already assembled tens of thousands of troops. At that time, if the assassination within the city fails, tens of thousands of troops will surely pour out, turning Anping County into a living hell, so Luo Hong can't escape even with wings this time. In the dense forest outside Anping County, tens of thousands of troops had already assembled. Inside one of the tents, a mysterious person said, arrangements within the city are complete. Luo Hong is not much to worry about, but Chen Xiantian, although he fell from the Tianbang, his strength still cannot be underestimated, don't know if we can hold him back. At this time another mysterious person said, no matter, I will strike when the time comes, this time we join forces. Must ensure foolproof success. Over at the Luo residence, the entire residence was immersed in joy. The maids were carefully arranging Luo Hong's coming-of-age ceremony for tomorrow. At this time Xiao Dohua wasn't as happy as she appeared on the surface, according to her plan.
Today the residents, to arrange Luo Hong's coming-of-age ceremony, everyone was busy.
This was the best time for her to leave. Thinking this, she sneakily walked outside. But at this time Luo Xiaoxiao suddenly popped out, directly scaring Xiao Dohua quite a bit.
Xiao, why are you here?
Xiao said somewhat embarrassedly, Sister Zhao came to play with me.
I wanted to introduce you to, Sister Yu is very nice,
Xiao Dohua quickly refused.
No need Xiao, I'm just a kitchen maid, how am I qualified to know a young miss?
I still need to prepare lunch, but Luo Xiaoxiao simply wouldn't listen, pulling Xiao Dohua along. Let Auntie Wu and others make lunch, let's go play. Xiao Dohua seeing this had no choice but to change her plan. She tossed the bundle she carried aside. Landing right on the clothes rack, Zhao Yu was waiting in the pavilion at this time.
But her face didn't look too good. Xiaoxiao's voice arrived before her person was seen. Sister Yu, we're here, made you wait long, Zhao Yu smiled. No matter, Xiaoxiao pointed at Xiao Dohua saying, this is Sister Dohua, her cooking is delicious. Is good to me too, like a real older sister, she is also my friend. So Xiaoxiao wanted you two to meet, Zhao Yu verbally said honored. But thought inwardly, Dohua? What kind of name is that?
Should be a servant of the Luo residence.
Person is delicate and gentle, looks somewhat attractive too, looking like this, could be a kitchen maid? And so close to the Luo family's young miss? Suddenly she seemed to think of something. Could it be Brother Hong keeping a mistress? Could it be because of you? Brother Hong refused my marriage proposal? But a young miss is a young miss.
No matter how resentful she felt inside, on the surface, she could always put on an amiable appearance.
Good sister, we must get familiar. Xiao Dohua clearly wasn't a pushover either. Why do I feel this woman doesn't look like a good person?
At this time Zhao Yu asked.
Right, Xiao, where's Brother Hong?
I have some business with him, Xiao said.
My brother?
I'll take you to the Luo residence's martial arts training ground. Over here Luo Hong was racing against time cultivating. Sword chi formed a barrier around his body. Ordinary blades and swords already have difficulty harming me. Recently my insight into the sword path has deepened significantly. The sword truly deserves to be the master of 100 weapons.
Tomorrow's coming-of-age ceremony, I predict there will definitely be a bloody storm.
The honored guest Luo Feng mentioned before must be the one who returned to the residence that day. The people in the carriage encountered face-to-face, according to the news old Zhao gathered. They were personally welcomed by Luo Feng, presumably also major figures from the capital. But what left a deep impression on me was that coachman. I could feel he was very strong. However, Uncle Chen said nothing, no need for me to investigate closely either, killing Hu Jishui earlier. Let me earn a huge amount of sin value. At this rate, Luo Hong's mind flashed the image of that incomplete Shiju and Mianju. I'll be able to exchange for you soon.
Don't disappoint me then. After cultivating, Luo Hong slumped onto the rocking chair,
staring blankly at the azure sky, also the demon embryo swallowed by the booklet earlier. More than 10 days have passed now, don't know where the booklet put it.
Anyway, can't see it in the space, every time I ask, it just says, almost refined.
Plus Uncle Chen and old Zhao, my current strength shouldn't be underestimated either.
He raised his palm supporting the sky, then made a gun gesture, firing a few shots at the sky. Now just need to safely pass the coming-of-age ceremony, many secrets will be revealed then.
As Luo Hong pondered how to deal with the next situation, Luo Xiaoxiao's bold voice came through, stinky old brother, I brought Sister Yu to play with you. Luo Hong paused, somewhat surprised, looked over, then pushed Xiaoxiao away. Snotnose, don't come near me. Zhao Yu saw Luo Hong, her heart stirred again with crooked thoughts. Brother Hong, you're still so handsome and elegant, like the warm sun in winter. At this time Luo Hong looked towards her. Zhao Yu's heart suddenly stopped, he looked at me. As Luo Hong walked closer and closer, her heart beat faster and faster. As long as I tell Brother Hong about the marriage contract with the Qian family, he will definitely stop it. At that time, as long as we get engaged, the Zhao and Luo families won't have to fight. Thinking of this, she said shyly, Brother Hong, but then, Luo Hong just brushed past her.
Arriving before Xiao Dohua, Zhao Yu's mood instantly plummeted.
She turned her head resentfully, watching the two chatting and laughing, feeling indescribably sour inside. At this time Luo Xiaoxiao pulled her older brother over. Sister Yu said she has something to discuss with you. Luo Hong tilted his head puzzledly, looking at the blushing Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu saw Luo Hong approaching her again, instantly sweeping away the earlier unhappiness. Also defending Luo Hong in her heart now, he was just playing hard to get earlier.
How could Brother Hong forget me? Come on Brother Hong, you must have many things you want to say to me.
Just as Zhao Yu looked expectant, Luo Hong walked up to her,
asking puzzledly, who are you?
Hearing this, Zhao Yu felt as if a sharp sword pierced her warm heart. she directly froze on the spot. Unable to believe what she just heard, Luo Hong waved his hand before her eyes.
Miss, are you alright?
Zhao Yu said with shame and resentment, Brother Hong, it's me, Zhao Yu.
Luo Hong was like a headless fly, not understanding who this woman was. But he still explained, sorry miss, I really can't remember. Zhao Yu stood stunned on the spot. Luo Hong, you're stabbing my heart.
At this time Luo Xiaoxiao said, idiot, Sister Yuer, often came to play with me before.
You can even forget this? Sister Yuer has something to discuss with you, be serious. Luo Hong asked awkwardly, that, Miss Yuer, what exactly do you need me for?
Zhao Yu seemed to remember the main business. She began to slowly brew her emotions. Until her eyes were teary, Luo Hong increasingly couldn't understand the woman before him.
Damn it, if you have something to say, say it. What the hell are you crying for? Luo Xiaoxiao couldn't watch anymore. Sister Yuer, why are you crying? Conversely, Xiao Dohua just watched Luo Hong indifferently.
Stepped forward and comforted, Miss, please don't cry, first explain the matter clearly. Only then did Zhao Yu speak. My father wants to marry me off to the Qian family's young master. Hearing this, Luo Hong instantly perked up.
Marriage? Isn't this a good thing? Why cry? Zhao Yu froze on the spot again.
This isn't like what I imagined, Luo Xiaoxiao said irritably. That Qian family young master is an idiot. Only then did Luo Hong understand, he pondered. That indeed is a bit tragic, Zhao Yu roared. Brother Hong surely also feels Yuer is pitiful, right? Luo Hong ignored the meaning in her words, but opened his mouth to ask.
So, Miss telling me this matter is wanting?
Zhao Yu said, I know Brother Hong has feelings for me in his heart. If Brother Hong can come to my house to propose marriage first.
Yuer won't have to marry that idiot young master of the Qian family. Luo Hong instantly became unsettled. Me proposing marriage? This is too outrageous, Zhao Yu panicked. Outrageous? Brother Hong, how could you say such a thing? Do you have no feelings for Yuer?
Luo Hong quickly waved his hands.
Wait a minute, let me sort this out. He pulled Luo Xiaoxiao aside, asking softly, what ill-fated relationship do I have with this Zhao Yu?
He didn't ask this without reason.
In Luo Hong's memory, the impression of this woman was very vague. Shouldn't have any special feelings for this woman, Luo Xiaoxiao said. What ill-fated relationship? You wish, I only know that Master Zhao came to propose marriage before. But seems you refused. But back then you were just a bookworm. What the hell did you know? Regretting it now, aren't you? Luo Hong directly tossed this useless sister aside. Alright, you can scram now, turning back to Zhao Yu.
That, nothing, unclear, relationship is good. That, Miss Yuer, I indeed deeply sympathize with your situation, but proposing marriage is indeed too abrupt.
Besides, I am currently in the rising phase of my career, don't want to consider personal issues yet. So indeed I'm unable to help. Just as Zhao Yu was about to say something,
Luo Hong preemptively exclaimed, almost forgot, Uncle Chen still has things for me to do.
I'll excuse myself first. Luo Xiaoxiao watched her brother's fleeing figure disappear.
Only then did she helplessly speak, Sister Yuer, don't be angry, my brother is just a bad guy.
Zhao Yu's fingers were pinched until they cracked, saying stiffly, it's okay, I won't be angry with Brother Hong, I just bought a canary. How about you come play at my residence?
In an inconspicuous private house, when Tianqing sat on a rocking chair, looking at the overcast sky, at this time,
Luo Feng said, tomorrow is Luo Hong's coming-of-age ceremony. When Tianqing said calmly, what does Lord Luo want to say? Luo Feng pondered for a moment.
This humble subordinate just wants to complete the mission assigned by Dali Sai. Looking at this weather,
if tomorrow it pours rain, this humble subordinate's small body might not be able to handle it.
When Tianqing said in a deep voice, people, being in officialdom, is like falling into a spider's web, no matter who moves. Others must follow. The closer to the center of the web, the more people are affected. This great web of the world, moving or not moving isn't up to you to decide, only when reckless moves begin.
Do you know how to choose? Luo Feng showed contemplation. Only after a long while did he bow. Humble subordinate takes leave. When Tianqing nodded, but didn't say anything more.
After Ajio watched Luo Feng's figure disappear, only then opened his mouth to ask,
this Luo Feng? When Tianqing said, two factions in court oppose each other, attacking each other. He just doesn't know who to side with. Ajio asked again, then what should we do?
When Tianqing's eyes were full of depth, the crown prince wants the Luo family's strength. So we must help the crown prince bestow favor upon the Luo family. Dark currents surge within the city today. All the infiltrating assassins must have already prepared for action. Just waiting for the time to arrive, they will launch a stormy attack on the Luo family. At that time,
We just need to rescue the Luo family from danger, then the Luo family cannot but acknowledge this favor. At this time a servant came to reporting to Lord, the Zhao residence's young miss brought Luo Xiaoxiao into the Zhao residence.
Ah Jiu said, investigate further and report back. The person outside the door acknowledged and left.
When Tianqing smiled, want to catch the Luo residents off guard, we just need to observe the changes quietly.
Over at the Zhao residence, the canary's chirping was extremely pleasant, delighting Luo Xiaoxiao.
Zhao Yu watched the two playing, she hardened her heart, thinking, don't hate me.
And this wild girl, it must be you who bewitched brother Hong, since Luo Hong is so heartless towards me. Then what I can't have, others shouldn't dream of getting either, love and power. I, Zhao Yu, must obtain one. At this time Zhao Hu was hiding, spying in the dark. Turning to kneel down, my humble daughter has already lured Luo Hong's family member into the residence.
Believe he will come searching soon. Duan nodded satisfied, very good. We will wait for him to walk right into the net. Over at the Luo residence, Chen Xiantian ordered, tomorrow is the residence's ceremony.
Today's arrangements must be meticulous, don't make mistakes. At this time Luo Hong walked over.
Uncle Chen, how are the arrangements? Chen Xiantian said, young master need not worry, everything is proceeding orderly.
The sky suddenly rumbled with thunder. Luo Hong said, looking at the sky, there will be rain today.
Chen Xiantian nodded, it's the thunderstorm season, inevitably constant wind and rain.
Luo Hong's tone was somewhat wistful, what's coming will always come, after the storm, the earth is nourished. Only then do all things have vitality.
Chen Xiantian looked surprisedly at Luo Hong,
but said nothing. Luo Hong continued, tomorrow, my back will have to trouble Uncle Chen. Chen Xiantian paused, feeling emotional inwardly, this young master really has grown up. He clasped his fist heavily, kneeling on one knee, saying deeply, for a young master, dare not but exert utmost effort unto death.
At this time a maid ran over flusteredly, young master, young miss went to the Zhao residence for half a day.
It's almost dinner time, she still hasn't returned. Luo Hong smiled, Xiaoxiao always loves to play.
Probably forgot the time, send someone to call her back. The maid said, already sent someone to call, but didn't see her. Said she was having fun in the back garden, unwilling to return, must have young master personally go to return.
Please young master, look, Luo Hong said helplessly, alright, this Luo Xiaoxiao really knows how to make trouble. Must properly discipline her when she returns. After Luo Hong finished complaining.
Only then said to Chen Xiantian, Uncle Chen, then I'll go bring Xiaoxiao back first. Please take care of things here. After Chen Xiantian nodded, Luo Hong left with the maid.
Call Zhao Donghan, accompany this young master out on business. But suddenly Luo Hong paused his steps. Looked at the sky outside. The maid asked puzzledly, young master.
What's wrong?
Luo Hong said calmly, the wind is rising. The maid was somewhat confused.
What exactly is young master talking about?
Luo Hong didn't intend to explain either. Tell Zhao Donghan, bring all the guards, I feel this rain is about to start early too. Luo residence's backyard. A crowd of guards were training. Zhao Donghan was the most hard-working among them. At this time that maid walked in, Zhao Donghan looked over puzzledly. Xiao Hong looked at the group of bare-chested men, her face also slightly reddened. Young master wants you to accompany him out, on business, also wants you to bring all the guards from the residence.
Zhao Donghan was somewhat puzzled, bringing so many people, what are we going to do?
Xiao Hong secretly glanced at Zhao Donghan, going to the Zhao residence to pick up young miss. As for why bring so many people, I don't know either.
Zhao Donghan nodded. I see, what else did young master say?
At this time the guards crowded around.
Right, what else did young master say? Rare to bring us along.
Usually it's just old Zhao and young master messing around eating and drinking. Xiao Hong tried hard to recall. Young master also said something about wind rising, going to rain, etc.
The guards looked blankly at Zhao Donghan. Old Zhao, what does young master mean by these words? You translate for us. Zhao Donghan pondered briefly, after some mental gymnastics.
Suddenly seemed to think of something. Young master is reminding us to bring umbrellas.
Young master is still thoughtful. At this time a sudden voice sounded, accompanying young master out of the residence.
Count me in, rest assured I won't cause trouble for you, I'll just follow behind the team.
Zhao Donghan smiled. Wang Bo, old sir, not tending the flower garden, what fun are you joining us for?
Wang Bo smiled, I know, I just haven't been out for a long time, today is just right to get some activity. At this time Luo Hong stood at the Luo residence gate, facing the cold biting wind. Putting on a look of grief and indignation, wind soughs, river is cold. Warrior leaves, never to return, reading up to here. Zhao Donghan's voice sounded from behind. Luo Hong quickly stopped his expression, saying in a deep voice, really bad timing, you ruined the whole mood. Zhao Donghan didn't understand these, he along with the guards cupped fists, young master, everyone has arrived. Let's depart. Luo Hong nodded. All of you stand properly for this young master, let me inspect. Everyone immediately stood in a row, heads high, chests out, spirits looking quite good.
Luo Hong nodded satisfied, very good, very spirited, but as he spoke,
Luo Hong became surprised, because he noticed Wang Bo, not only out of place with the team,
but also looking lazy beyond measure. Luo Hong asked puzzledly, who is this old man?
Wang Bo called out young master, then farted below. Luo Hong was stunned.
You even fart?
At this time Zhao Donghan quickly explained, young master, Wang Bo is the gardener responsible for the flower garden, very loyal. Luo Hong pinched his nose and waved his hand, fine, later you stand at the very back of the team.
Let's depart. Luo Hong's group quickly arrived at the Zhao residence. Luo Hong stabbed his sword into the ground.
After taking a deep breath, shouted, Master Zhao, Luo has come to bring my sister home. At this time the sound of a doorbolt being drawn came from inside the Zhao residence, then the main gate slowly opened, revealing Zhao Yu's figure. At this time the sky flashed with lightning intensely. Immediately followed by pouring rain, Zhao Yu walked out holding a paper umbrella.
She smiled looking at Luo Hong, only lacking the usual warmth. Zhao Yu made a pleased gesture, signaling Luo Hong and others could enter.
At this time a crowd of family servants like magic pulled out paper umbrellas from behind them, following several pang sounds.
Umbrellas were opened. Zhao Donghan even handed one to Luo Hong.
Luo Hong nodded satisfied, he felt the prestige suddenly rise. Having that later generation underworld vibe, Luo Hong said, I won't enter, you call Xiao Xiao out.
Zhao Yu smiled, young master, if you don't enter, Xiao Xiao might not be able to come out.
A cold glint flashed past Luo Hong's eyes, looking at Zhao Yu's cute face. Yet feeling increasingly disgusted, Zhao Donghan saw the situation wasn't right, quickly stepped forward.
Saying in a deep voice, young master, the atmosphere seems wrong, should we enter?
Luo Hong nodded, Xiao Xiao and Do Hua are both inside, must enter anyway. Leave some people at the door for support, pick a few skilled ones to follow me in. After speaking, Luo Hong took the lead forward, several skilled guards behind also hurriedly followed. The atmosphere also became incomparably oppressive at this moment.
Just like today's gloomy sky, following the Zhao residence gate closing with a pang.
Luo Hong knew what was coming had to come. At this time countless footsteps sounded on the roof. Luo Hong glanced around, finding the residence already densely packed, all black-clothed men
surrounding them watertight. At this time the guards outside also sensed the abnormality.
Ambush, young master is inside, let's charge in. At this time another guard said,
it's not that simple, look around you, people are coming this way on the road. Sure enough, as the words fell, at the intersections of the surrounding streets, figures appeared successively. Exactly the same, dressed people as those inside the Zhao residence. The guards' escape routes were all blocked. Inside a tavern not far away, Feng Jing asked. Countless black-clothed men have surged towards the Zhao residence, how should we respond? Luo Feng spoke to himself, as if answering Feng Zheng, yet also as if answering himself. Grand Tutor Wen is observing quietly, Chen Xiantian is also surely waiting for the best time to strike.
A person from birth is destined to constantly struggle on this chessboard of heaven and earth.
How tragic is this? He was just born into the Luo family, what wrong did he do?
Speaking here, he looked towards Feng Zheng, keep a close eye on the battle situation changes. Hopefully can protect the lives of the two siblings. Over at the Luo residence, a servant bowed. All servants in the residence are hidden in the secret room, please rest assured. Butler Chen Xiantian nodded. You go too. After speaking, the corner of his mouth split open, but the sharpness in his eyes grew increasingly intense. Chen Xiantian stood up, reaching out his hand towards the lotus pond. A vortex instantly formed in the lotus pond, slowly a sword hilt emerged from the water. The moment the blade appeared, the surrounding aura became somewhat chaotic.
Chen Xiantian said leisurely, after so many years, finally no need to hide anymore.
Starting today, behold gentlemen of the world, and listen to this dragon's roar. Instantly, a dragon formed from sword chi soared into the sky. The sound of the dragon's roar stretched hundreds of miles. Luo Hong, within the Zhao residence, also saw this scene.
Duan sighed leisurely, Chen Xiantian is finally going to strike, experts will deal with him. We just need to do what we should do.
Speaking here, he turned and shouted loudly, Luo Hong. Heaven and earth net is set, today the Zhao residence is your death ground. Luo Hong hearing this,
laughed out loud with a pu. The laughter grew louder, more arrogant and wanton.
Those who want to kill this young master shouldn't be nameless people, announce your names.
Luo Hong, seeing no answer from the other side for a long time, asked again, what? Don't dare? Duan snorted coldly, just a person about to die, fine, I'll let you die understanding. I am the great Zhou dynasty mighty sea commandant, Wei Wuxie. Chang Yi continued, I am Vice Commandant Wei Wufeng. We two brothers lead the elite death warriors of Zhou dynasties, just to take the lives of you two siblings. Luo Hong, to make the two major dynasties of the current world join forces to scheme against you, you can die without regrets. All troops listen, execute Luo Hong. Hearing this, the black-clothed men drew their sabers one after another and charged up. During this time, Luo Hong wrote their brothers' names into the targeted list, then said, "You say this is my, Luo Hong's death ground? Little do you know. In my eyes, you are nothing but a pile of numbers." Luo Hong watched the approaching black-clothed men. Everyone he killed, 100 sin value arrived. This made Luo Hong's blood boil even more. This is all sin value, combined with this Xieying step. Luo Hong killed his way towards the Wei brothers. Wei Wuxie gritted his teeth. These death warriors are all 9th rank martial cultivators, yet can't last one round in his hands. This Luo Hong's strength is at least 7th rank. Wei Wufeng eager to try. I'll go test him. After speaking, shot out with a pang, Luo Hong paused his steps. A 7th rank came at this time? Luo Hong dodged Wei Wufeng's furious punch. At this time another black-clothed man also jumped down. Luo Hong startled inwardly. Countless warning bells exploded in his mind. He subconsciously realized another 7th rank had arrived. Luo Hong ducked his head, dodging that black-clothed man's slash, then instantly twisted his body, thrusting the long sword towards the black-clothed man. Unfortunately, that black-clothed man wasn't easy prey either. Luo Hong was thus attacked from front and back. How can a 7th rank expert be nameless? Your Excellency, please announce your name. The black-clothed man tore off the red cloth on his face. I am Great Zhou Chihua Army Vice Commander, Zhou Shi. Hearing this, Luo Hong smiled slightly, directly writing Zhou Shi onto the targeted list as well. Luo Hong, after these few rounds of killing, sin value had skyrocketed to 1,631. Continuous heavy rain poured down, accompanied by occasional muffled thunder. Chen Xiantian just floated above the Luo residence. At this time Chen Xiantian said, "Everyone, show yourselves." His voice wasn't loud, yet could travel dozens of miles, covering the entire Anping County. So much so that those experts hidden within Anping County all heard it. Each looking grave, Chen Xiantian saw there was still no movement. The sword chi around him instantly magnified infinitely. I, Chen, haven't appeared in the Jianghu for a long time. Please everyone, don't hold back. Be sure to thrill me. Northern Man Dynasty's exquisite falcon warrior. Andahai, Tianbang rank 26, he looked at Chen Xiantian in the sky, saying disdainfully, "Man, quite the big talker." Saying this, drew his longbow, aiming at Chen Xiantian. At this time, astral chi continuously surged from his body to his right hand. Soon, an arrow condensed from astral chi appeared, following his explosive shout. The sound of the arrow firing unexpectedly surpassed even the palace city's bed crossbows. The arrow rapidly approached the target in the sky. Chen Xiantian seemed oblivious, catching the incoming arrow with one hand, then gently squeezed. That arrow, just moments ago filled with vast power, was actually crushed into powder. Chen Xiantian said disdainfully, "Strength exists, but not much." Andahai startled inwardly. Riding his ox-like mount, fled far away, continuously drawing his bow and firing arrows during the retreat. Chen Xiantian watched those incoming arrows. Still unmoved, he raised his sword hilt. Countless sword chi instantly surged, instantly transforming into a giant serpent. Chen Xiantian snorted coldly. Mere fireflies dare to compete for brilliance? At this time the giant serpent's roar shook the heavens. It crashed head-on towards the arrows. Those countless arrows also exploded one after another. Only, didn't cause Chen Xiantian the slightest harm. Andahai was shocked. Hualong Jian, the Hualong Jian that dares to contend with heaven? I finally saw it. At this time Chen Xuantian's indifferent voice sounded, "Stop standing there dumbly, hurry up and run. I'm coming to kill you." Saying this, Chen Xuantian's figure shot out. Andahai was so scared his pupils dilated slightly. He wanted to force himself to calm down. "Can't panic, I'm a warrior of the Huangjin Wangzhang. Come on, I want to fight head-on." But just after saying that, he saw Chen Xuantian's eyes devoid of any emotion. He subconsciously swallowed, turning his mount and fleeing, even finding an excuse for himself. This is a clever flanking maneuver. But how could Chen Xiantian care so much? His figure continuously closed in on him. Andahai panicked. "You guys attack quickly. Chen Xiantian can't be dealt with by one person. We must join forces." But at this time Chen Xiantian had already arrived behind him. "You really are quite clamorous." He swung his sword, but at this time something shot over, blocking Chen Xuantian's Hualong Jian. Chen Xiantian exchanged several rounds with him before seeing clearly it was a sword. He swept with his sword, directly sweeping that sword away, crashing through several buildings along the way. The sword finally flew back to the flower-faced man here. He waved his large hand,
the sword hilt also moved accordingly.
Chen Xiantian looked at the distant figure, his expression slightly grave. Great Chu dynasty. Li Gu, Tian Bang rank 58. Chen Xiantian smiled calmly, flower-faced young master?
Chen, no, speaking of which.
Back then your master pursued my Weigua, finally actually got together with his own disciple? Your faction is truly chaotic. Li Gu instantly furious. Shut up for me.
Andahai also slightly surprised. This kid plays quite dirtily behind the scenes.
Chen Xiantian said. Right, you pretty boy living off women, is your swordsmanship actually any good? Don't force yourself.
Li Gu flew into a rage. Chen Xiantian, you insult me too much. Saying this, performed Sanhua Huanshan Jianfa.
Slashing towards him, Chen Xiantian clicked his tongue a few times, but didn't make too many moves.
Seemed this level wasn't enough to make him take it seriously. Li Gu also saw his contempt. Experience my sword technique. After speaking, his body scattered like petals blown by the wind. Chen Xiantian seeing this, slightly surprised, then smiled, a bit interesting. Suddenly Li Gu appeared behind him. Only this sword clearly couldn't injure Chen Xiantian. The blade dissipated again, Li Gu likewise.
Chen Xiantian immediately sensed something that was fake just now. Li Gu sprang out from behind Chen Xiantian again, but still fake. Like this back and forth dozens of times, until Chen Xuantian's next clash. He seemed to sense something strange, his figure suddenly accelerated, the Hualong Jian in his hand went straight for Li Gu. But the moment of contact, that Li Gu was still fake, Li Gu after dozens of clashes. Confidence instantly filled his heart. So what if it's Chen Xiantian? Still can't see through my sword technique, but suddenly, Chen Xiantian smiled slightly. I see you. Chen Xuantian's movement technique sword again. Countless sword chi pressed down fiercely towards Li Gu. Chen Xiantian, whether intentionally or unintentionally, actually in a potential killing blow, chose not to directly kill, but leisurely spoke. Young gentleman, watch carefully. The so-called sword wielder
must have a courageous and forward-moving sword heart. Only knowing hidden sneak attacks cannot be called sword technique.
Li Ji's expression instantly became grave. Such immense sword chi, just as the giant serpent coiled around him. His figure dissipated once again. Chen Xiantian clicked his tongue. Hit again? Truly uninteresting. Li Gu reappeared behind him. Chen Xiantian really can't underestimate Andahai. Andahai said, this old fellow isn't easy to deal with, right? Li Gu turned his head, saying irritably, didn't your barbarian say join forces? Why the hell aren't you attacking? But Andahai couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Are the two of us enough? Li Gu fell silent. What you said?
Andahai also fell silent. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. At this time an inappropriate voice sounded. Finally woke up, he stretched lazily,
then cupped his fists. Grandmaster Chen, Junior Feng Tianxiu, specifically came to seek guidance. He is the great Zhou dynasty's wandering knight, Tianbang rank 45.
Chen Xiantian also waved his hand towards him, indicating welcome to your arrival. At this time the sky flashed with lightning intensely. Everyone looked over puzzledly. Only saw a hole suddenly appear in the sky. A tornado shot out from within. Within it was also a figure. The originator was Yuan Chenggang, known as the Rushing Thunder Overlord Spear.
Tianbang rank 20, Yuan Chenggang said, long time no see. Yuan has come to fulfill the agreement from 20 years ago. Chen Xiantian laughed. This is more like it, relying on these few small fish. How could they be my opponent?
At this time a bright light shot into the sky. Chen Xiantian frowned slightly. A splendid firework exploded in mid-air. Yuan Chenggang said, signal flare.
Has the Zhao residence ended?
Outside the Zhao residence gate, the guards left outside were fighting desperately.
Because with just one slip, their lives might be forfeit at any moment.
Just as the black-clothed man was about to finish off that guard, a strong and powerful fist suddenly appeared, sending him flying. The black-clothed men watched that sliding figure, all stopping abruptly. Looking surprisedly towards the initiator, that person was precisely Wang Bo. The guard asked puzzledly, Wang Bo? You? Wang Bo said calmly, boys, catch your breath, let's continue fighting. Saying this, he roared. I am Great Xiao Dynasty Luo Ye's subordinate, Black Generals Qianhu Wang Bo. Who dares fight? All around was silent, seemed they hadn't recovered their senses yet, but then, someone who reacted first charged up, being scared by a title. What's that about? Inside the Zhao residence, Luo Hong was just fighting intensely with the two 7th ranks. If not relying on his movement technique being fast and bizarre enough, Luo Hong this time probably died 800 times. Luo Hong dodged the sharp glint, turning back with a slash of sword chi. Zhou sure startled inwardly. Such domineering sword chi. Immediately the saber in his hand shattered, but at this time Wei Wufeng jumped out. Aiming straight for Luo Hong's head and smashing down, Luo Hong placed his sword horizontally before him,
blocking the imposing fist. This fellow's strength is even greater than Hu Jishui's.
Wei Wufeng grinned ferociously, but at this time the Zhao residence gate was slammed open with a bang. Several figures flew backwards straight towards Wei Wufeng. He kicked away several with a sweeping leg, then punched that unlucky one into the mud. Wei Wufeng frowned, looking over. Only saw a figure slowly walking in. Wang Bo twisted his neck a few times, grinning, said, "Big guy, seeing you have some strength, come be my opponent."
Wei Wufeng arrived before him in an instant, just a kick.
Wang Bo's body flew out of the Zhao residence again, sliding dozens of meters. Luo Hong was surprised.
"Isn't this the gardener? A hidden master, is this?"
At this time Zhou Shi suddenly appeared behind Luo Hong, preparing a sneak attack. But Zhao Donghan was watching him closely. Just the moment he approached, Zhao Donghan struck. The two instantly confronted each other. "Young master, leave him to me." Luo Hong didn't say anything, but turned his head to look at Wei Wuxian. Wei Wuxian said, "Luo Hong, next you only have one path to live, that is to kill me." Luo Hong didn't waste words either. Directly jumping onto the rooftop, Wei Wuxian clapped his hands, opening them again simultaneously. A talisman formation array had already appeared around him. The current situation is Wei Wufeng versus Wang Bo, Zhou Shi versus Zhao Donghan, Luo Hong versus the small boss Wei Wuxian. Wei Wufeng also slowly walked out of the Zhao residence. Wang Bo rubbed his arm, praising, "Youngster is capable, quite energetic." Wei Wufeng smiled charmingly, then looked towards the stone lion beside. He placed one hand on its head, the other hand supporting the stone base, following an explosive shout. The stone lion was actually pulled up raw. Wei Wufeng lifted it high above his head, then threw it towards Wang Bo. Wang Bo gathered strength in his hands, slapping towards the incoming stone lion, actually catching the stone lion steadily.
Wei Wufeng frowned. Even with his simple mind, he could see now.
The situation seemed a bit bad. Wang Bo's fingers exerted force, embedding themselves raw inside.
Then actually lifted it with just one hand. "Looks like you're like me.
Both control martial arts with strength, then let's compare, see whose strength is superior." After speaking, ran carrying the stone lion, aiming straight for Wei Wufeng and smashing down. At this time Wei Wufeng's forehead abruptly lit up, following his hands clasping together. A pair of large hands appeared out of thin air, smashing the stone lion.
Wang Bo, slightly surprised. "This is De Guanxian Jinshan?" At this time a faint voice sounded, "Jutian Wuliang Yinzheng." Dharma body visualization, bones like Vajra, support becomes De Jinshan Fuwang. As the voice fell, a Vajra Dharma image appeared behind Wei Wufeng. At this moment whether Luo Hong's side,
or the people from Zhou dynasties, all stared blankly at the Dharma image on the spot.
Wei Wufeng said, "Compared to Luo Hong, you indeed suit my taste more. Come on, old man. Bring out your full strength." Wang Bo smiled. Great Zhou dynasty's heavenly king visualization method. Truly a long-lost aura. "Then as you wish, this old man must also fight with all his might." After speaking, the aura around Wang Bo instantly became chaotic, and invisible pressure slowly spread out. Slowly, behind Wang Bo also appeared a figure, Wupa Junkie. Wang Bo smiled icily. "As a Zhou dynasty person, you should understand the terror of the Black Banner." Wei Wufeng said disdainfully, "Then let me experience it." Well, after speaking, the two Dharma images struck simultaneously. Boom, the earth trembled slightly. Wei Wufeng said, "Old man, you indeed are a strong opponent, but unfortunately, truly unfortunately, you only have one hand." Wang Bo slowly began to show fatigue, but couldn't help it. "Really is unfortunate, he only has one hand." At this time Wei Wufeng increased the force. The Dharma image behind him also continuously displayed great divine might, as time passed bit by bit. Finally, the exhausted Wang Bo was smashed into the mud raw by the Dharma image. But how could Wang Bo lose just like that? He mobilized all the astral chi in his body, actually clashing head-on with that Dharma image again, for dozens of punches. But Wei Wufeng wasn't easy prey either. "Overestimating yourself, my punches double your strength. On what basis do you clash with me?" Slowly Wang Bo could no longer withstand it. The Dharma image's fists rained down on him like raindrops. Wang Bo realized things were terribly wrong. His own consciousness was about to be extinguished. He clenched his silver teeth, maintaining the last shred of reason. Wang Bo shouted explosively, transforming his hand into an army saber, meeting the Dharma image's fist. Pung! The Dharma image's fist was actually shattered. Wei Wufeng's fist also spurted blood at this moment. He somewhat couldn't believe it. Actually, with just one hand, could injure his own golden body? Wang Bo unleashed. Even heaven and earth would pale for it. His hand saber wildly danced. The Dharma image golden body actually began to slowly crumble. Wei Wufeng looked at his scar-covered hands. A Luo family servant could actually reach this level? But it ends here. He held his hands in a flower gesture, the shattered fist actually recovered instantly. Wei Wufeng roared angrily. The aura around him surged again by a large margin. Our target today is Luo Hong. So don't hinder me. Wang Bo didn't answer, but slashed over with a saber. Unfortunately, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, facing the recovered peak Wei Wufeng. He could only take hits now. Wei Wufeng's fists came faster and faster. Wang Bo could only passively endure, like a sandbag being smacked around. Finally, couldn't escape the fate of being smashed into the ground. Wang Bo lay in the pit, coughing twice, but made no further movements. Wei Wufeng said in a deep voice, "My father died in the war against the Heike army, in the century-long battle between Zhou and Xia dynasties. Any battle encountering Heike soldiers never resulted in victory, but today I won." Wang Bo, hearing Wei Wufeng's arrogant words, slowly let out a breath. Then grinned. He struggled, slowly getting up. "Youngster, do you know why the Zhou dynasty's army couldn't beat Master Luo's Heike army? Let me tell you, in the glory of the Heike army, there is no failure, only death." Wang Bo raised his arm high, shouting, "Shiju in 6. As his hand fiercely swung down, the Heike soldier behind him charged forward, a sword directly piercing the Dharma image's heart. The blade also sank in several inches. Wei Wufeng spurted out a mouthful of blood. His entire person flew backwards like a meteor. Zhou Shi also noticed Wei Wufeng's figure. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Wei Wufeng, are you okay?" Wei Wufeng weakly raised his right hand from the ruins, waving it to signal he wasn't dead yet. Zhou Shi's expression was incomparably grave. "Looks like these Luo residence people are all damn hard to deal with." Zhao Donghan directly unleashed his full aura, like a fierce tiger staring deadly at his prey. As muffled thunder rumbled in the sky, the rain fell even heavier at this moment. Zhao Donghan said, "Long heard the Zhou dynasty has a Qi army. I guess that should be your excellency's Qihua army? As far as I know, wherever this army goes, women and children are not spared, taking pleasure in building golden crowns from human heads." Zhou Shi said disdainfully, "Army kills, the battlefield is where one can be invincible. As for old weak women children, army battles long, need some fun, burn down their houses. Kill them like treating livestock, letting them completely fall into despair. Aren't these the rewards of the victor?" Zhao Donghan's eyes showed fierce light. Those unbearable memories also surged forth at this moment. 10 years ago, the Qi army lost to the Heike army. Routed troops, to vent anger, massacred Anji City. Were you among them? Zhou Shi chuckled darkly twice. Anji City, that day was also a heavy rain. Heavens. Zhao Donghan's fury instantly rushed to his head, almost making him lose reason. Zhou Shi, seeing this, clicked his tongue twice. "Looks like you're a survivor of Anji City. Come on, I'll let you return to that day again." Zhao Donghan tried hard to endure, fingers almost digging into flesh, but those tragic scenes in his mind made it impossible for him to maintain half a bit of reason when facing his enemy. He shouted explosively, pushing off the ground with his feet, his entire body shot out. Zhao Donghan ruthlessly smashed a fist onto Zhou Shi. Zhou Shi blocked, using the momentum to jump away. "Unfortunately, you seem to have just entered 7th rank, realm still unstable? So you are destined unable to take revenge." Zhou Shi opened his hands. Instantly, an eagle martial soul appeared behind him. The eagle lightly flapped its wings. Countless feathers like sharp swords shot towards Zhao Donghan. Zhao Donghan also recovered some reason at this time. He bowed. A shield appeared behind him, then the feathers arrived just in time, instantly submerging his figure. On the other side, Wang Bo staggered to his feet, slowly walking towards the inside of the Zhao residence. At this time, Wei Wufeng also struggled out from the ruins. Wang Bo looked at the person before him, but only saw a field of blood red. Two exhausted figures staggered towards each other. Wang Bo struggled to lift his only remaining hand, intending to fight Wei Wufeng another 300 rounds. Unfortunately, his energy had already reached its limit. His pupils rolled back, his whole person fell weakly to the ground, fainting. Wei Wufeng also quickly sealed his own heart meridian at this time. Only after doing so did he slowly breathe a sigh of relief. "Close call, thought I was going to die." But suddenly, a booming sound came. Wei Wufeng looked over with a face full of fear. Zhou Shi shouted, "My black feathers, even a 6th rank martial cultivator's astral chi might not be able to withstand. Let alone you just entering 7th rank." But then, his expression changed. Zhao Donghan abruptly appeared before him, unleashing a Huang Bailey Quan. Zhou Shi watched the approaching fist, finding he couldn't dodge anymore. But suddenly Zhao Donghan's figure paused. The fist ultimately didn't land. He looked down annoyed. Wei Wufeng appeared below him at some unknown time. Firmly grabbing his leg, Zhou Shi rejoiced. "Well done." Wei Wufeng exerted force in his arm.
Boom, Wei Wufeng, grabbing him, smashed the ground into powder. Zhou Shi closely followed, stepping forward to add a blow, ruthlessly stomping on Zhao Donghan's heart. Zhao Donghan's consciousness completely scattered, his whole person lay motionless in the pit, Zhou Shi said. Next, only Luo Hong remains. Saying this, was about to leave, but suddenly he frowned. Only saw Zhao Donghan firmly pulling at his trouser leg. Mumbling indistinctly, "Young master, run quickly." Luo Hong, facing the trickiest Wei Wuxian, only saw him sitting cross-legged in the void, a talisman formation array around him, continuously flying out talisman paper, attacking Luo Hong. Luo Hong said somewhat surprisedly,
"This is the first time I've met. Taoist brother must be a disciple of Zhou Dynasty's Qinglong Mountain, right?"
Wei Wuxian didn't deny it. He spoke playfully, "After you die, I can perform a ritual for you."
Luo Hong smiled nonchalantly, "You really think you can kill me? I'm very curious. Where exactly does your confidence come from?"
Wei Wuxian also smiled. Luo Hong, things have reached this point.
You still think you have a chance? I understand what your reliance is.
Nothing more than your butler Chen Xintian. He is very strong, but to kill you, Zhou Chu dynasties
have gathered 4 top experts to tie him down. Do you think he still has the time to mind you? As for the others being killed off, is only a matter of time. What danger remains?
I really can't think of any. Saying this, he put on a surprised expression.
Could it be you're talking about yourself? You don't really think you alone can deal with us, right?
Luo Hong smiled, but what if?
I am very strong.
Hearing this, Wei Wuxian, his cheeks puffed up, as if trying hard to hold back laughter.
But suddenly he seemed really unable to hold back, laughing until tears came out.
Only after a moment did he say deeply, "Stop joking, you're just 7th rank, perhaps in your eyes. Already think yourself incredibly formidable, but I am 6th rank.
Do you know how big the gap of this 1 rank is? And I don't feel you have any outstanding aspects." Luo Hong, listening to his speech,
almost angered into illness, he thought, gritting his teeth, if not afraid of exposure. "Definitely have to properly teach you damn brat a lesson." But suddenly a sound of breaking wind approached. Luo Hong caught Zhao Donghan with one hand. He startled inwardly.
Checking Zhao Donghan's pulse, finding he wasn't dead yet, breathed a sigh of relief.
Luo Hong slowly put him down. At this time Wei Wufeng said disdainfully, "Luo Hong, your subordinates are dead or injured. You are already a cornered beast, the 3 of us joining forces. You will surely die today." Luo Hong slowly stood up, drawing his own personal sword. For a moment he really seemed like a cornered beast. Luo Hong glanced around the Zhao residence. He found all the guards he brought were lying down. "Actually, I've been troubled before. Afraid of exposing myself before them. Now you've helped me solve this problem."
Wei Wuxian frowned. "What did you say?" Luo Hong smiled. "I said the situation really changes in an instant." Wei Wufeng suddenly had a bad premonition, and this feeling was very strong. Zhou Shi said disdainfully, "Still talking tough when death is near." Saying this, took the lead and lunged towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong stood still on the spot. "You fellow, always love sneak attacks, right?" After speaking, he performed Seiying step, instantly arriving behind him. Zhou Shi, greatly shocked, but he still stubbornly said, "Luo Hong, can you only rely on movement technique to escape?" Luo Hong said, "Oh, I'm just afraid of blood splashing on me." Zhou Shi's pupils shrank. The hair on his back directly stood up. Countless danger signals warned him. Zhou Shi struggled to turn his head, wanting to see clearly what was behind him, but then, countless sha qi directly poured into his body, corroding his internal organs, limbs and bones. Zhou Shi's miserable screams left quite a shadow in the Wei brothers' hearts. Just moments later, Zhou Shi's body was blasted into smithereens by the sha qi. At this time the booklet's voice sounded, "Targeted object Zhou Shi is dead." Current sin value also slowly began to change, finally settling at 2111. At this time Wei Wuxian jumped down from the rooftop, landing beside Wei Wufeng. He gritted his teeth, didn't think Luo Hong, dignified descendant of the Luo family, moreover that man's son, would actually be a Xiexio. Luo Hong grinned, "What a pity. You can't hear this sound of sin value, but congratulations to you. You are about to witness my transformation. I have a treasure I've always wanted to exchange for. Need you two to help me test its power." Luo Hong's sin value just rose to 2000. In just the span of a breath, it became 111 again. But he also exchanged for the thing he dreamed of, Sheju and Nianju. The moment the mask appeared, the surrounding aura began to become chaotic. Luo Hong's evil aura also rose several levels. The Wei brothers quickly retreated several steps, temporarily avoiding Luo Hong's edge. "Something's wrong, this power isn't right." Wei Wuxian roared, "I feel something incredible is about to come out. Could it be my illusion playing tricks?"
No, must stop him, as the words fell. The two charged up. Luo Hong smiled coldly. Pitiful insects, now whatever you do is too late. After speaking, two Xieying flew out like ghosts, the Xiexia qi emanating from within.
Caused heaven and earth to lose color. Wei Wufeng gritted his teeth. Xiexio, so what? He smashed forward with a heavenly king destroys enemy fist. The momentum within it was not much weaker than the two Xieying. Wei Wuxian also no longer held back, taking out even his trump card Ling Xiao Tian Lei Fu.
A cyan-purple divine thunder suddenly shot out, directly piercing through the two Xieying.
Wei Wuxian smiled coldly. I thought it was so formidable, just loud thunder but small raindrops. Luo Hong snorted coldly. The two just dissipated Xieying condensed again. They're might not weaker than before by half. The two brothers startled. How can this? Before finishing speaking, the two Xieying shot towards them respectively, just moments later, entangling them until they couldn't move, the two brothers' minds and spirits greatly shaken.
The feeling of suffocation slowly enveloped their bodies. At this time they both shouted explosively.
One performed Vajra subdues demons, one performed Samadhi true fire talisman, boom boom.
Almost simultaneously smashing open the Xieying entwined around them, the feeling of smooth breathing was like rebirth. Only, before they could take two more breaths, Luo Hong's vast pressure pulled them back to reality again. Ridiculous, you still think you can kill me? Arrogance must pay a price, next you will experience in this life fear you've never encountered before. After speaking, the ink-colored gate behind him began to tremble.
Endless black hands surged out from within, they were all condensed from Sha Qi.
Those substantial, stone-like palms, just looking at them was creepy.
Wei Wuxian frowned tighter and tighter. What exactly is that thing? Too bizarre. The black hands slowly enveloped Luo Hong's face, only revealing one eye. Moments later the black hands slowly dispersed. Luo Hong's face also wore a mask.
Luo Hong smiled icily. I will surely become your nightmare. Wei Wufeng swallowed hard.
This pressure, his face. What is that? Wei Wuxian asked his younger brother. Have you seen such a xiexio?
Wei Wufeng shook his head numbly.
Luo Hong said, you just said you have many people, right?
Saying this, Luo Hong reached out. Hand, then let's compare. Then the two Xieying began to dissipate, instantly returning behind Luo Hong. But just at this abrupt moment, the two Xieying that just returned behind him instantly shot out like meteors, sweeping past the Wei Wuxian brothers. He frowned.
This Sha Qi isn't aimed at us?
The Sha Qi went straight for those behind them.
Those people lying on the ground, drilling into their eyes, mouths, noses.
A small leader of the Qihua army frowned, seeing no reaction from the corpses lying on the ground. He recklessly wanted to reach out and check, but just then, those corpses opened their eyes one by one, roaring ferociously like zombies, then lunged forward, biting the small leader's neck apart. Slowly, more and more zombies stood up. The Qihua army soldiers looked at the dense mass of zombies,
shivering unconsciously all over, following one zombie's roar. The rest swarmed forward desperately like bees.
Soon the unlucky ones in front met disaster, one by one pulled down and their necks bitten off.
The Wei brothers watching this scene, cold sweat broke out. He can actually control corpses?
This Luo Hong's technique is so evil, he seems to hold great secrets. The imperial court's intelligence was wrong. This Luo Hong, besides being a descendant of the Luo family, is actually also a xiexio,
and completely hadn't revealed it for the past dozen years.
This level of forbearance is definitely beyond ordinary people. He is absolutely a huge threat.
Luo Hong felt the Xieju and Nianju. This mask brought me incredible power.
Under its blessing, my Sha Qi has undergone an incredible change.
Not only able to transform sinister Xiexia Qi into positive Yang Qi,
the power of Wangling Shuiying has also greatly increased. Dispersing the Xieying and injecting into corpses allows controlling them. This mask, truly worthy of being a treasure exchangeable for 2,000 sin value. Possessing him, I finally have a trump card for self-preservation. From now on, no matter who will only see a righteous like a rainbow young master Luo Hong. As the zombies tied down the Qihua army, Luo Hong also looked towards the two of them at this time. Brothers, time to go on your way. Wei Wuxian heard Luo Hong sending him on his way. Heart instantly trembled. He is no longer someone we can deal with. Later I'll hold him back.
You must escape. Wei Wufeng shook his head. No, must go. Together, Wei Wuxian said deeply, this demon, how could he possibly let both of us escape? Listen to me, we can't both fall here. I was born before you. Naturally must also die before you. Wei Wufeng's tears instantly welled up. He was unwilling to accept this reality. Wei Wuxian fumbled in his bosom. But perhaps there's no other way, can only try this. Saying this, took out something like a hand grenade. Wei Wuxian shouted loudly, Luo Hong,
This is a signal cannon. Once this cannon fires, the army ambushing outside the city will pour out. Saying this, he knelt down. Wei Wufeng subconsciously wanted to help him up, but was scolded back.
Luo Hong was somewhat stunned. What stunt are you pulling now? Wei Wuxian said in a deep voice, Luo Hong, spare our lives, we two brothers, will not leak half a bit of your secret. You take your family and leave Anping County, this is win-win. Otherwise, I will drag everyone in Anping County down with me. At that time tens of thousands of troops will attack the city. Anping County will become a living hell. Hearing this, Luo Hong pondered slightly, seeming to consider. Only the words he spoke contained not a trace of emotion. Living hell? Then what does that have to do with me? Wei Wuxian was instantly stunned. He was already shocked speechless by Luo Hong's words. Luo Hong smiled icily. Are your brains stupid? I am a xiexio, in my view. Only dead people are the most obedient. Saying this, a strand of sha qi shot out, firmly binding Wei Wuxian's hand holding the signal cannon. Luo Hong said in a low voice, watch carefully, dragging the world into hell should be done by a great villain like me. Saying this, he lit the signal cannon. A bright light suddenly rose into the sky, blasting a hole in the pitch-black night. Wei Wuxian was already stunned on the spot, mouth gaping huge, yet unable to close for a long time. At this time in a corner of the Zhao residence, Zhao Yu took all this in. She collapsed weakly onto the ground. Never thought Luo Hong was actually a xiexio. Then don't I know Luo Hong's secret? Xiexio, just hearing it feels exciting. If I use this to threaten him to marry me? No, there's still that Dohua Watsit. Luo Hong has already been charmed by her, if not for her, with my looks. Brother Hong couldn't possibly resist. She is the stumbling block between me and Luo Hong. Must eliminate her. Thinking of this, she got up and left. In the Zhao residence's backyard, a group of guards were watching the main gate. Xiao Dohua opened the door a crack. Glancing at the situation outside, at this time Xiao Xiao asked, Sister Dohua, how is it? Xiao Dohua shook her head. The doorway is full of guards. Xiao Xiao asked puzzledly. But why would Sister Zhao Yu treat Xiao Xiao like this? Xiao Dohua comforted, they aren't targeting you, but your brother. Xiao Xiao was even more puzzled. My brother? My brother has no enmity with the Zhao family, and Sister Yu likes my brother so much. Xiao Dohua said softly, I also don't know why they want to deal with your brother. But if they jump the wall like cornered dogs, they could harm us at any time. Xiao Xiao's body trembled slightly. Then will we die? Xiao Dohua shook her head firmly. No, your brother will definitely come save us. It's chaotic outside now. Let's hide inside the house first. At this time, a booming sound accompanied by a powerful shockwave came. Xiao Xiao staggered, didn't stand firm and was pushed down by the shockwave. Xiao Dohua quickly went up to support her. Xiao Xiao had also become teary now. Sister Dohua, Xiao Xiao is scared. Are we going to die? Xiao Dohua quickly hugged her tightly. It's okay, young miss, sister is here, we will be fine. Xiao Dohua looked towards the sky not far away. Although she couldn't see anything, she knew Butler Chen was starting to get serious. On Chen Xuantian's side, a splendid firework abruptly exploded in the sky. Chen Xuantian frowned slightly. Zhao residents sent a signal. Is the victory decided, or some other reason? I need to go see. Thinking of this, he said deeply, Ants, let me just solve all of you at once. Chen Xuantian's arrogant words exploded in the void, spreading to every corner of Anping County. Bring out your strongest killing moves, otherwise, there will be no chance to use them in the future. After speaking, the sword chi around him spread out like a tide. Sword 1, White Python swallows heaven. Sword 2, White Python forms string. Yuan Chenggang also became excited at this time. This aura is truly nostalgic. Hualong Jian, Chen Xuantian's voice continued to reverberate around. Sword 3, Transforming Spirit. Horns emerge in the void. That white python instantly grew ferocious horns. Sword 4, Coiling Transformation. Flood Dragon takes form, falling, the white python hysterically, 4 limbs appear. Then its body quickly began to transform, finally becoming a flood dragon. Yuan Chenggang laughed. 1 sword transforms snake, 4 swords transform flood dragon, 9 swords transform dragon. Still not enough, far from enough. The other 3 watching silently nearby were already in a state of shock at this moment. Chen Xiantian smiled and shook his head. Just killing you lot, self-recommendation is enough, Andahai said angrily. Chen Xiantian, you're too arrogant. Saying this, drew his bowstring. I, at any rate, am a figure in the top 100 of Tianbang, we 4 Tianbang experts. You say kill just like that? What do you take us for? Li Gu and Feng Tianxiu were already going crazy. Andahai, damn you, if you wanna die, don't drag us down. Yuan Chenggang smiled. Didn't say anything, Andahai said displeased. What? Why are you all looking at me? Am I wrong? The four of us are still afraid of him alone?
But before finishing speaking, a sharp light instantly submerged his neck, then something rolled out. It was Andahai's head. He died so suddenly that his eyes couldn't even close, his body fell from the mount.
At this time Chen Xuantian's arrogant voice sounded. Everyone looked towards him one after another.
Chen Xuantian said, next, counting soldiers and generals, while speaking.
Also pointed at Li Gu and Feng Tianxiu, riding horse into battle. Whoever gets pointed at dies first. Inside an inconspicuous tavern, when Tianqing sighed. 9 swords of dragon transformation, ultimately still can't be seen, forget it, not watching anymore.
Saying this, stood up from the rocking chair, ordering Ajiu, go to the Zhao residence.
Chen Xiantian can't hold out much longer over there, Ajiu asked puzzledly, you really want to help Luo Hong? When Tianqing nodded, we need to rescue Luo Hong, before he goes. Although that Luo Hong has 7th or 8th rank cultivation, facing so many experts, I don't believe he has a chance of winning. His only chance is Chen Xiantian. So we must rush over, make the Luo family bear our favor, over at the Zhao residence. Zombies solved the Chihuahua army, then began targeting the Wei family. 2 brothers, Wei Wuxian faced the dense mass of zombies lunging towards him. The fire talismans in his hand never stopped. Wei Wufeng even directly plunged into the zombie pile,
only returning to his big brother's side when he was almost exhausted.
But the zombies didn't care about that. Spotting the target, they went up to tear and bite. At this time Wei Wufeng said deeply, what is Luo Hong doing? Why hasn't he attacked us yet?
Wei Wuxian said, ever since he saw Chen Xuantian's Hua Long Jian earlier, he's been motionless on the roof. He seems to have entered meditation.
This is our only chance. Luo Hong stared blankly at the distant dragon shadow. Such sword technique. This world actually has such sword technique? His eyes were currently filled with that dragon shadow. Seemed like epiphany, seemed like deep emotion. After a long while, Luo Hong slowly closed his eyes. The sword in his hand was also lifted by him. Wei Wuxian paused. What is he doing? This kid is too bizarre. Thinking about swordsmanship during battle? Is it intentional? Or seeking death? But regardless, now is the best chance to kill him. The 2 brothers struggled out of the zombie encirclement, speeding towards Luo Hong.
And just then, Luo Hong seemed to realize something. Immediately one thought clears, 100 thoughts clear. He slowly opened his eyes, just happening to see the approaching Wei brothers. Only, Luo Hong seemed not to see the 2, he rejoiced inwardly. Hua Long Jian, sword chi transforms from formless to form, as if possessing life, guiding this power. Injecting what was seen in the sky just now, injecting that momentary sword intent. Luo Hong suddenly laughed, the laughter growing increasingly maniacal. I finally understand. Luo Hong comprehended Hua Long Jian in just an instant. He injected the sword intent into the sword in his hand. Sword intent demon blade slashes feather Sha soul. A strand of sword chi was instantly slashed out by Luo Hong.
Madly rotating around his body, sword 2, demon blade forms shape, intercepting spin.
Luo Hong stepped out from a corner of the hurricane and flew up, as sword 3 was slashed out.
The might of that demonic tornado grew stronger. The houses of the entire Luo residence trembled,
then rapidly crumbled. The Wei brothers were also sucked forward, sliding. As the tornado grew larger, the 2 brothers were actually sucked into mid-air. Unable to break free for a moment, Luo Hong roared lowly, sword 4, sword chi piercing the heavens.
The tornado instantly transformed into a demonic dragon, just in terms of might. Not weaker than Chen Xuantian's flood dragon by half, but in terms of power? Luo Hong let out a ferocious low growl. The demonic dragon instantly lunged towards the 2 brothers. Sword chi transforms dragon,
piercing their bodies like needle tips. Moments later the demonic dragon dissipated. The Wei brothers had already become like threads, possible to breathe their last at any moment. Luo Hong strolled towards them, lifting Wei Wuxian up raw with sword chi.
When you came, you should have anticipated such an ending, right? Any last words?
Wei Wuxian coughed several times, only then slowly opened his mouth. I admit we underestimated you this time, but don't get too complacent.
Wei Wuxian's voice grew louder, filled with unwillingness. Everything today is just the beginning. In the future, there will be an endless stream of people coming to kill you.
In short, unless you die, they won't rest easy. Luo Hong asked puzzledly. I'm very curious.
Why do so many people want my life? Wei Wuxian said, you actually know nothing? Saying this, started laughing, laughter filled with utmost madness.
Then he said mockingly, because your surname is Luo, you were born in the Luo family, so you must die.
Because you are the only successor of the Luo family's new generation. If you don't die, how can the Luo family's fate energy be severed? Luo Hong became even more puzzled. Luo family's fate energy? What is that thing? Wei Wuxian suddenly paused. You have fate energy, yet don't know about fate energy? Then he probed, if I tell you, can you spare my life?
Luo Hong instantly held up 3 fingers in an oath. I, Luo Hong, swear to the god of cultivation. As long as you tell me everything you know, I will let you leave. I am Anping County's top 10 youth.
My words are absolutely guaranteed. Wei Wuxian paused again, but god of cultivation, what is that? Luo Hong waved his hand, don't mind these details, look into my eyes, want to live or not?
Wei Wuxian struggled to nod. Luo Hong said satisfiedly. Then immediately tell me everything you know. Wei Wuxian frowned. Thought for a long time before saying, actually, I don't understand fate energy well either. That's a secret known only at higher levels. Luo Hong instantly got annoyed.
Directly pressing his sword against his neck, are you damn well playing with me?
Wei Wuxian quickly spoke, although I don't know the details, I know they kill you. Is closely related to the Luo family's fate energy, and after calculations by countless major figures from Jochu dynasties, this fate energy has a great connection with you. Luo Hong retracted his sword, became interesting. Speak in detail, Wei Wuxian said, every prominent clan, or sect, temple, official, has fate energy blessing. Once broken, very terrifying things will happen.
But what exactly? I really don't know. I only know the Luo family's enemies
are spread throughout the world. Although we failed today, as long as you live, they will continuously send people. Luo Hong, half the world wants you dead.
Luo Hong's expression paused. Half the world?
Didn't expect my Luo Hong's life is worth so much. Luo Hong slowly stood up, looking gravely at the sky, pointing somewhat meaningfully, said,
looks like this rain won't stop anytime soon. Wei Wuxian helped his younger brother up. Luo Hong, we were also acting under orders. I've told you everything I know. Hope you can also keep your promise. Can we two brothers leave now? Luo Hong nodded. Fine, I'll send you off.
Saying this, a strand of sword chi flashed past their necks. 2 heads abruptly flew up, falling onto the ground with 2 thuds. Luo Hong sighed deeply. Only the aura around him also became increasingly violent at this moment.
Come on, since half the world wants to kill me, then what harm in me slaughtering half the world?
Luo Hong glanced at the reflection in the water, gently stroking the mask with his hand. The mask then slowly began to dissipate. He looked at the handsome face in the water, smiling satisfiedly, then looked towards the still rigidly standing corpses of the Wei brothers. Reaching out and fumbling on their bodies, you must die with value. Let's see what good stuff you have. Luo Hong fumbled for quite a while. Finally cursed unluckily, you two poor ghosts, clothes cleaner than your faces. He looked at the thing in his hand, only found this one decent thing.
Looks like a Buddhist amulet? Has a kind of solemn and steady power.
At this time a strange noise appeared behind him. Luo Hong looked over puzzledly. Just happened to see that one eye peeking through the window paper. Zhao Hu collapsed weakly onto the ground. He discovered us, saying this, pulled up Wang Gui's collar. Damn it, with.
You guys, told you not to make a sound, you want to get us killed? Wang Gui trembled.
My leg just cramped, moved a bit. At this time the door behind him was slammed open with a bang.
Luo Hong walked in with a gloomy face. The 4 family heads instantly knelt. Don't kill us.
Zhao Hu cut out even more like pounding garlic. Spare us, we were momentarily blinded.
They forced me to do it. Luo Hong nonchalantly instead.
Master Zhao, don't be afraid.
I'm not some bad person. Xiao Xiao and the others, where are they locked up? Zhao Hu quickly pointed behind him.
Right in the backyard, Zhao Yu's embroidery building. Worthy nephew, our 2 families have nodding acquaintance. Please raise your noble hand, spare my life, I'll give you all the Zhao family's foundation. Luo Hong shook his head. I'm not interested in money. Zhao Hu paused. All words he wanted to say were blocked by this one sentence from Luo Hong. Luo Hong waved his hand. Zombies outside instantly rushed in, tearing the 4 family heads into pieces. Luo Hong also rushed towards the backyard at this time, muttering, still need to find Xiao Xiao. Truly troublesome. Over at the Zhao residence backyard, Zhao Yu led a crowd of family servants and guards inside. She said venomously, Xiao Douhua, you vixen, if not for you, Brother Hong and I wouldn't have reached this step. Xiao Xiao fearfully burrowed into Xiao Douhua's embrace. Sister Douhua, I'm scared. Xiao Douhua comforted, it's okay, sister will protect you. After speaking, looked towards Zhao Yu. You came over so eagerly to silence us.
Presumably young Master Luo should be arriving soon, right?
Killing us, you won't escape either. Zhao Yu said angrily. Luo Hong, he already lost, stop fantasizing, I will cut off your 4 limbs.
And plant you in the garden. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao panicked slightly. Brother died?
Xiao Douhua shook her head. No, she's lying to us. Saying this, smiled calmly. You cannot defeat young Master Luo, I am very sure of this. Zhao Yu saw she was exposed. Angrily shouted, you bitch. After speaking ordered the family servants and guards, don't let her stall for time.
Kill them. The guards swarmed forward, each looking fierce, lunging towards the 2 Xiao Xiao's fearful tears came out, constantly shouting, Sister Dohua, what do we do?
At this time Xiao Dohua said softly, Xiao Xiao, turn around. Her words seemed to have magic. Xiao Xiao, who was panicked just now, instantly calmed down. Xiao Dohua continued, don't be afraid, close your eyes. Cover your ears with your small hands. Xiao Xiao, start counting, count from 1 to 10. It will be over then. Xiao Xiao obediently started counting.
At this time the guards finally arrived. Xiao Dohua quickly turned around. The approaching guard
was knocked unconscious with a single hand chop. The remaining guards were somewhat stunned. Freezing on the spot for a moment, Xiao Dohua smiled charmingly evil. At this time Xiao Xiao also counted to 2. Xiao Dohua's figure also subsequently disappeared, appearing within the crowd. The guards hadn't even seen clearly what happened, before one of them was split in half. Immediately followed by the second, the third, Zhao Yu was completely stunned on the spot. Only her body started shivering. Xiao Dohua instantly dealt with the guards, arriving before her, grabbing her neck with one hand, lifting her up raw.
The feeling of controlling someone else's life and death is indeed quite interesting. Presumably you were just as happy earlier, right? Still 7 counts left.
Enough time for me to appreciate your expression before death. Zhao Yu struggled a few times, suspended in midair. As breathing grew weaker, white foam slowly started appearing at the corner of her mouth. At this time Luo Hong burst in headfirst, just happening to see this scene. Luo Hong instantly petrified on the spot. Xiao Dohua was also startled, nervously,
unintentionally snapped Zhao Yu's neck.
Xiao Dohua was startled by Luo Hong suddenly bursting in, nervously actually snapped Zhao Yu's neck. Xiao Dohua said awkwardly, sorry, I was too nervous. Luo Hong frowned slightly. Just about to ask something, Xiao Dohua made a silencing gesture,
then pointed towards Xiao Xiao's location not far away. Don't let Xiao Xiao know your doubts.
I don't have time to explain now. We need to leave here first. Of course you can also kill me,
but might not succeed. How will you choose?
Luo Hong pursed his lips. Only children make choices. I want both, but when to kill you is up to me to decide. After speaking, he walked towards Xiao Xiao,
then tapped a certain acupuncture point on her back. Xiao Xiao's counting sound stopped abruptly.
Immediately followed by completely fainting, Luo Hong held her in his arms. Sleep well. The three walked out of the Zhao residence together. Xiao Dohua surveyed the surrounding wreckage,
asking puzzledly, was all this your doing? Luo Hong didn't deny, yes.
So, absolutely don't have any crooked thoughts about me. At this time a few coughs abruptly came from the ruins. Then a hand reached out from within. Luo Hong paused. Just happened to see Zhao Donghan climbing out from inside, still mumbling, young master, run quickly, etc.
Luo Hong instantly astonished, old Zhao, you're not dead? I almost forgot about you.
Saying this, rushed towards him. Hold on, I'm coming, then carried him on his back. Let's go home. At this time Xiao Dohua said, someone's coming. Luo Hong frowned slightly.
Friend or foe this time? 2 figures appeared not far from them. Precisely when Tianqing and Ajio glanced around, saying somewhat confusedly, Lord, the situation seems wrong. When Tianqing was also somewhat stunned. This isn't what this old man predicted. Ajio asked again, then what should we do now? When Tianqing glanced at Zhao Donghan on Luo Hong's back, saying leisurely, this Luo Hong is actually this formidable? Last time I saw him still.
Thought he was just a reckless brat, didn't expect him to hide so deep. Then he looked towards Luo Hong,
asking concernedly, young Master Luo looks quite heavily injured? Luo Hong retreated a few steps somewhat baffled, but immediately understood, young Master Luo? This old man mistook old Zhao for me? Remembered now, they were the people who went to the residence that day. That coachman, I have a deep impression, they are the honored guests Luo Feng mentioned. Thinking of this,
Luo Hong said, my young master's injuries are unclear now. I must quickly take him back to the residence.
Please trouble old sir to make way. When Tianqing frowned, you are? Luo Hong smiled.
This humble one is a wandering idler from Jianghu invited by Butler Chen to protect young master. Name isn't worth mentioning.
Hearing this, when Tianqing nodded, someone invited by Qin Xiantian wouldn't be an ordinary character.
Presumably little brother also has extraordinary skills. Looks like this place, 9 times out of 10, is thanks to you. Saying this, took out a pill. I have a top-grade Hui Yuan Dan here. Take it for your young master to consume. Luo Hong eyed the pill, subconsciously swallowed, then quickly took the pill and wanted to slip away.
Many thanks old sir. Junior takes leave. At this time, Zhou asked, the Luo family generation after generation doesn't lack outstanding talents. This Luo Hong might become a threat in the future. Should we take advantage now? When Tianqing shook his head, didn't you see the person beside him? That was invited by Qin Xiantian to protect Luo Hong. That young man looks not simple. Without foolproof certainty, acting rashly, if something goes wrong, that could be earth-shattering. Don't forget who we represent. The Luo family tree is large and deep-rooted. But this world is still surnamed Xia, the crown prince supported by the prince of Jinbei. Is the heir apparent the Xia dynasty needs? After speaking, sighed leisurely a few times, follow me around the Zhao residence. I need to deduce a bit, to clarify the situation to the crown prince later. Truly annoying, even in old age, still running errands and escorting relatives. At this time the people from Dali Sai also arrived at the Zhao residence gate, just saw Luo Hong's group walk out. Luo Feng smiled. Luo Hong, young master. Luo Hong slightly surprised. Lord Luo, why did you come? Luo Feng said, I came with Grand Tutor Wen, sorry I came late, just like me back then. Looks like this bunch of assassins also underestimated you. Luo Hong smiled, I'm already very happy you could come. I will remember this favor, right? You called the old man inside Grand Tutor Wen? Is this old man's status very high? Wen Tianqing, he is the great Xia dynasty crown prince's Grand Secretary at One Yuan Pavilion's Grand Secretary, also very influential in the secular world, Luo Feng asked puzzledly. Didn't he visit the Luo residence last time? Young master doesn't know him? Luo Hong said, last time was too rushed, didn't have time to chat with him. Turns out he's the crown prince's teacher, no wonder his aura is so strong, right, Lord Luo? When you sent back the message, did you not describe my appearance? Luo Feng paused, even stuttering slightly, didn't expect Luo Hong actually knew? Luo Hong seeing him like this, also smiled, don't be nervous, Uncle Chen originally wanted to use your hand to spread the news about me, I was just curious why you didn't mention my appearance. Luo Feng shook his head, didn't think that much, I only said the Luo family was hiding in Anping County. Luo Hong smiled, pointing at Zhao Donghan on his back, I see, then just right, do me a favor. That is, from now on, no matter who asks about my appearance features, just describe according to his appearance. At this time Zhao Donghan for some reason trembled all over, he groggily opened his eyes, asking, what happened? Luo Hong awkwardly said, nothing to do with you, sleep peacefully. After Zhao Donghan buried his head and slept again, only then did Luo Hong slowly breathe a sigh of relief. At this time Luo Feng asked puzzledly, I somewhat don't understand, why young master wants to do this? Luo Hong smiled strangely, no reason, just find it fun. After speaking, walked away. Luo Hong also said without looking back, hiding in plain sight, right? It's settled then, I'll return to the residence first. Luo Feng nodded helplessly, what else could he say? Luo Hong's group hurried home. Light rain continuously fell along the way. At this time Xiao Douhua asked, what will you do next? Luo Hong said, first take them back to the residence and settle them down. Presumably by then Uncle Chen's side should also have a result, if he wins. The next things will be much simpler, if he loses. At this time a booming sound came. Luo Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, but judging by the situation, he probably finds it hard to lose. Above Anping County, Chen Xiantian was confronting Yuan Chenggang. As for those 3 Tianbang experts, had already perished by now, Chen Xiantian said, in this land, only you and I remain. If you had struck earlier, killing them wouldn't have been so easy for me. Yuan Chenggang rubbed his head, smiled, them? I never planned to care about them, these juniors don't know dragon transformation cannot be seen. Seeing it means death, paying some price is normal, but compared to them, you only broke 1 spear and 1 pair of eyes of mine, considered showing mercy. Qin Xiantian said deeply, so, you plan to take revenge? Yuan Chenggang shook his head, we have no enmity. Back then I was eager to win, vainly attempting to pull you down from the divine altar, but you only used 6 swords. And I was defeated, these years I cultivated madly, just yearning for one day to challenge you again. Who knew you disappeared? Tianbang number 1 Qin Xiantian, 9 swords transformed dragon Qin Xiantian, made such a heaven-shaking move 20 years ago, resulting in heavy injuries and falling realm. Ending up secluded in the Luo residence, I came just to ask you one thing, that day 20 years ago. Did you ultimately see the answer? Over at the Luo residence, Luo Hong kicked open the main gate. Anyone here? Is anyone here? Someone who can breathe. Luo Hong shouted for a long time. Looking at the empty Luo residence, also felt depressed, strange, where did everyone go? At this time in an inconspicuous corner of the Luo residence, a pair of eyes sneakily poked out. Seeing it was their own young master returned, he quickly crawled out from inside. Young master, you're back? Luo Hong paused, Butler Lu? Why are you here? Butler Lu smiled, young master, it's great you're okay. Luo Hong asked puzzledly, what are you guys playing at? Butler Lu pointed at the tunnel and said, Butler Chen feared trouble in the residence, so had everyone hide in the secret room.
Only coming out after the crisis passed, Luo Hong nodded. Uncle Chen really is meticulous. Actually set up a secret room in advance, seems he calculated, sooner or later this day would come. Saying this, put Zhao Donghan down, come here give a hand, help him inside. After Butler Lu took the person, Luo Hong again took out the Hui Yuan Dan from his bosom.
Feed him this pill later. After speaking looked towards Xiao Dohua, you go hide too. Xiao Dohua asked, what about you?
Luo Hong smiled, I'm the protagonist. Hiding won't solve the problem. Over at the Zhao residence, thick smell of blood filled the air.
When Tianqing, after deducing, said, Ah Jiao, look at these corpses, feel anything?
Ah Jiao glanced puzzledly, then said, they seem to have died from beast bites.
Could Luo Hong command spirit beasts? When Tianqing sighed, that's not the point.
The point is we still know nothing about him. This kid is too mysterious.
If he really inherited the Luo family's fate energy, might it not be raising a tiger to cause trouble later? Hidden dragon in the abyss?
Not understanding, Luo Hong's consequences are already before us. I have a strong premonition. The him I saw a few days ago was just a disguise, forget it. Everything must wait for the crown prince's decision. Let's go back. Soon they walked out of the Zhao residence. Luo Feng also greeted them at this time.
When Tianqing looked at the bowing Luo Feng, Lord Luo? This old man will leave first. The aftermath here is left to you Dali Si.
This old man stopped you from helping Luo Hong earlier, Lord Luo, please don't hold a grudge.
Luo Feng said righteously, wouldn't dare, how could this humble subordinate dare? When Tianqing didn't say anything,
but gave him a deep look, until Luo Feng felt his hair stand on end and his limbs turn cold. His body even trembled slightly, only then did when Tianqing stop.
He waved his hand and said, then we shall meet again if fate allows, Lord Luo. The three from Dali Si chorused together, respectfully seeing you off, me lord. Only after they were completely gone did Luo Feng raise his head, as if repeatedly pondering when Tianqing's words just now. Above Anping County, Chen Xiantian frowned, the answer?
How long did it take you to get from 5th rank to 4th rank?
Yuan Chenggang asked puzzledly, what do you mean by that? Chen Xiantian said, first, honestly answer my question. Yuan Chenggang started counting on his fingers. How long ago was that? Let me think, when I was 5th rank. That was back in the 2nd year of Jianye. Must have been 10 years, right? Yes, about that.
Advancing from 5th rank to 4th rank took me about 10 years.
Chen Xiantian asked again, then what about 4th rank to 3rd rank? How long did that take? Yuan Chenggang's brow furrowed even tighter. Are you reminiscing about bitter pasts with me? What exactly do you mean? Chen Xiantian didn't answer, the sharpness in his eyes just grew stronger. Yuan Chenggang waved his hand, fine, I'll talk.
Breaking into the upper 3 ranks is a threshold. It took me a full 28 years, I remember this clearly.
In the middle,
I was almost ambushed by the Wuyu Sengwang from the Tiandi Xiamen sect. I'll get revenge on him sooner or later. Chen Xiantian was about to ask further, but Yuan Chenggang immediately interrupted him. All right.
Next, are you going to ask me about 3rd rank to 2nd rank? Let me tell you, 40 years. To reach 2nd rank, it took me a full 40 years. Can you tell me now? What exactly do you mean by this? Chen Xiantian shook his head, teasingly said, you really aren't sharp, are you?
Then let me ask you, as a 2nd rank master,
when do you feel you can step into the 1st rank?
Yuan Chenggang scratched his head and actually started thinking,
but suddenly he realized and cursed angrily.
So you were mocking me for not reaching 1st rank.
Chen Xiantian saw him jumping mad.
He deeply suppressed his own violent urges.
But Yuan Chenggang showed no signs of restraint. Damn it, looks like I have to fight you before you'll tell the truth, right? Come on. After preparing himself mentally, Chen Xiantian smiled. Yuan Chenggang, I want to tell you, you can forget about entering the 1st rank for your entire life. Yuan Chenggang stammered a bit as he spoke. What did you say? Are you trying to bluff me? Chen Xuantian's smile didn't lessen one bit. If anything, it widened. You wanted the answer, didn't you? This is the answer. You must think that the higher the realm, the slower the progress, as is common sense, right? But you've been deceived. Or rather, everyone in the world has been deceived. This is the truth I saw back then. As his voice fell, a muffled thunderclap sounded in the distance. Yuan Chenggang glanced over doubtfully, then asked, what exactly did you see back then? On the street, Luo Hong glanced at the gloomy sky, such loud thunder. Thinking this, he started running. Fortune favors the bold, getting closer to Uncle Chen's battlefield. Let's see if there are any gains.
But suddenly he paused, his pupils widening slightly. He looked at the 3 horribly mangled corpses before him. This must be Uncle Chen's handiwork.
Luo Hong slowly walked towards the corpses, suddenly his mouth split into a grin. This is all unexpected fortune.
A moment later, Luo Hong dragged the 3 bodies together.
He even thoughtfully placed Andahai's head back on. You all look like experts. I guess I'm profiting like the fisherman, right? Moving you over took quite some effort. Don't disappoint me now.
Luo Hong fumbled around the corpses for a while. Taking a few items off them, Luo Hong sighed, these
should be spatial storage artifacts similar to the booklet, right?
I'll take them back and look through them slowly later.
Next, I need you to become my puppets.
Thinking this, he sucked out their souls, planning to turn them all into Wang Ling Shuang, but then something happened. Just as Luo Hong was feeling smug, the 3 extracted souls were suddenly attracted by something.
Luo Hong frowned. What is that?
He stared astonished at the abruptly appearing spatial tear. A withered hand reached out from inside, grabbing the 3 souls at once. The souls let out pained growls and began to struggle desperately.
Unfortunately, it was all useless. What surprised Luo Hong even more was, he watched the hand slowly approach him, but found in astonishment, his own body was completely unable to move. And at the center of the rift seemed to be something unspeakable, emanating a terrifying pressure. That eerie finger lightly tapped Luo Hong's forehead.
The Xiajun Mianju also suddenly appeared at this moment. Luo Hong's mind felt like it was tearing apart. He could only try to alleviate the pain by screaming wildly, but it was ultimately futile. As the mask shattered into powder with a bang, the hand slowly retracted, until it completely disappeared.
Luo Hong also fainted. Inside Luo Hong's consciousness, he slowly opened his eyes, finding himself surrounded by pitch darkness. Luo Hong thought he was dead, but just as he sighed, the administrator's voice sounded, you still have a long life ahead of you. It's just that you attracted something that shouldn't have appeared just now. Luo Hong said, I felt like I was about to die just now. The administrator replied, indeed, just a feeling, because I won't let you die so easily. Luo Hong asked again, am I inside the booklet? The administrator nodded. Then you saved me? The administrator waved his hand, then pointed in a direction, not me, but it saved you. Luo Hong looked over doubtfully, and saw the Xiejun Mianju. At this moment, several spirits beneath the mask were bowing deeply in worship. Luo Hong ignored them and walked straight under the Xiejun Mianju. Luo Hong frowned and asked, the cracks on it seem worse, was it caused just now? What was that thing just now? The administrator said, that was drawn by you absorbing high-rank souls, but it was just an illusion, a wisp of aura. Luo Hong was even more puzzled. An illusion? Just an illusion from a wisp of aura? It was actually that powerful? The administrator replied, I didn't expect you to provoke it either. This world isn't as simple as you see it. Only by standing higher can one barely perceive it. But don't try to investigate, because that is an existence beyond your comprehension. Above Anping County, Yuan Chenggang stared blankly. After a long while, he asked tremblingly, something beyond comprehension? Chen Xiantian nodded, that's all I can tell you. Yuan Chenggang waved his hand. I understand. Saying more would be very dangerous, right? But to his surprise, Chen Xiantian also waved his hand and said, no, saying more would be too much of a loss for me. This information is very valuable. Yuan Chenggang raised his spear in shame and anger, aiming it at him. Chen Xiantian, you damn cunning old fox. Were those words you said earlier lies too? Chen Xiantian raised his hands in surrender. I spoke the truth, just didn't mention the most important part. To know the details, you must agree to one condition. Yuan Chenggang lowered his guard. Just as he was about to agree, he saw Chen Xiantian point at the spear held before him. Yuan Chenggang snorted coldly but obediently retracted the spear. Let's hear it. Chen Xiantian said seriously, next, the ambitions of the entire world will target the Luo Jia. And I have things I must do in the future. So I need you to do me a favor. Protect Luo Hong for 1 year. After 1 year, I will tell you everything I know. Yuan Chenggang hearing this exploded again. You're actually telling me, Yuan Chenggang, to be a bodyguard for some kid? If word gets out, how can I maintain my reputation in the Jianghu? Come on, come on. I won't be a hired thug for the Luo Jia. Let's fight to the death. Chen Xiantian said with a wistful look. What a pity. Originally, relying on this information, you had a chance to advance to the first rank.
And if Luo Rinta knew it was you, Yuan Chenggang, who brought people to kill his son, with his nature of never letting a grudge last overnight. He even clicked his tongue twice while speaking.
Yuan Chenggang was thoroughly enraged. Chen Xiantian, you old scoundrel.
Saying this, he thrust his spear at him several times.
Powerful spear force arrived instantly, but Chen Xiantian stood still, unmoving, because he knew he had Yuan Chenggang cornered this time. Sure enough, closing in,
it merely grazed past his body, smashing towards the civilian houses below in Anping County.
Yuan Chenggang panted heavily, glaring furiously at Chen Xiantian while steeling himself internally. Finally, he said fiercely, just 1 year. I'll watch over him for just 1 year. Also, I, Yuan Chenggang. Do not fear him, Luo Rentu. Suddenly, several large boulders appeared in midair.
Yuan Chenggang turned his head puzzledly, looking towards the direction the boulders came from.
Hundreds of catapults were working continuously.
Chen Xiantian said, the signal flare earlier
was the order for the army in the mountains, right?
At this time, battle cries shook the heavens outside the city.
Tens of thousands of soldiers, each looking ferocious, like wolves descending the mountain,
staring fiercely at the food in their bowls. As more and more stones were thrown in,
buildings in the city collapsed amidst the roar.
War came so suddenly, but no matter who wins in the end, the only ones who suffer are always the common people.
Because in the eyes of soldiers, the other side only has enemies. Whether you are a butcher with a knife or an ordinary commoner,
everything is just killing for the sake of killing.
It's either you die or I die. Inside Anping County's Yamen, the magistrate clutched his head, desperately fleeing. The bailiff behind him chased, asking, "My lord, what do we do now?"
The magistrate gritted his teeth, quickly gather the city defense, send an urgent report to the court,
mobilize the city residents to defend the city.
Suddenly, a huge boulder landed not far from him. The magistrate collapsed to the ground in fright. It was fortunate he was somewhat brave, otherwise, he might have soiled himself from fear. At this moment, a hand rested on his shoulder.
The magistrate instantly sprang away. Luo Feng waved his hand. "Magistrate, don't panic. Follow me
to the city wall to stabilize the army's morale."
After calming down a bit, the magistrate asked, "Lord Luo, what exactly is happening?" Luo Feng said gravely, "This is no longer just targeting the Luo Jia. This is a declaration of war against the Xia dynasty."
Outside the city gate, a huge boulder had just been launched, only to be split by Chen Xuantian's sword.
He looked down at the dense army below, his heart growing heavy. Although he didn't fear these dogs, what about the civilians in the city?
A general below shouted something. Archers quickly drew their bowstrings. A rain of arrows, accompanied by whistling sounds,
shot towards Chen Xiantian.
The sword chi emanating from Chen Xuantian's body
instantly condensed into a white python. The white python roared and lunged forward.
After knocking away all the incoming arrows, it continued crashing towards the catapults below.
"Commander, the catapults are all destroyed."
After cursing colorfully, Chen ordered, "Prepare to assault the city.
Prepare the ram, raise the scaling ladders."
The soldiers behind him roared in response.
Carrying ladders, they frantically charged towards the city wall. The two watched silently for a moment. Yuan Chenggang smiled. "These little bugs have started attacking the city. It won't be easy for the two of us to deal with tens of thousands of them. Gathered from so many war clans, their combined courage chi cannot be underestimated."
Chen Xiantian said, "I have long prepared a backup plan, but it needs some time. However, you turning against your employers like this, I bet the Zhou and Chu dynasties would never have expected it."
Yuan Chenggang snorted coldly. "I agreed to help them merely as an opportunistic move.
If they really anger me, I'll just go slaughter their emperors. Speaking of which, observing the battlefield up close is quite interesting.
Do you think these pawns sent to die know why they are dying?"
Soon, the soldiers neared the city wall and raised the ladders one after another.
Following closely were the rams, frantically pounding the city gate.
The defenders in Anping County were desperately guarding the gate, because once this gate was breached, it meant their lives were over.
At this time, Luo Feng finally arrived with reinforcements.
The first person he saw was Chen Xiantian.
Luo Feng cupped his fists. Luo Feng pays respect to senior. The city defense soldiers are in position, awaiting senior's command. Chen Xiantian said seriously, "Instead, I request my lord lead the soldiers to resist." After speaking for a moment, he looked down at the attackers below. Luo Feng also frowned and looked over, only to see a dense mass below, all attackers. Luo Feng staggered back 2 steps. Is this a battlefield? My cultivation feels completely suppressed. Luofeng looked at those ferocious faces, gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. No, I cannot show retreat at this time.
Thinking this, his mind calmed down.
A commander below roared, ladders were raised one by one.
Then soldiers climbed up one after another.
The defending soldiers were already trembling with fear. Facing this unequal strength, they couldn't muster a shred of courage to resist.
As the man got closer and closer to the wall top, Luofeng roared, "Everyone, don't panic.
Think about your families. Once the city falls, what will the enemy do when they enter? By then, all the civilians in the city will be finished. For your families, grip your blades and kill the enemy."
Saying this, he cut the enemy soldier who climbed up into two halves.
The soldiers, spurred by his rebuke and his decisive killing, began to regain their spirits. They could die, but their families, the old, weak, women, and children, could not.
If they died because of their own weakness and incompetence,
what face would they have to meet their ancestors?
Thinking this, they all gritted their teeth,
picked up their killing blades and began to fight back.
Inside the special character space,
Luohong asked, "Can the Xiejun Mianju still be repaired?" The administrator said, "It's not impossible. This Xiejun Mianju is a relic of the Dark Sovereign. Repairing it requires a large amount of pure sha qi." Luohong asked again, "Can I use my own?" The administrator nodded, "Yes, you can. But with the purity of your 7th rank sha qi, even if you drain yourself dry, you might not repair much." Luohong was instantly discouraged. "Then there's no way for now.
For the time being,
I can't get that much high purity sha qi either." At this time, the administrator waved his hand. "Not necessarily. Don't forget there are tens of thousands of soldiers attacking the city outside right now. This is a great opportunity." Luohong paused. "You mean those soldiers?"
The administrator said, "Correct. Their flesh and blood are life essence. Although not as effective as pure sha qi,
their quantity is sufficient."
Speaking here, he roared lowly, "Come out." A ball of flesh instantly appeared in the space.
Luohong paused again. "Blood-skin demon embryo."
Luohong stepped forward and patted it twice. "Almost forgot about you."
"What, have you decided to pledge allegiance to me?"
Hearing this, the demon embryo quickly nodded, afraid that being slow would lead to something terrible. Then the demon embryo slowly approached Luohong, rubbing against his leg a few times to show its loyalty.
But Luohong kicked it away. "Damn it, stay away from me."
Luohong asked with a look of disgust,
"Can he be helpful?"
The administrator replied, "He has already been trained by me. Don't underestimate him, he is a very rare type of evil spirit."
Luohong smiled wickedly. "Rare? Does that mean I've found a treasure?"
The demon embryo continued to nod subserviently. Immediately, a formation appeared beneath their feet.
The administrator said, "Don't be afraid. This is the spirit contract formation. Once the spirit contract is established, you will be his true master.
If he has any dissent towards you, he will be obliterated by the laws of heaven and earth."
Luohong realized, this is a new piece of knowledge. Did Hu Jishui also control him through this formation?
The demon embryo trembled, lying in the formation, looking like it would chase a dog if told to herd chickens. The administrator said, "Don't look at how pitiful he is now. He wasn't like this with Hu Jishui. They merely had a symbiotic relationship, one could even say. He was Hu Jishui's master. Without his help, Hu Jishui could never have reached that level."
"But you are different. Let alone a rare evil spirit, you must remember. Even the primordial evil Emperor Luohong cannot override you. And I will, step by step, lift you to the very peak. I want you to become the king of this world. Now, drip your blood into the formation and seal the contract."
Luohong hesitated for a moment, but finally cut open his palm.
Then dripped the blood into the formation.
The moment the formation absorbed the blood, it began to tremble violently. At this time, countless indescribable things approached the demon embryo.
Then all burrowed into its body.
The demon embryo's body withered at a visible speed. But just then, it slowly grew limbs.
Luohong looked at the new demon embryo, frowning. "Is it really that magical?"
The demon embryo knelt on the ground, then slowly raised its head,
roaring lowly, "Greetings, master."
After speaking, it shot towards Luohong, wanting to hug and kiss him. Luohong felt a chill run down his spine, his stomach churning.
He kicked the demon embryo away. "Told you. Damn it, stay away from me."
Only after it flew far away did Luohong breathe a sigh of relief. "Damn, that's too ugly."
Although his voice wasn't loud, the demon embryo heard it. It lay on the ground looking aggrieved and refused to get up, being despised for being ugly. Who could stand that? At this time, Luo Hong asked, "What use is this thing?" The administrator smiled wickedly. "He can help you absorb human flesh and blood essence. You'll need him when you go out later. Moreover, he has another ability. He is a rare formless thing, Wushang Jiwu." Luo Hong was puzzled. Formless? What does that mean? But just then, the demon embryo's body slowly began to writhe. Its body underwent various changes. While Luo Hong was still dazed, the demon embryo pounced towards him again, shouting, "Demon embryo! Don't look!" Luo Hong subconsciously turned his head to look and saw that naked Xiao Dohua pouncing towards him. Luo Hong's eyes instantly widened. His nosebleed also shamelessly started flowing at this moment. Luo Hong watched the naked, charming figure pounce towards him, instantly stunned on the spot. But that tempting figure and those huge weapons quickly sobered Luo Hong up. Luo Hong figured everything out almost instantly. He roared angrily, "I told you! Damn it, stay away from me!" After speaking, he slapped it. A loud slap echoed as a figure flew away. Luo Hong, face flushed red, furiously ordered, "Change back immediately, you bastard! In the future, without my command, you are not allowed to transform arbitrarily." The demon embryo held its face, nodding while crying. After quite a while, it finally stopped crying and said, "Demon embryo, awaits your command at any time." Luo Hong then looked back at the administrator. "So this thing has successfully acknowledged its master? Since it transformed like this, does it mean it can cultivate in the future?" The administrator said, "The demon embryo is connected to you by blood and heart. As your realm increases, the demon embryo's power will also increase. Also, the demon embryo is a congenital spirit body. Even if your physical body is destroyed, you can regenerate through the demon embryo." Luo Hong asked excitedly, "Doesn't that mean I have 2 lives?" The administrator nodded, "You can understand it that way." Luo Hong sighed, "Then this fellow is truly a rare treasure. Hu Jishui encountering him can be considered very lucky? It's just a pity, in the end, it all benefited me." The administrator said, "This just proves you are the one chosen by fate. Among the vast supreme beings of heaven and earth, how many can truly cultivate? It's like climbing a heavenly ladder, endless, boundless. The higher one climbs, the narrower the ladder becomes, forcing humans to fight over limited resources. People constantly plunder and kill to climb higher, using any means necessary. And those who finally stand at the top, the heavenly ladder beneath their feet, their power, authority, and status are all built upon these weak aspirations they stepped on, constructed from them." At this moment, Luo Hong seemed to truly see the heavenly ladder. That ladder was constructed from countless resentful spirits. The closest one to him was Hu Jishui. Of course, that was just one of his stepping stones. The Wei brothers, Ishan Shulingji, and countless nameless people were now prostrating at Luo Hong's feet. The more Luo Hong thought, the more excited he became. He didn't know why he had this perverse feeling, but he couldn't deny. He too had climbed up by stepping on their corpses. At this time, the administrator said, "Luo Hong, only by climbing high can one see far. Enjoy the scenery from the top." Luo Hong nodded, "You're right. Although the supreme beings of heaven and earth are few, I, Luo Hong, will surely be among them." Meanwhile, at the city gate, following a loud roar, the city gate finally gave way at this moment. A defending soldier cried out in terror, "The city is breached!" But immediately after, he met his demise. Countless enemy soldiers poured in at this time, rushing into the city in all directions. Some enemy soldiers even held flasks of oil, tossing them onto civilian houses upon sight. Amidst the crackling chaos, countless civilians hid in their homes, trembling. They knew the enemy had entered the city, but what they didn't know was that a greater catastrophe awaited them next. Vicious soldiers roamed the streets with torches. One leading figure laughed strangely twice, then ordered, "Light the fires." Saying this, he took the lead, putting his torch to a house drenched in oil. The house was instantly engulfed in raging flames. The screams from inside only lasted a few breaths before abruptly stopping. Such tragic scenes spread to every corner of Anping County. Wherever they went, fires instantly ignited. Those civilians inside who couldn't escape, their only fate was to be burned to charcoal. Those perpetrators laughed ferociously. "It's been a long time since we massacred a city. Brothers, follow me, kill!" The people behind him echoed fervently.
At this time, one of his close aides said, "Commander,
it seems someone is approaching ahead." The commander looked over doubtfully. Am I seeing things? Is that person ahead charging over alone? At the city gate,
a defending soldier knelt on one knee. Sir Bao, the west gate has fallen.
The enemy has broken in. Luofeng cut down a soldier who climbed up, then said gravely, "What did you say?" The soldier pointed behind him. The enemy entered, setting fires along the way. The streets are already a sea of fire. Luofeng walked forward a few steps, uncertain, then looked towards the direction the soldier pointed. Instantly, his heart shook. Looking at the sea of fire before him, goosebumps rose all over Luofeng's body. He roared angrily, "Where are Ziwei and Fangzheng?" The two answered simultaneously. Luofeng said gravely, "West gate breached. You two follow me to reinforce." After speaking, he muttered, "The east gate is left to Senior Chen." Three figures instantly rushed towards the west gate. At this time, Chen Xiantian was fighting the enemy outside the city gate. Although he was alone, just in terms of presence, he could match thousands of troops. At this time, Yuan Chenggang smiled. Amidst tens of thousands, you can still display such skill. This #1 spot on the Tianbang, others truly don't deserve it. Chen Xiantian said irritably, "If you're not helping, just stay quiet." Yuan Chenggang obediently lay down. "All right, you handle things first. I'll take a nap first." In an inconspicuous alley, sounds of killing occasionally reached here. Ah Zhou said, "This time, the Zhou and Chu dynasties risked reigniting war with the Xia dynasty just to eliminate Luo Jia. It seems the rumors about Qi Yun are true." When Tianqing was writing something, head down. Without looking up, he said, "Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit." Ah Zhou asked, "Then Luo Hong, should we still help?" When Tianqing shook his head, "From what we've seen today, a dead Luo Hong might be more valuable than a living one." Finishing, he also signed the paper. He looked at the envelope in his hand, calmly saying, "The letter to His Highness the Crown Prince is written." After speaking, he rolled it up and attached it to a carrier pigeon's leg. Once he released it, the pigeon shot off. After it disappeared, when Tianqing finally said, "Anping County is in extreme peril. We should avoid it for now. As for Luo Hong, surviving such a crisis will certainly not be easy." At the west gate, Luo Hong charged into the crowd, already in a killing frenzy. He looked at the headless corpses one by one, feeling only one thing now, exhilarating. It was just like celebrating the new year. The demon embryo wasn't idle either. Opening its bloody maw, it swallowed the corpses. Its feeling now was similar to Luo Hong's, a face full of enjoyment. The enemy soldiers were stunned, completely unable to understand what these two things that suddenly appeared were. Luo Hong sneered, "Weren't you trying to kill me? Why are you scared? None of you are coming over? Then I'll come to you. None of you piles of sin value can run. Obediently come into this young master's embrace." Those soldiers were going crazy. What mountains of corpses and seas of blood hadn't they seen? But they had truly never seen such a demon. The demon embryo emerged from behind Luo Hong, laughing airily twice, then plunged into the crowd. The soldiers resisted desperately, stabbing with spears one after another. But alas, the spears pierced the demon embryo's body, yet caused it not a single bit of harm. The demon embryo extended a long tongue, snapping the spears, then shot countless tentacles out from its body. Those tentacles accurately shot into every person's mouth. Then those people began to rapidly wither. Luo Hong watched this scene with great joy. Just as the manual said, after the different star-same body merge, all the flesh and blood essence it absorbed gathered onto himself. Nourished by this energy, the Xiejun Mianju should be repaired soon. At this time, Luo Hong seemed to sense something. He turned his head and looked into the distance. An expert is coming. He quickly ordered the demon embryo, "Stop quickly. Someone is coming. You transform into Zhao Donghan." The demon embryo nodded numbly. At this time, the three figures rapidly approached Luo Hong. When they landed, Luo Hong realized the arrivals were from Dali Si. Luo Feng glanced at the withered corpses on the ground, but didn't think much of it. Instead, he sighed with emotion. In such a dangerous situation, young master is willing to risk danger. Luo was truly filled with admiration. Luo Hong smiled, "Lord Luo, don't say that. I am also a person from Anping County." Although Luo Hong appeared calm on the surface, he was already furious inside. Why did Luo Feng have to appear? Damn it! Such a good opportunity.
At this time, Luo Feng cupped his fists. Young master, Sir Chen mentioned having a backup plan to resolve the siege.
I wonder about this backup plan. Hearing this, Luo Hong fell into deep thought. After imagining for a while, he asked, Uncle Chen said that?
After getting his confirmation again, Luo Hong pondered and said, then he must have prepared long ago.
What could it be?
At this time, the ground began to tremble.
Luo Hong's expression also became extremely solemn. Luo Hong sensed something is coming this way.
On the east side of the city, Yuan Changgang, still sleeping soundly on the roof, suddenly woke up.
He seemed to have sensed something too.
He turned his head and looked east.
Instantly puzzled, what is this? But the next moment, he understood, it's actually them. You actually arranged for them in advance? Now Zhou and Shu are going to suffer a huge loss. Good on you, Chen Xiantian. So this is your backup plan. Chen Xiantian didn't answer, but the smile on his face said everything.
As the sound of hooves grew closer, the enemy army attacking outside the city also began to stir restlessly.
They were all bewildered. An earthquake? What on earth happened? Inside the inconspicuous tavern, when Tianqing stood on the balcony, shouting loudly, they're finally here.
Great Xia's stabilizing divine needle is indeed about to be announced to the world. But after speaking, he covered his mouth, realizing he had misspoken. Immediately, he snorted coldly, there's no point staying here anymore.
They have arrived, which means they acknowledge Luo Hong's identity. The rest can only be decided by them. On the east side of the city, Luo Hong and Luo Feng quickly arrived at the top of the city wall. Chen Xiantian seemed to sense something and turned his head, just in time to see the two. Luo Hong enthusiastically waved at him. Chen Xiantian returned his smile,
then slowly floated towards him.
Luo Hong asked, Uncle Chen, what happened? It seems something is coming this way. Chen Xiantian said, Young master, after so many years,
today, everything falls into place.
Their appearance will tell the world your identity. Luo Hong frowned, my identity? Chen Xiantian nodded, his tone heavy, correct.
Saying this, he opened his arms, then bowed deeply.
Chen said gravely, Chen Xiantian pays respect to the grandson of the Prince of Jinbei of the Great Xia dynasty.
Son of Luo Ho, commander of the Heike Jun, His Highness Luo Hong.
Yuan Changgang frowned, but his face instantly showed realization, so it's you, kid.
Luo Hong was already stunned on the spot, his mind blown by Chen Xuantian's words.
Luo Feng's expression also became extremely serious at this moment.
He seemed to have confirmed Luo Hong's identity in his heart. It really is His Highness, the young lord. At this time, the three bowed deeply in unison. That cry of greetings, Your Highness, the young lord,
shook the heavens. Luo Hong finally reacted.
Although he was mentally prepared,
he still didn't expect it to be the Prince of Jinbei. Luo Hong asked, My grandfather is a prince? My father is a general? Chen Xiantian answered, Precisely.
Lord Luo also had unspeakable difficulties.
We hope Your Highness understands. Luo Hong asked again, Then those coming from afar? Chen Xiantian said, Just as you thought.
That rumbling sound from afar is precisely the Great Xia's Heike Jun that swept across the world. At this time, the Heike Jun had already drawn near. The soldiers of Zhou and Shu also saw them clearly,
but their faces were now filled with terror. It's the Heike Jun. What do we do?
The Heike Jun warhorses neighed, hooves pawing the ground, gathering power. It seemed as long as the rider gave the command, they would charge forward without hesitation. The Heike Jun general unsheathed his blade.
Following the clang came countless other clangs.
The general roared fiercely, Kill!
The warhorses beneath the Heike Jun instantly shot out. No matter what formation faced them, none could withstand a single charge from the Heike Jun.
The soldiers of the Zhou and Shu dynasties were already scared witless, raising their hands to surrender. That general glanced at him, emanating a thick scent of blood, and his blade was still dripping blood. This scene terrified the man, making him tremble all over. The general directly ended him with one slash. At this point, the war had concluded.
All soldiers from the Zhou and Shu dynasties were slain.
The general slowly dismounted,
then knelt on one knee, reporting to the commander. Enemy remnants have fled into the mountains.
Per orders, this unit did not accept surrender. The commander nodded, Very good.
You continue cleaning the battlefield.
I will go pay respects to the young master.
Everyone, set up camp here. Rest in place.
That general said flatteringly, Commander, we also want to see what the young master looks like. The commander glared at him displeasedly, just about to curse colorfully. but saw him quickly mount his horse and ride away. Beside the city gate, Luo Hong watched the Heike Jun commander approach him. He sighed, so this is the legendary Heike Jun, truly invincible. At this time, the commander was about 10 steps away from Luo Hong. He jumped down from his horse, walked right up to Luo Hong, slowly removed his helmet, then knelt down, declaring, paying respects to the young master. Subordinate Zhao Daming, commander of the Biaoji battalion, reports late with his troops. Please punish me, young master.
Luo Hong glanced back at Luo Feng, then turned back to look at Chen Xintian. Only then did he say, there are so many people here, how did you know I am Luo Hong?
Zhao Daming immediately offered flattery, because the young master is elegant and handsome like jade. Your dashing and outstanding temperament made this subordinate boldly certain that you must be the young master. Luo Hong thoroughly enjoyed this flattery, pointing at him with a smile, promising.
Zhao Daming, right? I'll remember you.
Zhao Daming delightedly thanked him. Thank you for your cultivation, young master. But before he could finish speaking, he saw Luo Hong wave his hand, saying, unfortunately, I am not Luo Hong.
Zhao Daming was instantly stunned on the spot. Luo Hong at this time
pushed forward the demon embryo transformed into Zhao Donghan. He is.
I am just a bodyguard. At this time, Fang Zheng whispered, what is young master Luo playing at? Luo Feng smiled, ask less.
Just do as young master Luo says. At this time, Chen Xintian also cursed inwardly with a smile, seems like
the young master doesn't want to step into others' sight too quickly. Zhao Daming quickly concealed his awkwardness,
took out an envelope from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. Young master, this is a personal letter from Commander Luo for you.
Delivering the letter completes this subordinate's mission. The demon embryo, wearing Zhao Donghan's appearance, said indifferently, I will read the letter. Dismissed. Soon, a streak of orange-yellow slowly rose on the horizon. Luo Hong squinted, looking over. Dawn finally broke.
Luo Hong surveyed the surroundings. The city wall was battered and broken. A large section of houses in the city had collapsed. Luo Hong sighed slowly, the enemy failed, and I am still alive.
The following matters will be much simpler.
The Allied army was defeated.
Anping County's 4 great families were investigated and punished.
The Luo Jia donated large sums of silver to help rebuild Anping County. The Luo Jia guards who died protecting the young master were also given honorable burials by Luo Hong, treated as family. If they knew in the underworld what Luo Hong did for them, they should be able to pass on peacefully. Luo Hong also officially became an adult on this cruel day, but that invisible blade still circled above his head.
Luo Hong's cheap old dad's letter. Brat, I've truly left. If you didn't cultivate, fine, but since you did, you naturally must bear what needs to be borne. The suffering I endured back then, you must also endure once. Although your innate talent doesn't seem great, the necessary pressure must still be there. Don't just do good deeds in a small county town all day, being a good rotten person. Being a good person in this world isn't easy. I will arrange for the Jixia Shuegong to find a bunch of peer geniuses for you to spar with. Some from Great Xia, some from Great Zhou and Great Chu. The lineup is sufficient. Don't embarrass me. Of course, some of those people might have ill intentions. Kill if necessary, but don't get killed yourself. All are peers, and all within the academy. I won't provide you with any protection. Judge matters yourself. If you get killed, I won't even have the face to seek revenge. Luo Hong looked at the words Jixia Shuegong. He chewed on them for a moment. That will be his new world. When the sun shone brightly, suddenly, a black shadow streaked across the sky. It was a flying carriage, approaching his destination little by little. At this time, the driver said, Fu Zi, we've arrived at Anping County. The person inside acknowledged with a hum, then let's go down and take a look. Soon, they landed outside the city gate. After a while, the driver looked puzzledly at the person. Fu Zi was actually staring intently at Anping County. At this moment, Fu Zi's mouth slowly split into a grin. If you looked closely, you would find his pupils were actually shaped like a bagua. Naturally, what he saw was also different from ordinary people. At this moment, the scene in his eyes. Above Anping County, 2 clouds of qi were circling. One was pure yang qi. One was evil sha qi. The 2 qi clouds slowly merged, converging together, until finally, they were inseparable. Seeing this, Fu Zi grinned broadly, not bad, not bad. This place is good. Worth the trip. I won't settle the score with that Luo barbarian then.
After speaking, he pointed in a direction. The terrain over there is good. Follow me. After speaking, his figure shot out.
Above Anping County, master and servant watched something quietly. After a long while, Fuzi finally spoke. Just this.
He extended his right hand, followed by a strange cracking sound.
His sleeve instantly became incredibly huge. In Luo residence, Chen Xiantian was chatting idly with Yuan Chenggang over chess. Suddenly, Chen Xiantian seemed to sense something. But Chen Xiantian made no other movements.
Instead, he gently blew on the hot tea in his hand, then drank it all.
Yuan Chenggang stood up. Surprised, this power is somewhat heart-palpitating. Chen Xiantian glanced at him.
Anyone in the world must yield to this power.
This is the weight of the Fuzi. Yuan Chenggang smiled. I thought General Luo forcing Jixia Shuigong to Anping County via imperial decree would get him beaten by Fuzi. Didn't expect this damn thing actually succeeded.
At this time, Luo Hong also walked out of the room. Looking fearfully towards the sky, this aura is even more terrifying than Uncle Chen and that Yuan blind man.
Anping County just can't settle down.
Even the Sha Qi inside my body is stirred. And to protect itself, it actually proactively transforms into pure yang externally.
Above Anping County,
something was slowly enveloping the entire Anping County. Luo Hong stared dumbfounded.
What on earth is that thing?
At this time, Chen Xiantian also turned his head to look, clicking his tongue. Truly a rare sight. The legendary top-tier spirit treasure, containing heaven and earth's noble righteous qi, greatly beneficial to cultivators.
Usually only appears in the imperial capital.
The supreme treasure that has stood for 1,000 years, Jixia Shuigong.
Below the city, the commoners looked fearfully at the sky,
afraid that thing would press down. But some commoners thought it was a divine manifestation,
kneeling down one after another, shouting for the god's blessing.
The magistrate was also prostrating on the ground at this time.
Tears streamed shamelessly down his face. Jixia Shuigong.
I actually have the fortune to pay respects to the ancestor of the world's literary pulse.
Student, after decades of arduous study, achieved Jinshi rank.
I can die without regrets today. After speaking, he kowtowed towards Jixia Shuigong again.
Extremely sincere. Lu Wafling sighed. He looked at the academy in the sky. Sighing, it seems Grand Tutor Wen foresaw this when he left hastily. These old foxes of the imperial court. It seems the news from the capital was true. General Luo really used this matter to force the emperor to decree establishing Jixia Shuigong in Anping County, bordering Ningyi City, for 100 years. Presumably, Fuzi couldn't easily object either. Fang Zhang said, then Luo Jia's intentions are already clear as day. Luo Feng nodded, yes. If the ruler wants a subject dead, must the subject simply die? At this time, Jixia Shuigong slowly landed, settling just outside Anping County's city gate. Fuzi jumped down from above, quietly looking at Jixia Shuigong's plaque. After a moment, he waved his large hand, and grass and trees slowly grew around the area. This vibrant life force rapidly spread outwards.
Fuzi placed one hand on the academy's main gate. Pushed gently, the entire gate creaked open by itself.
After the two went inside,
it slowly closed itself again. Inside were countless sculptures, presumably past masters of Jixia Shuigong. A huge sculpture stood in the very center,
its body still radiating endless noble righteous qi.
At this time, Fuzi said, "Go ring the bell.
Announce to the world, Jixia Shuigong, enrollment begins." East Mountain of Anping County, an ancient academy, standing since time immemorial, was situated there. Li Shouyuan soon arrived inside a large hall. In the center of the hall stood a large bell cast from gold.
At this time, Li Shouyuan kowtowed towards the saint's bell. Disciple Li Shouyuan respectfully strikes the saint's bell. The saint's bell, as one of the academy's two great Dharma instruments, morning bell, evening drum, can dispel all inner demons, awaken the spirit, invigorate the noble righteous qi.
At this time, Li Shouyuan gave a loud shout.
Instantly, countless streams of noble righteous qi surged from his body.
Noble righteous qi,
also condensed into an incomparably thick pillar at this moment.
Following Li Shouyuan's wave of his large hand,
that pillar slowly approached the saint's bell. Then, a dong sound rang out.
The bell sound spread to every corner of Jixia Shuigong. Li Shouyuan withdrew his hand, and then slowly pushed forward again.
The pillar once again struck heavily against the saint's bell. The bell sound traveled further and further, slowly becoming audible in every corner of Anping County. The noisy commoners on the streets also stopped one by one, standing still in place.
listening to the pleasant bell sound. Chen Xiantian said, "The saint's bell rings, the academy is about to recruit students." The saint's bell sound crossed 10 li, 100 li, 1,000 li, even beyond 10,000 li academies across the land. Upon hearing the bell ring, markets and cities one after another rang their own academy bells and drums. For a moment, the entire land seemed to boil with the sound of bells. Yuan Chenggang said, "The saint's bell rings. Soon, talented individuals from all over the world will gather in Anping County. That Luo family kid, I wonder if he can leap out from this dragon-transforming pond." Chen Xiantian said, "Contending with heaven, struggling with people, in chaotic times, no one can remain aloof." The imperial capital of the great Xia dynasty, rows upon rows of carriages rushed out of the city gates, traveling faster and faster along the road, showing no intention of slowing down at all. The surrounding commoners saw this and started discussing among themselves. The saint's bell rang. These children of nobility are going to seek education. Talents from all over the world rush like a torrent towards Anping County. Jixia Shuigong will become the new stage for heroes to contend. Inside the imperial city, when Tianqing knelt in the crown prince's residence. He had been kneeling like this for half an hour already, but showed no intention of rising, because as long as that person didn't speak, he had to keep kneeling. After another half hour passed, the crown prince finally said softly, "You're saying." The Zhou and Chu dynasties set up various killing formations, but all were resolved by the Luo Jia. When Tianqing slightly raised his head, hurriedly answering the crown prince's question, "The Luo Jia's Qi Yun seems to truly be on Luo Hong." Hearing this, the crown prince grinned. "The Luo Jia's Qi Yun? The Xia dynasty cannot be without the Luo Jia, at least not now." Saying this, he stood up, revealing his proud posture. The crown prince lifted the veil covering his face, walked out. When Tianqing instinctively paused for a moment, then quickly lowered his head, kneeling properly and honestly. The crown prince said, "Grand tutor, you remember this. I am the ruler, Luo Hong is the subject. Only by fulfilling his duty as a subject can he live." Nightfall quickly descended. Chen Xiantian sat alone in the cool pavilion, seeming to wait for someone. Not long after, Luo Hong also walked over. "Uncle Chen, in such high spirits, enjoying the moon alone?" Chen Xiantian rose and performed a bow. Luo Hong hurried forward to support him. "Uncle Chen, you're being too formal. There's no need for such courtesy between us." But Chen Xiantian stubbornly insisted, "Rules are rules." Luo Hong smiled. "Figures with exceptionally high cultivation usually don't adhere strictly to rules, right? Cultivation itself is defying heaven. Being too rule-bound restricts oneself." Chen Xiantian was stunned upon hearing this. After a long while, he finally reacted, "Since young master can say this, the slight worries I had before are completely dispelled." At this time, Luo Hong asked, "Uncle Chen, were you worried about me going to Jixia Shuigong?" Chen Xiantian nodded. Jixia Shuigong is the ancestor of the world's literary pulse, a place where Qiyun flourishes. All powerful families and nobles will come to compete for admission spots. Moreover, rumor has it the Academy's Fu Zi has an eccentric personality. He will inevitably make things difficult for you all. Luo Hong smiled. "Rest assured, Uncle Chen. As long as it can make me stronger, I must brave any mountain of daggers or sea of fire." Chen Xiantian said solemnly, "Then I wish you smooth sailing in advance. Remember, don't be confused by anything in Jixia Shuigong." Luo Hong was puzzled, confused. Does Jixia Shuigong have some secret behind it? Chen Xiantian shook his head, clearly not intending to explain explicitly. "You will understand once you get inside." Soon, Luo Hong left the cool pavilion. But now, a heavy stone weighed on his heart. Uncle Chen seems to know some hidden matters, but apparently cannot speak plainly yet. At this moment, the sound of footsteps approached, interrupting Luo Hong's contemplation. The source was precisely Xiao Douhua. She smiled playfully towards Luo Hong. Xiao Douhua put away her smiling expression, her tone slightly heavy. "You are going to the academy?" Luo Hong asked. "What? Are you here to see me off?" Xiao Douhua said. "I thought you would come to interrogate me immediately. I didn't expect you didn't come looking for me at all. Since you know I am not an ordinary woman, why did you still keep me in the residence?" Luo Hong didn't speak, but gave her a deep look. Then, step by step, he approached her, until they could hear each other's breathing, until Xiao Douhua's cheeks showed a blush. Only then did Luo Hong say, "Are you here to kill me?" Xiao Douhua looked at the handsome face right before her eyes. For a moment, even breathing became difficult.
Where would she find the time to answer his question?
Until Xiao Dohua couldn't bear it anymore.
She turned around, taking several heavy breaths. Only then did she turn her head back to look at Luo Hong. I just want to find a place to live peacefully.
I didn't intend to harm anyone. Luo Hong pressed on, you are very capable, yet you only want to find a place to shelter from the rain? Why?
Xiao Dohua fell silent. Thoughts flew through her mind, various past events flashing through her head.
After a long while,
Xiao Dohua spoke as if talking to herself, I want to live quietly.
I don't want to be anyone's tool anymore. Actually, I came to find you today to bid farewell. I must leave.
Luo Hong frowned. From the meaning in your words, it seems someone is looking for you.
But wouldn't staying here be safer?
Xiao Dohua heard the implication of wanting her to stay in Luo Hong's words, but she still chose to shake her head. After all, her staying would harm them. Luo Hong said seriously, I am very curious, who possesses such great power?
That makes you feel even staying in the Luo residence would be dangerous? Hearing this, Xiao Dohua abruptly trembled all over. Luo Hong also noticed her unusual behavior.
Just as he was about to ask, he saw Xiao Dohua speak with a trembling voice, it's not a single person, but a terrifying sect. Their influence spreads throughout the world. If the Luo Jia gets targeted by them, it will be very troublesome.
So I don't want to implicate you all. Hearing this, Luo Hong's expression darkened. His tone carried unquestionable authority. Tell me the name. Xiao Dohua fell into a struggle at this moment.
That name was the pain of her entire life. She didn't know what state of mind to use to utter his name. At this time, Luo Hong's voice sounded again, still just as unquestionable.
Name.
A struggle flashed in Xiao Dohua's eyes. Her mouth opened and closed.
That name just couldn't come out. But after a long while,
Xiao Dohua seemed to have made some kind of decision, saying with a heavy heart, Tiandi Xiamen. Hearing this, Luo Hong instantly couldn't maintain his composure, almost bursting out laughing with a pu.
Xiao Dohua saw this. Her face flushed with anger. This is an evil cultivator alliance.
Some people inside have cultivation levels no less than Butler Chen's.
So my leaving is better for everyone.
During this period in the Luo Jia, I was truly very happy.
Thank you all for letting me feel the warmth of family. After speaking, she walked away without looking back.
Luo Hong watched the gradually receding figure, smiled, and said, Xiao Dohua,
since you feel even the Luo Jia isn't safe enough, then what about Jixia Shuigong? The #1 academy in the world should be safe enough, right? Come study at the academy with me.
Xiao Dohua stopped her steps. She said softly, Jixia Shuigong is not something I can aspire to reach.
Luo Hong persuaded, where there's a will, there's a way. How do you know without trying?
Hearing this, Xiao Dohua paused again. Then she said dejectedly, I am not a good person.
There's no need for you to go to this extent for me. Luo Hong shook his head, don't misunderstand.
You were bought into the residence by this young master's money.
How can a maid just leave whenever she wants? Letting you go to the academy is to serve this young master's daily life.
The young master of the Luo Jia going to study without a maid to serve him would be too embarrassing.
Hearing this, Xiao Dohua,
instantly, her eyes moistened. She bit her lip tightly, trying hard not to cry. Immediately after, she ran forward with all her might. She was truly afraid Luo Hong would see her in this state.
It's unclear what kind of mentality this was. Luo Hong shouted loudly, we set off tomorrow morning. Don't keep this young master waiting long. Also, tomorrow morning I want to drink Dohua. But no one responded. Xiao Dohua instantly ran out of sight. Luo Hong smiled. Not sure if Xiao Dohua heard that or not.
Inside a hidden mountain cave,
Ying Yan sat cross-legged on the ground, asking, what is our next course of action?
Sang Wang said faintly, earlier, when they were about to fight like snipe and clam, it was originally a good opportunity.
Just didn't expect that fellow Yuan Chenggang to actually come.
He holds a great grudge against me.
If I were to make a move, he would inevitably sense it.
Therefore, this matter requires long-term planning.
Ying Yan nodded, then asked, what about the Saintess?
Sang Wang chuckled eerily twice, she is hiding in the Luo residence, protected by Chen Xiantian. But Luo Hong is about to enter the academy.
Without Luo Hong, the Chen family's vigilance will definitely relax. Only then will we have the opportunity to send word back to the sect. Have them dispatch the Wu Gui to assist me. Tiandi Xiamen, it's time to make a move. Hearing this, Ying Yan nodded solemnly, understood. Luo Hong sighed. After a round of major battles, the entire Luo residence seemed exceptionally relaxed. At this time, a maid brought over the morning snacks.
Luo Hong glanced at the green bean cake, then looked towards the entrance of the kitchen.
Then asked puzzledly, Nanny Wu, where is Xiao Dohua? Nanny Wu thought for a moment, oh right.
Hearing young master mention it, it seems I didn't see Miss Dohua in the kitchen this morning.
Ah.
Luo Hong frowned slightly, seems I still failed to persuade her.
Luo Hong waved his hand, Nanny Wu. It's alright, you can go about your business.
At this time, Chen Xiantian smiled, young master seems to have something on his mind.
Luo Hong numbly shook his head, no. What could I possibly have on my mind? Hearing this, Chen Xuantian's smile widened even more, really nothing? Young master is already an adult.
It's normal to start thinking about spring romance.
Luo Hong's face flushed red instantly. In his mind, Xiao Douhua's figure continuously rose and fell, making Luo Hong only able to gorge on food frantically to hide his embarrassment.
After a moment, Luo Hong fled with a red face, but just as he exited the dining room, he bumped right into the person occupying his thoughts. Luo Hong was startled for a moment, then joy surged from the bottom of his heart. You didn't leave.
Xiao Douhua said timidly.
It's all your fault, the Douhua is all spilled.
At this time, Luo Hong's expression suddenly became serious. Your choice is very wise. Xiao Douhua asked, will Jixia Shuigong really accept me?
Luo Hong smiled, still the same words, where there's a will, there's a way. After speaking, he picked up the remaining bowl of Douhua,
drank it all down in one go,
then slammed the empty bowl heavily onto the ground.
Luo Hong shouted gravely, where is Zhao Donghan? Zhao Donghan instantly popped up,
only he was still carrying a large bag on his back. Luo Hong smiled, looking at the still hesitant Xiao Douhua,
but didn't say anything more, because he knew Xiao Douhua had already made her choice.
Soon, the three of them left the Luo residence together, swaggering impressively towards Jixia Shuigong.
Outside Jixia Shuigong's mountain gate, the three walked along, sizing up the academy. Luo Hong sighed with emotion. Jixia Shuigong indeed has an extraordinary atmosphere. Zhao Donghan pointed at the stone tablet by the road, asking, what is this? Why do I feel it contains extremely strong spiritual power, giving me an urge to prostrate myself in worship? Luo Hong also looked over upon hearing this. This wasn't recorded in the original owner's memory either.
At this time, Luo Hong's, evil emperor's, voice appeared in his mind. This is the San Shangshi, a rare treasure in the world from the time of the three saints. Forged by the three saints of the literary pulse, led by Fu Zi, using their mountain-like thoughts imbued with noble righteous qi.
Luo Hong instantly bristled, pointing at him, how did you get out?
But he regretted it right after saying it.
Zhao Donghan asked puzzledly, young master, are you talking to me? Luo Hong didn't answer,
but he still felt relieved inwardly.
Luckily, they can't see this guy. This old sly fox, coming out now, surely preparing something bad.
Luo Hong, evil emperor, laughed, stop trying to figure me out.
Your little companions are watching. Zhao Donghan asked with a puzzled face, young master, are you alright? Xiao Douhua was the same.
A worried expression appeared on her face. Luo Hong gave an awkward laugh, then quickly changed the subject. He pointed at the stone tablet. This is called the San Shangshi. It's a top-tier spirit treasure forged by the three saints of the literary pulse.
Zhao Donghan said admiringly, young master, you know so much.
Luo Hong felt pleased inwardly.
The distraction technique is still useful.
But immediately after, Zhao Donghan asked again, young master,
who are the three saints of the literary pulse? Luo Hong was instantly stunned, how the hell am I supposed to know? But very quickly, Luo Hong told him the answer. Luo Hong, face not red, heart. Not skipping a beat, repeated the answer likely plagiarized, by Pu? Typo, Fu Zi, Yan Zi, Sun Zi.
These three saints laid the foundation of the literary pulse.
Just like that, Luo Hong spoke.
Luo Hong relayed what he had heard, explaining the entire matter of the literary pulse. The two were completely bluffed by Luo Hong, stunned.
Finally, Luo Hong received applause from both. This also brought Luo Hong a bit of comfort.
Just as Luo Hong finished talking about the three saints of the literary pulse, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Xiao Douhua pointed at the dense procession of carriages in the distance,
saying, someone is heading towards us.
As the procession drew closer, you would be astonished to discover so many carriages moving, yet no sound of horse hooves, because they were all flying in the sky. Immediately following, a carriage driver shouted angrily, and the horses galloping in the sky slowly descended.
All began to gallop swiftly on the ground.
At this time, one carriage driver said, "Young master,
The academy is just ahead. We should land as well."
but the young master inside retorted angrily,
"How could I possibly land directly like those country bumpkins? Go to the central courtyard."
the driver advised.
"Young master, we mustn't. This is..."
But before he could finish speaking, he was reprimanded.
"Stop wasting words, are you trying to disobey my command? Besides, I am a hereditary noble. Jisha Shuegon should open the central gate to welcome me."
The driver, helpless, could only fiercely whip the horse's rumps,
heading straight for Jisha Shuegon's central courtyard.
Soon, some carriages arrived first below the Sanshangshir. One by one, the scions of high officials and prestigious families emerged from their carriages,
just in time to see the Wang family's heir driving his carriage straight towards Jisha Shuegon's central courtyard.
At this time, Luo Hong, evil emperor, laughed. He is about to face misfortune. This Sanshangshir has stood for 1,000 years. In the place where it stands, civil officials descend from their sedan chairs, military officials dismount their horses.
This is a rule that even emperors cannot transgress.
As the carriage accelerated, just as it crossed past the Sanshangshir,
abruptly, a loud explosion rang out.
The carriage was blasted into smithereens. Everyone watched the scene dumbfounded, naturally including Luo Hong's group of 3.
The Wang family heir and the driver stumbled out from the wreckage, still cursing incessantly.
But soon, he noticed the crowd watching the spectacle.
Just as he was about to curse colorfully, Li Mi spoke first. "Isn't this brother Wang? Did your family elders not caution you when you left home?"
"Oh, I forgot. Your Wang family comes from a background of military brutes, Wufu. It's probably normal not to know these rights." The Wang family heir's anger surged from his heart. "Li Mi, you dare say that one more time?"
Li Mi pursed his lips, saying, "Truly crude.
In this place celebrating literary refinement, behaving like this is truly disgraceful to civility." The Wang family heir was already rolling up his sleeves at this point. "Damn you.
If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really get carried away, won't you?" Li Mi said disdainfully, "Teach me a lesson? Do you have the strength for that?"
Saying this, he pointed to the side. "Look back yourself.
See what condition your Tao protector is in."
The Wang family heir glanced back, his anger instantly intensifying. "Truly useless."
The driver said, "Young master, this old servant was suppressed by Jisha Shuegon's noble righteous chi. It will be difficult to recover for a moment.
But if anyone dares to act against the young master, this old servant's Tian Bang rank 32 strength is not just for show." At this time, a sharp cry rang out in the sky.
Huge golden eagles flew towards them.
For a moment, everyone's gaze was drawn towards them.
Li Mi said, "They actually came too."
Luo Hong, seeing this, also muttered a curse under his breath. As they drew near,
the two sides instantly fell into a standoff.
Because elites from all paths had gathered,
conflict could erupt at any moment.
Suddenly, a clear, resonant voice tore through the dawn's tranquility. In the sky, eagles with immense wings spread wide, forming a winding procession.
Liehua sighed, "So many men." Just as father said, every one of them pale-faced pretty boys.
Above the great screen, everyone's eyes narrowed sharply.
Someone said coldly, "It's people from the Jinjiang Wangting."
The great Xia dynasty has poor relations with the Jinjiang Wangting, engaging in constant warfare.
There's no goodwill between them.
Luo Hong's white robes fluttered in the wind, his eyes narrowed,
staring at the dozen figures descending from the eagle formation. Li Mi snorted coldly, saying, "Who barbarians are also worthy of entering Jisha Shuegong?" Fong Bo, Li Mi's Tao protector. Fong Bo's gaze gradually turned sharp.
The next moment, the sword in his hand was flicked out by a finger. After circling in the sky, it shot straight towards those geniuses from the Jinjiang Wangting.
However, the geniuses of the Jinjiang Wangting knew their Tao protectors were present. A fierce-looking, venomous-eyed brute suddenly opened his venomous eye. Just as the sword's edge was about to pierce that Wanyan Liewa, the one-eyed Tao protector took the longbow from his back. In an instant, the bow was drawn fully, the arrow shot out instantaneously, colliding with the sword's edge in the void. The terrifying force actually pierced through the protective swordlight, heading straight for the Tao protector behind the carriage. Fong Bo frowned, "This person's strength is no less than mine."
The one-eyed Tao protector slowly exhaled, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. At this time, Li Mi smiled, "Barbarian expert, somewhat interesting."
Wanyan Liehua towards the one-eyed Tao protector, complained dissatisfiedly, "Uncle Chegu, I could have handled that myself."
Wanyan Chego smiled, "I am your Tao protector, naturally I cannot stand idly by."
Rest assured, there will be plenty of opportunities later.
Saying this, he looked down at the group below. Geniuses and Tao protectors from all parts of Great Xia, slowly spoke, Jisha Shuigong. Accommodates 100 schools of thought, it is the Qianlong's place for geniuses to contend and rise.
Great Xia can come here to cultivate. My Jin Zhang Wangting's geniuses, why shouldn't they come here to cultivate?
If Great Xia didn't have the Luojia's 300,000 iron cavalry, my Jin Zhang Wangting's iron hooves would have long trampled all over Great Xia's mountains and rivers.
As Wanyan Chegu's words fell, the surroundings became deathly silent.
Wanyan Chega seemed still unsatisfied, shouting loudly, I am a warrior under the Khan of the Jin Zhang Wangting.
Tianbang rank 28, Wanyan Chegu.
Saying this, his gaze gradually became incomparably sharp.
Which one among you is Luo Hong? Come out and meet me. Li Ni sneered, Luo Hong? That son of Luo Rentu? At this moment, Luo Hong took the bundle from Zhao Donghan's back, then whispered, It's all right, it's all right. Old Zhao, you put the bag down first. Just do as I told you before. In a moment, just say you are Luo Hong.
Zhao Donghan said with some worry, Young master, I'm still afraid I'll blow my cover.
Luo Hong consoled, What are you afraid of? I'm here.
Saying this, he pushed Zhao Donghan forward,
even shouting loudly as if afraid others wouldn't know, Young Master Luo is here.
The genius's gazes all converged, filled with disdain, shock, and also doubt.
Zhao Donghan's scalp tingled a bit at this moment.
Being the center of focus felt very uncomfortable.
He is Luo Hong? Luo Rentu's son? Isn't that also from a military lineage family? He looks rather simple and honest. Wanyan Chego sneered, Luo Rentu's son? Very good. Do you know how I lost this eye? It was thanks to the commander of your Luo Jia's Black False Iron Cavalry. Gifted by him.
The surrounding atmosphere chilled with this sentence.
Zhao Donghan secretly turned back and asked, Young master, what should I say? Luo Hong was speechless.
Just express your opinion on this matter tactfully, that's all. Zhao Donghan immediately understood.
Then laughed heartlessly, You should be grateful, after all, one was left for you. Wanyan Chegu heard this and flew into a rage, his anger uncontrollably skyrocketing.
Zhao Donghan was a bit stunned, I expressed it tactfully enough.
Luo Hong felt like dying. What do you think? Wanyan Chego said angrily, All right. Truly worthy of being Luo the butcher's son. His black cavalry took one of my eyes, then I shall take one of his son's eyes. Only then is it fair.
After speaking, an incomparably vast aura emanated from his body, enveloping the area.
Everyone's expression changed. Zhao Donghan frowned, Be careful. This fellow is getting serious.
Luo Hong patted his shoulder, Old Zhao, step back.
I will deal with him. Zhao Donghan frowned, Young master. This fellow is a Tianbang expert. Luo Hong reassured, Relax, relax. I have a way. I'm going to perform an empty fort strategy on him.
Saying this, he resolutely stepped forward.
The surrounding geniuses revealed puzzled expressions. Who is that again? Looking so young. Which family's young master is he? Wanyan Chega shouted, Who are you? Luo Hong beckoned him with a finger. Teasingly, Same as you, I am young master Luo Hong's Tao protector. Let's exchange one move. Whoever can't hold on first counts as admitting defeat, how about it? I won't bully you, I'll give you a chance. You go first. Wanyan Chega was greatly angered by these words. Good, good, good. Such arrogant words. Just one move, and I will annihilate you.
Saying this, the long bow in his hand was drawn into a full moon.
Violent aura surged into his fingertips. The surrounding geniuses exclaimed in amazement. Such strong momentum. Can this guy really withstand it? If he loses, wouldn't it disgrace our great Xia? Also, why isn't he defending? Could it be he's scared stiff? Wanyan Chego clearly noticed this as well, secretly gritting his teeth. This fellow isn't defending at all? I can't even sense any aura fluctuation from him? Is he just putting on a mysterious act?
He gritted his teeth and stomped his foot.
Can't worry about that much. He charged towards Luo Hong.
I want to see what tricks you are playing.
However, Luo Hong still stood there motionlessly, even his expression didn't change at all. He watched the approaching impact, numbly like an old tree root weathered for many years. Still unmoving. Zhao Donghan's heart was already in his throat at this moment, watching his own suicidal young master with a face full of terror. The surrounding geniuses were also filled with shock and disbelief. Wanyan Chego's forehead veins bulged. Die! Die!
But the next moment, that impact sunk into Luo Hong's abdomen.
It didn't even manage to make Luo Hong budge.
Zhao Donghan was already dumbstruck, frozen on the spot, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. The geniuses also exploded. The shock on their faces turned into terror.
Wanyan Chegu was even more struck as if by lightning.
The damage was absorbed. Luo Hong rubbed his belly, feeling nothing, truly boring.
Don't damage my clothes. Wanyan Chegu shivered uncontrollably all over. My full-powered strike couldn't even harm him in the slightest. What kind of monster is this?
At this time, Luo Hong looked towards him, his face filled with displeasure.
Wanyan Chegu was startled. Before he could react,
he saw Luo Hong pull out the cloth of his abdomen and shake it. You really did damage my clothes.
This is unforgivable. I must teach you a lesson. Wanyan Chegu trembled like chaff in the wind, staggering back 2 steps tremblingly. At this time, Jixia Shuigong's bell sound echoed through heaven and earth, accompanied by Fu Zi's emotionless voice coming through. All students, do not linger at the foot of the mountain. Report quickly to the front of the mountain gate. Luo Hong frowned. Time for admission? Consider yourself lucky. I won't settle scores with you for now.
Wanyan Chegu breathed a sigh of relief, saying intermittently, Thank you, senior, for the mercy of not killing me.
Luo Hong walked cheerfully with Zhao Donghan into Jixia Shuigong. Zhong? Unclear meaning, likely end of thought.
The geniuses watched their backs, shivering.
Since when did Great Xia have such an expert? Too awesome.
At this time, Luo Hong chuckled inwardly, via message, it was hard on you.
Shuepai Tai, hard on you for absorbing all the damage for me. I will compensate you. Luo Hong's group of 3 ascended to Jixia Shuigong first. No genius disputed this point. Following behind were some heirs or successors from relatively powerful families, following one after another.
At this time, Luo Hong saw a blurry figure blocking the path ahead.
Luo Hong took a step forward, then asked gravely, who was ahead? That person turned around.
Still unable to see the face clearly, fellow students, traveling thousands of miles to seek knowledge, I am greatly comforted.
After speaking, the surrounding mist dispersed, revealing the true appearance. I am Li Shouyuan, a disciple of Fu Zi, and also the Academy's libationer, Jizhou. Although education is without discrimination, and should enlighten all beings, alas, the Academy's space is limited.
Therefore, this year, only 50 people will be recruited.
The geniuses below started questioning, 50 people? Isn't that too few? Wanyan Liehua asked, how will the recruitment proceed?
Li Shouyuan said faintly, everyone.
See the forest path behind me? Just pass through it. The first 50 people to reach the square in front of the academy gate will be qualified to enter the second room. Test? Saying this, he made a pleased gesture. Gentlemen, what are you still hesitating for? Please proceed. Luo Hong nodded. Seems fair enough.
Saying this, he stepped forward. The geniuses below naturally were unwilling to show weakness, also stepped forward together, rushing towards that unknown path.
As Luo Hong passed by Li Shouyuan, he turned his head and gave him a faint glance. Li Shouyuan returned a sharp gaze. Luo Hong paid it no mind.
Leading Zhao Donghan and Xiao Dohua, he walked inside. At this time, Zhao Donghan said, Young master,
the mist in the forest is getting thicker and thicker.
Xiao Dohua said, This seems to be some kind of formation. Luo Hong nodded, Indeed, this mist is somewhat strange.
Zhao Donghan teased, Xiao Dohua, you even understand formations?
Hearing this, Xiao Dohua felt a bit embarrassed.
Luo Hong said, Let's not talk about this. Look behind, we have already been separated by the mist. So many people were following behind us just now, vanished in the blink of an eye. Truly didn't notice any movement at all. Zhao Donghan asked puzzledly, Why would the academy do this? Luo Hong reminded, Still remember the rules mentioned earlier? The number of people applying is estimated to be at least several hundred, but the first stage only requires 50.
This stage isn't purely about comparing speed.
Creating fog, separating us is just the beginning.
It's intended to create a difficult situation for us, to provoke conflict among us.
Zhao Donghan was even more doubtful. Is this something an academy should do? Xiao Dohua asked, Then what should we do next?
Now, in the mist, we can't distinguish directions at all.
So we can't just blindly rush upwards. Luo Hong said,
Others should be in the same situation as us, possibly even worse. So, for safety's sake, I propose we link hands while moving forward. Zhao Donghan naturally had no objection.
very generously took Luo Hong's outstretched hand. Luo Hong looked towards Xiao Dohua,
slowly extended his hand towards her.
Xiao Dohua blushed crimson with shyness, but still carefully
placed her hand on Luo Hong's. Luo Hong sized up Xiao Dohua's delicate, tender hand, then transmitted his voice, "This doesn't seem like a killer's hand." Xiao Dohua turned her face away shyly,
not wanting to meet Luo Hong's gaze.
At this time, Luo Hong called out loudly, "Very good.
This way, we won't get separated in the mist. Let's set off."
The three held hands.
Just after taking a few steps forward, the dense fog surged over, even thicker than before. Luo Hong said gravely, "The academy wants to create panic for us, so we must remain even calmer."
But after he finished speaking, within moments, he could no longer clearly see the people beside him.
Luo Hong anxiously shouted, "Old Zhao, how are things on your side?"
But immediately, the hand holding Zhao Donghan's felt lighter. A severed arm abruptly appeared before his eyes. Zhao Donghan was also nowhere to be found at this moment.
Luo Hong was greatly alarmed, turning back to look at Xiao Dohua.
But the result was still the same.
The hand holding Xiao Dohua's became lighter.
Luo Hong stared blankly at the two severed hands in his grasp, sat down on the ground with a thud, questioning life itself. Impossible.
This is all an illusion. It must be fake. Saying this, Luo Hong's eyes became incomparably sharp. If they really met with misfortune, I will definitely dismantle this damn broken Jixia Shuegong.
Xiao Dohua sighed. Her eyes also became incomparably terrified at this moment.
But the next moment,
she understood the reason, directly dropping Luo Hong's severed hand. This must be an illusion,
trying to disturb my Dao heart. I mustn't fall for it.
Such despicable means, indeed seems like the work of the evil sect.
Next, I cannot be careless. We have been scattered. The most important thing now is to stay calm.
Presumably, those two won't fall for it either.
Zhao Donghan sighed.
He holds Luo Hong's severed hand.
Looking up and wailing, "Young master is dead, what should I do?" "Young master, no.
Since young master is dead,
I cannot live alone either. I'll go bang my head against a tree right now." Thinking this, he resolutely rushed out, intending to die right then and there.
But after the mist swirled for a bit, before him, a voluptuous beauty abruptly appeared, looking at him with a face full of terror. She was precisely the imperial relative of the great Xia dynasty,
Xia Linglu.
Zhao Donghan stopped his steps, asking with a puzzled face,
"Who are you? Are you also here for the test?" Xia Linglu said weakly, "I got separated from my Dao protector. I'm very scared."
Saying this, she grabbed Zhao Donghan's leg.
Taking the opportunity, she directly held onto Zhao Donghan's arm.
That pair of huge weapons
even rubbed against it. "Young master, can you protect me?"
Zhao Donghan felt the softness transmitted from his arm, his mind thrown into chaos for a moment.
Xia Linglu continued, "Once I find my Dao protector, I will repay you." Zhao Donghan thought for a moment, saying, "But I'm not in the mood to protect you. My friend might be dead."
Saying this, he took out Luo Hong's severed hand. "Look, this is my friend's severed hand. We got separated in the fog while holding hands, and this is the result."
Xia Linglu asked, "Then did you find your girlfriend?"
Zhao Donghan shook his head.
Xia Linglu asked again, "Then are you sure he's dead?"
Zhao Donghan continued shaking his head.
Xia Linglu said seriously, "Then how do you know they must be dead?" Zhao Donghan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if enlightened. "That's right." Xia Linglu pouted, "So you look for your friend, I look for my Dao protector. Let's team up."
Zhao Donghan nodded, "All right then.
I will protect you." Saying this, he put Luo Hong's severed hand into the bag on his back. He wanted to treasure it.
This might be his young master's last belonging. Xia Linglu saw this and smiled knowingly,
teasing, "You're really good to your friend."
At this time, Zhao Donghan extended his hand towards her.
"To prevent us from getting separated again, let's also hold hands while walking." Xia Linglu was startled.
Her heart also became flustered. But seeing Zhao Donghan didn't look like a bad person, she still extended her hand. In another part of the forest, a person sat collapsed on the ground, terrified. "Don't kill me, Wang Feng.
My father won't forgive you."
But the response he got was
a kick that directly broke his lower leg. That person let out a heart-wrenching scream, clutching his leg, rolling on the ground and wailing. Wang Feng said disdainfully, "Such a coward. I won't kill you. This is the academy, after all. I just need to break one of your legs, that's enough."
Saying this, he ordered the Tao protector beside him, "You go and cripple everyone you encounter along the way. This way, those people won't be able to compete with me." The Tao protector solemnly clasped his fist and accepted the order. At this time, Xiao Dohua walked out from the nearby woods.
Wang Feng frowned. A woman?
At this time, Xiao Dohua also noticed them and saw the person rolling and wailing on the ground.
Xiao Dohua didn't need to think much to know whose handiwork this was.
She turned her head,
weakly saying, "I didn't see anything." Wang Feng said nonchalantly, "It's fine, it's fine. I don't care."
Suddenly, he remembered something, saying excitedly, "I recognize you.
You were the little maid standing next to Luo Hong back then. What are you to him?" Xiao Dohua answered, "I am just a maidservant." Wang Feng tilted his head, somewhat disbelieving.
Xiao Dohua saw this. Putting on a delicate and weak appearance, young Master Luo Hong likes great extravagance. He must have someone to serve him when he goes out.
"I am the cook, I cook delicious food. So I was brought along."
Wang Feng sneered, "Luo Hong really knows how to enjoy himself this time.
Such a delicate little cook, something to eat day and night. I'm actually quite envious."
He approached Xiao Dohua, ordering, "All right.
From now on, you belong to me."
Xiao Dohua lowered her head and said, "But if young Master Luo Hong finds out about this?" Wang Feng grabbed her hand, shouting, "Bullshit.
I don't care about him. The things I fancy must be mine."
At this time, his Tao protector advised, "Heir, please reconsider."
Wang Feng frowned. "What do you mean?"
The Tao protector cupped his fists. "That Luo Hong is the legitimate son of Luo Ho.
Making an enemy of him is not a wise move." Wang Feng raged, "Enough.
Shut up." The Tao protector was startled, hurriedly shut his mouth.
Wang Feng continued shouting, "Don't think you can use father to pressure me. You are just a servant of my family. Don't even dream of standing above me."
The Tao protector stepped back 2 steps in fear, but dared not retort. Wang Feng seemed to have finished venting, waving his hand, "All you need to know is,
what you need to do now is clear the obstacles for me.
Servants should have the awareness of servants.
Remember your identity.
I don't like stray dogs flying around wildly." The Tao protector's heart and mind trembled. Although with his own martial strength, he could kill 100 of this yellow-haired brat before him, but his family was like a mountain, pressing down on him, forcing him to bow. Wang Feng saw this,
nodding with satisfaction.
Xiao Dohua also smiled at this moment, walking forward a few steps, approaching the Tao protector. Under Wang Feng's puzzled gaze, she stood together with the Tao protector. Lowering her head meekly, maidservant Xiao Dohua pays respects to young master. "This servant will definitely take good care of young master." Wang Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Good, good, good. You little wench are quite sensible."
Xiao Dohua continued, turning around. Bowing lightly towards the Tao protector, Xiao Dohua also pays respects to Mr.
The Tao protector hurriedly said, "Unworthy. Old me, Lu Chong, miss can just call me old Lu." At this time, Wang Feng shouted, "All right.
Stop wasting time. Hurry up and find the way out."
Not long after they left, the mist swirled again. That person was still lying on the ground wailing.
But another person walked out from the dense fog. Luo Hong asked, "Have you seen a man carrying a large bag or a woman wearing a green gauze skirt?" That person wailed, "Help me. I can give you money."
But before he could finish speaking,
Luo Hong kicked his wound again. That feeling of pain nearing suffocation
instantly surged into his heart, hurting so much he gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling.
But Luo Hong's eyes also gradually turned icy at this moment.
He hurriedly pointed aside, saying, "That way."
That woman went that way. Luo Hong smiled, "Wouldn't it have been better if you said so earlier?"
He turned to leave, but stopped after just 2 steps.
Luo Hong smiled,
"By the way, if I were you, I would find a safe place to hide first."
On a certain mountain peak, Fu Zi and Li Xiuyuan were looking down over the entire forest.
At this time, Fu Zi smiled, "Xiuyuan,
your bewildering formation is set up quite well. Separating and merging, I wonder how many people will be left in the end."
Li Xiuyuan said, "Any problems should be dealt with here, so they can focus on studying after going up the mountain.
This is the place for them to handle Jianghu affairs."
Within the bewildering formation, a bald man ran desperately, occasionally looking back in terror, as if something terrifying was chasing him.
The next moment, an arrowhead appeared out of thin air, directly piercing into his back heart.
The bald man fell to the ground with a thud, becoming silent, and behind him, a figure walked out at this moment.
Wan Yen Liehua smiled, another competitor less. I will kill all the men who came to participate.
But this mist is a bit troublesome.
How can I find the path up the mountain?
He surveyed the surroundings. Looks like I need to fly up to the sky to take a look.
Thinking this, he glanced back at the bald man, secretly calculating in his mind. Let you scout the path for me first.
Immediately, he lifted the bald man, directly throwing him up towards the sky. Just as the bald man was about to break through the forest canopy, the mist swirled, and the trees grew rapidly, directly blocking the path the bald man wanted to break through.
And it wasn't over yet.
The trees continued to grow rapidly, directly binding the bald man's hands and feet. Wan Yen Liehua saw this and cursed inwardly. Still doesn't work after all.
I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Looks like I need to gather the tribe members first.
Saying this, he pressed both hands on the ground.
Great Mother Earth, the lost lone wolf longs to return to the wolf pack.
Please guide me, I am your child. Saying this, a strange energy emanated from his body. And this energy, with each word he spoke,
gradually became denser, finally forming something like a formation, extending out in a certain direction. Wan Yen Liehua finished this and stood still.
He didn't chase after that energy, but stood quietly in place, as if waiting for something to arrive. Not long after, the surrounding mist swirled again. Although still unable to see anything in the surrounding dense forest, if one calmed down and listened carefully,
you would discover some faint footsteps approaching.
After several more quarters of an hour, the footsteps around the dense forest not only became clearer, but also numerous and disorderly.
One by one, figures dressed as Bayman appeared, finally all gathering around Wan Yen Liehua. Very good, very good. The academy thought they could separate us using formation shifts, but they didn't expect that we grasslands also have our own secret arts.
The people from Jinjiang Wangting heard this. All pressed their hands to their chests, lowering their heads, closing their eyes, thanking the Great Mother of the Grasslands.
At this time, Wan Yen Chago said, now that everyone is gathered together, you are the Khan's son. We all listen to you. Wan Yen Liehua nodded, we now hold the advantage in numbers.
Whenever we encounter men, just kill them without mercy.
Jixia Shuegon will be our domain.
Wan Yen Chago looked at him with appreciation. Well said, Liehua. You greatly resemble the Khan.
Brave like him. I support you.
Wan Yen Liehua returned a grassland salute. Thank you, Uncle Chegu. The earth and plants beneath our feet connect us all, making us one whole.
We won't lose companions in the mist.
Which means, this mist is an obstacle for others.
But it's actually advantageous for us. Those men in the forest must also have been separated and isolated. With superior numbers, the entire forest is our hunting ground.
Hunt them down, my brothers.
Kill everyone besides us.
Saying this, he charged out first. And not long after they left, the bald man trapped in midair shivered all over. Then his mouth was stretched wide, revealing a large head. Immediately after, the bald man struggled out of the dead skin like a snake shedding its skin. The bald man wiped away cold sweat. Close call. Fortunately, I have the golden cicada sheds its shell technique. This bald man was precisely the monk Kuyu from Wangchuan Temple.
Kuyu collapsed onto the ground with a thud.
Sighing, I need to quickly find the path up the mountain.
It was currently early morning.
The sun rises in the east, we came from the north. Jixia Shuegon should be to the south of the forest.
At this time, I can only rely on the Bodhisattva's power.
Saying this, he put his palms together and began chanting.
Visualize Namo Pudutsihang. Pudutsihang represents true south, appearing in Nanwei, south. Manifest. Kuyu entered a state of voidness. As if guided by unseen forces in the darkness, a beam of light suddenly lit up in the true south direction. And that light grew brighter and brighter. Kuyu was overjoyed. It really is in the south. Many thanks to the Bodhisattva for the guidance. He patted his bottom and stood up. Now I just need to head south.
It's just a pity that Uncle Xianyu who protected me got separated. If I had known I would encounter danger,
I wouldn't have run off on my own back then.
With him here, he could help block the way for me.
Thinking this,
he prayed sincerely, Buddha bless me, help me quickly find a capable and kind-hearted person
to protect me along the way.
At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from behind him.
Kuyu abruptly turned around.
For an instant, he thought those barbarians had returned again.
Luo Hong said faintly, young brother, have you seen a young master carrying a large bag? Or a young lady wearing a green gauze skirt?
Kuyu secretly sized up the person before him.
Did Buddha manifest too quickly? No, this person isn't the previous one. Thinking this, he said, are you the one who took a blow from the barbarian expert earlier and ended up unharmed? Luo Hong looked at him puzzledly. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? It seemed Kuyu at this time was already immersed in his own little world. This person is an expert. If I have his protection, I'll be as steady as an old dog. At this time, Luo Hong also lost patience. Hey bald monk, I'm asking you something. Kuyu shrunk his neck, recited a Buddhist chant, this benefactor. This humble monk has not seen benefactor's two friends. However, Luo Hong frowned. However what? Kuyu continued. However, this humble monk knows that they are both about to face mortal danger. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Hong placed one hand on top of his head. You'd better not be lying to me. Otherwise, be careful I don't crush your little bald head. Kuyu quickly said, monks do not tell extravagant lies. That group of barbarians is about to go on a killing spree. Really? I'm not lying to you. Luo Hong's brow furrowed even tighter. That group of barbarians? Kuyu pointed in a direction, saying, it's the group that came on eagles earlier. Senior, you defeated their expert without making a move. They definitely harbor resentment towards you. That leader, Wanyan Liewa, doesn't respect you, senior, at all. Saying this, he ran to the side, picked up an arrow stained with blood. Senior, look. This is their arrow. I didn't lie. They chased me and my senior brother here just now. Saying this, Kuyu put on a tearful expression, fingers pointing at the human skin hanging above his head, saying, over there is my poor senior brother. He covered for me, but he himself was killed by those barbarians. Senior, your cultivation is so high, surely you hold chivalrous sentiments in your heart. Please take me with you. Luo Hong looked up, sizing up the human skin, smiled. Are there many of them? Kuyu nodded. They seem to have a secret method to call upon their clansmen. I was hiding in the dark and saw them use it. Given their hatred for you, they definitely won't let your young master go. Moreover, those barbarians want to kill all the Xia dynasty people who came this time. This is no longer just simple competition. At this moment, the Xia dynasty students need a great expert like you, senior, to step forward and show those barbarians some color. Luo Hong sneered, your words do have some truth. Saying this, he thought inwardly, barbarians actually started killing in Jixia Shuegong? Very good. This way, if I kill them, it can be considered dog-eat-dog, and I can stand on the moral high ground. Thinking this, his eyes became fervent. Just as you said, let's go eliminate them. Kuyu met Luo Hong's gaze, his body involuntarily shivering. Even subconsciously took a step back. This person's eyes are terrifying. Like a beast selecting prey. Am I making a deal with a tiger? At this time, Luo Hong said sharply, let's go, little bald head. Kuyu shivered all over, following tremblingly. Not long after the two left, a figure appeared ahead. Luo Hong said seriously, who's there? That person slowly extended a hand towards Luo Hong. Come here. Come over, I won't harm you. I am just very interested in you. Can you come over for a word? Luo Hong looked back at the little bald monk. Baldy, you wait here for me. Do not come closer. Saying this, he slowly walked towards Fuzi. Speak. Who exactly are you? And why are you looking for me? Fuzi smiled. Who am I? Everyone in this world calls me Fuzi. Luo Hong frowned slightly. The name Fuzi sounded somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Luo Hong was abruptly startled. You are the Fuzi of Jixia Shuegong. After saying this sentence, Luo Hong's face was covered in cold sweat, looking fearfully at the person before him. Did he discover I am a demonic cultivator? At this time, Fuzi burst into loud laughter. Interesting. Interesting. Kuyu stood watching from afar, his doubts deepening even more. Fuzi continued, I am indeed the master of this academy. We can consider ourselves acquainted now, right? Luo Hong. Luo Hong's brow furrowed even tighter. A voice in his mind was telling him, Fuzi has seen through my identity. Fuzi said faintly, don't panic, I won't speak carelessly. Luo Hong bowed respectfully. Luo Hong pays respects to Fuzi. Kuyu, standing not far away, frowned at this moment. Why is he bowing now? Really want to know what happened. Luo Hong continued, may I ask what teachings Fuzi has by gracing this junior with his presence? This junior is all ears. Fuzi said gently, Luo Hong, between righteousness and evil, which side will you choose? As his voice fell, Fuzi's expression also became incomparably serious. At this moment, Luo Hong felt only his scalp tingling.
unconsciously taking several steps back.
Kuyu in the distance saw this scene and was dumbfounded again. What did the other person say? Senior seems to have been frightened. Luo Hong was filled with apprehension at this moment. Goosebumps rose all over his body. Am I exposed? What should I do? Fu Zi looked puzzledly at Luo Hong. Are you alright? Did I perhaps frighten you?
Luo Hong stared fixedly at him, not answering.
This is Fu Zi, the master of Jixia Shuegong.
Just by sitting there, he makes one feel an immovable mountain-like presence,
as if completely integrated with the surroundings. Such a supreme existence is not someone I can deal with.
Even harboring such a thought is a kind of sin.
This is not a figure I can covet. What should I do? Fu Zi saw Luo Hong's state, confirming he was indeed frightened.
A slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth.
Luo Hong suddenly stood up straight, as if a great mountain pressed down upon him, making his breathing rapid, almost unable to catch his breath. Fu Zi said faintly, answer the question while maintaining clarity.
Otherwise, it is easy to fall into qi deviation. Luo Hong knelt on the ground, panting for a moment,
finally stabilizing his mind.
He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
Junior does not quite understand Fu Zi's words.
Junior has diligently studied the books of sages and worthies since childhood,
learning only upright and honorable principles. Fu Zi nodded towards him, saying meaningfully, you, are not honest. Fu Zi smiled meaningfully, I smell a familiar scent on you. Luo Hong's face stiffened, saying tremblingly, familiar scent? Junior truly does not know what Fu Zi is referring to. Please enlighten me, Fu Zi.
Fu Zi's gentle voice slowly came, one of your feet is stepping on the path of evil, while the other foot is stepping on the righteous path.
Just like what I observed over Anping County City, utterly identical. Evil Sha Qi coexisting with noble righteous Qi.
I didn't expect such a phenomenon to originate from you. Hearing this, Luo Hong trembled like chaff in the wind.
Someone in this world can actually discover the human skin manual? And that old master disguised as the original owner's soul? He actually saw through everything completely? Fu Zi said faintly, have you thought it through? Do you want to fight me to the death? Luo Hong froze once again on the spot. He actually subconsciously wanted to attack him? Hurriedly cupped his fists. Fu Zi misunderstands. Fu Zi smiled, secrets exposed, wanting to kill the silence is normal. Luo Hong asked directly, did Fu Zi come here just to reveal my secret? Then execute me according to the law on the spot? Fu Zi shook his head, saying, if I wanted you to stop killing from now on, could you do it? Luo Hong said neither humbly nor arrogantly, then Junior is afraid he cannot obey. Junior pursues settling scores swiftly and repaying kindness, repaying grievances with directness.
If others offend me, I will surely offend them.
Blind forbearance does not suit my Tao nature. I have also never felt that forgiving where possible is a good thing.
In the struggles of the Jianghu, those who help me prosper,
those who oppose me perish. Luo Hong's aura instantly turned violent, fight. I have the human skin manual.
There might still be a sliver of hope. But at this moment, Fu Zi burst into loud laughter.
Good repay grievances with directness. Good those who help me prosper, those who oppose me perish.
Luo Hong, heaven and earth are ruthless,
treating all living things as straw dogs. I will not interfere. This is all the natural way of heaven. Old me came today just to take a closer look at you. Not bad, you are quite interesting. Do what you want to do. The path is walked by oneself. We shall meet again.
After speaking, his figure vanished. Everything was so casual, as if he had never appeared at all.
Luo Hong pursed his lips. What exactly did that old Fu Zi want? At this time, Kuyu poked his head out, shouting, Senior, that person just now was... Luo Hong turned back, saying coldly, a ghost. Kuyu shivered all over. Terror instantly filled his face. Luo Hong said irritably, a monk is afraid of ghosts? Let's go. Kuyu immediately followed subserviently. In another part of the dense forest, the barbarian people walked forward methodically. Each person held a weapon in their hand, seemingly ready to attack without hesitation as soon as they discovered prey.
At this time, Wanyan Liehua made a hand gesture. All the barbarians stopped one after another. He stared fixedly at the patch of forest ahead, seemingly sensing a dangerous aura. At this time, Xiao Dohua finished roasting a wild chicken.
Wang Feng tore off a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth, cursing non-stop, damn it. This path up the mountain is really hard to find. Lu Chong sighed, the mist is too thick, and the terrain is unknown.
Indeed, there's no good method for the time being.
Wang Feng flew into a rage. Really don't know what my old man was thinking. Sending a useless trash like you to assist me. Just because I'm not the legitimate son, doesn't mean I'm not his biological son?
Lu Cheng exclaimed alarmed, "Young master, watch your words."
Wang Feng grew angrier as he spoke. Watch my ass. You useless trash are lecturing me now? Do you also think you can get mad at me now? Forgot what I said before? Useless trash. Damn fucking useless trash. Lu Chang's face darkened. For the first time, displeasure appeared on his face.
Xiao Dohua, on the other hand, watched with great interest from the side.
Wang Feng saw this and raged. What? You're still unconvinced? When entering the mountain gate, if not for your lack of strength, would I have suffered such great humiliation? Tell me, if you're not useless trash, what are you?
Lu Cheng said seriously, I was invited by General Wang. I hope the heir can pay attention to propriety.
Hearing this, Wang Feng became even more furious. Talk propriety with me? Are you worthy?
At this moment, Lu Cheng suddenly turned his head back. His face also became incomparably solemn at this moment. In a flash, he extended his hand,
firmly grabbing a whistling arrow shaft. Wang Feng roared angrily, who the hell launched a sneak attack? Get out here for me.
But the forest was deathly silent.
The previous sense of pervasive crisis was surprisingly gone. Wan Yen Liehua led his men out slowly, gradually surrounding the three. Wang Feng frowned. Barbarians? How come there are so many of you? It doesn't make sense. Could it be this mist has no effect on you?
Wan Yen Liehua smiled, the great mother of the grasslands.
Blesses us. You Central Plains people wouldn't understand. Lu Cheng said seriously, this is a secret art from their grasslands,
enabling connection through the earth and plants, thereby sensing companions.
Wan Yen Liehua said,
not bad, there's actually a cultivator who understands our culture.
It seems you are his Tao protector. Lu Cheng said seriously, correct. This old man is Tianbang rank 32, rushing Thunder Palm, Lu Cheng.
Behind me is the son of the great Xia dynasty's General Wuan.
If you know what's good for you, take a detour.
Wan Yen Liehua turned back with a sigh, looking at his own clansmen.
Brothers, the opponent has a big background. We're so scared.
As his voice fell, the barbarians all burst into loud laughter.
Wang Feng and Lu Chang's faces darkened. Looks like this group of barbarians is serious about playing rough. Wan Yen Liehua said disdainfully, warriors of the grasslands, don't even fear the Heike Jun, would we fear your General Wuan? Later, I will cut off your head. As my war trophy. Release arrows.
As his voice fell, arrows shot out from their fingertips.
A dense rain of arrows rapidly approached the two. Lu Cheng directly executed rushing Thunder Palm, slapping down the incoming arrows one by one. Wang Feng's face became extremely ugly. Don't underestimate people. Mere arrows, don't even think of hurting me. But just as his voice fell, his shoulder was struck by an arrow. He dodged right again, and his left shoulder was struck by another arrow.
Wang Feng, not giving up, dodged backward again, and his thigh was struck by 2 arrows as well.
Lu Cheng exclaimed alarmed, Air, are you all right? Xiao Dohua, hiding behind, watched dumbfounded. Good grief, a complete energy absorption box. Too weak. Made me pretend to be a white lotus for so long. At this time, Lu Cheng realized something was wrong. Must capture the leader first to capture the bandits. Thinking this, he charged out directly, reaching Wan Yen Liehua in an instant.
A rushing thunder palm strike shot towards his face.
Wan Yen Liehua sneered,
standing still, showing no intention of dodging at all. At this moment, Wan Yen Shegu struck out with a palm from behind him, clashing head-on with Lu Chang's rushing thunder palm.
Just a moment later, Lu Chang's figure was sent flying backward. Wan Yen Shegu said faintly, Lu Cheng, is your rushing thunder palm only this much? Lu Cheng flew back several dozen zhang before stabilizing his figure.
At this time, a trace of blood shamelessly trickled from the corner of his mouth.
The opponent's strength is above his own. Cannot clash head-on.
Thinking this, he grabbed Wang Feng, turning to flee into the distance. Xiao Dohua saw they were about to abandon her. A certain fluctuation surged in her eyes.
Young master, don't leave me behind.
Wang Feng shivered all over, then seemed to lose his sanity.
Shouting loudly, Old Lu. Quickly bring her along. Quick.
Lu Cheng frowned, turning his head back.
Just saw Xiao Dohua looking utterly pitiful. Torn between pity and obeying orders.
He gritted his teeth and brought Xiao Dohua along to escape together.
Wan Yen Liehua shouted, "They're trying to run."
Wan Yen Chego laughed disdainfully, "Then I'll send them off." Saying this, the long bow in his hand was instantly drawn into a full moon. Countless violent auras surged towards his fingertips at this moment.
A pang sound rang out.
That arrow flew out like a meteor, instantly piercing through Lu Chang's abdomen. The three figures in mid-air rolled and fell to the ground together.
But at this time, the mist swirled again, obscuring the three's vision. Wan Yen Chego frowned, "They are already trapped.
We just need to slowly approach them. Be careful of their desperate counterattack."
Lu Chang sighed.
He staggered up from the ground, directly crushing the arrow shaft embedded in him.
Only then did he look towards Wang Feng. "Are you all right? Let me help you up."
Unexpectedly, Wang Feng suddenly hugged Lu Chong. "You useless trash." Saying this, he even kicked him directly. "Get lost, far away from me."
Lu Chong fell to the ground, gasping a few times. What are you doing?" Wang Feng, his anger unabated, "What am I doing? Look at me. Is this how my father told you to protect me? And you're a damn Tianbang expert? Bah!
You're just useless trash.
I'm telling you, if I die, my father will not let you go." At this time, Xiao Dohua smiled. "Uncle Lu, are you all right?"
Saying this, a certain fluctuation flickered in her eyes again. Lu Chang's expression became dazed for a moment. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if resisting something.
Xiao Dohua said, "No one is destined to be anyone's master. This is Jixia Shuegong.
The barbarians killed him.
No one will suspect you. Get one of the top 50 spots, and you too can enter the academy to study. This is a great opportunity bestowed upon you by heaven."
Lu Chong said with a trembling voice, "How can this be?"
Xiao Dohua continued to tempt, "Do you really just want to be a dog?"
Instantly, Lu Chang's eyes changed.
Countless evil thoughts arose in his mind. "Lu Chong, you useless trash. You are just a dog of the Wang family. Dogs should have the awareness of dogs. You useless trash."
At this time, Xiao Dohua laughed. The desires and evil thoughts in the human heart are truly the most wonderful weapons.
Lu Chang's expression kept changing, sometimes struggling, sometimes determined. Until finally,
that last shred of reason vanished, leaving only madness. Wang Feng was extremely annoyed at this moment.
"Damn it, you two are even getting together now. What are you whispering about?"
Thinking this, he shouted loudly, "Lu Chong, get over here."
"What are you talking about?"
But at this moment, the look in Lu Chang's eyes towards him changed, filled only with hatred.
Wang Feng saw this.
His heart trembled, but he still braced himself. "What?
Have you forgotten your duty as a dog again?"
But the response he received was a palm strike directly piercing his heart.
Xiao Dohua stood aside,
watching with a sinister smile covering her face.
Even at death, Wang Feng couldn't believe
his own Tao protector actually dared to kill him. Although regret filled his heart,
it was mostly anger.
Unfortunately, all of this was just the price he paid for his own arrogance. After Lu Chong killed Wang Feng, his expression also became distorted at this moment. His originally blood-red eyes
gradually began to clear.
The moment he regained clarity and saw Wang Feng's corpse,
he was somewhat at a loss.
But a voice kept telling him in his mind,
"It's all over."
At this time, Xiao Dohua smiled. "Uncle Lu, he humiliated you so much.
His death is also a good thing." Lu Chang's eyes widened in anger, gritting his teeth. "Nonsense. Ruler and subject. These are the rules. How can a loyal subject kill his master? What have I done?"
But before he could finish speaking, he met Xiao Dohua's eyes again. Cold sweat instantly covered his entire body. Reason told him he was no match for this little wench.
Xiao Dohua smiled. "This was your own choice." Lu Chong retorted, "It was you. You manipulated me."
"That's right, it was you.
You caused me to lose my loyalty. I cannot forgive you."
Saying this, he struck out with a palm towards Xiao Dohua.
But Xiao Dohua lightly sidestepped, dodging it,
instantly shifting behind him, placing both hands, one above, one below, covering his head. Xiao Dohua's eyes also changed at this moment, becoming cold and emotionless.
"You truly are hypocritical to the extreme."
Immediately, with a kappa sound, bones broke.
Lu Chang's neck was twisted like a pretzel.
She looked at the corpses of master and servant on the ground,
without a shred of pity.
Those barbarians are big trouble. However, Luo Hong should like it.
Now, I must first find them and regroup.
But just as her voice fell, a large and a small figure appeared ahead in the mist. Zhao Donghan pulled Xia Linglu, saying, "Stay close to me."
I need to confirm my friend's condition first. Only then can I find the way out. At this time, Xiao Dohua exclaimed happily, "Young Master Luo." Zhao Donghan paused. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Immediately, he remembered the owner of this voice. With tears welling up, he rushed forward, "Xiao Dohua. So you didn't die." He attempted a vicious dog pounce hug. But Xiao Dohua had no intention of receiving it. With a sideways dodge, Zhao Donghan crashed into the tree behind. "Tree?" Xiao Dohua asked, startled, "Are you alright?" Xia Linglu pouted, "Looks like he found his companion." But the next moment, she noticed the two corpses nearby, especially Lu Chang's. His death was truly unsightly. Xia Linglu was instantly frightened pale, pointing at the corpses and screaming repeatedly. Startled by her shouts, Zhao Donghan also came back to his senses. "What happened? Are you alright?" Xiao Dohua smiled and shook her head, "It's nothing. I don't know what happened either. I passed through the mist, and when I got here, I saw their corpses." At this time, Zhao Donghan also started laughing. This laughter made Xiao Dohua a bit confused. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Donghan said, "I'm laughing that after following young master for so long, you're no longer afraid of dead people." Hearing this, Xiao Dohua put on a shivering appearance. "I'm still a little scared of this." But immediately turned to look at Xia Linglu. "This young lady is so cute." "My name is Xiao Dohua. I'm a chick, maid, from the Luo residence." Xia Linglu also returned a smile. "My name is Xia Linglu, just a child from an ordinary family." Xiao Dohua's face darkened. "You don't look ordinary at all. Do you think I'm stupid?" Zhao Donghan said, "Dohua, it's really great that you're okay. Did you encounter any danger along the way?" Xiao Dohua's expression turned serious, saying, "Now is not the time for idle chat." Hearing this, Zhao Donghan frowned slightly. He surveyed the surroundings, asking, "Is there some danger around here?" Xiao Dohua nodded. "The barbarians are nearby. They are hunting Xia people." Zhao Donghan's face also darkened at this moment. "Hunting?" But just as his voice fell, dense figures rushed out from the surrounding dense forest, followed by countless arrow shafts. Zhao Donghan heard the dense sound of wind breaking behind him, abruptly turned around, forming hand seals, manifesting a shield. Arrows struck it with ding ding dang dang sounds, breaking off. His expression became incredibly solemn. Subconsciously adopting a defensive posture, "Barbarians! They've come!" Wan Yenliehua glanced at the three, smiling. "Looks like new prey has taken the bait." Zhao Donghan took the bag off his back, then said gravely, "You two stand behind me." At this time, Wan Yenliehua seemed to remember something. "Isn't this fellow Luo Hong?" He looked fearfully towards Wan Yen Chegu at the side. "Uncle Chegu." "It's Luo Hong." Wan Yen Chegu's face also darkened. "I see him. But they seem to be missing someone. The senior? Could it be?" Wan Yen Chegu sneered. "They must have been separated too. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. The mother of the grasslands blesses us." He laughed loudly, shouting, "Luo Hong, where is your Tao protector? Without him around, you are dead today." Zhao Donghan gritted his teeth. "Bastard." But before he could finish speaking, Xiao Dohua stepped forward with a charming smile. "You're very brave, daring to speak to my family's young master like that." But the next moment, Zhao Donghan again blocked Xiao Dohua. "Dohua, be careful." Wan Yen Chego licked his lips. "Soon you will know how we treat you Central Plains women." But Xiao Dohua smiled instead of getting angry. "Senior, you heard him. This big bald head is scaring me." Wan Yen Chego's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a face full of terror, scanning the surroundings, seemingly confirming if Luo Hong was nearby. But after a quarter of an hour passed, nothing unusual happened. His face darkened. "Little girl, don't try to trick me. There's absolutely no one else here." Xiao Dohua smiled. "You group of grassland people, just bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing sheep, you become wolves, swarming up together. Seeing a tiger, you immediately become like dogs." Wan Yen Chego snorted coldly. "Don't engage in verbal tricks. Luo Hong, the blood debt your father owes the grasslands from back then. Today, it's entirely up to you to repay." Saying this, he punched forward. Zhao Donghan's body instantly flew like a kite with a broken string, smashing through several large trees along the way before finally stopping. Zhao Donghan gasped for several breaths, stabilizing his mind. This fellow should also be a martial cultivator, wuxiao? The force of this blow is too great. My right arm is fractured. If I die, Xiao Dohua and the others will be finished. Thinking this, he shouted loudly, "Xiao Dohua, you two run quickly. I'll hold him off." Xiao Dohua didn't hesitate either. Grabbing Xia Linglu's hand, pulling her as she fled into the distance, she deeply understood her fate if left behind. Run while they can now. Wan Yanliehua sneered, don't even think about it. The barbarian people behind him, each drew the bows in their hands into full moons. Sounds of breaking wind echoed at this moment, closely pursuing the two women's back hearts. The next moment, arrow shafts landed around them, forming something similar to a formation, trapping them. Xia Linglu said worriedly, what do we do? Wan Yanchega sneered, stay there and don't move. Whoever steps out of the circle dies. Zhao Donghan roared angrily, if you're men, don't make things difficult for women. Let them go. Wan Yanchego clicked his tongue twice, can't do that. They are my spoils of war. Zhao Donghan's face was incredibly gloomy. But the opponent was a Tianbang expert. He himself might not last even a single round against him. Wan Yanchega teased, Luohu, tiger? You don't dare charge over, then I will charge over. Saying this, the aura around his body gradually expanded. His figure vanished from the spot with a pang sound. The next moment, Zhao Donghan felt himself flying up. His entire person was slammed headfirst into the ground by Wan Yanchego holding his head. Zhao Donghan could no longer feel pain at this moment. His consciousness began to gradually dissipate. Wan Yanchega sneered, Luo Hong, no one will come to save you. I will twist your head off and bring it back to the grasslands. Wan Yanliehua and the barbarian people behind him cheered loudly, shouting one after another to kill Luo Hong. At this time, as one barbarian was cheering excitedly, his shoulder was abruptly patted. He turned his head puzzledly to look. After seeing the person clearly, his whole body couldn't help but start trembling. Luo Hong smiled, what are you guys doing, so lively? He had no mind to answer Luo Hong's question, trembling like chaff in the wind. He wanted to call for help from his companions ahead, but unfortunately, his throat felt as if choked by some terrifying existence, unable to make even the slightest sound. Luo Hong slapped him across the face, don't snitch. How can there be a surprise then? Wan Yanchego grabbed Zhao Donghan's head, lifting him up. Luo Hong, hear the cheers from those around? Back when your father slaughtered our tribe members, they cheered just like this too. Zhao Donghan stared fixedly at him, forcing sound from his throat with difficulty. Kill me, let them go. Wan Yanchego sneered, ridiculous. Do you think you still have the qualifications to bargain with me? Saying this, his hand aimed at Zhao Donghan's head continuously gathered power. A pang sound rang out. A figure flew out from the mist, but it wasn't Zhao Donghan's, it was a barbarian's. That person crashed beside Wan Yanchegu, eyes vacant, life or death unknown. Wan Yanchegu saw this. Annoyed, he released his grip on Zhao Donghan's hand, I'll deal with you later. Which divine being dares to ambush my clansman? Show yourself quickly. But as his voice fell, the surroundings were deathly silent. Wan Yanliehua stared into the forest, saying, there's someone in the structure ahead. Everyone be careful, someone was ambushed. At this time, several more wails sounded from within the forest. These sounds all originated from the barbarian people. Immediately following, another figure flew out from the mist with a bang, landing again before Wan Yanchegu. Wan Yanchegu could no longer suppress his anger, gritting his teeth and cursing filthily. Zhao Donghan climbed up, walking towards Xiao Dohua and the others, taking advantage of their diverted attention, see if he can rescue them. However, they seemed trapped within an arrow formation. Zhao Donghan also lacked full confidence. He grasped two arrow shafts with both hands, intending to forcibly break the formation. However, as Zhao Donghan continuously exerted force, the arrow formation seemed to undergo some kind of emergency change as well. Countless energies gathered within the arrow formation, forming numerous bolts of lightning, directly striking towards Zhao Donghan, who was forcibly breaking the formation. The two women turned pale with fright, casting concerned glances towards him. A concave depression appeared on Zhao Donghan's chest. Clearly, the power of that lightning bolt just now was not insignificant. Xia Linglu started screaming frantically. What do we do? He fainted. Are we going to die here? What will those barbarians do to me? Xiao Dohua snapped angrily, be quiet. At this time, a serene voice sounded from within the mist, Amitba. Xiao Dohua asked warily, who is it? Kuyu smiled, this humble one is Kuyu from Wangchuan Temple, greetings to the two female bodhisattvas. As Kuyu spoke, his gaze also began to drift downwards, landing on those two full pairs. Xiao Dohua clearly noticed this bald monk's unkind gaze. Her face serious, What do you intend to do? Kuyu quickly waved his hands, saying, "Don't misunderstand. I am here to help you. You are trapped in this formation. Our Wanchuan temple happens to possess the 5 elements transport technique, which can break this formation." Wanyan Chegu sighed. His expression became increasingly unsightly, because the number of injured clansmen before him was growing larger, but he also dared not rashly charge in. He was afraid this was the opponent's goading tactic. He could only stand there, raging impotently. Is there no end to this? At this time, Wanyan Liehua said, "Uncle, it's all right. Wait until everyone is dead, then he will come out." Wanyan Chego paused, then elbowed his little bald head. "Nonsense. You think you're the only smart one?" Deep within the forest, a barbarian was vigilantly on guard. But suddenly, a crack opened in the void beside him. Under his terrified gaze, that crack gradually widened, and then a ferocious, terrifying head emerged from it. And from that head, incomparably majestic evil Shao-Chi emanated, all surged into his mouth and nose, frantically devouring his life force. Within moments, another life perished at Luo Hong's hands. This group of guys is truly amusing. The demon embryo has recovered sufficiently. Let's play something interesting with you. Not long after, a barbarian fled from the dense forest, Commander Chegu. Bad news. Naichuo betrayed us. He killed all the people. Hearing this, Wanyan Chego flew into a rage, directly slapped him across the face, spouting "Your mother's dog farts." How could Naichuo possibly possess such strength? The man felt wronged, it's true. How would I dare deceive you? It really was Naichuo. He ambushed me. Luckily, I reacted quickly enough. At this time, another person fled from the dense forest. Commander Chegu, save me. Daegu, he's gone mad. Daegu ambushed me. Wanyan Chegu was somewhat bewildered at this point. What happened to Naichuo and Daegu? But before he could figure it out, yet another person fled from the dense forest, Commander Chegu. But before he could get close, Amon kicked out, sending that person flying back several jang before stopping. Clutching his face aggrievedly, "Amon, are you crazy?" Amon raged, "Naichuo, you're the one who's crazy. Why did you ambush me?" Naichuo looked completely bewildered. "What are you talking about? It was clearly Daegu attacking us. He ambushed me just now." Amon insisted relentlessly, "Bullshit. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, it was you." At this time, Wanyan Chego finally couldn't bear it anymore, shouting to stop, "All of you, that's enough." Wanyan Chego's face darkened. What exactly is going on here? Was it really betrayal from within? Or is someone among them lying? Or perhaps neither of them lied, but there is more than one traitor? This is too sudden. Could it be they've fallen under some evil magic? Is someone among them being controlled? What exactly happened in the forest? At this time, another person ran out from the dense forest. Commander Chegu. Amon, he's gone crazy. He attacked me. Amon looked completely confused. Daegu, what are you talking about? Naichuo was also stunned at this point. You still dare to show your face? Wanyan Liehua couldn't understand it at all with his limited intelligence, feeling the situation becoming increasingly chaotic. Wanyan Chegu cursed directly. He felt the past few decades had been lived in vain. He had truly never encountered such a scene. At this time, Amon leaped forward with a kick. Daegu flew backward in response. Amon raged, "Daegu, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I try to kill you?" Daegu said viciously, "It was you. I saw it very clearly. We were brothers. Yet you ambushed me. You are no warrior." Saying this, he looked directly at Wanyan Chegu, crying, "Commander, I absolutely did not lie to you." Wanyan Chegu gritted his teeth, looking at the three. What exactly happened? Are these three crazy? And will others keep running out? Thinking this, he pressed his hands onto the earth. Let's confirm first. Wanyan Chegu began to murmur, "Mother Earth, I am your child. Please guide me. Agangazi. South." As his voice fell, some kind of energy began to surge from within the earth, slowly connecting all the barbarian people together. At this time, Wanyan Chegu's face darkened, because after he connected the people present, it surprisingly did not extend to other places anymore. Does this mean, besides the people present now, everyone else has already been killed? Wanyan Chegu pointed at the three, shouting, "You three, all stand over there. Don't move randomly." Wanyan Liehua asked worriedly, "Uncle, what exactly is going on?" Wanyan Chegu replied, They might have been bewitched by someone in the forest using evil arts. Wanyan Liehua seemed to have thought of something, his face filled with terror. What if it's not human? Wanyan Chegu paused. He couldn't answer this question, because he didn't know either. What exactly was causing this mischief? Wanyan Liehua asked again, then are we just going to wear ourselves out here? Wanyan Chegu said helplessly, we cannot act rashly now. Regardless of who the opponent is, they must be watching us from within the forest. They consider us prey. Saying this, he sat down directly on the ground. Wanyan Liehua was somewhat unclear about this. Uncle, why did you sit down now? Wanyan Chego smiled, now it's a competition of patience. We grassland people are born hunters. When it comes to hunting, we will not lose. I want to see who loses patience first. You sit down too. Wanyan Liehua gritted his teeth, truly frustrating. Saying this, he looked towards the distance, at Xiao Dohua and the other trapped by the arrow formation. Inadvertently, he seemed to notice an extra person. After seeing clearly that the person was a monk, cold sweat instantly broke out. Isn't that the monk from before? Didn't I already kill him? Wanyan Liehua cast a puzzled gaze towards Wanyan Chegu. Uncle, that Luo Hong and the others, are we just going to ignore them? Wanyan Chegu shook his head, saying, no rush. If we go over now, we might fall into the enemy's trap. The opponent is likely also from the Central Plains. They will eventually deal with us first. Our priority now is to preserve our strength. The enemy is hidden, we are exposed. We cannot act impulsively. Saying this, he directly pulled him down. Sit down and meditate with me. At this time, Xiao Dohua glanced towards Wanyan Chegu and the other using her peripheral vision. They really aren't coming over. Kuyu smiled, rest assured. They are too busy taking care of themselves now. They wouldn't dare run around randomly. Saying this, Kuyu formed a certain hand seal. Next, he would perform the secret art, 5 elements transport. Tree of mountain, earth element. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Xiao Dohua and the other nearly lost their balance. But just at this moment, the arrow formation surrounding them actually flew up, taking the soil with it. Kuyu hurriedly said, 2 female bodhisattvas, quickly jump over. I can't hold on for much longer. Hearing this, the 2 women nodded timidly. Exerting force together, they jumped out from the arrow formation. Only then did Kuyu release his hands. The entire arrow formation rumbled back down to its original place. Xiao Dohua said joyfully, little monk, thank you for saving us. Kuyu wiped the bloody sweat from his forehead. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Xia Linglu threw herself directly at Kuyu, little monk. Thanks to you. I was scared to death just now. How can I ever repay you? Kuyu's gaze was already fixed, unable to move away. At the same time, his mouth said, this humble monk acted out of compassion. As for repayment. But before he could finish speaking, a forceful shout came from the side. Repay my ass. Xiao Dohua heard that familiar voice. The joy on her face intensified even more. Kuyu frowned, really bad timing. At this time, Xia Linglu asked, who are you? Luo Hong smiled, who I am isn't important. What's important is that we should leave. Saying this, pointed aside, little Baldy. Go over there and carry young Master Luo on your back. Kuyu reluctantly agreed with a sound. Xiao Dohua asked, what about those barbarians? Luo Hong said, a Tianbang expert isn't someone we can deal with right now. So I thought of an empty fort strategy. They won't run around randomly for the time being. We need to hurry and find the path up the mountain. At this time, the mist swirled again. Xiao Dohua asked worriedly, then how are we going to get out of this forest? Luo Hong said faintly, no matter. You follow me. Then, the group followed behind Luo Hong. Although they didn't know if Luo Hong truly had a way to get out, but currently, the best choice could only be to trust Luo Hong. Who made Luo Hong the protagonist? Moreover, he was the backbone of their group. After they walked for nearly 3/4 of an hour, Luo Hong's footsteps suddenly stopped. Looking ahead, smiled, we've arrived. The mist before them slowly dispersed, revealing the true face of Jixia Shuegong. After enduring various trials and tribulations, they finally saw the result. And this result was clearly good. Kuyu sighed with emotion, we really arrived. I relied on visualizing the Bodhisattva to determine the direction earlier. What ability did he rely on? Didn't see him use any techniques along the way, yet just found the exit like this. This person is truly too mysterious. At this time, Luo Hong cast his gaze towards him, little monk, come over here. Ku Yu's heart trembled. He sighed inwardly. Luo Hong's intuition is so sharp. He walked over subserviently, asking, "Senior, what are your instructions?" Luo Hong smiled, "I will carry the young master. You walk in front and scout the path." Ku Yu's face instantly fell. Go? Go? What if there is danger ahead? With this little monk's strength. Luo Hong smiled sinisterly, "I wasn't discussing it with you." What else could Ku Yu say? Could only brace himself and walk at the very front. But this journey seemed uneventful. Yet his heart was still hanging. Because no trouble now doesn't mean no trouble the next moment. Anxious the entire way. Until stepping onto the last step, Ku Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. We really came out. Before them, a magnificent and tall building appeared impressively. However, the area in front of this building was empty, without a single figure. Ku Yu looked left and right, puzzled. Are we actually the first? At this time, Li Xiaoyuan's voice came from above the building. Students who arrived first, please wait patiently. Ku Yu smiled. We really are the first to arrive. Senior, you are too amazing. Luo Hong rolled his eyes at him. Find a place to rest first. Saying this, his gaze turned towards Jisha Shuegon, admiring it up close, truly majestic. However, why do I always have an extremely familiar feeling? Above the structure, Fu Zi and Li Xiaoyuan looked at the few figures. Li Xiaoyuan said, unexpectedly, this Luo Hong could actually arrive first. Did you go see him just now? Did you probe anything out? Fu Zi smiled, this kid is both righteous and evil, just lacks a good master. Li Xiaoyuan murmured, is that so? But suddenly he looked at Fu Zi with astonishment, no, no. Hearing the meaning in your words, you can't be thinking of becoming his master, right? Fu Zi said gently, it's not entirely impossible. Li Xiaoyuan was greatly alarmed, it's absolutely impossible. If you accept him as your disciple, then in terms of seniority, he would become my martial uncle. Forgive me, I cannot accept this. Fu Zi looked at him, smiling, Xiaoyuan, are you actually someone who cares so much about face? Old me truly didn't expect that. I originally just had this thought, but now it seems quite interesting. Then let's decide on it. Li Xiaoyuan said irritably, aren't you being too childish about this? Fu Zi shook his head, can't be helped. Who let me reach the age where I can do whatever I want? Li Xiaoyuan's face darkened at this moment. Muttering in his heart, Luo Hong, you just wait. Luo Hong, not far away, unexpectedly, sneezed. Xiao Dohua asked worriedly, young master, did you catch a cold? Luo Hong smiled, perhaps. Who knows? Xiao Dohua continued, there's one thing I find very strange. How did you find the path up here? Luo Hong smiled mysteriously, that? Very simple. I left a backup measure from the start. When I passed Li Xiaoyuan on the way up the mountain, I quietly left a small mark on him. Xiao Dohua asked in surprise, he is so powerful, and didn't even notice? Luo Hong smiled, didn't answer. The evil chief from the Renpaisho CE in the dark space, even Chen Xiantian couldn't detect it. How could that Li Xiaoyuan possibly detect it? My eye contact with him before going up the mountain could briefly divert his attention. At that moment, the evil chi under my feet merged into his feet as swift as lightning, too fast for the ear to catch. Thinking this, Luo Hong chuckled, it's a secret, can't tell you. Xiao Douhua's face immediately fell, and a grieved look filled her pretty face. But at this moment, a flock of crows soared up from the forest. This commotion attracted the attention of the pouting Xiao Douhua. A flock of crows rose from the forest into the sky, heading straight for the square in front of Jisha Shuegon. One particularly conspicuous crow followed closely behind. Upon reaching the square, it exploded with a bang, transforming into the appearance of a young man. After he landed, he hurriedly ran below the academy to join the crowd, then cupped his fist towards Fu Zi on the upper floor. Beishan Xiao Erqi pays respects to Fu Zi. Li Xiaoyuan smiled towards him, saying, please step aside and rest for a moment. After Xiao Erqi respectfully agreed, he silently walked aside, found a spot under the shade of a tree, and sat down, showing no desire to interact with Luo Hong and the others. Luo Hong secretly sized him up, also showing no intention of approaching to chat. Soon, an hour passed. Fu Zi stretched lazily, saying, enough people have arrived. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to catch up on sleep. At this time, Jisha Shuegon's main gate trembled slightly, then, with a creak, slowly opened. Everyone's gaze converged there.
Li Shouyuan's figure was revealed behind the gate at this moment. Fellow students,
the count of 50 is full. Please enter the academy. And as his voice fell, people were still running up the stairs one after another. Wait. Give me a chance.
But just as they stepped onto the last step, their bodies were repelled by something, flying outwards.
Li Shouyuan smiled. I said 50, then it's 50.
Not one more, not one less.
And over here in the forest, Wanyan Liehua waited somewhat impatiently. Uncle Chegu, how long are we going to do this? This assessment only accepts the first 50. If we are late. Suddenly, Wanyan Chegu interrupted him. Now is the time. Wanyan Liehua was startled. Now? Wanyan Chega nodded. Correct, he has already left.
I can sense the opponent is a master of psychological games.
Setting up such a bewildering formation was deliberately to delay our time.
Don't know what method was used.
Successfully confused me.
However, this person is either a student or a Dao protector. It's impossible to keep stalling with us indefinitely.
Let's go. I bet he is no longer here. Wanyan Liehua said uncertainly. Uncle, really? Wanyan Chega said, this is a hunter's sixth sense. The killing intent in the forest has disappeared.
But just at this moment, the mist in the forest also slowly began to dissipate.
Wanyan Liehua was greatly shocked. What happened?
Wanyan Chegu's forehead veins bulged.
Don't panic first.
But the next moment, he froze on the spot. Because as the mist dispersed, the scene before their eyes became a ground littered with corpses, all withered as if drained by something, bodies shriveled.
All our people are dead,
and this manner of death.
So many grassland warriors. So many young descendants. The more Wanyan Chegu thought, the angrier he became.
Alas, the fury in his chest had nowhere to be vented.
Wanyan Liehua raged, Uncle. This is unforgivable. The people of the grasslands are too precious.
At this time, Wanyan Chegu's tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed, his tone also returning to calm.
This is Jixia Shuegong. We cannot act recklessly. Since the mist has dispersed, let's hurry to the square. The group of people walked slowly towards the Jixia Shuegong square with gloomy expressions.
But just as they were about to step onto the last step,
a mirror suddenly lit up before them. Immediately following,
a voice slowly came from Jixia Shuegong. The count of 50 is full.
Please return. Wanyan Liehua's face became even darker because of this. He was unreconciled that so many grassland warriors died, yet this was the result.
He subconsciously struck the boundary with his palm. But with a pang sound, his palm was forcefully bounced back, and his palm was even covered in wounds, hurting so much he trembled.
That voice sounded again from inside Jixia Shuegong. The count of 50 is full. Please return. Wanyan Chegu's anger could no longer be suppressed.
His aura gradually turned violent. We represent the imperial family of the Beiman dynasty.
But the response he got
was still that voice devoid of any emotion. The count of 50 is full.
Please return. Wanyan Chegu could no longer hold back, roared, directly charging towards the barrier.
For a moment, he actually managed to break through the edge of the barrier slightly. But his remaining strength was insufficient.
He couldn't advance even half a step further. Wanyan Liehua was pushed back repeatedly by this energy.
He looked worriedly towards his uncle.
Wanyan Chegu was still holding on desperately, but insufficient strength is ultimately insufficient strength. Within just a few breaths,
his entire person was sent flying out, his body like a kite with a broken string, crashing through countless large trees with sparks and lightning along the way, until flying out several dozen jang.
Only then did he manage to stop.
But his aura had become incredibly weak, clearly having suffered heavy injuries.
Wanyan Liehua exclaimed in shock, Uncle Chegu. Are you all right? Wanyan Chegu did not answer him.
Instead, with a gloomy face, stared fixedly at the ground.
This was the first time he had suffered such humiliation in his entire life.
He secretly committed this moment to memory.
In the future, he would definitely repay it 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times to this group of damned men, and those children of princes and nobles who didn't make the top 50 gathered at the foot of the mountain. Some lingered, unwilling to leave, secretly praying in their hearts for another chance.
Others were completely disheartened, leaving silently with desolate figures.
The first 50 people slowly walked into Jixia Shuegong, following Li Shouyuan to a large hall.
Inside were all tall stone statues, each incomparably solemn,
causing this group of students to look up one after another.
At this time, Li Shouyuan spoke.
These are the successive sages and worthies of the academy. Luo Hong's gaze was also attracted at this moment.
Ever since he entered, that familiar feeling had become stronger and stronger.
Could there be something here familiar to him? Not long after, Li Shouyuan walked to the very front statue and stopped. All right.
Before everyone now is the statue of the first-generation Fuzi. The first-generation Fuzi constructed Jixia Shuigong single-handedly, the utmost saint and supreme venerable of the world's literary pulse. Saying this, he led the students to bow together in unison. Luo Hong was still secretly sizing up the statue of the first-generation Fuzi. The more he looked, the more that inexplicable palpitation arose in his heart.
After performing the rites,
Li Shouyuan smiled. Fellow students, let us prepare for the second round of assessment.
Everyone started discussing among themselves. There's still a second round? Li Shouyuan said faintly, what? Did you think Jixia Shuigong was so easy to enter? Besides, there are too many of you. Jixia Shuigong doesn't have that much space. Must eliminate some more. The crowd's discussion grew louder. Still eliminating? How many people this time? And what is the test? Luo Hong had absolutely no mood to care about any assessment at this moment. The feeling the first-generation Fuzi gave him was not unfamiliar.
But he didn't understand why he had this feeling.
What connection does this Jixia Shuigong have with him exactly?
Must stay and investigate thoroughly. Li Shouyuan ignored the protests from the crowd. Next, everyone please listen carefully to the rules.
Studying is an arduous task, requiring extremely strong mental fortitude and concentration.
Therefore, this final stage tests your heart.
1 incense stick is the limit.
Whoever can stand erect in this main hall until the end wins.
Soon, an incense stick was lit, placed on the desk beside Li Shouyuan. Someone asked puzzledly, is it that simple? We just need to stand here for the duration of 1 incense stick? Li Shouyuan nodded, affirming that this was true. Everyone started discussing again.
Listening to this, it doesn't sound difficult.
Probably not that simple. There must be something strange. At this time, Xiaodohua asked in a low voice, young master, what do you think? Luo Hong looked at the surrounding statues and said, does that even need saying? There must be a trap. Just don't know how he will torture us.
The sandalwood burned down bit by bit over time, but the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet.
It didn't seem like anything was about to happen.
Zhao Donghan scratched his cheek boredly,
then whispered, young master, what kind of test is this? It's too dull. Luo Hong jokingly teased, you old roughneck, which test isn't dull? Could it be? Speaking here, Luo Hong's expression paused, that's right. It's dullness. Li Shouyuan said earlier this was assessing the mind,
yet didn't specify the rules, just made us stand here foolishly. As time goes on,
we will definitely become lax, or whisper amongst ourselves, or become restless, scratching our ears and cheeks. And Li Shouyuan will silently watch us, ultimately eliminating us.
Thinking this, Luo Hong quietly transmitted his voice, listen.
I have already understood the rules of the assessment. It is about calming the mind, tranquility like still water. So, before the incense burns out, no matter what happens, remain calm. Do not speak, do not think. Even more so, do not move. We can pass easily then.
After hearing this, the two also quieted down, no longer making any other small movements, fully concentrating on that slowly burning incense stick. But just as Luo Hong thought he had seen through Li Shouyuan's scheme, Li Shouyuan's lips curved slightly upwards into an arc. The thought-provoking meaning was unmistakably clear, as if telling Luo Hong, you thought I was on the first layer? No, actually, I am in the stratosphere.
Luo Hong's face became unsightly, wrong. Something feels wrong. The people here are not mediocre.
If the rules were just this simple,
then someone among the crowd must have already figured it out.
And this kind of chain reaction
would make the surrounding people gradually realize, thus understanding the key point. Moreover, Li Shouyuan's rule stated earlier was 1 incense stick first, whoever can stand in this main hall, erect until the end wins. Right, erect. Why emphasize this word? Does it mean, before this incense stick burns out? Luo Hong abruptly turned his head back, sizing up the surrounding students, each with a serious expression. Does it mean, few people should be able to remain standing in this great hall? Luo Hong's gaze returned to Li Shouyuan. What method will that person ultimately use to deal with us? But just at this moment, Luo Hong saw Li Shouyuan's figure blur slightly. At first, he thought it was his eyes playing tricks from concentrating too much. But the next moment, Li Xiuyuan's figure actually dispersed like water ripples. And not just Li Xiuyuan, all the surrounding scenery, including those students, all slowly dissipated like smoke. Luo Hong's expression froze on the spot, completely unaware of what had happened. He abruptly turned his head back, discovering Xiao Dohua and Zhao Donghan had dazed expressions, seemingly having seen something incredible as well. And then, inescapably, they began the fate of slowly starting to dissipate. Luo Hong raged, how could this be? What exactly happened? In his panic, he reached out his hand. However, not only could he not touch Xiao Dohua, but even his own hand began to dissipate along with him. Luo Hong froze completely on the spot, the thoughts in his mind incomparably chaotic, completely unable to calm down and think. And the changes in the surrounding scenery were not yet finished, slowly becoming more and more distorted. Luo Hong recovered a tiny shred of reason, began forcing himself to calm down. He surveyed his surroundings. What is this place? An illusion realm? Unexpectedly entered an illusion realm completely unaware? It has been like this since the forest earlier. Li Xiuyuan is an expert at playing with illusion realms. Pity, since I have already realized this is an illusion realm, I will not be affected by him. I just need to consider how to get out. Cannot move blindly, walking within an illusion realm is meaningless. Suddenly, behind Luo Hong, the sound of footsteps came. He turned his head back in surprise, discovering it was actually Xiao Dohua. Xiao Dohua seemed startled by Luo Hong's sudden turn. However, she still asked with concern, are you alright? Luo Hong shook his head, fine. How did you end up here? Xiao Dohua said blankly, I want to know the answer to that question too. How did you appear in my illusion realm? Luo Hong paused, so you're saying, you also know you entered an illusion realm? Xiao Dohua threw up her hands, what? Isn't this obvious enough? After you reminded me about the rules of this test, I pondered one question, which was the handling Li Xiuyuan mentioned earlier. Luo Hong looked at her meaningfully, you actually thought of this layer too? Xiao Dohua was somewhat displeased, what's with that expression? What do you mean I actually? I am very smart, alright. Luo Hong waved his hand, smiling, alright. You continue speaking. After Xiao Dohua huffed softly, I entered the illusion realm. Luo Hong said faintly, looking at it now. Everyone should be within an illusion realm. It's just that we might not be in the same environment. Xiao Dohua glanced at Luo Hong out of the corner of her eye. What do you mean by that? Luo Hong said seriously, what I mean is. Saying this, Luo Hong suddenly struck out with a palm towards Xiao Dohua. Xiao Dohua's reaction was also very quick. Clearly, she had also been on guard all along. She turned back angrily, what are you doing? Luo Hong said with a straight face, sorry. You might also be a part of the illusion realm. Xiao Dohua suddenly started laughing, you really are ruthless. Attacking just like that. It seems the evil chi has indeed damaged your brain. However, do you still remember what I said before? You might not necessarily be able to kill me. Saying this, her hand actually began to twist and deform, slowly transforming into a sharp claw. Luo Hong also started laughing, then let's give it a try. Coincidentally, I really want to know your true strength. Xiao Dohua didn't speak further. Instead, she galvanized the aura around her body and shot towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong stood still on the spot, looking as if he didn't take her seriously at all. At this moment, Xiao Dohua's sharp claw had arrived, grasping straight towards Luo Hong's heart. Luo Hong dodged sideways, then returned the favor in kind with his own body. But Xiao Dohua surprisingly didn't dodge or evade. Instead, she even puffed out her chest and met the attack head-on. Luo Hong frowned, having no choice but to retract his hand. Xiao Dohua chuckled twice, then her figure flashed, appearing behind Luo Hong. Those jade-like hands wrapped around Luo Hong's neck, whispering charmingly, are you quite considerate towards women? Do you want to touch? Luo Hong frowned and snapped, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Dohua paused, nonsense? But the next moment, she sneered, I can read your heart, you know. Actually, you kind of like me, don't you? Since we are both evil cultivators, how about we become a pair of dual cultivation partners? Luo Hong put on a surprised expression. Then did you read my killing intent towards you? As his voice fell, boundless evil Sha Qi emanated from Luo Hong's body, forcefully enveloping Xiao Dohua completely. Xiao Dohua struggled at this moment, discovering she actually couldn't break free. She shrieked sharply, Luo Hong, are you really going to kill me? Luo Hong smiled wickedly, you are not Xiao Dohua at all. I am very clear on this point. Because Xiao Dohua does not know that I am an evil cultivator. How could she talk about evil qi entering my body? Moreover, your attack method is so singular. Is it also because my mind lacks sufficient knowledge of Xiao Dohua's strength? Therefore, I am incomparably certain that you are not Xiao Dohua.
Saying this, Luo Hong clenched his hand. Countless streams of evil Sha Qi surged into Xiao Dohua's body. While she cursed Luo Hong with a face full of venomous resentment, the life force within her body was frantically stripped away. In just a few moments, only a skeleton remained. Luo Hong placed his hand on her skull. Cracking sounds echoed. Luo Hong forcefully crushed her head. Only then did he say faintly, "Also, I forgot to mention one more thing. The Xiao Dohua I know would not say such things." But at this moment, an incomparably vast pressure descended, enveloping the area. Luo Hong momentarily couldn't even stand firm. Audacious evil cultivator! How dare you trespass into my Jixia Shuegong? This sacred ground of saints will not tolerate your defilement. Luo Hong withstood that boundless pressure, striving hard not to kneel down. He snorted coldly, gritting his teeth, first-generation Fuzi. In this illusion realm, what can you do to me? First-generation Fuzi's emotionless voice sounded, Luo Hong, although this place is an illusion realm, I am formed from Jixia Shuegong's noble righteous qi, and can still suppress all evil spirits and monsters, making it so you can never recover for all eternity. Luo Hong not only refused to yield, but instead confronted him head-on. Old scoundrel, stop bragging. If you have the ability, then devour me. Saying this, countless Sha Qi once again emanated from his body, condensing into hideous, terrifying skulls, pouncing towards first-generation Fuzi. Sudai Fuzi remained resolute and unmoving, murmuring something under his breath. A crimson character condensed from noble righteous qi instantly flew out, meeting the incoming skulls head-on. With a loud hong sound, the evil Sha Qi dissipated into the formless heaven and earth. Luo Hong roared. All the Sha Qi in his entire body surged out, slowly converging into a monster. It was a demonic dragon. This was Luo Hong's modified version of the Seven Swords transform dragon technique learned from Chen Shintian. The demonic dragon roared furiously, shaking heaven and earth, emanating an aura of, though thousands upon thousands stand against me, I will still press forward, pouncing towards first-generation Fuzi. And Luo Hong rode atop the dragon's head. At this moment, where was there even half a trace of human aura left on him? Completely and utterly a heinous, unpardonable demon lord. At this time, all the statues within the space began to murmur one after another, palms formed from condensed noble righteous qi, pressed down towards Luo Hong to suppress him. Luo Hong, far from being afraid, felt his blood boil with excitement instead. Holding a sword condensed from evil Sha Qi in his hand, gritting his teeth, he slashed upwards. However, his momentum, however majestic, was useless. The demonic dragon beneath him was already caught and constricted by the palms. In just a single breath, the demonic dragon exploded with a pang sound. Only now did Luo Hong feel fear, but it seemed he no longer had any path of retreat. The noble righteous qi palms gripped Luo Hong tightly. The statues looked down as if at an ant, silently watching the continuously struggling Luo Hong. At a certain moment, Luo Hong finally stopped struggling. But it didn't mean he had given up. The unwillingness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Just as he was about to summon the human skin manual, first-generation Fuzi spoke, Luo Hong, you willingly degenerate, falling into the demonic path, vainly attempting to infiltrate Jixia Shuegong with the identity of an evil cultivator. Do you think this is merely a simple illusion realm? Jixia Shuegong is the ancestor of the world's literary pulse. All demons, ghosts, and monsters have nowhere to hide. Luo Hong, you are destined to perish here. Luo Hong sneered, perish? Whether it's real or fake, just based on you lot. Di Shan and Shuling Ji from Heiyunshai both wanted to kill me, but what was the result? Hu Jishui from Qinghua Lu also wanted to kill me, what was the result again? And the four great families of Anping County, Great Zhou, Great Chu, Beiman, these people laid inescapable nets, tried their utmost, scheming painstakingly to kill me, what was the result again? I, Luo Hong, am still standing here. Even if everyone in the world wants to kill me, I will definitely survive. Then I will crush and bite you all to death one by one. First-generation Fuzi said, indeed, possessed by demons, stubbornly unrepentant. Old me can only use majestic righteousness to thoroughly suppress you. Saying this, began to murmur.
Luo Hong hadn't yet figured out what trick the opponent was playing.
Suddenly, his lower body tightened, the palm holding him
continuously contracted.
Luo Hong was in agony, dying and reviving, but his mouth was still incredibly tough.
Is this it? Is this it? What dog's head magic is this? Trying to talk me to death with just words?
But as the statues uttered word by word,
Luo Hong's demonic screams thoroughly echoed throughout the entire illusion space. Bright virtue, renew the people, rest in the highest good.
Luo Hong's painful voice gradually became hoarse, his physical body also slowly began to crumble.
But it wasn't over yet.
All this was just the beginning.
Not long after, the flesh on Luo Hong's body was almost completely gone. But Luo Hong still refused to submit, saying with a hoarse voice, "Old Fuzi,
since you say I have fallen to the demonic path,
I will let you see a true demon."
He sneered several times, no longer carrying a trace of human emotion. At this time, the human skin manual slowly floated out.
If you observed carefully, you would find all the sneers on the manual were reflected on Luo Hong's face. Since you all like to play, I will play bigger with you. How about betting our lives? Let's see who can laugh until the very end. How about it?
Luo Hong's laughter gradually became crazed. The entire space cyclically echoed with this laughter.
Slowly, that Sejun Mianju slowly manifested on Luo Hong's face. And his originally refined and beautiful aura
also began to gradually climb at this moment.
Within the main hall, Li Shouyuan watched the students seriously.
At this time, Fuzi smiled from not far away. Looks like you used this move again.
Li Shouyuan cupped his fist and bowed. Greetings, Fuzi. Why have you come over? I can handle things here alone. Fuzi said faintly, pay me no mind, I'm just wandering around blindly. However, you using the Shengshanjin for enhancement, isn't this illusion realm you created going a bit too far? Shouyuan, be careful you don't lift a rock only to drop it on your own foot.
Li Shouyuan said, unconvinced.
Are you actually worried they might pose a threat to me? You overestimate them too much, Fuzi retorted. Oh? So confident? Li Shouyuan nodded, you are completely overthinking it. Besides, I still have the Saint Image Dharma protection. Even if their family backgrounds are prominent, perhaps possessing some medical protection, it's still futile. I just don't want them to defile Jixia Shuegong. These children of powerful families are mostly arrogant, extravagant, licentious, and idle. I just want to identify such people. Make them confront their own inner demons.
Only those who can ultimately stand here are qualified to enter Jixia Shuegong.
Fuzi looked at Li Shouyuan and smiled, but, while you drag them into the illusion realm, you yourself also establish a mental connection with them. If someone among them focuses their mind and counterattacks you, you could be in danger. Li Shouyuan said nonchalantly, what are you talking about? Based solely on them? Then I shall eagerly wait and see.
Within the illusion realm, the Sejun Mianju had already completely manifested, and Luo Hong's originally clear eyes were also completely polluted in this instant.
Loud, high-pitched, beast-like roars shouted from Luo Hong's mouth. The evil sha qi within his body slowly went from weak to full, finally reaching a level nearing overflow. And at this moment, the palms holding Luo Hong shattered with a boom. It wasn't over yet. Evil sha qi continuously poured out from Luo Hong's body,
slowly covering and polluting the entire illusion space, including the first-generation Fuzi,
unexpectedly submerged within it in an instant. Li Shouyuan in the main hall. His whole body unconsciously jolted upright slightly. What happened? What is this feeling?
Suddenly, his legs gave way beneath him, collapsing onto the ground with a thud.
Fuzi saw this, smiled, looks like I hit the mark. Li Shouyuan gritted his teeth, unacceptable. How could I possibly suffer a backlash from this group of greenhorns?
Saying this, boundless noble righteous chi emanated from his body. Jixia Shuegong will not tolerate your wild behavior.
The foundation of the world's literary pulse is also not something you can belittle. I will now let you properly understand what fear truly means. But speaking here,
Li Shouyuan paused, actually beginning to hesitate somewhat.
He asked, can I utilize the saint's power? Fuzi smiled, as you wish. Just don't go too overboard. Li Shouyuan immediately understood. Within the illusion realm, Luo Hong was immersed in the world of sha qi, like an invincible sovereign. But suddenly,
cracking sounds echoed from above the illusion realm.
Luo Hong looked up. He knew a new battle was about to begin. With a Hong sound, a brush pen tore through space and descended.
The noble righteous chi emanating from its body continuously clashed against the surrounding evil Shachi.
Luo Hong sneered, "You've come?
But this space is already under my control. Your brilliance cannot illuminate this place."
Luo Hong waved his large hand, Shahai Mo Yuan. Huang Quan trembles.
An indescribable monster opened its bloody maw and bit towards the brush pen. Suddenly, the brush pen began to slide in the void, stroke by stroke, as if writing something. The next moment, a break character formed in the void, shooting towards the monster. A roaring sound instantly echoed throughout heaven and earth. The moment that monster came into contact with the break character, it unexpectedly shattered abruptly, ultimately unable to escape the fate of dissipation. Luo Hong's sneering voice also came at this time, "Some skill.
This makes it interesting.
Pity, though the Tao is 1 foot high, the devil is 10 feet higher.
You cannot defeat me."
Luo Hong raised both hands above his head.
Countless Shachi slowly condensed, its power like a black sun extinguishing the heavens. The black sun continuously grew, slowly extending towards the brush pen.
The instant it touched the brush tip,
the entire brush pen seemed to be pulled by something, unable to break free.
And the result was the brush pen being corroded and shattering. Li Shouyuan gritted his teeth and persisted in the hall. However, his fingers actually started slowly emitting evil Shachi at this moment.
That evil Shachi
instantly enveloped his fingers, slowly beginning to corrode them.
Fu Zi clearly noticed this too. His face filled with horror. Could it be Luo Hong? Is he the one confronting Li Shouyuan?
His gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on the young man whose face showed signs of struggle.
Suddenly,
Li Shouyuan seemed to be hit by something, his entire person sent flying backward. He staggered to his feet, asking with disbelief, "Who possesses such intense killing intent?" At this time, his hand, enveloped by evil Shachi, pressed onto the first-generation Fu Zi statue.
Something miraculous happened. The evil Shachi was actually forcefully drawn away.
Li Shouyuan, unconvinced, tried to stand up, but suddenly found his hand seemed stuck to the statue.
For a moment, he actually couldn't pull it away. But immediately after,
countless streams of Shachi surged from his palm, completely baffling him.
Fu Zi watched quietly from the side. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. Damn it! Li Shouyuan has become a medium. It must be Luo Hong's Shachi. His Shachi entered the saint image through Li Shouyuan. How could this happen? Could it be Luo Hong's Shachi awakened that thing? Within a certain space, countless iron chains extended into the depths.
And Luo Hong's evil Shachi also slowly began to emerge.
There.
That was a coffin bound by countless chains.
Not a single trace of Shachi entered it. The coffin would tremble slightly. And each tremble would bring cracks to the coffin's surface. Slowly, something began to surge out from the cracks on the coffin. And that thing quickly broke free from restraints, surging towards the outside.
Li Shouyuan's body also began undergoing some change at this moment. The evil cultivator Qi turned crimson red,
like fresh blood. This clearly was no longer Luo Hong's evil Shachi.
It circled in the air once, then shot towards the crowd.
And its target was precisely Luo Hong. Fu Zi seemed somewhat resigned. A trace of that thing's aura has been drawn out. Must forcibly interrupt. Otherwise, big trouble will arise. He arrived beside Li Shouyuan, directly striking out with a palm.
Powerful enough to sever the connection, the noble righteous Qi emerging from his palm continuously destroyed the killing Qi. After a moment, Li Shouyuan collapsed, taking several heavy breaths before asking, "Fu Zi,
what is happening?" Fu Zi's expression grew solemn. "I pulled you out of the illusion realm. But a trace of ancient Shachi has already entered the illusion realm through you." Saying this, looked towards the students not far away. Now, they can only pray for themselves. Li Shouyuan paused. Ancient Shachi? Then aren't these kids doomed? Fu Zi shook his head. Not necessarily. Perhaps only one person will die. The one who drew it out. Its target is him.
Fu Zi's gaze once again fell upon Luo Hong, secretly praying for him in his heart.
Hope you can survive.
Within the illusion realm, as the brush pen slowly crumbled,
Luo Hong's crazed laughter once again echoed through heaven and earth. You lost.
But a mutation also arose at this moment. That ancient Shachi poured in through the gap in the illusion realm,
instantly enveloping the brush pen that hadn't completely dissipated, absorbing it. Luo Hong frowned. What is that? How can there be another stream of Shachi? And this Shachi is actually so violent and domineering?
After absorbing the brush pen, the ancient Shachi charged straight for the black sun, enveloping it in the same manner,
slowly beginning to absorb. Luo Hong sneered, actually devouring this Lord Shachi? Truly a greedy little ghost. Luo Hong showed no intention of stopping it, allowing it to recklessly destroy and absorb, finally targeting himself. Only at this moment did Luo Hong's aura change. Within the main hall, Zhao Donghan was covered in cold sweat, his expression extremely pained, as if seeing something unbearable. In the illusion, Zhao Donghan stood amidst ruins, repeatedly shouting, "Mother! Sister! Where are you?" But the only response was the whistling sound of the cold wind passing by, and the thick smell of blood emanating from the corpses littering the ground. Suddenly, Zhao Donghan frowned. The corpses scattered on the ground suddenly floated up, towards the sky, flying towards a bottomless hole that had appeared at some unknown time. Finally, all the corpses converged into a giant head, staring with empty eyes, wailing, "Donger, mother died so miserably. The people of Anji Chang died so miserably. When the Chiwa Jun massacred the city, why didn't you save us? Your sister died. We all died, why didn't you save us?" Suddenly, countless hands reached out from the ground, grabbing Zhao Donghan and lifting him up. "Come, Donger. Return to mother's side. Give up resisting, my child." Within the main hall, Zhao Donghan's eyes and nose were uncontrollably bleeding at this moment. The pained expression deepened further. And Xiao Dohua beside him was the same, constantly struggling, constantly fleeing. Within the illusion realm, Xiao Dohua fled desperately. "Let me go. I don't want to go back again. Please, I beg you, let me go." Behind her was a palm, and within the palm, there was a dark eye, relentlessly chasing Xiao Dohua. Heaven and earth tremble, 10,000 demons run wild. Saintess appears, evil sect prospers eternally. You cannot escape. This is the shackle branded onto your body. It is your destiny. Xiao Dohua screamed hysterically. "I don't believe in fate. I want to live for myself. Keep that set of lies to trick ghosts." Hearing this, the pupil showed a trace of displeasure. Then, a dark light shone from within it. That light grew brighter and brighter, instantly covering Xiao Dohua. She found her body suddenly unable to move. Xiao Dohua grew increasingly afraid, increasingly helpless. She cried while struggling, "Who can save me? I don't want to go back again." She struggled desperately, but alas, everything was futile. Within the main hall, Xiao Dohua sobbed continuously, and Luo Hong in front of her was also extremely tense at this moment. Not a single part of his body was relaxed. At this time, Li Shouyuan asked, "Fu Zi, what do we do now?" Fu Zi shook his head. The ancient Shachi should have invaded their illusion realms. Now, they can only rely on their own mental strength to resist. And as his voice fell, quite a few people shivered violently, then staggered and fell to the ground, their life status unknown. Li Shouyuan watched this scene, somewhat surprised. It's only been such a short while, yet so many people have already fallen? Fu Zi said faintly, "This is very normal. Ancient Shachi is not something anyone can withstand." Li Shouyuan asked, "Then can we only watch helplessly now?" Fu Zi nodded faintly. Shachi also possesses spirituality, let alone ancient Sha. It definitely has a main body, currently residing in someone's illusion realm. As long as that person can defeat this main body, the Shachi and other people's illusion realms will naturally disappear. Within Luo Hong's illusion realm, the ancient Shachi continuously pressed towards him. He felt this Shachi, pure to the extreme. Smiling, "It's been a long, long time since I felt this way. Extreme darkness. Extreme evil. It brings this Lord such joy." The ancient Shachi continuously pressed closer. Luo Hong slowly raised his head, reaching towards it. "Want to devour me?" "No, no, no, you are still not qualified. The one who should be devoured is you." As his voice fell, the Rinpai Shou Ce slowly rose from behind him. The manual laughed maniacally, "Ancient aura. I like it. Come. Come. Come to master." Suddenly, the ancient Shachi retreated fearfully. Luo Hong sneered, "Only realizing now? A bit too late, isn't it?" The Rinpai Shou Ce behind him opened its bloody maw wide and laughed. The ancient Shachi, which was still continuously retreating, suddenly paused in place, even letting out a whimpering cry of sorrow. Unfortunately, the next instant, it could no longer resist that suction force, madly surging towards the mouth of the Rinpai Shou Ce. The Rinpai Shou Ce let out a satisfied burp. Luo Hong flipped his palm, and that ancient Shachi from just now surged forth. No need to remain dormant any longer.
This time, this lord will once again command you to become the enemy of this world.
The Renpai Shou Ce laughed.
It seems this Sha Qi has allowed you to recover some memories.
Luo Hong suddenly paused. Oh? Still not enough.
The most crucial part. I need power to retrieve those memories,
and this Jixia Shuigong might be an opportunity.
You still need me to work harder.
Hurry up in exchange for that thing. The Renpai Shou Ce sneered. That thing?
It is currently in the treasure vault, awaiting your summons at any time.
It's just this Jixia Shuigong unexpectedly hides the killing chi of an ancient demon? Looks like we need to have a big fight. Turn it completely upside down. Luo Hong scolded sharply. Fool. We are still in the latent period. Don't be so ostentatious. Since we could be reduced to this state before, it means we still cannot act entirely as we please. Hearing this, the Renpai Shou Ce nodded repeatedly. I know. I will do better this time. Won't repeat the same mistakes.
Luo Hong smiled with satisfaction. Relying solely on your power is not enough.
We need to muddy the waters.
This ancient demon Sha Qi is a supreme treasure for any evil cultivator. So, if they knew that this Jixia Shuigong might potentially seal an ancient demon. Saying this, Luo Hong sent the Sha Qi from his palm outwards. The ancient Sha Qi continuously impacted the illusion realm's barrier, finally emerging from the floor of the main hall, then quietly leaving Jixia Shuigong.
Luo Hong sneered. Come. You evil fellows, how could you possibly miss such a grand feast? The Renpai Shou Ce said, Evil Lord, I have devoured the ancient Sha Qi. Li Shouyuan's illusion realm has thus collapsed on its own.
Now, there are still remnants of Sha Qi in other people's illusion realms.
Let's go absorb them all. Luo Hong nodded. All right. I leave this place to you.
I need to go thoroughly fuse the ancient demon Sha Qi. After speaking, the Xie Jun Mianju dissipated from Luo Hong's face. Luo Hong also regained consciousness at this time.
He asked, somewhat dazed, Renpai Shou Ce, did I succeed? Has the illusion realm disappeared? And why can't I remember? The Renpai Shou Ce laughed. The illusion realm will disperse shortly.
Now, let's go to other people's illusion realms.
Inside, there is power I need.
Luo Hong nodded. Then let's go rescue Xiao Dohua first.
Within Xiao Dohua's illusion realm,
Yutong continuously approached. Xiao Dohua, for all eternity, don't even think of escaping Tiandi Xiamen. Xiao Dohua cried, begging for mercy. I don't want to return to that dark demon den again.
Let me go. Yutong said, useless. Be devoured by me. No one can save you. This is your destiny.
Just as the palm was about to grab Xiao Dohua, Luo Hong's figure suddenly manifested.
So this is Xiao Dohua's illusion realm. Seems she fears Tiandi Xiamen greatly. Yutong also noticed him at this time. How did you break in? Luo Hong smiled. I just came to take what I need.
Saying this, the Renpai Shou Ce manifested. Yutong revealed a look of terror. This aura.
What exactly are you? The Renpai Shou Ce sneered. What I am isn't important.
What I need now is for you to hand over the Sha Qi you absorbed earlier.
And while you're at it, disappear yourself. Yutong raged. Insolence. Saying this, struck towards Luo Hong.
Luo Hong tilted his head, pursing his lips. Truly boring enough.
Can't the opening lines be a bit fresher? At this moment, the Renpai Shou Ce opened its mouth and sucked, directly sucking that entire giant palm in. And simultaneously,
the surrounding scenery also began to change. Gone was the previous oppression and deathly silence,
slowly becoming vibrant and full of life. Xiao Dohua fell onto the grassy ground, staring blankly at that familiar figure.
At this moment, that figure was so tall and imposing in her heart. Xiao Dohua's tears and snot burst out all at once, heartbroken like a child who lost their candy.
Luo Hong gently stroked her small head, asking softly, were you bullied?
Xiao Dohua could no longer suppress the emotions within her heart, starting to wail hysterically.
Luo Hong frowned slightly. How come you're crying even harder now? Xiao Dohua threw herself directly into Luo Hong's embrace, rubbing tears and snot all over him without restraint.
But her cries no longer contained the fear from before, instead holding more happiness. Luo Hong looked at her seriously, his heart tightening. It seems she really suppressed a lot.
Luo Hong said softly, don't be afraid.
The Tiandi Xia men behind you, I will help you handle it.
Xiao Dohua cried her heart out for quite a while. Only then did Luo Hong comfort that. Xiao Dohua, shouldn't we be leaving now?
Suddenly, Xiao Dohua pushed Luo Hong away, her face flushed red. You go. Luo Hong smiled, then I'll send you out of the illusion realm.
Saying this, raised a hand.
The entire illusion realm slowly began to tear apart. At this time, he also noticed this illusion realm.
Luo Hong said, surprised, your spiritual world is actually so tranquil? I now believe what you said before. You will definitely be free.
The instant Xiao Douhua's figure dissipated, she gave Luo Hong a charming smile. Thank you, Luo Hong. The next moment, she opened her eyes. She surveyed her surroundings, surprised that she actually came out.
Then her gaze rested on Luo Hong. It was him who saved me.
Within the illusion realm, Luo Hong pondered going to rescue Zhao Donghan next.
Not sure if this guy's mental strength is strong. Hope nothing bad happens then.
Within Zhao Donghan's illusion realm, tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Mother,
you don't know how I've lived these years. That giant pupil slightly contracted.
Just about to say something, Zhao Donghan spoke again. Don't interrupt me. I must finish saying this. The year Anji Chang was massacred, I was too young. Watched helplessly as you and sister were killed by the Zhou dynasty's army. These years, I have lived constantly in nightmares.
Day and night, I long just to see you and sister again. I miss you both so much, but I also know you are already gone. Sometimes I think, even if I could see your ghost, my wish would be fulfilled. I have so many words I want to say to you.
That head hurriedly interrupted Zhao Donghan, endless.
How long are you going to talk?
No.
Listen to mother.
Zhao Donghan shook his head. You don't need to say it.
I understand everything.
I've just been under too much pressure lately, having hallucinations.
Although you aren't real, but it doesn't matter.
The head spoke again. Donghan.
Mother means.
Zhao Donghan interrupted him once again. Mother.
I know what you mean. I know you worry about me too.
That's why you appeared. The head closed its eyes somewhat helplessly. Its voice carried a hint of pain. Donghan.
Listen to mother. Do you want to or not?
Zhao Donghan interrupted him again. Want.
I think of you constantly.
The head was somewhat speechless.
A nameless anger faintly rose.
It could no longer suppress it.
Can you just let me finish speaking? Can you not interrupt me? Is it so difficult for me to say one sentence?
Zhao Donghan straightened up, but didn't speak again. The head slowly said, Tell me, Zhao Donghan, do you want to come to my side? To accompany me for all eternity?
Hearing this, Zhao Donghan hesitated. He somewhat didn't understand
why mother would say such things. Zhao Donghan asked puzzledly, But mother, you are already dead.
How can your son accompany you? The head chuckled twice.
Ha.
Very simple. You just need to completely accept me. Let me enter your consciousness.
This way, we mother and son will completely merge into one.
Never again separated.
Zhao Donghan was still somewhat hesitant, but mother, I am currently in the rising phase of my career. The young master highly values me.
I cannot abandon him. How about you wait a few more years for me? But suddenly, the palm pressing on his head slowly began to corrode Zhao Donghan's existence. Shinsher? Consciousness?
Zhao Donghan felt his entire head was about to explode at this moment. But he could only open his mouth wide,
yet unable to make a single sound.
And just at this moment, a figure tore through the illusion realm and broke in.
Zhao Donghan is correct. He is my guard. Without my consent, he cannot even die. Zhao Donghan looked at Luo Hong's figure, momentarily forgetting the pain in his head.
That head glanced angrily at Luo Hong, daring to ruin my good affair.
Truly deserves death.
At this time, Luo Hong opened his hand, aiming at it contemptuously. Come.
Come here to me.
Suddenly, a terrifying suction force rushed towards it.
The head desperately retreated.
But the result was the entire head began to disintegrate, finally turning into a stream of blood.
Surging towards Luo Hong's hand, Shou-Xin? Palm.
Zhao Donghan also regained freedom at this moment. Luo Hong also slowly landed beside him at this time. Old Zhao.
Your illusion realm was quite tragic. Seems you are also a man with a story. Zhao Donghan's face was covered in tears.
Crying, he was about to throw himself at Luo Hong.
Luo Hong pushed him away in disgust. You forget it. Don't pull this routine on me. Let's go out. We passed this assessment.
The next moment, Zhao Donghan opened his eyes. Xiao Douhua smiled from behind him.
Zhao Donghan, you woke up too? Zhao Donghan nodded. Xiao Douhua, you passed too? She nodded as well. Now only the young master is left. Within the illusion realm,
Luo Hong thought, Going to their illusion realms one by one takes too much time.
He directly aimed his hand at the tear in the illusion realm. An incomparably vast suction force began to emerge. And then, the Sha Qi from everyone's illusion realms was slowly pulled over, all absorbed into his body. Simultaneously, the people still standing in the main hall opened their eyes at the same time. However, the look of terror on their faces had not faded.
Tiandi Xiamen. Wu Jian Moyu.
Over here, a figure sat on a high seat, smiling. My Tiandi Xiamen truly possesses great fortune to actually let us discover the sect master's trace. Ji Xia Shuigong. Truly unexpected. The sect master was actually suppressed there. Below, a person prostrated on the ground, saying, Heavenly King, what should we do next? The Heavenly King said coldly, Convene the 8 kings, 1 generation. The sect master's trace is clear. This is Tiandi Xiamen's opportunity. The righteous sects have oppressed us for many years. This time, we must turn the tables. Matsi said worriedly, But Heavenly King, currently within the sect, you are held in highest esteem. If the sect master returns. The Heavenly King suddenly roared angrily, Audacious Ma! Z immediately crawled on the ground, trembling with fear. Subordinate deserves death. The Heavenly King wasn't truly angry. The sect master is irreplaceable. My everything belongs to the sect master, including life. Matsi immediately replied, Subordinate understands. Subordinate will go convene the 8 kings now. But after speaking, a strange glint flashed in his eyes, unknown what he was scheming. Ji Xia Shuigong sighed. Within the main hall, only a few people remained standing. Kuyu let out a long sigh of relief. Buddha bless me. I actually persevered. Xiaolinglu looked at the necklace in her hand, also secretly feeling fortunate. Luckily, Lin Chufa, father, gave her this necklace. Zhao Donghan looked at his young master with a face full of admiration. Naturally, this included Xiao Dohua. Luo Hong looked contemptuously at Li Xiuyuan ahead, wondering if this guy would pull any other tricks. And the remaining people were worried about the illusion realm suddenly disappearing, and something seemed to have happened in the main hall, unsure if this assessment result still counted. At this time, Li Xiuyuan said, Fu Zi, what should be done next? The Sha Qi seems to have been resolved? Fu Zi nodded. Then admit these few. Send the others for some conditioning, then let them go do whatever they need to do. Saying this, turned to leave. After settling them, come find me. Li Xiuyuan bowed respectfully towards his departing figure, then smiled towards those who passed the assessment. You few, given that you withstood the illusion realm's confusion without losing your minds, therefore, congratulations on passing the second assessment. Among those who passed are Beimang Xiao family's Xiaoerqi, Dongxian Jianfu's Liu, Longhu Shanqing Guan's Duan Chen, Wangchuan Xi's Kuyu, Great Xiao Imperial family's Xiao Linglu, Luo Fugard Zhao Donghan, Tiandi Xiamen's Lu Yao, also known as Xiao Dohua. Finally, Prince of Beijing's heir, Luo Hong. Li Xiuyuan announced loudly, Congratulations, gentlemen, on becoming students of Ji Xia Shuigong. Saying this, clapped his hands, an old man walked in from outside, scholarly, you summon me? Li Xiuyuan bowed towards him. Steward Wang, please trouble yourself to take these 8 students to their dormitories. Steward Wang nodded, bowed towards the students. I am everyone's future daily life steward. My surname is Wang, you can just call me Steward Wang. Greetings, gentlemen. The 8 scholars cupped their fists together in return courtesy. Steward Wang, thank you for your trouble. Steward Wang nodded, then gestured, everyone, please follow me. The group lined up and followed him. And when Luo Hong passed by Li Xiuyuan, he glanced back at him again. Li Xiuyuan, for some unknown reason, felt filled with anger, glaring back fiercely. Luo Hong still ignored him. Only when Li Xiuyuan couldn't see his face clearly, Luo Hong revealed a ferocious smile. Li Xiuyuan was also too lazy to bother with him, turning to look at the dizzy and disoriented princes and noble scions lying all over the ground. Not long after, Li Xiuyuan walked into a pavilion, didn't even knock, directly pushed open the door and walked in. Only then did he bow to Fu Zi. Things are all handled. Fu Zi said meaningfully, you are mistaken, things have only just begun. Li Xiuyuan asked, somewhat puzzled, what do you mean by that? Student is dull, please Fu Zi enlighten me. Fu Zi chuckled lightly, very simple, the immediate matters are handled. But the subsequent troubles have only just begun. Li Xiuyuan was even more puzzled, subsequent troubles? Student still does not understand. Fu Zi did not answer him immediately,
but remained silent for a moment. Then, his eyes revealed a fierce light,
saying, "It seems things have truly been peaceful for too long." Fu Zi suppressed a fierce demon below. Now that its aura has leaked externally, it will definitely be known by the evil sects in crooked paths.
Li Shouyuan's face filled with horror.
Fierce demon. That ancient Sha Qi. Fu Zi slowly nodded, correct. That is an incredible fellow.
The fifth generation Fu Zi subdued it, suppressing it within the Chitian Pass.
It should have been over 200 years since then. If this demon emerges into the world, it will inevitably be a catastrophe for the Shenzhou Emperor, Divine Land?
Li Shouyuan trembled all over. Now, just thinking about that Sha Qi still leaves lingering fear.
He knelt weakly on the ground, muttering, "I was the one who released it. Student deserves death. Please Fu Zi, punish me." Fu Zi said, "What is the meaning of punishing you at this time? You are just a bit young and aggressive."
Obstinate and self-opinionated, but it was also an unintentional mistake.
However, I estimate Tiandi Xiamen will not let go of this opportunity.
We also need to prepare to respond.
Li Shouyuan asked, "Does Jixia Shuigong have to confront the entire demonic path?" Fu Zi's eyes sharpened. "Are you afraid?" Li Shouyuan answered somewhat forcefully, "Student greatly looks forward to it." Fu Zi snorted lightly. Jixia Shuigong is the role model for the human path. Absolutely cannot retreat even half a step.
This battle will surely cleanse the demonic threats and restore great prosperity to the human path.
Within Tiandi Xiamen's demon domain,
8 incomparably powerful auras were slowly converging.
A moment later, the 8 kings of Tiandi Xiamen gathered: Wuxiang Emotian Wang, Hungui Xiatian Sholuo Wang, Jiuchen Ba Tianfo Sang Wang, Nanluo Gui Yuxia Wang, Bai Shou Mian and Jiangshi Wang, Jiang Chen Tun Tian Shuai Wang, Wutian Wujian Sin Luo Wang, Dizang Baigut Sun Yuan Wang, Shahai Hongui. Sitting on the high seat, Chen stated, "Convening the 8 kings today for one matter. It is a great matter concerning our destiny. Our Holy Lord, after the heaven-shaking battle with Fu Zi 100 years ago, vanished without a trace. Now it can be determined. My Lord is suppressed within Jixia Shuigong." Saying this, flipped his palm. A stream of ancient Sha Qi surged from his palm, slowly circling into a fist shape in the air. The other great kings felt this aura, exclaiming one after another, "Tianma Sha Qi. It is the sect master indeed." Waved his hand, saying, "Heavenly King, what do you intend to do?"
Convening the 8 kings.
"One generation, do you already have a plan?" Wu Tian laughed, "If you ask me, just kill our way over directly. We have suffered on this Wanlan mountain long enough." Nan Luo sneered, "I agree. It's time to have a big fight with that bunch of righteous sects." Dizang expressed doubt, "But if the sect master returns, what position should the heavenly king hold then?"
As his voice fell, the main hall fell silent.
Honggue swept his gaze across the crowd, then said faintly, "Sun Luo Wan, your concern can be dismissed. Do not question my loyalty. The sect master is irreplaceable. Even after 200 years, still the same evil sect. This leaderless situation for over 200 years must be reversed. Blood sun hangs high, Azura hell. My demonic path's paradise of great joy will surely descend again." Launching a blood war against Jixia Shuigong, the proposal to rescue the sect master. Does anyone have objections?
The other 7 kings heard this, sneered one after another, all expressing their agreement.
Honggue nodded with satisfaction, "Very good. The 8 kings in one generation have agreed. Wanran Mountain, all demons must obey this command. The entire generation attacks Jixia Shuigong. Respectfully welcome our Holy Lord's return, Jixia Shuigong."
"Over here," Steward Wang slowly said, "Fellow students, please follow me." Sha Dohua curiously sized up the surroundings. "This Jixia Shuigong is truly large."
Luo Hong nodded, "Indeed. Just don't know if this Jixia Shuigong or the Great Xia Imperial Palace. Which one is larger?" Xia Linglu at the side pouted, "Of course, the Imperial Palace is larger. An academy, how can it compare to the Imperial Court?" Luo Hong paused, slowly turned his head back to look at her, asking, "So you've been to the Imperial Palace?" Xia Linglu said somewhat guiltily, "Of course." Luo Hong asked again, "Then have you seen the current emperor?" Xia Linglu nodded, "Seen him a few times. But that was when I was very young."
Later, His Majesty went into seclusion.
Luo Hong suddenly became interested. Seclusion? The emperor also went into seclusion? Could it be the emperor also cultivates?
Xia Linglu rolled her eyes at him, "Of course. Great Xia is a nation built on martial strength.
How could the Son of Heaven possibly have no cultivation? Moreover, His Majesty not only has cultivation, but is also a supreme expert who transcends the Tianbang. Luo Hong was even more puzzled. Beyond the Tianbang? Xia Linglu said with some surprise, Senior, you don't even know this? It's... But before she could finish speaking, heard Steward Wang's clear voice coming from inside, fellow students. This is your dormitory. Steward Wang is, saying this, took out a string of token-like things. These are dorm tokens. Come over in order and draw one. 1 incense sticks. Time for you to settle your things. Afterwards, I will come back to pick you up. Luo Hong drew a dorm token with the character 4 written on it. After finding the corresponding dorm token, Luo Hong walked inside and stretched lazily. Finally, I can rest for a bit. He collapsed onto the bed, thinking he needed to quickly organize his things. There have been too many things recently. Haven't cared about the progress of sin value for a long time. Thinking this, Luo Hong's consciousness entered the dark space. Luo Hong's voice said, "Open basic information." After glancing at it, he was immediately shocked. The sin value above had reached a terrifying number of 6,700. Luo Hong was moved to tears. Unknowingly, he had become so wealthy. Splurge. Must splurge. Luo Hong waved his hand. Flipped to the exchange cultivation techniques section. Luo Hong glanced at the third-class cultivation techniques, discovering he finally wasn't limited to just exchanging for consolation prizes. With over 6,000 sin value, he could completely buy out all the third-class cultivation techniques. But thinking about exchanging for all of them, Luo Hong felt a faint heartache again. In the end, he decided against it. Although the sin value was sufficient, biting off more than one can chew isn't good. Mastering one technique is better than studying many at school. Luo Hong hesitated again. Too many choices, for a moment, somewhat difficult to decide. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the most expensive Xia Ling Ce, mainly adhering to the principle that expensive things are good things. Moreover, this tome seemed to be an upgraded version of Wangling Shuiying. Luo Hong chose it without hesitation. After deducting 2,000 sin value, a skull suddenly appeared on the Renpai Shou Ce. Luo Hong saw this and smiled. We meet again. That giant skull extended towards Luo Hong. Front slowly opened its large mouth, extending a skeletal hand. Upon it rested a cultivation technique book. Luo Hong picked it up familiarly, glanced at it, then tapped his finger on it. The Xia Ling Ce instantly dissipated, merging into his mind. The next moment, 5 evil shadows manifested. It was Hu Jishui and Shuling Ji, along with the Wei brothers and Zhou whom Luo Hong had summoned. The forms of these 5 evil shadows changed at this moment. They slowly gathered together, then actually fused. Luo Hong sighed with emotion. The Xia Ling Ce is indeed an upgraded version of Wangling Shuiying, creating such an Xia Ling Wang. As long as I continuously nurture him, he will become the sovereign of all undead. Luo Hong felt it for a moment. Its aura is very powerful. And this physical body condensed from Sha Qi feels as if it can be touched. The index finger emits endless coldness. Suddenly, the Xia Ling Wang's figure dispersed, slowly gathering onto Luo Hong's body, finally condensing into a suit of Xia Ling Kai. This Xia Ling Wang can not only fight independently, but can also attach to oneself, becoming armor. Moreover, after being attached, both strength and speed have become stronger. The Xia Ling Wang also has many auxiliary functions, which can be used just by wearing this armor. Next, I need to investigate thoroughly within Jixia Shuegong, see if there's an opportunity to raise my cultivation level another step. Luo Hong always had a premonition. This Jixia Shuegong has some connection with him in the unseen world. Also, my internal Sha Qi seems to show signs of breakthrough as well. However, I can feel that this requires a great deal of energy. Next, let's see if any unlucky fool delivers themselves to my door. Thinking this, Luo Hong called out loudly, Renpai Shou Ce, come out. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind him. Here I am. What are your instructions? Luo Hong said, open the treasure vault. I want to see the manual. Laughed, no problem, no problem. I'll open it for you right now. In just a short while, a huge door appeared from the space. Luo Hong looked at the familiar treasure character, faintly spoke, open the door. Immediately following, that door slowly opened. Luo Hong slowly walked inside. It's been a long time since I came in. I am now bursting with funds.
At this time, the manual suggested, walk deeper.
Luo Hong sized up the surroundings, then looked towards the depths. What's in the darkness ahead?
The manual smiled. It's what I mentioned before, the thing you could see after obtaining the Xiejun Mianju.
Luo Hong was overjoyed. Right.
This is my purpose for coming. Saying this, he strode inside. The manual behind him, however, revealed a strange smile at this moment. Suddenly, Luo Hong's steps paused. Looking upwards with a face full of terror, a giant palm was slowly approaching him.
But Luo Hong didn't sense any malice.
So he stood still, unmoving. That giant palm slowly stopped before Luo Hong.
Suddenly, it opened its huge mouth, emitting an incomparably thick, foul stench.
Luo Hong was startled by this sudden change,
unconsciously taking several steps back. But the next moment, Luo Hong snapped back to reality. There was no bloody maw at all.
That giant's severed hand still stood quietly before him.
Luo Hong took several heavy breaths. After stabilizing his mind, he looked somewhat reproachfully at the manual. What exactly is this?
The manual smiled. No need to panic.
As you can see, it's just a hand. Luo Hong raged. I know it's a hand. I'm asking about its origin. The manual murmured. Origin? It comes from the Yuan Gu Xiejun. You can call it the Ji Nie Ji Shou. Luo Hong asked puzzledly, what kind of existence is this Xiejun? And how did his left hand end up here?
The manual sighed with emotion.
That would be a long story.
Luo Hong said displeasedly, then keep the long story short.
The manual smiled. The Yuan Gu Xiejun is the source of 10,000 evils, the origin of all darkness. Immensely powerful and terrifying, the ruler of all demon realms. An existence even the gods fear. Luo Hong frowned, asking, an existence even the gods fear? Why would his hand appear here?
The manual smiled, because
I am the Yuan Gu Xiejun's bonded life treasure, used for cultivation. Luo Hong was shocked. Bonded life treasure? Then why did you seek me out?
The manual said, because you are the successor I chose. I will pass down the Xiejun's power to you, and under my assistance, you will become the new Xiejun. Luo Hong found it somewhat hard to believe.
Such a good thing just fell into my lap like this?
The manual said, I am just a treasure, and treasures need masters.
This is my destiny. And you are the master I have chosen.
Luo Hong pondered for a while, then pointed at the Ji Nie Ji Shou, saying, the Xiejun
was really as powerful as you say? But how did he end up like this?
The manual answered, because the Xiejun attempted to do something great, but ultimately failed.
Luo Hong pressed on. What did the Xiejun want to do? The manual clicked its tongue twice. Cannot say. Now is not the time. With your current strength, telling you will only harm you. Luo Hong was somewhat displeased. You keep calling me the successor of the Xiejun, yet I don't even have the right to know? The manual gave a dry laugh twice. Knowing is equivalent to inheriting the Xiejun's will, truly possessing the Xiejun's consciousness. Then they will know of your existence. With your current strength, you cannot survive. Luo Hong frowned. Who are they? The manual said meaningfully, they are, pointing towards the direction of the Xiejun's arm.
Then said deeply, above the heavens.
Luo Hong was even more puzzled. What kind of existence is that? Gods?
The manual said, cannot speak of them.
They are unspeakable. At least not now.
Therefore, you must continuously become stronger. Because sooner or later, they will discover you.
Luo Hong pursed his lips. The enemies you provoked, yet in the end, I have to bear the consequences? The manual laughed loudly. Can't be helped. This is how fortune and misfortune are interdependent. You enjoy the power brought by the Xiejun, you must bear his karma. Luo Hong looked again at the Ji Nie Ji Shou, asking, what effect does this left hand have? Is it more powerful than the Xiejun Mianju? The manual said with absolute certainty, of course, this is the Xiejun's original body part, possessing supreme magical power. Luo Hong asked,
the Xiejun Mianju cost 2,000 sin value paper.
If this thing is even more powerful than the mask, the price shouldn't be low, right?
The manual gave him a thumbs up. This Xiejun's Ji Nie Ji Shou only requires 100,000 sin value paper.
Luo Hong's eyes almost popped out. You might as well just rob someone. No wait.
Damn it, this is much faster than robbing.
The manual said helplessly, is this still expensive? This is the Xiejun's left hand. Luo Hong raged, wait. I am the successor. Logically, these should already be mine. How can you still charge me money? The manual explained. Business is business. Even blood brothers must settle accounts clearly. Luo Hong said irritably, then let me ask you. You dare charge me 100,000 for one hand? Is this hand's skin made of gold, or are the bones made of gold? The manual stubbornly refused to yield. This is the Demon Lord's hand. Besides, the Demon Lord only had 2 hands in total. Of course it's precious. Just say whether you want it or not. Luo Hong started laughing. If this is really the Demon Lord's hand, I definitely want it. But right now, I truly cannot afford it. The manual immediately became happy. No problem. Besides this, we still have others. Luan Jie creates a chaotic realm space. User is the master within the realm. Price, 10,000 sin value. Moxian Tai, based on the user's Sha Qi strength, can plant a heart seed in others. Killing the heart seed host will also cause death. Price, 5,000 sin value. Wushang Gue Wangi, wearing this robe can conceal one's figure. Price, 5,000 sin value. Xiafo Zhong, based on the user's Sha Qi strength, forms a ranged defensive barrier. Price, 4,000 sin value. Yi Xing Fu can attach the talisman to another person, instantly swapping their positions. Price, 3,000 sin value. Demeng Fu Lu, based on user's Sha Qi strength, can infiltrate others' dreams. Price, 3,000 sin value. Yan Wang Sua, based on user's Sha Qi strength, binds enemies. Price, 3,000 sin value. Qian Nianren Pai allows changing one's appearance. Price, 2,000 sin value. The manual smiled. How about it? Did information about the treasures appear in your mind? These are all things you can exchange for at your current stage. With them, it will help give you more trump cards in the upcoming crises. Luo Hong nodded with satisfaction, because these items were indeed very good. At this moment, Zhao Donghan knocked on Luo Hong's room door. Young master, it's time to gather. Luo Hong abruptly opened his eyes, then faintly replied, coming. The trio had just walked out of the room when they came face to face with Xiao Erqi. He gave them a faint glance. Zhao Donghan enthusiastically stepped forward to greet him, unexpectedly receiving a cold shoulder for his warm face. Xiao Erqi pointed at Luo Hong. You must be Luo Hong, right? Zhao Donghan exclaimed, how did you know? Xiao Erqi smiled, I wasn't sure originally, but now, you have already told me. Zhao Donghan belatedly covered his mouth. You person are truly despicable. Thinking this, he carefully glanced at Luo Hong. Could his young master be angry? He saw Luo Hong smile, not angry at all. He looked at the young man before him, asking, your name is Xiao Erqi? Xiao Erqi said faintly, what guidance do you have? Luo Hong said meaningfully, do you want to be my friend, or my enemy? Xiao Erqi paused. What did you say? Luo Hong's smile didn't lessen. What? Were my words too direct? Made you unable to react? He approached Xiao Erqi step by step, saying gravely before him, then I will ask you one more time. Do you want to be Luo Hong's friend, or enemy? Xiao Erqi said, neither humble nor arrogant, I came to Jixia, Shuigong to seek knowledge, not to make friends. Luo Hong nodded, understood. Dare to obstruct me, then I'll kill you. Saying this, without looking back, led the two away, leaving a gloomy-faced Xiao Erqi standing there. He truly felt killing intent just now, to the point that he subconsciously placed his hand on his saber hilt. Xiao Erqi looked at the 3 departing figures, murmuring, if we really fought just now, could I win? At this moment, another voice sounded behind him, you are Xiao Erqi? I am from Dongxian Jinfu, Li Yu. Xiao Erqi said, somewhat annoyed. Then what guidance do you have? Li Yu placed his hand on his sword hilt. Jianghu rumors say you are the unworldly genius of the Xiao family. A pair of Mandarin duck sabers. Very fast. I really want to know if they are faster than my sword. Xiao Erqi reminded. That fighting amongst students leads to point deductions. Li Yu paused, is that so? Then forget it. Immediately waved goodbye to Xiao Erqi. But just after taking a few steps, turned back again with a serious face, saying, however, sooner or later, I still must have a showdown with you. Saying this, started running, you should hurry too. Lest you be late and punished. Xiao Erqi stood still on the spot with a bitter expression. Damn it! Do I just look that easy to bully? Truly baffling. Xiao Erqi, damn it, who the hell did I provoke? Encountering 2 idiots in a row. The more he thought, the angrier he got, almost grinding his silver teeth to pieces. At this time, another voice came from behind him, excuse me, Xiao Erqi? directly drew his Mandarin duck sabers, roaring, I am Shao Erki. I don't make friends. I am definitely faster than you. Come. Come. Fight to the death.
Xiao Linglu was startled by this sudden scene, tears immediately glistening in her eyes.
Whimpering a few times, directly ran away, leaving only Shao Erki's desolate back,
and his face full of a sorrowful look.
Damn it! Why am I so unlucky?
At this time, Kuyu walked over, saw the bitter-faced Shao Erki.
Ha! Why is this person so haggard? Looks like he lost his soul.
Kuyu walked slowly, sticking close to the wall, muttering the exorcism sutras softly under his breath.
At this time, another person walked over. What are you guys doing? Kuyu whispered quietly, he seems possessed. Duan Chen immediately took out a talisman, alert. Possessed? I'll help you.
Saying this, began chanting. The talisman in his hand also slowly began to undergo some changes.
At a certain moment, Duan Chen directly stuck the talisman onto Shao Erki's forehead. Shao Erki trembled all over, unknown if from anger or some other reason. Kuyu whispered, it moved. It moved. It's working. Duan Chen said confidently, relax. Suppressing evil and exorcising demons, I am a professional. At this time,
Shao Erki ripped the talisman off his forehead.
Only his expression wasn't very good. Duan Chen paused, not right. Possessed. Why did the talisman have no reaction? Shao Erki could no longer suppress it, throwing the talisman onto the ground, raging, what are you doing? What are you doing? What is all this? Who are you guys? Playing around? The two were startled. You're all right? Shao Erki, his anger unabated, all right? What could be wrong with me?
Saying this, dropped to the ground and started doing push-ups. Just look at my physique. After doing 7 push-ups in a row, immediately climbed up, flexing his muscles.
Do I look like something's wrong? Do I look possessed?
Kuyu whispered softly in Duan Chen's ear, the doctor said. Usually, someone like this cannot take further stimulation.
Duan Chen shook his head. Unfortunately, medical arts are not my forte. Shao Erki frowned. What are you two whispering about over there? The two gave forced laughs. Nothing, nothing. We were offensive just now. Only then did Shao Erki snort coldly. Then hurry up and go. It's time to gather. Luo Hong sighed.
Zhao Donhan said somewhat remorsefully.
Young master, I was too stupid. I ruined your plan. Luo Hong smiled, indicating it was all right. It's just that the opponent was smarter than you.
At this time, Steward Wang walked towards them, waiting for everyone to gather. I will then take you to a place. At this time, Xiao Linglu ran over panting.
Mister, I've arrived.
Steward Wang nodded, signaling her to wait aside for a moment.
At this time, Zhao Donghan approached her, asking, you don't look well? Xiao Linglu pursed her lips, saying, it's nothing.
Just encountered a lunatic earlier.
Zhao Donghan looked puzzled. Lunatic? Where did a lunatic come from?
At this time, footsteps approached again.
It was Li Yu, also arrived.
He cupped his fist towards Steward Wang.
Mister, I am late. Please deduct points. Steward Wang smiled. Where did you hear that being late results in point deduction? Waiting a bit is fine. There is no such rule as point deduction. Li Yu asked puzzledly, then if I duel with someone, will points be deducted?
Steward Wang said faintly, that is your private matter. As long as both parties agree.
And do not harm the opponent's life, Jixia Shuegon does not interfere. As for the point deduction you mentioned,
there has never been such a system. Li Yu placed his hand on his sword hilt again,
gritting his teeth inwardly, Shao Erki. You dared to lie to me. Suddenly,
his peripheral vision caught 3 figures approaching.
And the leader, Shao Erki, also noticed Li Yu and Luo Hong's group ahead. For some unknown reason, the anger he had just suppressed flared up again with a tsang sound. However, he didn't act impulsively.
After all, Steward Wang was right here watching. He still approached with a gloomy face and bowed,
paying respects to Mr.
Saying this, glanced at Luo Hong out of the corner of his eye.
But just at this moment,
he sensed a trace of killing intent. Turning his head, he saw Li Yu looking at him with an angry face.
What does this guy mean by looking at me with such eyes? Is he really targeting me?
At this time, Steward Wang waved his hand, dispense with the ceremony.
Everyone has arrived, please follow me.
As his voice fell, all the students quietly followed behind Steward Wang. They didn't know where they were going, but their hearts faintly held some excitement.
After all, This was their first class upon arriving at Jixia Shuigong. Not long after,
Steward Wang stopped before a large gate, now located before everyone's eyes.
Is Jixia Shuigong's great secret realm. Hearing this, Luo Hong paused. Jixia Shuigong's great secret realm? What kind of thing is that?
However, seeing that the others seemed unsurprised by this, it appeared they had come prepared.
Luo Hong spoke, asking, Mister, what is this great secret realm? Hearing this, Steward Wang paused for a moment.
The surrounding students were the same.
Luo Hong actually doesn't know about the great secret realm?
Steward Wang said, this great secret realm is where the foundations of prestigious families and famous clans lie. Created by supreme existences within each family and sect. A world rift torn open using great magic power.
This rift connects to the endless outer domain. Outer. Within the domain are countless evil things.
Furthermore, ancient battlefields and god-demon grotto heavens,
as well as the nests of outer domain heavenly demons. Your purpose in entering is primarily to seek an opportunity left behind by the first generation Fu Zi. Luo Hong frowned. Left behind by the first generation Fu Zi? Luo Hong turned back, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. It seems everyone already knew the purpose of coming here. Xiao Erqi said disdainfully. Otherwise, what did you think so many people came here for?
Every major family in the world has its own great secret manual. But the chance to obtain the first generation Fu Zi's inheritance,
no one would want to let it pass.
If it weren't for Jixia Shuigong's annual Great Secret Realm trial,
only recruiting young talents, those old geezers would probably shamelessly come as students too.
At this time, Steward Wang clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. All right. In short, the secret realm gate opens once every 3 days. Opens at Chen hour, 7 to 9 a.m., closes at Wu hour, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Those who do not exit in time can only wait until the next opening. Also, let me advise you, do not step outside the protection circle of the Xuehai secret realm. The dangers within are not something you can withstand.
After speaking, shouted loudly, Jixia Shuigong Xuehai Great Secret Realm, open. As his voice fell, the great gates slowly opened, revealing something like a teleportation array. The students stepped forward without hesitation.
Although the future was uncertain, the Fu Zi's inheritance, this temptation was simply too great. No one in this world could refuse it. Luo Hong entered first.
The instant he contacted the vortex, his entire person instantly vanished. By the time he regained consciousness, he had already arrived in a desolate space.
Xiao Dohua said in surprise, this place is quite peculiar.
But it feels very dangerous.
Zhao Donghan frowned, saying, everyone, let's not get separated. This place looks vast. It might be even larger than the outside world. Luo Hong looked back at everyone. What do you say? Split up and act individually? Or stick together? Xiao Erqi said nonchalantly, I don't mind either way. Being alone is somewhat freer. Li Yu said, let's stick together. Being new here, having more people is safer.
Luo Hong smiled, saying, if we stick together.
Does anyone else have objections? Everyone remained silent. Luo Hong looked towards Xiao Erqi, very good. Then let's stick together. Only, Xiao Erqi, what about you? Want to go alone by yourself?
Xiao Erqi pursed his lips, saying, fine.
Sticking together isn't impossible either.
The crowd no longer had differing opinions, all temporarily choosing to band together for warmth.
Suddenly, a piece of giant rock separated.
But it didn't fall downwards, instead slowly floated towards the sky.
Luo Hong casually picked up a piece from the ground to observe. The stones here are different from outside. Feel like the texture is harder.
And they contain energy within them. Saying this, exerted force, crushing the stone in his hand. Finally, a ball of energy floated in his palm.
Luo Hong frowned, saying, can this power be absorbed by people?
But just as he hesitated whether to try, a mutation occurred with that energy.
It actually actively drilled into Luo Hong's palm. Luo Hong was greatly alarmed, such chaotic energy, completely uncontrollable. He forced this energy out of his body bit by bit, lest he accidentally injure himself. Xiao Erqi said gravely, what are you doing? This is the outer domain. Don't act recklessly. Luo Hong smiled, just curious. I have discretion. Won't implicate you all. Xiao Dohua said, then how should we search for the Fu Zi's opportunity?
Hearing this, Li Yu also frowned slightly. The academy didn't give us any hints.
Duan Chen said, since it's an opportunity, presumably the academy has no leads either? Otherwise, Wouldn't the students who entered here before have found it long ago? If it wasn't found, then naturally there are no clues. Luo Hong said faintly, I think we should take things as they come. This place is so large, we can just wander around first. At this time, a figure was lurking in the dark spot above their heads. Even its subtle movements had moments of error. Luo Hong immediately noticed it. It was a monster with 7 eyes, opening its bloody maw wide, staring fixedly at them. Luo Hong paused. What is that thing? Everyone looked up. For a moment, all became vigilant. Shaorqi said, in any case, it's not here to help us. Immediately following, the next instant, all the mountain peaks above were covered densely with monsters. Luo Hong frowned. Did it hear what you said? At this time, a monster that seemed to be the leader stood up, mumbling something incomprehensible. Spoke for a while, then pointed its finger at them, even beckoning provocatively. Luo Hong was somewhat dumbfounded. Shaorqi, translate this for me. Is he telling us to go over? Duan Chen said. I think they don't seem to want to attack us. Otherwise, with their numbers, they could have attacked directly. Perhaps they are also testing us. Neither side wants to act rashly. Liu directly drew his sword. We can't just keep stalling with them like this either. How about I go out and fight? Challenge them to a one-on-one duel? Shaorqi was somewhat speechless. Alright, you can stop that. Look at them, do they look like they can duel you one-on-one? Liu snorted coldly. Then what do you suggest we do, Mr. Liar? Shaorqi immediately became unhappy. You kid are looking for trouble, aren't you? Liu said disdainfully, lying to me about point deductions. And you still won't admit it? Kuyu and Duanchen saw the two were about to fight, hurried forward to separate the two. Luo Hong spoke to persuade, now is not the time for quarreling. Those guys above are watching us. Shaorqi directly sat down on the ground, giving up. Then what do you suggest we do? Luo Hong said, the guy with the sword is right. We can't afford to stall. Saying this, looked towards Zhao Donghan, then pointed at those monsters, saying, come, come, come. Show them a few moves. Zhao Donghan was somewhat stunned, not quite understanding his young master's meaning. Luo Hong said irritably, just a show of force. We won't directly clash with them, but we also need to display some strength. This way, after they see our strength, if they retreat, it means they are not as strong as us. If it's the opposite, they are eager to attack us, it means they might be stronger than we think. We will need to think of other ways to deal with it. Zhao Donghan was still somewhat hesitant. Will it be useful? Feels like their intelligence isn't very high. Luo Hong smiled, don't be deceived by their appearance. After hearing Steward Wang's introduction earlier, we know what kind of place the secret realm is. Those who can survive here might not have high intelligence, but their sense of danger might even surpass ours. Hearing this, Zhao Donghan's aura fully flared. Then I'll listen to young master. I'll show a few moves, scare them a bit. After speaking, his figure vanished with a pang sound. When he reappeared, he had already punched and broken a giant rock not far away. Zhao Donghan felt it still wasn't enough. Lifting the giant rock with both hands, immediately let out an explosive shout, forcefully crushing it. Those monsters were already dumbfounded, clearly amazed by this scene. However, just as Zhao Donghan was feeling smug, those monsters actually started clapping their hands. Some even jumped up and cheered directly, each looking as if they had watched a good show. Zhao Donghan felt somewhat deflated. They actually applauded me? Young master, what does this mean? Luo Hong spat irritably, damn it. They took what you just did as juggling. This bunch of guys are actually enjoying the show. At this time, the leading monster slowly said, word by word, you, come, again. Hearing this, everyone exploded. Damn it. They can talk? Luo Hong sneered, being able to talk is a good thing. Saying this, cupped his fists towards them, greetings, everyone. We are students of Jixia Shuegong. Entering this place, we have no intention of offending you all. May I ask if you came here for any particular matter? However, the leading monster completely ignored Luo Hong, still slowly roaring, again, come. Again, come. Zhao Donghan felt somewhat annoyed. But Luo Hong just said faintly, go ahead. What else could Zhao Donghan say? One force splits Huashan Mountain. One Arhat carries tripod. Another overlord lifts ding. Finally, Rhino Ram's horn. Zhao Donghan really didn't want to move anymore. That feeling of slapping his own face repeatedly felt really bad. At this time, the monster's cheers rose wave after wave. Luo Hong said, our man has satisfied your request. Now, can you leave? Unexpectedly, that monster directly shook its head, still saying, no. Luo Hong felt somewhat angry, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. We gave you face. If you want to fight, we are not afraid of you either. But just at this moment, that monster shook its head again repeatedly, saying, no fight, then pointed at Zhao Donghan, we want him. Like much. We want take him away. Zhao Donghan was directly frightened into retreating several steps, covering his chest with both hands, shaking his head repeatedly, I sell my skills, not my body. Luo Hong was truly getting annoyed now. What kind of nonsense are you talking? Actually wanting to take away our person? And that leader seemed fixated on Zhao Donghan, refusing to let go. We want. Luo Hong directly interrupted him, want is also no. Luo Hong looked menacingly at Zhao Donghan, assuring, relax. I won't let them take you. Zhao Donghan was moved to tears. But at this time, that monster said word by word, we want, send him, a treasure. He, chosen. Hearing this, everyone was greatly shocked. Treasure? That monster was startled by their reaction. Its speech became much more fluent, only one person can receive. Luo Hong frowned slightly, only one person can receive? Could it be? Xiao Erqi said gravely, that's right. It must be the Fu Zi's inheritance. The chosen one can receive the inheritance. Luo Hong said, very possible. After all, they are the natives here. Perhaps it really is in their hands. Xiao Erqi shouted loudly, the inheritance is in your hands? You are choosing a successor? The monster paused, trying hard to recall, finally said, inheritance? Seems so. It is inheritance. Luo Hong immediately revealed a ferocious expression, as expected. Let's do it. Nothing to hesitate about. Zhao Donghan exclaimed shocked, young master, you just said. Luo Hong directly cut him off, it's different now. This is a possible chance to obtain the inheritance. How can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Zhao Donghan gritted his teeth, all right then. Then I shall risk my life to accompany the gentleman. At this time, Xiao Erqi shouted, I'll go. Luo Hong raged, Xiao Erqi. You are too shameless. They didn't choose you. Xiao Erqi chuckled, what does that matter? Anyway, they value his skill. My skill is countless times higher than his. Li Yu said faintly, if you say so, then I can too. Kuyu and Duanshan simultaneously chimed in, I can try too. Xia Linglu hurriedly spoke, since you men can, there's no reason we women can't. But at this point, the monster waved its hands repeatedly, no, no. Women cannot. Everyone frowned. Passed down to males but not females? Xia Linglu was somewhat displeased. What? How can it be like this? Xia Dohua consoled, don't be angry. Let them try first. If it truly is the inheritance, then the first generation Fu Zi being such a supreme figure, this arrangement must have deep meaning. Xiao Erqi praised admiringly, well said. How about it? Everyone, since nobody wants to let go, how about we decide through a contest? Luo Hong suddenly paused. A familiar voice entered his mind. He looked back at Xiao Dohua. Xiao Dohua transmitted her voice. I feel there might be a trap in this. We should probably stay out of these muddy waters for now. Luo Hong thought for a moment, then gave an imperceptible nod. At this time, Duan Shen said, fighting amongst ourselves is easy, but it will also allow others to take advantage. How about we have a literary contest instead? Whoever wins will represent everyone to explore first? How about it? Xiao Erqi was completely unafraid. You are quite meticulous. Very good. We'll listen to you. In case they try to trick us, it's good to have a response prepared. Let's choose a representative first. Agree that the winner definitely cannot take it all alone. Make an oath as proof. Duan Chen didn't waste any more words, directly bit his finger, dripped a drop of blood onto a talisman, come. Blood oath as proof. Swear the oath as proof. The 5 people all bit their fingers together, dripping their blood onto it. Duan Chen immediately ignited the talisman in his hand. Among the 6 of us, the one who obtains Fu Zi's true inheritance, the 5 others, only after lifting the curse can they obtain it? Before the talisman burned away, everyone followed along and recited this oath. Duan Chen nodded with satisfaction. All right, next we can choose the person. Who will go? Xiao Erqi said, how about this, I will make one move. Whoever can overpower me, I will withdraw. Saying this, looked towards the monster above. You watch carefully. I will show you who is the strongest here. Saying this, approached the giant rock step by step. Under the monster's expectant gaze, Xiao Erqi held his breath and focused his spirit. At a certain moment, the mandarin duck sabers in his hand shot out. In everyone's field of vision, only saw a flash of light pass by, and Xiao Erqi had already returned the sabers to their sheath, leaving a light shadow merging into the giant stone's body. Duan Chan asked surprisingly, "That's it? Did he even draw his saber?" Liu said faintly, "He did. Although only for an instant. But I caught it. Xiao family's genius Xiao Erqi's saber, indeed fast enough." Xiao Erqi said smugly, "How about it?" Duan Chen was shocked, actually able to reach such a level. Saber bone leaves no trace. Luo Hong praised, "Alright. Impressive, impressive. You go." "I forfeit." Li Yu paused. "I want to." But before he could say the words "try it," he was pulled back by Ku Yu and Duan Chen. "We forfeit." Xiao Erqi obtained victory with one slash. Still have some self-awareness. After speaking, looked towards the monster. "How about it? The treasure should be mine now, right?" Unexpectedly, that monster waved its hands repeatedly. "No, no. You won't do. You are too weak. Can't even cut stone." Xiao Erqi's mouth hung wide open, seeming to suspect he heard wrong. At this time, everyone else burst into loud laughter. The mocking tone was extremely obvious. Xiao Erqi was truly angered now. With a cold snort, directly slapped the originally broken large stone, sending it flying. The monster was now shocked with its mouth wide open, even its breathing slowed by half a beat.